Global upgrade. I've awakened with 1,000,000 attribute points. Online games merge with reality, allowing everyone to level up and awaken. In his past life, Joe was framed by his cousin. In this life, he has returned as a teenager and awakened 2 talents. Although his first talent is only D rank, his second talent is a staggering SSS rank. Looking at his top-tier gear and endless supply of attribute points, Joe fell deep in thought. Chapter 1, Time Goddess Esther. Name Joe. Level LV2 99%. Strength 30. Agility 25. Spirit 43. Vitality 31. Talent unawakened. Happy Garden Community. After checking his stats panel, Joe finally accepted the reality of his rebirth. Before his rebirth, he had struggled through immense hardships to reach level 54, qualifying him to join the Star Ring Group as Elite Guard and ushering in a bright and promising future. However, due to a momentary lapse in judgment, he was stabbed in the back by his own clan brother, Wang, in a super hard dungeon in the northern frontier, meeting a tragic end within those vast snow-capped mountains, his body left in pieces. He would never forget the gruesome scene in the final moments of his life, Wang, clutching a blood-stained bone-carving knife, stabbing him over and over again. That excruciating, bone-chilling pain still sent shivers down his spine, even now that he had been reborn. Wang. You've already taken everything from me. Why must you go so far as to wipe me out completely? As memories flooded his mind, Joe's eyes turned red and his jaw clenched tightly. He had once been a student from China on Earth. After dying tragically of cancer, he was reincarnated into this world, a place that resembled Earth yet was fundamentally different. In this world, anyone could become a powerful awakened through leveling up and awakening, gaining extraordinary strength and status. And the identity he had been reborn with in this life was one of unparalleled prestige. He was a direct descendant of the Zhou clan, the most prominent noble family in Linyuan City, within the great Xiao nation of the Human Federation. The Zhou clan was a true aristocratic dynasty that had endured for hundreds of years, dominating the region with a formidable reputation. Zhou's father, Xianrong, was the eldest son of the Zhou clan's elder patriarch and possessed a rare SS-class talent. He could be called the Zhou clan's first heir. As the eldest legitimate grandson of the Zhou clan and the future young clan leader, Zhou had enjoyed a life of luxury and privilege since childhood. His peers could only look up to him in awe. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention, surrounded by a crowd of admirers. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was certain that as an adult, Zhou would grow into the Zhou clan's next prodigy, succeeding to the position of clan head and shouldering the clan's future. However, life is full of unexpected twists and turns. Just as Zhou had celebrated his 15th birthday and was about to embark on the path of cultivation, a piece of devastating news suddenly reached the Zhou clan. Zhou would never forget that day. On that day, the Federation's top law enforcement agency, the White Tiger Hall, stormed into the Zhou clan. In front of everyone, they publicly sentenced Xianrong, the eldest son of the Zhou clan, and his wife Jing for betraying the human race on the Starfield battlefield and defecting to the Dark Beings. The news sent shockwaves through the clan. For in this world, humans who wield extraordinary strength and the race known as the Dark Beings are mortal enemies. The Dark Beings, hailing from the depths of the cosmos, subsist on devouring star systems. For thousands of years, they have kept a watchful eye on Blue Star. And the so-called Starfield battlefield refers to the front lines where humans confront the Dark Beings. According to Federation regulations, any awakened of level 100 or higher who is willing to enter the Starfield battlefield to repel foreign enemies will be handsomely rewarded by the Federation, either personally or through their family. At the same time, they will be bestowed with numerous honors and merits. The Zhou clan's rise to prominence and its dominance over Linyuan are inextricably linked to the fact that, generation after generation, they have sent clan members to the Starfield battlefield to fight the Dark Beings. This time, Xianrong and his wife were representing the Zhou clan in battle. The elder clan chief placed great importance on this campaign, as Xianrong was the most talented member of the Zhou clan in centuries. Rumors had long circulated within the clan that as soon as Xianrong returned victorious from the Starfield battlefield, the elder clan chief would hold a succession ceremony. Xianrong would take the position of clan leader and rule the Zhou clan. Unfortunately, no one could have foreseen that after countless Zhou clan members waited in vain for years, what they received was not the glorious return of the clan's pride and joy. Instead, it was a charge of treason. According to the commander of the White Tiger Hall, Shenrong and his wife defected to the dark creatures on the Starfield battlefield, slaughtering their fellow humans, and then fled into the depths of space, their whereabouts unknown. The Federation's High Command has already issued an SSS-level warrant for their arrest, which will soon be broadcast across the entire Blue Star. For this grave crime of betraying the human race, the clan should have been held accountable. However, the Federation took into account the Zhou clan's centuries of contributions to the Starfield battlefield, as well as the fact that the act of treason was the result of Shenrong's personal will and other factors. Therefore, no substantive punishment was imposed on the Zhou clan. They were merely subjected to a 3-month period of detention and investigation. Whether the members of the Zhou clan accepted this outcome or not, the die had already been cast. After the White Tiger Hall departed, the old clan chief sat alone in the hall for a very long time. Several months later, the old clan chief announced his retirement, no longer interfering in clan affairs. The new clan chief was Zhou's second uncle. Although Zhou was still young at the time, his soul had lived through 2 lifetimes, and he had long since sensed something amiss in the situation. His father, Shenrong, was a man of honor. It was absolutely impossible for him to betray the human race. His mother, too, was a young lady from a prominent clan, of impeccable character. It would be far more believable to say she had died in battle in the starry skies than that she had defected to the dark creatures. Unfortunately, even though Zhou knew there was more to the story, he was powerless to do anything about it. After all, he was still just a teenager who had barely turned 15. His status was too low for his words to carry any weight. He didn't even have the opportunity to meet with the Federation's high-ranking officials. Meanwhile, the internal dynamics of the Zhou clan were quietly shifting. With the elder clan chief retiring and Zhou's second uncle taking his place, Zhou's status as the young master of the Zhou clan became increasingly precarious. After all, his second uncle had children of his own. And that person was none other than Zhou's cousin Wang. Wang had once been nothing more than Zhou's shadow, obeying his every command. But it wasn't until later that Zhou realized it had all been an act. From childhood onward, Wang had envied everything Zhou possessed. This jealousy ran deep in his bones. Yet he knew that as long as his eldest uncle, Shenrong, remained in power, Zhou would always be his cousin. The leader of their generation, the future heir to the Zhou clan. So he had no choice but to constantly endure, grovel, and dare not reveal the slightest hint of ambition. It wasn't until the Shenrong incident occurred and his father ascended to become the clan head that Wang finally stopped pretending. He bared his fangs almost openly in front of Zhou, attempting to reclaim the dignity he had once lost. He even used every means, both overt and covert, to strip Zhou of everything that belonged to him. The rest of the Zhou clan turned a blind eye to this. Not a single person dared to intervene. After all, anyone with eyes could see that Wang was now the true young master of the Zhou clan. As for Zhou, he was merely the son of a criminal. How could he possibly compare to Wang, who was at the height of his power? The harshness of the world and the fickleness of human hearts were laid bare in that moment. In the vast Zhou clan, after his father was falsely accused, he, a mere 15-year-old boy, found himself with nowhere to turn. Finally, exhausted, Zhou distanced himself from the clan and moved alone to the old city. In my previous life, I thought that leaving the Zhou clan would set me free to soar as high as the sky. But I never imagined that my dear cousin had already laid a trap, secretly planting a mythic rank item, the Star Suppressor, in my rented room. This caused my awakened talent to degrade drastically, leaving me with only a D rank redistribution, ensuring I'd never be able to rise again. If I hadn't later been fortunate enough to seize some opportunities, I likely wouldn't have even been able to break through level 30. But even so, Wang still viewed me as a thorn in his side, obstructing my path to improvement in every way possible, and ultimately brutally murdering me in a dungeon. What a pity! My dear cousin, you never would have guessed that I possessed a rare, one-of-a-kind immortal rank item, the Time Goddess's Tear. As memories of the past flashed through his mind, a cold smile suddenly curled at the corners of Zhou's mouth. The unique immortal rank item, Time Goddess's Tear, was something Zhou had stumbled upon during an expedition into a secret realm. It possessed only one effect, reversing time and space. This was also the reason Zhou was able to be reborn. After he was killed by Wang, Time Goddess S-Tier was passively triggered, bringing his consciousness back to the present day. Now, he was 18 years old. He was about to complete his first awakening and become an awakened. Equipment ranks: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Exquisite, Mythic rank, Epic rank, Immortal rank. Reference: DNF Epic rank is higher than artifacts. Chapter 2: Awakening. In this life, I will not only uncover the truth behind my parents' disappearance, but I will also reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me from the Zhou clan. Inside his room, Zhou stared at his stats panel, just 1% short of the experience needed to reach level 3 as a fierce flame of vengeance ignited in his eyes. In this world where everyone can train and level up, reaching level 3 automatically triggers awakening, granting a powerful talent. In his previous life, Zhou was unaware that a star suppressor was secretly hidden in his home, causing him to awaken only a D-rank talent. Now that he had been reborn, he would certainly not repeat that mistake. In fact, given Zhou's background, it wouldn't be surprising if he awakened an S-rank talent. After all, his father, Xianrong, was so extraordinary. He was the only SS-rank talent holder in the family for hundreds of years. And his mother was equally a prodigy, possessing a powerful S-rank combat talent. Federal researchers had long confirmed that a child's talent awakening level is closely linked to their parents' talent levels. So with such prodigious parents, Zhou's talent was bound to be anything but ordinary. The top priority now is to find that scourge, the star suppressor. And the location where Wang is hiding the star suppressor. Memories surged through his mind as Zhou hurried to the bathroom. In truth, this star suppressor wasn't hidden very well. In his previous life, not long after his awakening, Zhou had discovered it inside the toilet tank. Even now, he still clearly remembered the rage and despair he felt upon discovering the star suppressor. After all, a person's talent level determines their entire life. Wang's actions had effectively cut off his future path, leaving him not a shred of hope. It was nothing short of treacherous. And now, as Zhou lifted the toilet lid once more and retrieved the red gem, no larger than a broad bean, from the cistern inside, a trace of mockery remained on his face. This so-called star suppressor was of mythic rank quality. Its effect is to drastically lower the rank of any talent awakened by those nearby. With a 50-meter effective range, it perfectly covers the entire dilapidated little apartment Zhou had rented. Wang, oh Wang, you really went to great lengths to stop my rise. But you never imagined I could be reborn after death, did you? I'll gladly accept this star suppressor. A cold smile played at the corner of Zhou's mouth. As a mythic rank item, the star suppressor was incredibly valuable on the black market. It could easily fetch tens of millions of Federation credits. Even as the young master of the Zhou clan, Wang would have struggled to come up with such a massive sum. He must have sold off quite a few assets. But now, of course, it all went to Zhou. After all, there really is no better rebirth gift than tens of millions of Federation credits. With a thought, he placed it into the Awakened-S inventory. The inventory is a gift bestowed upon humanity by the world. Well, much like the storage artifacts found in novels, it forms its own self-contained realm. Even mythic rank items cannot penetrate the inventory to affect reality. Thus, the threat from the star suppressor has been neutralized. Having finished all this, Zhou returned to the sofa with a sense of relief. Sitting cross-legged, he resolved to break through to level 3 in one go today and complete the awakening ritual. In this world, there are two ways to acquire the experience points needed for leveling up. The first is by slaying monsters in the wild and converting the energy drawn from them. The second is through meditation, naturally increasing one's power by breathing in and out the energy of the heavens and earth. Of the two, the first method is the most convenient and fastest. Of course, it is also fraught with danger. Monsters are far too powerful for ordinary people to handle. Before awakening, few would choose to gain experience by slaying monsters unless protected by a powerful guardian. This is commonly known as leveling services. If Zhou were still the young master of the Zhou clan, there would naturally be plenty of experts willing to take him outside the city to hunt monsters. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Having left the Zhou clan, Zhou had to rely entirely on himself. That is why he chose the second method to level up. Starting at the age of 15, Joe would set aside time every day after school to practice breathing exercises. Now, at 18, he had finally reached the threshold for level 3 awakening. It wasn't that Joe wasn't working hard. It was simply that, compared to slaying monsters, the experience gained from breathing exercises was negligible. Ordinary people without a powerful mentor to train them all accumulate their strength bit by bit like this. Fortunately, once he reaches level 3, he can undergo the awakening ceremony and gain a powerful talent. If it's a high-tier combat talent, he'll skyrocket to new heights. Even without a powerful guardian, he'll have the means to venture outside the city and hunt low-level monsters. Unfortunately, high-tier talents are rare. Most people in this world only awaken ordinary C rank or D rank talents. To awaken an A rank talent is enough to be considered an elite among the human race. Therefore, talents like those of Joe's parents, which routinely start at S rank, are already far ahead of 99% of the humans in the Federation, making them undisputed geniuses. With his parents' exemplary achievements setting the bar so high, Joe was eager to see what kind of talent he would awaken. As he continued his breathing exercises, time slipped by unnoticed. About 2 or 3 hours later, Joe, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, was suddenly bathed in a flash of white light. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 3. Talent awakening activated. Several notification sounds echoed in his mind. Just as the white light faded, an even more intense golden glow surged forth. Joe immediately opened his eyes, his face betraying his unbridled anticipation. He knew this was the sign that his talent was awakening after reaching level 3. Even though he had experienced this once in his previous life, he felt exceptionally nervous at this moment. In his mind, the golden light shone brilliantly, continuously enveloping his entire body. He didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly, a notification sounded. Congratulations! You have awakened a D-rank talent, redistribution. You have gained an additional 100 attribute points. The moment he heard this, Joe's expression shifted rapidly. For this redistribution was none other than the talent he had awakened in his previous life after being affected by the star suppressor. Yet in this life, he had clearly already eliminated the star suppressor's influence. How could he have awakened redistribution again? Or was it that, regardless of the star suppressor's influence, his innate talent was only D rank to begin with? Joe furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe this conclusion. But the reality staring him in the face left him with no choice but to accept it. The D rank talent redistribution was universally regarded as a useless talent. It belonged to the combat category, yet its effect was merely to grant an extra 100 attribute points upon awakening, which could be freely allocated to the 4 core attributes. This ability was practically useless, as it offered absolutely no potential for growth. By the mid to late game, those extra 100 attribute points would be a drop in the bucket in terms of combat power. In his previous life, Joe had reached level 54 relying entirely on his own wits. It had nothing whatsoever to do with redistribution. And now, in this life, he had awakened to this useless talent that was practically a dead weight, leaving him deeply frustrated. Just as he took a deep breath, trying to steel himself to face reality, he suddenly realized with astonishment that the golden glow surrounding him was still persisting. What is this? As Joe stood there in bewilderment, the intense golden light on his body suddenly transformed into a spectrum of colors, radiating boundless radiance that bathed the entire hut in a sacred, otherworldly glow. At the same time, a supremely powerful aura surged forth from within his body. Congratulations! You have awakened your second talent, SSS rank Infinite Ascendancy Unique. Your first talent has automatically ascended. Your D rank talent redistribution has perfectly ascended to the SSS rank talent redistribution. You have obtained additional attribute points. As this series of notifications appeared, the look of shock on Joe's face was replaced by intense delight. Chapter 3, I am a natural genius. I've actually awakened my second talent, Infinite Ascendancy, and upgraded my first talent to SSS rank as well. Joe's breathing grew heavy, and all his previous resentment vanished in an instant. He checked the system panel's notifications repeatedly, finally confirming that he hadn't misread them. He was a rare dual talent holder. Although his first talent was only D rank, his second talent was a staggering SSS rank. It had even powerfully elevated his first talent to SSS rank. This ability to elevate a talent out of thin air left Joe deeply shaken, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience. So much so that he had no time to even consider how absurdly generous the 1 million attribute points granted by the system prompt redistribution after the elevation truly was. All his attention was focused on the description of the talent, infinite ascendancy. A moment later, Joe took a deep breath, his eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. It's like hitting the jackpot. The reason this so-called infinite ascendancy was unheard of was because it was a rare talent possessing the unique attribute. In other words, he was the only person in the entire world to have awakened this talent. As the name suggests, its ability is to sublimate all things. The sublimate opportunity occurs only once and triggers randomly at one of 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, or perfect. The trigger probability for each of these 4 levels is the same 25%. Among them, perfect ascendancy offers the greatest benefits once triggered. It guarantees an unexpectedly miraculous effect. Just now, that was the automatic ascension of the first talent following the awakening of infinite ascendancy. And luckily, Joe directly drew the perfect tier. This caused the previously D-rank talent, redistribution, to instantly leap several ranks, becoming a powerful SSS rank talent. It was truly a leap from obscurity to greatness. Only now did Joe have the energy to examine the effects of redistribution after it had become an SSS tier talent. You have gained additional attribute points. Joe stared at that dazzling string of numbers over and over, making sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. It was truly a full 1 million. This mind-boggling figure made Joe's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Redistribution itself was merely a D-rank talent with no extraordinary abilities. It simply granted a few extra attribute points to be freely allocated. So after infinite ascendancy, it didn't gain any new effects, it merely increased the number of attribute points available for allocation. But the problem was, that's just way too much, isn't it? As far as Joe knew, even the human race's strongest warriors, who had reached hundreds of levels, likely didn't have a total of 1 million in their 4-dimensional attributes. And with all these attribute points at his disposal right now, if he were to actually allocate them all even at just level 3, and even without any combat-oriented abilities, relying solely on his physical strength, he would be more than capable of effortlessly overthrowing the entire Joe clan. Of course, this was just a thought for Joe. He couldn't possibly allocate all his attribute points, because researchers on Blue Star had long confirmed that there are caps on the 4-dimensional attributes for each level. It's just that the exact upper limits for each level remain unclear. This is because no one has ever maxed out their 4-dimensional attribute points at a single level. Researchers have only been able to estimate rough figures based on data. For example, the limit for level 3 attributes is likely around 250 per category. Everyone's vitality is different, and so are their 4-dimensional attributes. Apart from the boost received upon each level up, the rest can only be increased through rare items or physical training. Furthermore, the higher the 4-dimensional attributes at a given level, the more solid one's foundation becomes. Maximizing these attributes in the early stages is the goal of every top-tier player. I recall that in the history of the Federation, there are records of the highest 4-dimensional attributes for every 10 levels. The first 10-level milestone marks the end of the novice phase, making it exceptionally significant. Consequently, competition is fierce, with people striving for the highest record every day. The current record holder at level 10 is Yen Lai, the possessor of the SSS class talent, Flame Dominance, who burst onto the scene 50 years ago. He is now a level 500 God King. His 4-dimensional attributes averaged over 3,000 points at level 10, truly unparalleled in history. The title of God King is the highest honor in the Human Federation, granted only to those who reach level 500. Every God King possesses the ability to shatter stars with their bare hands. They can venture billions of miles into the cosmos to battle dark creatures, representing the true pinnacle of human combat power. That flame god king, Yin Lai, holds the record for the highest 4-stat averages in the Federation at level 10. That's terrifying. An average of over 3,000 points. How on earth did he train like that? Even a god descending to the mortal realm wouldn't be much different, would they? Joe murmured in awe, but his hands didn't stop. He immediately pulled up his personal panel, selected attribute allocation, and began frantically assigning points. Joe maxed out the plus sign next to every single base attribute. And at that very moment, his 4 core attributes skyrocketed like a rocket. His frail physique underwent a visible transformation. His posture grew increasingly upright, his muscle definition became more pronounced, and his terrifying, solid strength lay hidden beneath his bones like a coiled dragon. Your strength has reached the maximum value for this level. Your agility has reached the maximum value for this level. He didn't know how much time had passed when a series of notifications suddenly began ringing in his ears one after another. Joe paused his thoughts, looked at his personal panel, and discovered that all 4 core attributes had reached 300 points. The plus signs next to them turned gray at that very moment. So the maximum for the 4 core attributes at level 3 is only 300? Joe stroked his chin. The limit of the 4-dimensional attributes, something the researchers on Blue Star had failed to calculate, had been empirically verified by him. He glanced again at the remaining unallocated free attribute points. There were still quite a few. At that moment, Joe fell silent. With so many attribute points, he could mindlessly max out every single attribute at every level. And Joe could scarcely imagine how terrifying it would be to have all 4-dimensional attributes maxed out across every level. But one thing was certain: his future self would be incredibly powerful. Thinking of this, Joe smiled wryly. There was a sense of relief in that smile. The events of this night had been too tumultuous. From his rebirth to the reawakening of his D-rank redistribution, he had at one point suspected that his talent was truly lacking. If that had been the case, his revenge against Wang and his investigation into the truth behind his parents' wrongful accusations would have become extremely difficult. Fortunately, the emergence of his second talent turned everything around. Like father, like son, he hadn't disgraced his father, Xianrong. In fact, he had far surpassed him. After all, with 2 SSS-ranked talents at his disposal, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the only one of his kind in the world. I am a genius, peerless under heaven. Joe stood up, and this thought suddenly sprang to mind. As the thought arose, an unprecedented aura surged forth. It was a powerful confidence. The radiance in his eyes far surpassed even that of his days as the young master of the Zhou clan. Chapter 4: Epic Rank Equipment. Early in the morning, the residents of the old town began to wake up one after another. The happy community gradually came to life, with elderly residents practicing their morning exercises everywhere. Joe was jogging along the cobblestone path, getting his body used to the sudden surge in his 4-dimensional attributes. He didn't stop until he passed a breakfast shop, where he ordered 2 trays of large meat buns and a bowl of savory tofu pudding. He then found a table in the corner and sat down, fingering an unremarkable red stone. It was the star suppressor. He was hesitating over whether to sell it. After all, as a mythic rank item, the star suppressor could fetch 10 to 20 million Federation credits if sold to a shop. Selling it at an auction house would only fetch an even higher price. Such a massive financial boost would undoubtedly be a huge help to Joe on his early game leveling journey. But after awakening his second talent, Joe had other ideas. Infinite ascendancy could sublimate all things. And since the star suppressor was of mythic rank quality, what would it become after sublimation? Was it possible for it to advance into a powerful epic rank piece of equipment? Or even the legendary immortal rank artifact? With this thought in mind, Joe felt a tingling excitement. Immortal rank is the pinnacle of all equipment and item qualities in this world. All immortal rank items are priceless and virtually unobtainable. They can even easily provoke a battle between 2 top-tier powerhouses. Take, for example, the only immortal rank item that brought him back to life, Time Goddess Esther. If its existence were to be revealed, it would likely drive all the god kings of the world into a frenzy. Of course, an item like Time Goddess Esther, which ranks among the very best even among immortal rank relics, is truly a once-in-a-lifetime find. So Joe didn't harbor any delusions of elevating the star suppressor to such a dazzling immortal rank. As long as it could advance to epic rank, he would be more than satisfied. With that thought in mind, Joe hesitated no longer and decided to take a gamble. Silently chanting the word ascend in his mind, he activated the power of his second talent. In an instant, an infinite sense of profound mystery welled up from within his heart. Joe felt a thunderous roar in his head. It was as if more than half of his vitality, energy, and spirit had been drained, and he even experienced a brief moment of dizziness. Only then did Joe realize that activating his second talent, infinite ascendancy, also came at a cost. Even with his four-dimensional average attributes as high as 300 points, he was experiencing waves of dizziness. If his attributes had remained in the double digits as before, he would likely have gone into shock immediately. Shaking his head, Joe endured the discomfort and gazed expectantly at the center of his palm. Congratulations! Your star suppressor has been advanced and ascended into the star-suppressing pendant. At that moment, the small red gem had transformed into a finely crafted, dark-hued pendant. Its matte finish gave it an air of distinction, making it look like a luxury item. Name: Star-suppressing pendant. Rank: Epic rank. Type: accessory. Agility, plus 66. Spirit, plus 102. Active skill: Star-suppressing blade, consumes 5% spirit to unleash a guaranteed hit slash. Has a 1% chance to permanently reduce one of the opponent's talent levels, race class, or 4 primary attributes. Reading the description of the pendant in his hand, Joe gasped in astonishment. Although the star suppressor hadn't evolved into an immortal rank artifact after its ascension, the newly added effect was nothing short of game-changing. After all, even in his 2 lifetimes, Joe had never encountered an equipment skill capable of actively reducing an opponent's talent rank. Just imagine if the opponent were a prodigy with an S-rank talent. If, during battle, Joe landed a strike that happened to trigger this effect, directly demoting the opponent's talent to a rank wound that leave them in tears? Moreover, the effect of this star suppressor clearly isn't limited to humans. The term racial class in the description is clearly aimed at monsters. Monsters are different from dark creatures. They descended upon Blue Star alongside dungeons and secret realms, and have been battling humans who possess leveling panels for thousands of years. Monsters come in a wide variety of races and have a strict hierarchical structure. Especially those capable of serving as lord bosses within dungeons are the cream of the crop, possessing extremely high racial ranks. Consequently, they master all sorts of formidable skills. The effect of the Starfall Pendant, however, can be said to be a natural counter to all Lord-class monsters. Once triggered, it immediately lowers their racial rank by 1 level. An undead tyrant is instantly reduced to a skeleton foot soldier. A goblin king is instantly demoted to a lowly goblin grunt. With such a terrifying effect, what monster could possibly withstand it? It's practically more agonizing than being killed. I really made the right bet. If I were to auction off this star suppressor, I could easily fetch billions. Joe equipped the star suppressor, silently marveling to himself. Of course, he wouldn't do something as misguided as auctioning it off for money. Because this star suppressor not only provides immense assistance for his dungeon runs but is also a powerful weapon against Wang. In his previous life, Wang had cruelly downgraded his awakening talent using the star suppressor. This time around, he would make Wang use the upgraded star suppressor pendant to chip away at his own talent, bit by bit. If he remembered correctly, Wang's talent was a rare S rank. And the lowest rank in the talent hierarchy was E rank. From S rank to E rank is a gap of 5 whole ranks, more than enough for Joe to strike many times. I bet Wang's expression will be quite a sight then, won't it? Joe let his imagination run wild, looking forward to that day with anticipation. Of course, all of this hinges on one thing: he must first grow strong enough to have the capital to face Wang. Half an hour later. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Joe appeared at the entrance of Linyuan City's 5th high school. Having been reborn, he was now 18 years old and still a senior in high school. Looking up at the school's gilded plaque, he was overcome with emotion. There were 6 high schools in Linyuan City, and their prestige was simply ranked according to their names. Number 1 high school was the strongest, and number 6 high school was the weakest. Number 5 high school, where Joe attended, naturally ranked at the bottom. However, he had once been a student at number 1 high school. As the institution with the deepest roots in Linyuan City, number 1 high school was attended by either prodigies from commoner families or the children of the city's powerful elite. Joe was a direct descendant of the Zhou clan and had attended number 1 high school from the very beginning. It was only later, as Wang rose to power, that he lost his eligibility to continue studying at number 1 high school. In his sophomore year, he was forced to transfer to number 5 high school. In his previous life, he had harbored resentment over this for a long time. But now that he had a second chance, he no longer placed such importance on number 1 high school. High school is, after all, just high school. What truly determines an awakener's future prospects is college. In his previous life, the university Zhou had been admitted to was nothing special. In this life, however, he had only one goal. That was Kunlun University, renowned as the Federation's strongest institution of higher learning. Kunlun University is situated on Mount Kunlun in the Great Xia Kingdom and has a history spanning 1,000 years. Not only does it boast the finest faculty on the entire Blue Star, but it has also cultivated dozens of level 500 God Kings for the human race. The aforementioned SSS-ranked fire dominator, Yen Lai, was a graduate of this very institution. Only by entering Kunlun University will I truly step into the hallowed halls of cultivation for the awakened, and only then will I have the capital to return to the Zhou clan. Zhou's eyes flashed with determination. No matter how powerful the Zhou clan might be, it was merely a local faction in Linyuan City. It was no match for a world-renowned top-tier institution like Kunlun University. If he were to gain admission to Kunlun University, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step. When he returned to the Zhou clan, then, he could do whatever he pleased without restraint. Because behind him, Kunlun University would always have his back. Chapter 5, Class Representative Chu Xiuyan. Brother Jun. Just as Zhou was pondering matters related to Kunlun University, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out beside him. Turning his head, he saw a tall, imposing man running swiftly toward him. Standing at a full 1.98 meters tall and weighing over 300 pounds, his burly figure was quite a sight at the school gate. Yi Changshan. Zhou recognized him instantly. In his previous life, Yi Changshan had been one of his few close friends. They had formed a deep bond during their time at number 5 high school. Even after learning that Zhou had only awakened a D-rank talent, Yi Changshan never once distanced himself from him. In fact, right up until the moment Zhou died in the ultra-difficult dungeon in the northern frontier, Yi Changshan had been by his side. You're a grown man running and jumping around like that? What kind of example are you setting? When Yi Changshan approached, Zhou chuckled softly and gave him a light punch on the shoulder. The man, built like a tower, actually broke into a goofy grin at that moment. Brother Jun. I'm just so happy. Yesterday You successfully awakened yesterday? That's right. And I awakened. You awakened an A-rank talent? Holy crap. Jun, how do you know everything? Having been interrupted twice by Zhou, Yi Changshan looked completely dumbfounded. Zhou just smiled without saying a word. As a reincarnated player, he not only knew that Yi Changshan had awakened an A-rank talent yesterday, but he also knew the talent's name, Furious-Eyed Furo. Even among A-rank talents, it was one of the very best. In his previous life, Zhou's ability to level up all the way to level 54 was largely thanks to Yi Changshan's help. Otherwise, with just his D-rank useless talent, he wouldn't have been able to clear even basic monsters in the early game. Seeing Zhou acting mysterious, Yi Changshan didn't press him further, assuming he guessed correctly. His face still betrayed his excitement as he said, Brother Jun. I remember you're about to awaken too, right? We'll take the college entrance exam together then. In this world where awakened beings were the mainstream, the college entrance exam system naturally differed from that of Earth in the past. In addition to written academic exams, the most significant component is the martial arts assessment. To put it simply, this martial arts assessment evaluates the awakened S level, awakened talent, and overall strength. The minimum requirement for registration is having completed the awakening ceremony at level 3. If one fails to awaken before the college entrance exams, they'll have to repeat the year. Therefore, for students on Blue Star, their school years are incredibly precious. In addition to academic classes during the day, they had to race against the clock to train and level up at night. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be eligible to register for the college entrance exam, which would be a massive embarrassment. And now, there were only 2 weeks left until this year's exam. Everyone was racing against the clock, sprinting toward level 3. No wonder Yi Changshan had said those words to him. It was a subtle reminder to hurry up and level up. However, Joe had already completed his awakening ceremony yesterday. He simply smiled and displayed his level panel. Name Joe. Level LV 31%. Only the first 2 lines of information were shown. He did not readily reveal his 4-dimensional attributes. After all, having a single attribute at 300 points was simply too staggering. Having been reborn, Joe deeply understood the importance of keeping some cards up his sleeve. Moreover, attribute stats were a matter of personal privacy, and many chose to hide them. So there was nothing wrong with Joe doing this. Congratulations, June. So you've awakened too. By the way, June, what's your talent? Seeing that Joe had also reached level 3, Yi Changshan was genuinely delighted. He was even more curious about Joe's talent. As a close friend, he naturally knew Joe's past. Whether Uncle Xianrong had betrayed the human race was a matter for another time. But speaking solely of his talent, Joe was undeniably a peerless prodigy who had once towered over the entire city of Lin Yuan. With a father like that, Yi Changshan had always been convinced that Joe would never fade into obscurity. Even being expelled from the Zhou clan was merely a temporary setback. How could a divine dragon be confined to shallow waters? One day, he would soar through the clouds. My talent is very strong. You'll find out once we register for the test. Joe teased him with a hint of mystery. He smiled and walked toward the school grounds. To take the college entrance exam, one must naturally undergo an official assessment to determine if they meet the awakening criteria. This also serves to officially register the personal information of those who have awakened. This has been the rule of the Federation for thousands of years. No one can change it. Within number 5 high school, there is a designated area for students taking the college entrance exam to register. It is open every day at noon. Upon hearing this, Yi Changshan's face lit up with anticipation as he followed Zhou into the classroom. Zhou's academic performance was quite good. His class 8 of the senior year was a key class. However, it was merely a key class at number 5 high school. At number 1 high school, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. Fortunately, on Blue Star, the martial arts exam was the main event of the college entrance exams. As long as the academic assessment was passable, that was enough. When they arrived at the classroom, there were already quite a few students inside. Most of them had already completed their awakening. After all, this was an elite class, so everyone trained quite diligently. Of course, there were also some rich kids who simply paid to hire experts to train on their behalf. In comparison, Zhou and Yi Changshan were considered late bloomers in terms of awakening. Seeing Zhou and Yi Changshan enter the classroom together, the classmates didn't pay them much attention. Only in the corner of the back row did 2 boys glance over with a smirk. Then one of them, a tall, rough-looking guy with red-dyed hair, suddenly shouted, "Yo! Isn't this young Master June? Haven't seen you all weekend. You haven't managed to awaken yet, have you? How about this, kneel down and call me Master, and I'll take you out to the wilderness to level up. Sound good?" The moment his words fell, they immediately drew the attention of the entire class. The other boy, a muscular guy with dyed hair, jumped in with a sarcastic tone. "Peng Yu, you're going too far. He is the young master of the Zhou clan, after all. Why would he need us lowly commoners to lead him around? Oh, I almost forgot, the current young master of the Zhou clan is young Master Wang. He is just a stray dog." Ha 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 ha. The 2 laughed unrestrainedly, their defiant gazes completely unmasked. Everyone in the class couldn't help but frown, looking at the two with disgust, yet dared not speak up. One was named Peng Yu, the other Wang Tong, both notorious school bullies at number 5 high. It was said they transferred from number 2 high, though the exact reason remained unclear. But there was no doubt about it, coming from powerful, influential families, they were not the sort of students ordinary number 5 high students could afford to provoke. So when it came to their bullying, the rest of the class could only seethe in silence. Except for Yi Changshan. Hearing Peng Yu and Wang Tong dare to speak disrespectfully to Zhou, Yi Changshan immediately rolled up his sleeves and glared at them. "You little brats! Do you dare to step outside and spar with Grandpa? I'll tear your mouths off if I don't." Standing nearly 2 meters tall and as imposing as a steel tower, Yi Changshan was visually overwhelming. The moment he spoke, Peng Yu and Wang Tong fell silent for an instant. But the two weren't entirely intimidated by Yi Changshan. After all, they had both completed their awakening rituals long ago and had since risen to level 5 awakened. If it came to a real fight, even if Yi Changshan unleashed his full awakened power, he'd likely suffer a significant setback. So Peng Yu let out a series of cold laughs. "Yi Changshan, today I'll show you exactly what the difference is between a true awakened and an ordinary person." The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. The rest of the class fell deathly silent. As for Zhou, the person at the center of it all, he remained completely unfazed. It was true that in his previous life, Peng Yu and Wang Tong had caused him no end of trouble during high school. Back then, he hadn't understood why these two were so fixated on him. After all, they had no prior connection, let alone any conflicting interests. It was only later that he realized it was all Wang orchestrating behind the scenes. The so-called school bullies of number 5 high Peng Yu and Wang Tong were nothing more than Wang's henchmen. Wang had used his influence to transfer them from number 2 high to number 5 high for one purpose alone: to torment Zhou. He intended to make Zhou's high school years a constant ordeal of unbearable mockery and abuse. But to Zhou, now reborn and back, such petty tricks were, of course, nothing to speak of. Possessing 2 SSS rank talents, with all 4 attributes maxed out at 300 points. If Zhou were to actually take action against these two, despite their early awakening and even having advanced to level 5 ahead of schedule, they would still be no match for him. What's all the noise about? Are we going to have class or not? Just as the tension in the classroom was reaching a boiling point, a cold, sharp reprimand suddenly rang out from the doorway. It was followed by an overwhelmingly powerful aura of authority. Everyone quickly lowered their heads to look at their textbooks. Peng Yu and Wang Tong's expressions also changed drastically, and they sulkily returned to their seats. Zhou and Yi Changshan also returned to their seats, then turned their gaze toward the source of that overwhelming aura. There stood a young female teacher in her mid-20s, dressed in a business suit, a crisp, form-fitting white blouse, a tight pencil skirt, and black stockings, all topped off with a pair of deep purple high heels with red soles. She stared sternly at the entire class. It was none other than their homeroom teacher, Zhu Xiuyan, a level 61 awakened. Chapter 6, Talent Registration. Class 8, Senior 3. With one hand on her slender waist and the other holding a ruler pointed at the blackboard, Zhu Xiuyan was patiently explaining the key points. The origin of the level up panel, a staple on every exam over the years. Master this, and you'll score easy points. Xiaoya, please explain it. From the front row below the podium, a petite girl stood up upon hearing this and said with solemn seriousness. 1,000 years ago, the wills of the 7 great goddesses of Blue Star were reawakened. The goddess of the earth used her divine power to expand Blue Star's surface area 1,000-fold. The goddess of creation bestowed upgrade panels upon all humanity, and the goddess of forging crafted countless divine artifacts. Only the fallen goddess defied the divine order. She created dungeons and rifts, summoned countless monsters, and attempted to devour the entire Blue Star and the other 6 goddesses. To survive, humanity launched a furious counterattack against the monsters, thus igniting a 1,000-year struggle between humans and monsters. Zhu Xiuyan nodded and praised, "Very good. Now explain the relationship between the awakened and the dark beings." "Certainly. The dark beings are pure cosmic locusts. No one knows where they came from. All we know is that they subsist on devouring star systems. When humans first discovered them, they had already reached the edge of the Milky Way. Their speed was astonishing. They would reach the solar system in no time. Faced with this existential crisis, humanity united as never before. Our ancestors built a great wall of steel on the surface of Blue Star and formed the Human Federation. Countless level 100 powerhouses, treating death as nothing, boldly charged into the depths of space to engage in an unprecedented battle against the dark beings. This war lasted 200 years and has yet to fully end. It is known in history as the War Against Heaven. And thus, the Awakened gained a new name: Awakened. Listening to these facts he recited countless times before, Joe felt a bit bored. He idly twirled his pen, his gaze lingering on his homeroom teacher, Chu Xiaoyan. His homeroom teacher was no ordinary person. At just 26 years old, she was already a level 61. In his previous life, he'd been naive and hadn't given it much thought. It wasn't until he officially embarked on the path of cultivation that he realized just how difficult each level up becomes in the later stages. With Chu Xiaoyan's natural talent, she could even serve as the homeroom teacher for an honors class at First High School. The Chu family. Could it be the Chu family from Tianyuan City in the northern frontier? In his previous life, Zhou Henti paid much attention to Chu Xiaoyan, but now, as he pieced together the scattered information he had about her, he quietly speculated on her background. Tianyuan City in the northern borderlands of Great Xia was an even larger metropolis than Linyan City, where Zhou resided. The Chu family. There was a dominant force in Tianyuan, with power that rivaled if not surpassed that of the Zhou clan. If Chu Xiaoyan truly belonged to the Chu family, why would she travel all the way to Linyuan City, tens of thousands of miles away? The distance between Tianyuan and Linyuan was immense. Saying it was tens of thousands of miles was no exaggeration. This was because the surface area of Blue Star had expanded 1,000-fold, and the borders of the Great Xia Empire had naturally expanded 1,000-fold as well. But this only made Chu Xiaoyan's behavior seem even more suspicious. Zhou stroked his chin, feeling he should pay closer attention to this beautiful homeroom teacher. Perhaps there would be unexpected rewards. Just as Zhou was lost in his thoughts, 2 classes had flown by in the blink of an eye. At noon, as the bell rang, a large crowd of students poured out of the classroom building. Chatting and laughing, they made their way toward the gymnasium across from the playground. That was where the Federation had set up a registration site for talents on campus. With the college entrance exams approaching, students who had awakened talents were busy registering to take the exams. Those who had already registered would also come by every day to see if anyone in their class had awakened a top-tier talent. As for the freshmen and sophomores, they were there purely out of curiosity, joining the crowd to watch the spectacle. Zhou and Yi Chanshan were also in the crowd. Both of them had completed their awakenings yesterday. Naturally, they had to go register today. From a distance, they could see a massive black platform erected in the center of the gymnasium. In the center of the platform, a white orb floated slowly in midair. Name: Divine Communication Orb. Quality: Mythic rank. Type: Appraisal item. Passive skill: upon contact with an awakened, it automatically identifies talent levels and matches them with recorded talents. The Divine Communication Orb shone with a sacred radiance. Beside it, a middle-aged man in a suit stood with his hands behind his back, guiding each high school senior who came to register. When Zhou arrived at the scene, a boy from a neighboring class was undergoing the test. He placed his palm on the Divine Oracle Orb, which flickered with a purple glow. After a few breaths, a line of text materialized in midair. The middle-aged man glanced at it and announced expressionlessly: Senior 3, Class 7, Lu Xiaotian, Level 3, Awakened Talent, C Rank Battle Roar. Meets the criteria for the college entrance exam. Hearing this, Lu Xiaotian couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement. After countless days and nights of hard work, he had finally earned his spot on the college entrance exam. Although his talent was only C class, ruling out top-tier universities, with some effort, he still had a shot at second or third-tier institutions. As for the crowd below, many of the onlookers lost interest the moment they heard Lu Xiaotian's talent rank. After all, a C-rank talent was far too ordinary, even though most of them possessed talents of that same rank. I wonder if our number 5 high school will produce 1 or 2 S-rank geniuses this year. Do you think this is number 1 high school? S-rank? We'd be lucky to get a few A ranks. Exactly. As of today, the most talented student on record at our school is senior Liang Yu from class 2, grade 12, and she has only AB level talent. Sigh. It's just so hard to awaken a high-level talent. The onlookers chattered away, discussing the matter. Zhou and Yi Changshan listened in as well. Yi Changshan's lips curled into a noticeable smile, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. Brother Jun, did you hear that? Even Liang Yu, the best talent in this class, is only AB level. But I'm A rank. When I take the test later, I'll definitely blow their minds. Yi Changshan spoke and gestured excitedly, beaming with pride. Alright, once your awakening results are announced, I'll be the first to cheer you on. Zhou replied with a smile, though there was something he didn't say. Namely, that Yi Changshan wasn't actually the strongest talent of this year's class. According to his memories from his previous life, number 5 high school had indeed produced an S-rank prodigy this year. If he remembered correctly, that girl was also registering for the college entrance exams today. Thinking of this, Zhou found it rather intriguing and waited in quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, outside the gymnasium, Pang Yu and Wang Tong peered inside with grim expressions. Brother Yu, that kid Zhou never goes to the gym. He suddenly showed up today. Could it be that he has reached level 3 and completed his awakening? The muscular Wang Tong looked somewhat worried. Peng Yu shot him a cold glance and snorted, Are you scared? Well, no matter what, Zhou is that person's son, after all. Wang Tong grimaced, finally voicing his inner fears. As the saying goes, like father, like son. If Zhou really awakens an S rank or higher talent, what if he comes after us later? Will young Master Wang really be willing to protect us? Hearing this, Peng Yu fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he suddenly clenched his teeth. There's no turning back once the arrow is released. We've already offended him, so we might as well offend him to the bitter end. Besides, didn't young Master Wang say so? He has already taken measures. There's a high probability Zhou won't awaken any top-tier talent. With that, Wang Tong, who had been dithering, no longer hesitated. The two of them strode toward the gymnasium with fierce expressions. Chapter 7, Wei Duo. Next up, Yi Changshan from Class 8, Senior 3. On the central black platform, as the middle-aged man's voice echoed out, Yi Changshan stepped forward from the crowd below. His imposing figure, as sturdy as an iron tower, drew gasps of awe from the younger students surrounding him. Even the middle-aged man couldn't help but take a few extra glances. That presence has got real grit. He praised silently to himself, his expression softening slightly. Student Yi, place your hand on it. Yes, sir. Yi Changshan nodded excitedly and pressed his thick, calloused palm against the spirit communing pearl. Even though he had known what his talent was for a long time, this was the first time he was demonstrating it in front of so many people, so Yi Changshan was still quite excited. And at that moment, as his hand moved, the divine communication pearl burst into a brilliant glow. That purple light was more intense than anyone's before, casting a hazy halo over nearly the entire gymnasium. That display, it's at least an A class. Seeing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. He was not a teacher at number 5 high school, but a civil servant of the Linyuan City Federation, specially hired by the school to process college entrance exam registrations. However, identifying students with exceptional talent was also part of his duties. The Federation never skimped on supporting young geniuses, which was precisely why the human race had flourished and endured. After a few breaths, the purple light finally began to fade. The middle-aged man announced with delight. Class 8, Senior 3, Yi Changshan, Level 3, Awakened a Ranked Talent Furious-Eyed Furo. Meets the criteria for the college entrance exam. As his words fell, a stir of excitement rippled through the room. My goodness! An A-ranked talent! I'm so jealous! By the way, isn't Senior Yi our first high school's first A-ranked prodigy? That's right. And the furious-eyed Furo talent ranks among the top even within Grade A. It can even rival Grade S to some extent. Yi Changshan has brought honor to our number 5 high school. Listening to the exclamations from the crowd below, Yi Changshan's back, which had been hunched since childhood, had never stood as straight as it did today. He stood tall and proud. Student Yi, this is the Federation's reward for young prodigies. You must continue to train hard and level up. Don't let the Federation down. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and handed Yi Changshan a card. It was a standard Federation bank card with a credit limit of 2 million. Thank you, sir. Yi Changshan's face lit up with delight. He clearly hadn't expected to receive a reward just for registering his talent. After bowing, he stepped down from the podium under the middle-aged man's kind gaze. I must be the strongest talent at number 5 high school, aside from Brother Jun, right? Yi Changshan returned to Zhou's side, his face beaming with pride, as he thought to himself. Zhou merely smiled without speaking, nodding his head to signal Yi Changshan to keep his eyes on the podium. Because after Yi Changshan left, the figure from Zhou's memory seemed to take the stage as if in a relay. It was a somewhat slender girl, just over 5 feet tall, with twin ponytails, wearing a simple black hoodie, a lollipop in her mouth, and her hands in her pockets as she walked leisurely toward the divine communication pearl. Class 1, Senior 3, Wei Duo. Zhou's only real connection to her was that they had once served as flag raisers together. But that didn't stop him from having a vivid impression of Wei Duo. Because during the registration in his previous life, she was the only S-class talent holder at number 5 high school. And she had completed her registration right after Yi Changshan had just stepped down from the stage, while everyone was still reeling from the surprise of an A-class talent. She completely stole the spotlight from Yi Changshan, infuriating him so much that he had to polish off 8 bowls of rice that night just to calm down. Now, Wei Duo raised her delicate, pale hand and touched the base of the divine communication orb. Unsurprisingly, a brilliant red glow blossomed upon it. Many students were captivated by the scene. Why is this senior's divine communication pearl red? Aren't they all supposed to be purple? The crowd was unaware that the red glow was a sign that the divine communication pearl had detected an S-class talent. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in charge of registration was already speechless with astonishment. S-class. 5th high school has actually produced an S-class. He could hardly believe it. After all, even 1st high school had only registered 2 S-rank students as of today. Yet 5th high school, which had always been at the bottom of the pack, had actually produced such a genius. What a stroke of luck! At that very moment, mid-air above the stadium, the space suddenly rippled with intense fluctuations. Then, an elderly man in his 50s materialized out of thin air and landed directly in front of the divine communication pearl without a word. Principal's son. The middle-aged man was startled. He hadn't expected that the registration of a senior high student would even alert the 80-level former principal of 5th high school. The old principal made a shushing gesture, signaling him not to disturb Wei Duo. His seasoned eyes fixed on the divine communication pearl above. After a few breaths, they finally made out Wei Duo's talent information. S rank, Shadow. At that moment, the middle-aged man took a deep breath. Even the usually stoic former principal, who rarely showed emotion, revealed a look of astonishment. The reason was simple: this S-rank Shadow was a talent born purely for combat. It possessed immense growth potential if developed properly. Its effects could even rival those of an SS-rank talent. Without going too far back, even among the many god kings currently defending the starry skies for the human race, there was one who possessed an S-rank Shadow talent. This alone demonstrated the immense power of the Shadow talent. Student Wei, this is the Federation's congratulatory gift for your awakening of an S-rank talent. Use these resources to train diligently and strive to become another god king for our Federation. The middle-aged man stepped forward and pulled 3 cards directly from his inventory. A Federation bank card with a 5 million credit limit. A Lin Yuan City VIP card, granting priority access to many services within the city. The last card bore no name, but it could be exchanged in the Federation for a set of exceptional quality gear usable up to level 20. faced with these generous rewards and the gasps of astonishment from her classmates. Wei Duoer did not display the same smugness as Yi Changshan. Instead, she remained as composed as ever. With a lollipop in her mouth, she pressed her right index and middle fingers together in a victory sign before her forehead and said crisply, "Thanks, uncle. Once I become a god king, I'll treat you to hot pot." "Ha, I'll take you at your word," the middle-aged man replied with a smile. At that moment, the old principal cleared his throat and walked over. With a wave of his hand, he produced a dazzlingly radiant belt. Then, with a kind smile, he said, "Little girl, this mythic rank, Dragoness Roar Shining Belt, will double the experience points you gain from hunting monsters for the next 5 days. It's a reward from our 5th high school for your awakening of an S-rank talent. Level up diligently and aim for a top score on the college entrance exam." The old principal's gesture immediately demonstrated a different caliber of generosity. A belt of mythic rank quality instantly drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. After all, for many, equipment of this caliber is something they'd be hard-pressed to even catch a glimpse of, let alone own. Senior Wei has shot to the top. I never imagined that our 5th high school, this backwater, would produce a true phoenix like Senior Wei. S-rank. I might only see something like this once in my lifetime. Senior Wei has a shot at getting into Kunming University. Countless students at number 5 high school were now filled with excitement and a sense of shared pride. Yi Changshan, however, stared wide-eyed at the lavish rewards in Wei Duer's hands, then glanced down at the bank card he was clutching tightly. Suddenly, it didn't seem so appealing anymore. Joe found his best friend's flustered expression amusing. Just as he was about to say something teasing, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out. "Last but not least, Joe from Class 8, Senior 3. Chapter 8, Joe's Talent." Inside the gymnasium. Hearing the middle-aged man call his name, Joe took a deep breath and slowly stepped out of the crowd. "Bro Jun, show him what you've got." Yi Changshan winked at him from the side. Although Joe hadn't told him what talent he'd awakened, Yi Changshan had not the slightest doubt about Joe's genius. As Joe took step after step forward, all eyes in the vicinity turned toward him. Not far away, Peng Yu and Wang Tong were watching the scene intently. One of the tasks Wang had assigned them was to closely monitor Joe's awakening level. According to Wang, he had already taken measures to ensure Joe wouldn't awaken any top-tier talent. That said, Peng Yu and Wang Tong dared not let their guard down completely until they had seen Joe's talent level with their own eyes. "Is this Xian Romya's son?" As Joe walked step by step toward him, the old principal's cloudy eyes lit up with a piercing gleam. After all, the name Xianrong carried immense weight. He was, after all, a prodigy who had dominated an entire era. His brilliance was unparalleled not just in Linyuan City, but across the entire human federation. And Joe, as Xianrong's son. His talent level was undoubtedly the subject of everyone's anticipation. Perhaps this is the true strongest student of this year's class at number 5 high school. The old principal watched as Joe strolled leisurely toward the divine communication pearl, and the thought crossed his mind. "Young Joe, place your hand on it." The middle-aged man had clearly heard rumors about Joe as well. Knowing that the youth before him might very well awaken a talent surpassing S rank, his attitude was surprisingly warm. Joe didn't respond, merely holding out his palm high. The moment his hand touched the divine communication pearl, a profound and mysterious energy surged into his body, coursing through his veins. At the same time, the surface of the divine communication pearl burst into brilliant light. A radiance far surpassing that of any previous awakening erupted, not purple, nor red, but a dazzling spectrum of colors. The rainbow-colored divine light was like the Milky Way descending from the heavens, carrying a boundless aura of supreme power that swept across all directions in that moment. The countless students watching below had never witnessed such a scene before. One by one, they stood speechless with astonishment. Yi Changshan's face was filled with excitement as he pumped his fist in the air, cheering enthusiastically. Meanwhile, in a corner of the high platform, Wei Duoer stood quietly with her hands in her pockets. For the first time, a look of gravity appeared on her usually carefree face. She gazed at Joe, who was enveloped in infinite radiance, and took 2 unobtrusive steps backward. If anyone had looked closely, they would have noticed that the fine hairs on her exposed skin were standing on end. Just like a cat instinctively on high alert when faced with danger. Damn it! Didn't young Master Joe say he'd taken measures to ensure this kid couldn't awaken a top-tier talent? No one noticed Wei Duo's strange reaction, but Wang Tong in the crowd let out a curse. Beads of sweat rolled down Pang Yu's forehead as he stared intently at the stage, saying nothing. Rainbow Divine Light, this is definitely an SSS rank talent. Even the usually composed old principal looked utterly stunned. A formidable level 80 awakened was so moved he was trembling. As for the middle-aged man, he was completely dumbfounded. Since taking this position, he had visited countless universities over the past decade and registered innumerable geniuses. But S rank was the absolute ceiling, and he had only ever seen one S rank talent. Yet now, he was about to register an SSS rank talent right before his very eyes. How could he possibly remain calm? An SSS rank prodigy, a being who will surely reach level 500 in the future. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his face flashing with a mix of shock, secret delight, and pride. After all, his role wasn't merely that of a registrar, he also bore the responsibility of scouting for geniuses on behalf of the Federation. For instance, if he discovered AS rank or higher genius, he wouldn't just have the advantage of being the first to make contact and build a relationship early on. He could also secure an extra bonus during the year-end performance review. As for an SSS class talent, a rarity in this world, the rewards were even more staggering. The registration commission alone amounted to several million Federation credits. That was why the middle-aged man was so excited. He was desperate to know exactly which of the SSS class talents Joe had awakened. He wasn't the only one. The old principal, and indeed every onlooker in the vicinity, were all doing the same thing. Joe, what talent had he awakened? Everyone was at the peak of curiosity. And at that moment, the endless, fairy tale-like glow illuminating the arena finally faded. On the now calm divine communication pearl, a line of text gradually coalesced. The instant they made out the words, every single person present was stunned. There, in bold letters, it read Grade D, Redistribution. This. Did the divine communication pearl make a mistake? All that fanfare, and you're telling me it's a D-rank talent? After a brief silence, an uproar erupted throughout the venue. All the onlookers were frantically discussing it. The middle-aged man on the podium was equally dumbfounded. All his enthusiasm seemed to have been doused by a bucket of cold water. Principal's son, shall I request a replacement divine communication pearl from the Federation? Seemingly unwilling to accept the outcome, the middle-aged man asked the elderly principal. The elderly principal, too, had shifted from anticipation to bewilderment. After a long moment, he sighed. No need. We both know full well that the divine communication pearl can make mistakes. Seeing this, the middle-aged man clenched his teeth in frustration. Indeed, an item of such high quality as the divine communication pearl, one of mythic rank, simply couldn't be defective. After all, such divine artifacts aren't something humans can craft, they originate from dungeons or hidden realms. If it were truly damaged, it would show up in the attributes panel. It seems this boy named Joe had truly only awakened a D-rank talent. And it was the rather useless redistribution among D-rank talents. At this thought, the eagerness in the middle-aged man's eyes faded, and his gaze toward Joe turned cold once more. Senior 3, Class 8, Joe, awakened D-rank redistribution, meets the criteria for taking the college entrance exam. As the words fell, Joe's information was entered into the tablet in his hand. Joe opened his mouth at the sight, but in the end, he said nothing. Meanwhile, Peng Yu and Wang Tong, standing in the crowd, saw the situation take a turn for the better and both breathed a sigh of relief. Peng Yu, in particular, burst into open mocking laughter. This is hilarious. All that fuss, and it turns out to be just a D-rank loser. Joe, you've really brought shame upon your father, Xianrong. Hearing his shrill mockery, those around them remained silent. Not a single person dared to speak up for Joe. In the world of the awakened, reality was far harsher than for ordinary people. Because talent determined everything. Joe had only a D-rank talent. He was destined to lead a mediocre life. Peng Yu and Wang Tong, however, were both B ranks, and with their families' backing, it was obvious at a glance who would achieve more in the future. So even if Peng Yu mocked Joe in public, no one would step in to defend the wronged. There is no need to offend 2 B levels just for the sake of 1 D level. Of course, Yi Changshan is an exception. Yi Changshan rolled up his sleeves decisively and snapped his fingers. Come on, come on. If I don't flay you alive today, I'm not Yi. Although Yi Changshan was also puzzled as to why Joe had only awakened a D-rank talent. This didn't affect their friendship, nor did it stop him from defending his friend's dignity. You. Having been defied by Yi Changshan time and again, Peng Yu's face turned ashen. Brother Yu, that old fart, the principal is still here. Wang Tong tugged at Peng Yu's sleeve, signaling him not to act impulsively. After weighing their options, the two ultimately decided against completely severing ties with Yi Changshan. Joe, perched on the high platform, paid no heed to the commotion below. He was intently studying the evaluation provided by the Divine Communication Pearl, deep in thought. As a mythic rank artifact, how could the Divine Communication Pearl fail to detect that his redistribution had already ascended to SSS rank? Or perhaps it had actually detected it. But since there was no record of an SSS rank redistribution in its database, the Divine Communication Pearl was displaying D rank information instead? That must be it, otherwise, the intense, multicolored radiance wound T makes sense. But what about his second talent? Could the Divine Pearl not detect his SSS rank infinite ascendancy either? Or was there a delay? Just as Joe was pondering this, the middle-aged man's cold voice rang out from beside him. All right, Joe, you may go down now. Now that Joe's talent had been confirmed as only D rank, the middle-aged man's tone had grown noticeably colder. He used to call him Little Joe, but now he simply addressed him as Joe. He wouldn't even bother adding the word classmate. Fortunately, having lived 3 lifetimes, Joe was well accustomed to the ups and downs of human relationships, so he didn't feel particularly angry. He walked down from the stage with composure, ignoring the gazes of everyone around him, whether filled with curiosity, regret, or schadenfreude. He did not leave the venue, however, but simply stood quietly by Yi Changshan's side. For he knew that the old principal was about to make a major announcement. Sure enough, the old principal raised his hand and gave a gentle downward press, silencing the entire crowd. With a rosy glow on his face, he began. Students, the reason I have appeared here today is not only to celebrate the emergence of a prodigy like Wei from our 5th high school, but also to announce another piece of good news. Just moments ago, the Federation granted our 5th high school special permission to access a beginner-level secret realm, to help us prepare for the upcoming college entrance exams. This secret realm can only be accessed for 3 hours. Therefore, there will be no classes for the seniors this afternoon. All registered students, assemble on the playground now. We will enter the secret realm for training in 20 minutes. Chapter 9, Pre-Sequence. Oh my God! Did I hear that right? The principal actually secured a beginner-level secret realm for us? Didn't the news say that beginner-level secret realms are in short supply this year? I think even number 2 high school didn't get one. Long live the principal! Countless senior students in the stadium were excitedly discussing the news, completely overwhelmed by this sudden surprise. It was no wonder everyone was so excited. Secret realms were simply hard to come by. Or rather, beginner-level secret realms were hard to come by. On Blue Star, countless dungeons and secret realms had emerged over the centuries, varying in difficulty. Dungeons are permanent fixtures in the wild, always open. Secret realms, on the other hand, are extremely rare. They require special items to summon. Compared to dungeons, secret realms offer more experience points for defeating monsters and a higher drop rate for equipment. Most importantly, players are immune to death once inside a secret realm. As a result, the items used to summon secret realms are in high demand on Blue Star, with supply far outstripping demand. This is especially true for secret realms during the early stages of the game. Monsters there are capped at level 10, making them ideal for newly awakened players to gain experience. The only drawback is that secret realms have a short lifespan. They usually disappear after just a few hours. Among the countless high schools across the Federation, only a select few are fortunate enough to host a secret realm. In Lingyuan City, such prized resources are typically allocated first to First High and Second High. Who would have thought that this time, Number 5 High School would actually be allocated one? For the current senior class at Number 5 High School, this is truly a once-in-a-century blessing. A little over 10 minutes later, the students in the gymnasium had mostly dispersed. The freshmen and sophomores returned to their classrooms, while the seniors gathered on the playground. The entire stadium was now empty except for the middle-aged man in charge of registration. After double-checking the compiled data on his tablet, he reached out to retrieve the floating divine communication orb, intending to wrap up his work for the day. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the divine communication orb again, he froze in shock. Immediately afterward, a voice clearly trembling rang out. How could this be? The middle-aged man could barely speak coherently as he pointed at the divine communication orb in disbelief. His pupils dilated uncontrollably. Before him, the pure white divine communication orb was radiating a 9-colored brilliance unseen in 1,000 years, dazzling beyond measure. And the text gradually appearing above it was even more striking. Student name, Joe. Second talent level, SSS rank. Talent information, unmatched. Talent attribute, unique. These 3 keywords, though written in faint ink, carried the weight of 1,000 pounds at that moment. Because SSS rank represents the highest level of a talent. Unmatched means even the divine communication pearl cannot detect the specific details of this talent. Unique indicated that this talent was one of a kind, possessed by no one else in the world. A clatter. It was the sound of the middle-aged man's tablet falling to the ground. He stood frozen for a long moment before gradually coming to his senses, though the look of shock on his face remained etched there. This is bad. Then, as if a thought struck him, his expression changed abruptly, and he rushed frantically toward the exit of the gymnasium. At the same time, in the center of the playground, a spatial fissure over 3 meters tall, emanating a faint aura of danger, stood towering on the ground. This was the entrance to the beginner-level secret realm summoned by the old principal. Under the guidance of 5th High S teachers, a large group of senior high school students was lining up to enter. Remember, the dungeon will only exist for 3 hours. During these 3 hours, do your best to slay monsters and level up. Weaker students can team up with each other. But under no circumstances should you venture deep into the center of the dungeon, because the closer you get to the core, the higher the monsters' levels become. There are even level 10 monsters in the deepest parts. You won't stand a chance against them. If you accidentally trigger a death immunity effect, you must immediately exit the realm. Because if you die again, it will be for real. The dean of students, megaphone in hand, repeated these warnings over and over. Amid the bustling crowd, Yi Changshan and Zhou were also in line, making their way toward the entrance to the secret realm. Brother Jun, is there something wrong with the divine communication pearl? Yi Changshan asked in a low voice. Even now, he refused to believe that Zhou had only awakened a D-rank talent. Seeing this, Zhou made no attempt to hide the truth and nodded. My first talent is indeed D rank, but my second talent is SSS rank. As for the divine communication pearl, I'm not quite sure. Upon hearing this, Yi Changshan's narrow eyes widened in shock, leaving him so stunned he couldn't even finish his sentence. Bro, you have 2 talents? Keep your voice down. Zhou kicked him. Okay. Yi Changshan quickly lowered his voice, then grinned foolishly across his rugged face. My bro SSS rank, ha? My bro S unbeatable. Zhou. Why did he have to end up with such a dim-witted little brother? He sighed, slung an arm around Yi Changshan's shoulder, and the two walked arm in arm into the secret realm. And just as the two stepped inside, the middle-aged man in charge of registration swept over like a whirlwind. Principal's son. He completely ignored the teachers from number 5 high school who greeted him along the way, coming to a breathless stop before the old principal, his face still etched with deep regret and astonishment. The divine communication pearl didn't make a mistake. Brother Joe is a rare dual talent, and his second talent is the only SSS rank one. What? The old principal had been wondering what the man was up to, but upon hearing the full sentence, his reaction was even more intense than the man's. Quick, tell me what happened. The middle-aged man dared not hide anything and hurriedly recounted everything that had just happened. Then he asked anxiously, Principal son, you know that whenever a human SSS tier talent enters a secret realm, the attributes of all monsters inside automatically double. If Brother Joe hasn't gone in yet, I'd like to give him 2 pieces of equipment for protection and offer him a sincere apology. I underestimated him earlier. Too late. The old principal cut him off bluntly. Just a second before you arrived, Joe had just entered the secret realm. But the middle-aged man's face immediately twisted with bitterness. But the other students don't know about this yet. He seemed to be trying to make one last attempt to get the secret realm cancelled. However, the old principal merely snorted coldly, there is nothing to fear. Just consider it an early trial for these kids. After all, they still have 1 death immunity left. From his words, it was clear he didn't place much weight on the fact that the monster's attributes within the secret realm had doubled. His true focus, however, was on Joe's dual talents. He couldn't contain the smile spreading across his face. An SSS rank with a unique attribute. I never imagined that one day, such a genius would emerge from our number 5 high school. I knew Shenrong's bloodline couldn't possibly be that weak. Humph. Do those old fools at first high still look down on us at 5th high? With their measly S ranks, they aren't even fit to tie our little Joe's shoes. The old principal looked triumphant, as if all the pent-up resentment of the past years had been released in that moment. By the way, have you registered little Joe's second talent yet? After a laugh, the old principal stroked his beard and asked. A glitch in registering the awakening information for a senior high school student was already considered a fairly serious incident. Most importantly, it could very well damage Joe's reputation. The old principal certainly didn't want to let such a minor matter tarnish 5th high's image in Joe's eyes. So, as soon as he realized what had happened, he immediately began monitoring the situation closely. The moment the middle-aged man heard the old principal bring this up, his expression became extremely complex, tinged with disbelief. To be honest, I already reported the matter regarding Brother Joe to the Federation's High Command on my way here. I just received a reply. The higher-ups indicated that if Brother Joe's talent is verified, he can be directly added to the Federation's reserve candidate list, and his personal file will be classified as Azure Dragon level. Additionally, in light of this mix-up, the Federation has decided to provide compensation, which will be distributed alongside the rewards for an SSS level awakening. From what the leadership indicated, it seems that in addition to the various standard resource cards, they've also prepared an extra set of mythic rank beginner-esque gear for Joe. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, the old principal seemed frozen in place, stunned and motionless for a long moment. Federal Provisional Sequence. Ordinary people might not know what this means, but as the principal of number 5 high school, a veteran who had dedicated decades to the education sector, the old principal understood all too well the immense weight of those 5 words. The sequence was a concept proposed by the Federation's High Command a century ago. It represented the ticket to entering the realm of the elite. Every 20 years, the Federation selects only one sequence. They grant this sequence supreme authority and boundless resources to help them grow into the supreme ruler of the human race. The battle for the sequence has always been brutal in every cycle, countless prodigies have fallen along this path. Yet they continue to charge forward, one after another, all to carve out a path to the heavens. However, let alone the sequence itself, even the threshold for becoming a provisional sequence is sky high. Ordinary geniuses are simply unqualified to even attempt it. Only those peerless prodigies who truly tower above hundreds of millions of people can compete. This is no exaggeration. With 500 billion humans in the Federation, the number of quasi-sequences in each cycle never exceeds 50. What a terrifying ratio is that? Truly, 1 in 100 million. Without looking too far back, let us just take Linyuan City as an example. This city is considered quite sizable even within the southern borders of Great Xia, yet it has produced only one quasi-sequence in the past century. That man was the Zhou clan's divine dragon Xianrong. Now, the Zhou clan has produced another prodigy. Xianrong's son, Zhou, has been directly placed on the quasi-sequence candidate list. How astonishing is this? No wonder the old principal reacted so strongly. Moreover, in addition to granting him official status, the Federation has also bestowed a set of mythic rank starter gear. This development is certainly worth pondering. After all, when ordinary SSS tier prodigies awaken, the Federation does offer rewards, but they are nowhere near this generous. The significance of mythic rank equipment goes without saying. What makes this truly remarkable is the fact that it's a set. When it comes to gear, individual pieces and sets are two entirely different concepts. Sets are hard to assemble, but once complete, they grant additional attributes. The boost to combat power this provides is far from trivial. Top-tier sets play a massive role even on the Starfield battlegrounds dominated by God Kings. This time, the Federation has gone all out by providing an entire set of mythic rank gear suitable for the beginner stage, a truly generous gesture. It has completely caught the old principal off guard. It has also given him a whole new appreciation for the value of SSS talents with unique attributes. Chapter 10, The Dark Forest. Thud. A dull thud echoed through the gloomy forest, accompanied by the wails of a monster. A boar-like monster, over 2 meters tall and as massive as a small mountain, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Killed level 4 monster, brutal boar. Experience plus 26. 2 notification boxes flashed before his eyes. Joe casually clapped his hands and calmly stepped over the monster's corpse, continuing onward. This was already the 3rd monster he had slain since entering the secret realm. 2 were level 3, and 1 was level 4. Perhaps because Joe's 4 core attributes were simply too high, the journey so far had presented little difficulty. With a speed stat as high as 300, his fists heavy as 1,000 pounds came crashing down before these low-level monsters could even react. Moreover, Joe specifically targeted the monster's weak points. If he was lucky enough to land a critical hit, he didn't even need to throw a second punch. Compared to the other students who had entered the secret realm, his experience was on a completely different level. After all, in his previous life, Joe had been a veteran who had reached level 54. Dealing with these low-level monsters was, naturally, a piece of cake. I wonder where Olgi has gone. Maybe he needs some help. With his hands in his pockets, Joe walked while looking around. When entering the secret realm, everyone is randomly teleported to a location on the outskirts. So Joe wasn't with Yi Chanshan. But he wasn't in a hurry. The secret realm wasn't that large, and the outer area was even more limited. As long as he headed toward the core, they'd run into each other sooner or later. Too bad I haven't mastered any skills yet. I can only rely on my 4-dimensional attributes to grind through this. Otherwise, even if I encountered a level 5 or 6 elite monster, I could take it down in one hit. After dispatching a level 4 spotted demon tiger that had tried to ambush him with a single punch, Joe couldn't help but shake his head. In this world, the methods awakened ones use to deal with monsters aren't limited to their awakening abilities alone. Just like in an online game, when you defeat monsters, they drop loot in addition to experience points. Items ranging from equipment of various qualities, to props, potions, and even skill books could all potentially drop. It's just that the drop rate is relatively low. Low-level monsters below level 5 are guaranteed not to drop loot. Only elite-level monsters offer even a slim chance. Fortunately, the beginner-level dungeon Joe had entered contained elite-level monsters. The dungeon is called the Dark Forest. It is one of the more common beginner-level dungeons. Therefore, information about the dungeon has long been thoroughly mapped out. The outer regions of the Dark Forest are very safe, inhabited only by low-level monsters below level 5. However, once you leave the outer regions and venture deeper toward the core, the monster's levels increase accordingly. The minimum requirement for a monster to be classified as elite is a level higher than 5. Therefore, as long as one ventures deep into the dungeon core, there is a high probability of encountering elite monsters. Given Joe's strength, it was naturally out of the question for him to just wander around the outskirts. His goal was clear: head straight for the core and take on monsters several levels above his own. Not only would he gain substantial experience points, but he'd also have a chance to obtain loot. It was a win-win situation. Just as Joe was making his way deeper toward the core, somewhere on the outskirts of the dark forest, Pangyu, his body glowing with a faint blue flame, casually hurled a fireball to slay the level 3 monster before him, then turned to look at Wang Tong. "So, have you spotted any sign of that kid yet?" Before him, Wang Tong held a deep purple longbow. His eyes glowed red, his gaze piercing through the dark forest to the far horizon. After a moment, he shook his head. "Not yet. But as long as he is still within this secret realm, even if he is deep in the core, I'll find him sooner or later." Peng Yu nodded upon hearing this, a flash of greed crossing his face. "Young Master Zhou has already given his orders. As long as we can trap Zhou in this secret realm forever, we'll each be rewarded with a silver-grade weapon once we get out. Both of us are B-rank talents who VE already reached level 5 early on. Zhou is nothing but a D-rank waste. Even with that rank guard, Yi Changshan, by his side, he won't be leaving here alive today." Peng Yu and Wang Tong both came from second-tier families in Lingyuan City. They had awakened their talents earlier than others and were of a higher level. Peng Yu's talent was the B rank, Navy Ghost Flame, which restored a certain amount of his own health every time he used a fire attack. Wang Tong, on the other hand, possessed the B rank talent, Spirit Eye. When activated, his vision became as sharp as a hawk's, and it possessed X-ray-like capabilities, allowing him to see through obstacles. Since Spiritual Gaze is a support-oriented ability, Wang Tong went to great lengths to acquire a bronze-grade bow to compensate for his combat power. With their combined strength, the two of them could run rampant on the outskirts of this secret realm. They even had the confidence to venture into areas slightly closer to the core. As for how Wang came to know that number 5 high school had opened the newbie secret realm, it was naturally the result of the two of them tipping him off. In fact, as soon as Zhou's registration showed a D-rank talent, the quick-witted Peng Yu immediately reported it to Wang. Even over the phone, they could clearly sense Wang's wild joy and excitement. It was only then that they realized Wang's so-called method of influencing Zhou's talent awakening was actually the use of a star suppressor. For a moment, both of them couldn't help but marvel at Wang's audacity. To ensure his cousin would never rise again, he had dared to use a star suppressor worth tens of millions of Federation credits to set this trap. Having offended young Master Wang, that brat Zhou was doomed to die without a proper burial. Very well. Let me, Peng Yu, send him on his way. First they sighed in admiration, then they sneered coldly, charging into the vast forest with murder in their eyes. They weren't the least bit afraid of the consequences of killing within this secret realm. After all, Blue Star had never known peace. Who knows how many people die every day in dungeons and secret realms? Not to mention that no one would care about the life or death of a D-rank trash. Even if 5th high school really wanted to investigate, they'd be powerless to do so. After all, the crime scene was within the secret realm. Once the realm closed, all evidence would vanish. At that point, they'd simply blame everything on monsters. Even federal law would be powerless to stop them. The secret realm is a great place for murder and robbery. Should I find a time to take out Peng Yu and Wang Tong while I'm at it? On a tree-lined path nearing the core area, Zhou stroked his chin as he walked, deep in thought. As a reincarnated individual, he naturally knew exactly what kind of scum Peng Yu and Wang Tong were. In his previous life, after the 5th high school's secret realm opened, those two had hunted him down like mad dogs within it. If it hadn't been for Yi Changshan awakening an A-rank talent and fighting to the death to protect him, he might very well have met his end in this cursed forest. Now that he had a second chance, he was determined to settle the score. However, he didn't have time to go out of his way to find them. The secret realm would only be open for 3 hours. Grinding monsters was the top priority. When he actually ran into Peng Yu and Wang Tong, he'd just kill them on the spot. After all, he wasn't as powerless as he had been in his previous life. Chapter 11, Skill, Bone Crusher. Time flew by inside the secret realm. Half an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Joe had made decent progress during this time. He focused exclusively on killing monsters higher than his own level, gaining experience points at a rocket-like pace. He was now just 5% away from reaching level 4. All it would take was one more monster. Just ahead of him, a magical python was coiled around a tree trunk. As Joe looked at it, he saw the words LV5 floating above the snake's body. It seemed they had entered the core area of the dungeon. However, he still hadn't encountered Yi Chanshan. The two had agreed before entering the secret realm that no matter where they were teleported, they would head toward the core together upon arrival. Since the Dark Forest secret realm is circular, the area available for movement shrinks the closer one gets to the center. As long as they both moved toward the center together, they were bound to run into each other sooner or later. That old he isn't getting carried away grinding monsters on the outskirts, is he? Joe mentally grumbled about Yi Chanshan's unreliability, but his hands never stopped moving. He picked up a fist-sized rock and hurled it straight at the magic python's vital spot. Whoosh! The ordinary-looking rock flew from his hand like a bullet from a heavy sniper rifle, stirring up waves of white-hot wind as it slammed into the magic python's vital spot. 762. The giant tree shook, scattering a shower of grayish-white leaves, and the magic python's health bar dropped by a full fifth. Joe let out a soft hum. He hadn't expected this magic python to be so tough. This world was strange. Although it resembled an online game fused with reality, the fusion wasn't complete. Humans had obtained level-up panels and possessed visible four-dimensional attributes, yet no matter how high their level rose, there was no concept of class changes. Furthermore, the panels didn't display so-called health bars. In contrast, the monsters were exactly like the wild monsters in online games. Their health pools were clearly visible. Based on years of research by Federation experts and scholars, a set of conclusions has been drawn. Although humans lack a visible health bar, their ability to withstand damage excluding factors like equipment and talents is most closely tied to the vitality attribute among the four stats. If one were to measure it using a health bar, the health pool would be roughly double the individual's vitality attribute. As for damage assessment, it is quite complex, involving too many factors. However, in simple terms, physical damage is related to the strength attribute, while magical damage is related to the spirit attribute. Of course, the actual calculation of damage isn't determined solely by the values of these four attributes. The talents a player possesses, weapon quality, and even skills all have a massive impact on the damage dealt to monsters. Furthermore, monsters themselves possess various resistances, defenses, immunities, and other mechanisms. Although Joe possesses two SSS rank talents, Infinite Ascendancy is not a combat-oriented ability. Redistribution only barely qualifies as combat-related. On top of that, he hasn't mastered any skills. So right now, Joe relies entirely on his astonishing four core attributes to plow through enemies with sheer physical strength. He can easily one-shot monsters below level 5. But when he encounters monsters above LV5, things get a bit trickier. This magic python is the perfect example. A single strike only knocked off 1/5 of its health. That means he'll have to land 5 punches before it dies. It's a bit of a letdown for an SSS rank talent. I'm really paying the price for not having any skills. Joe sighed softly, his desire to obtain a skill book growing stronger. Then, he kicked forward with his right foot, sending the rubble in front of him flying through the air, knocking the dark python which had just been about to lunge at him back to the ground. The next second, Joe, with a speed stat of 300, moved like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, an elbow strike landed on the dark python's head, wiping out its health bar. Killed LV5 elite monster, Shadow Serpent. Dropped loot X1. Experience plus 58. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 4. A series of notification boxes flashed before his eyes, and at the same time, a brilliant light shone from his body. Joe felt all the fatigue in his body vanish. He stretched his limbs briefly, then his gaze fell on a pool of white light beside the serpent's corpse. Loot. So this serpent was an elite monster, no wonder it was so tough. And it even dropped loot for him. Although there was only one item, it was still quite decent. Joe reached out toward the white light with anticipation. You never know what's inside a monster-esque loot until you pick it up. Whether it's equipment, potions, or skill books, it all comes down to luck. It's a bit like opening a blind box. That's why looting is arguably the favorite activity of all awakened across Blue Star. It's all about the thrill. As Joe reached in, the unique glow surrounding the loot dissipated, revealing a thin, tattered book before him. It's actually a skill book. Joe's face lit up with joy. It was truly a case of getting exactly what he wanted. As long as it was a combat-type skill book, it didn't matter what the skill was. With Joe's outrageously high stats, even the most lackluster skill would unleash unparalleled power. After all, even a stone he casually tossed could pack a punch comparable to an Awakened skill at the same level. Now, the true form of the skill book was revealed before him. Name, Power Kick. Rank, Bronze. Type, Melee Skill Book. Effect, channel strength to deliver a powerful low kick to the enemy, dealing damage equal to twice your strength attribute. Cooldown, 300s. The simple skill description caught Joe's eye. It was a melee skill that required no weapon at all. Although it was only bronze tier, one must remember that the Dark Serpent was only level 5. It's already quite rare for such a beginner-level monster to drop loot at all, let alone high-grade items. Besides, bronze grade isn't exactly weak. During the early stages, most players haven't even seen what a skill book looks like. Just look at the outer areas of the Secret Realm. There are still plenty of people teaming up to farm monsters. So at this stage, mastering a bronze tier skill already puts you ahead of most people. As for that 5-minute cooldown, it's not just short, it's actually extremely brief. Remember, Blue Star is the real world. Running a dungeon isn't as simple as sitting in front of a computer and tapping a few keys to clear the entire map. To complete a standard dungeon, it takes at least 3 or 4 hours. Some high-level, massive dungeons can even take 3 to 5 days to clear. The areas are vast, and monster spawns aren't exactly dense. When luck is against you, it's common to go half an hour without encountering a single monster. So naturally, skill cooldowns can't be measured in seconds like in fast-paced computer games. Legend has it that the cooldowns for the top-tier immortal rank skills start at over 10 minutes, or even half an hour. Shaking his head slightly, Joe stopped dwelling on such trivialities. He decided to begin applying the power of ascendancy to this skill book. Infinite ascendancy could ascend all things. The moment he awakened this talent, it was destined that Joe would never possess the lowest tier equipment or items. Skill books were no exception. So, without a moment's hesitation, Joe activated the ability on Strong Kick. That familiar sensation of being drained of all energy washed over him once more, and the skill book before him underwent a startling transformation. The book was no longer tattered, it had become brand new. Joe looked at it with anticipation. Name, Bone Crusher. Rank, Gold. Type, Melee Skill Book. Effect, channel strength to deliver a powerful low kick to the enemy. Has a certain chance to put the enemy in a defenseless state. A successful attack will knock the enemy back and trigger a shockwave, damaging multiple enemies in front. Cooldown, 120s. One ascension was complete, and it had gone straight from bronze to gold. It had leaped 2 tiers at once. And the value of this skill book had doubled instantly. If the previous, Power Kick, could fetch tens of thousands of Federation coins on the market, then the current, Bone Crusher, would have people scrambling to buy it even if priced at $1 million. This is just how scarce gold-tier skill books are. A look of satisfaction spread across Joe's face this time. He finally chose to learn it. A series of brilliant flashes of light flickered across his body. Then, a vast amount of martial arts knowledge suddenly appeared in his mind. His pair of sturdy, powerful legs became as agile as if he'd been practicing kicking techniques for years. Skill, Bone Crusher LV1 acquired. A system notification appeared before his eyes, and Joe's eyes sparkled with joy. Now he was a man with a skill to his name. All right, I still have attribute points left to allocate. After learning the skill, Joe remembered that he had just reached level 4, and his attribute caps had increased significantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his character panel and maxed out the plus signs next to each attribute. A moment later, an incredibly impressive character panel appeared before him. Name Joe. Level LV 2%. Strength 700. Agility 700 plus 66. Spirit 700 plus 102. Vitality 700. Skill Bone Crusher LV1. Equipment Starfall Pendant Epic Rank. Talent SSS Rank Redistribution, SSS Rank Infinite Ascendancy Unique. After leveling up, the cap for each of the 4 core attributes increased by another 400 points. With the freedom to allocate attribute points as he pleased, the wealthy Joe naturally maxed out all of them. His agility and spirit, bolstered by the epic rank equipment, Starfall Pendant, were even higher. If these stats were made public, they would likely send shockwaves throughout the entire Federation. After all, at just level 4, his total 4-stat total is nearly 3,000 points. I wouldn't dare say there will be no one to follow, but it is certainly unprecedented. Chapter 12, Reuniting with Wei Duo. As he stepped into the core area of the Dark Forest, the aura of danger grew increasingly thick. Level 5 monsters were everywhere, and Joe had already slain quite a few along the way. His experience points had surged by 20%, rising as fast as a rocket. In his previous life, this was something he wouldn't have dared to even dream of. After using the skill, Bone Crusher, once more to slay a lion-like monster, a dark, icy pool appeared before Joe's eyes. Is this the territory of the bloodthirsty crocodile, a boss-level monster? With his wealth of experience, Joe recognized the location immediately. The Dark Forest was a popular beginner-esque dungeon. Since Joe had spent a long time in the beginner phase in his previous life, he was very familiar with the environment and the monsters within. The bloodthirsty crocodile was an LV8 monster and a boss-class creature, with thick, tough skin and exceptionally high stats. Among monsters, the tiers are divided into Common, Elite, Boss, Lord, King, Supreme, and Demon God, 7 levels in total. The higher the tier, the stronger the monster. In the Dark Forest, this secret realm, the highest tier monster is the Lord-class boss, the multi-eyed lizard, which dwells at the very center of the core. The bloodthirsty crocodile is the only other boss-class monster besides the multi-eyed lizard. For most new players, even a level 5 elite monster is already a formidable challenge. Rushing in to hunt the bloodthirsty crocodile is nothing short of suicide. Not only is the bloodthirsty crocodile formidable on its own, but the icy pool where it dwells is also home to numerous lower-level monsters that it commands. This means that to take down the bloodthirsty crocodile, one must be prepared to face an entire horde of monsters. This time, the secret realm was open for the students of Class 5, all of whom were seniors who had only recently completed their awakening a few days prior. They needed to form parties even to farm monsters in the outer areas, let alone venture into this core zone. So, nearly an hour after the secret realm opened, the area around the cold pool remained completely silent. Not a single soul had shown up. Joe stretched his limbs where he stood, pondering whether to push his limits. To take down this cold pool all by himself. With his formidable stats, even without any equipment to boost him, he was confident he could take on this level 8 boss-class monster. However, after the battle, his stamina would drop significantly. This wouldn't be conducive to continuing his exploration of the central core. Unless the experience points from this bloodthirsty crocodile could let him level up to level 5 in one go, refreshing his stamina. Just as Joe was debating whether to take the risk, he suddenly sensed something and darted 5 or 6 meters away. At the same time, his gaze fixed intently on the spot where he had just been standing. There! A little girl with jet-black twin ponytails, wearing a black hoodie and knee-length denim shorts, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, had appeared out of nowhere. She stood with her hands in her pockets, staring at him calmly with dead fish eyes. Wei Duo? Joe recognized her instantly. At the same time, he was secretly surprised. Because before Wei Duo appeared beside him, he hadn't sensed her presence at all. Want a lollipop? Wei Duo's tone was flat as she pulled a string of lollipops from her pocket and tossed them his way. Joe caught them with a look of bewilderment, then hesitantly popped one into his mouth. Spit. Strawberry flavor, it's disgusting. Joe puckered his lips. Just as he was about to ask what she meant, Wei Duor spoke up first. You and I will team up and clear the cold pool. You get the lioness share of the XP, and if we get loot, you pick first. Not if you agree, and I'll charge right in with you. Wei Duor said calmly, sucking on her lollipop. This left Joe completely flustered. He hesitated for a moment and asked, I'm just a D-rank talent. Are you sure you want to team up with me? As soon as the words left her mouth, Wei Duor let out a scoff. Would a D-rank talent even make it this far? You're at least an S-rank talent and very likely an SS rank. Don't try to pull any tricks on me, sis. I'm sharp as a tack. As she spoke, Wei Duor lifted her fair chin, her eyes glancing down with disdain, as if proudly displaying her cleverness. But unfortunately, at just 5'3" Wei Duor looked like a little potato even with her head tilted all the way back. She couldn't see the top of Joe's head. Besides, the reason Wei Duor was so certain Joe's talent was exceptional had nothing to do with her so-called cleverness. It was mainly thanks to a passive ability called danger perception within her awakened talent, Shadow. Danger sense detects the aura of targets more powerful than oneself. As early as when she was registering in the gymnasium, Wei Duor had vaguely sensed a ferocious aura in the crowd, as fierce as a raging flood or a ferocious beast. And once Joe took the stage, Wei Duor finally pinpointed the source of that heart-stopping aura. When she saw the words D-rank talent displayed on the divine communication orb, she couldn't believe it for a second. They were all just high school seniors who had just awakened their talents, and she possessed an S-rank shadow talent far surpassing everyone else. But even someone as powerful as her couldn't help but trigger danger sense when facing Joe. Clearly, his talent could only be higher. That was why this scene had unfolded. Joe said nothing. He cast a somewhat peculiar gaze at the girl with twin ponytails standing before him. He silently contemplated the proposal. A moment later, he nodded in response to her expectant gaze. All right, I agree to team up with you. Wei Duo was quite skilled. She was indeed a valuable ally. In his previous life, although Joe hadn't interacted much with Wei Duo, he had vaguely heard of her reputation. It seemed that after the college entrance exams, she had gone on to attend a truly prestigious university. Besides, Joe had another reason for agreeing to team up with Wei Duo. He wanted to clear this secret realm. As everyone knows, in any dungeon or secret realm, the most generous rewards are always the final clear rewards. And in a timed secret realm like the Dark Forest, if you can't clear it within the allotted 3 hours, everyone will be automatically kicked out when the realm closes. In Joe's view, that would be a complete waste of squandered opportunity to enter the secret realm. That's why, from the moment he entered the secret realm, Joe had been determined to clear it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made plans to meet up with Yi Changshan. As for why Joe didn't go solo? It's because, given Joe's current strength, going solo was too risky. There was a real chance he'd fail. Don't be fooled by Joe's max level stats, which make his physique look like Superman as he isn't wearing a single piece of equipment, and his magic resistance is practically zero. In a dungeon teeming with monsters, this is extremely deadly. Additionally, his mere level 4 is another major weakness. The final boss of the Dark Forest, the multi-eyed lizard demon, is a lord-class monster as high as level 10. It commands an unknown number of level 9 and 10 common monsters at its disposal. The overall power disparity is simply too great. Even if his dual SSS rank talents could bridge the gap to some extent, the risk remains significant. Having spent years battling his way through dungeons in his previous life, Joe understood one truth deeply. That is, anything can happen inside a dungeon. Until one's strength is sufficient to completely overwhelm the enemy, only by being cautious and then some can one survive. Don't wait until the moment of death to realize just how heavy the price of arrogance is. By then, no amount of regret will be enough. Chapter 13, The Useful Doer. The core area of the Dark Forest. In the grassy thicket about 100 meters from the icy pond. Joe and Wei Duer were hidden there, their 4 eyes wide as copper bells, constantly scanning the icy pond ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. With a lollipop perpetually clamped between her teeth, Wei Duo counted on her fingers. After a long moment, she exclaimed in astonishment. A full 16 level 5 magic pythons. That bloodthirsty crocodile is quite the strategist. He has rounded up this many elite monsters to work for him. 16? If we kill them all, wouldn't that be enough experience to level up to LV5 right away? Upon hearing this, Zhou's focus had completely shifted. Wei Duo froze for a moment at his words, then furrowed her beautiful brows deeply. Hey, hey, hey! You want to kill all the magic pythons? Are you serious? We should just go straight for the bloodthirsty crocodile. Once the leader is dead, these magic pythons will scatter on their own. There is absolutely no need to risk our lives fighting them. As she spoke, Wei Duo looked at him as if he were an idiot. Has this guy never played a game before? Who goes into a dungeon and fights the minions first? If you want a speedrun, you definitely kill the boss first. Wei Duo couldn't understand it. She even stood on tiptoe, wanting to rip off Zhou's skull to see exactly how his brain was wired. Who is that greedy for XP? Does he have no regard for his life? Yet Zhou seemed oblivious to the problem, continuing to ramble. These magic pythons aren't that strong. 1 punch per 116 of them, 16 punches. What is so hard about that? Wei Duo was stunned by this, her lollipop dropping from her mouth. Can you stop bragging? She looked at him with utter disdain, her tone laced with disbelief. Even if you're an SSS rank talent, I might believe you if the monster's stats weren't doubled in the secret realm. But now these damn monsters have HP like they've been patched up and you're telling me 1 punch each? Although this was Wei Duo's first time entering a secret realm, she had learned in her academic classes what the HP of each type of monster should be. But the moment she stepped inside today, she realized something was off. Whether level 3 or level 4, every monster she encountered had double the HP. The same went for their other stats. Attack power, resistance. They were all hyped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, with stats that were absurdly high. If her shadow talent hadn't been powerful enough, she probably wouldn't have even been able to enter the core area of this secret realm. But now, this man in front of her was actually claiming he could take them down with a single punch? Are we even in the same secret realm? Wei Duo couldn't believe it for a second. But she didn't know that Zhou's mind was even more in disarray than hers at that moment. Monster stats doubled? How come I didn't know about this? Zhou picked up a pebble from the ground and quietly flicked it toward the nearest demon python. The creature took the hit, and its health bar immediately appeared. Only then did Zhou realize that the elite-level demon python, which should have had just over 1,700 HP, now actually had 3,400 HP. The monster's stats really had doubled. He couldn't believe he was only finding out about such crucial information now. But it wasn't really his fault. After all, every monster he encountered so far had been one-shot by Zhou. Check the health bar? The health bar just vanished on the spot. Thinking of this, Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If all monster stats are doubled, doesn't that mean the final boss will be even stronger than we imagined? This is going to be a bit of a challenge. We need to find old Ji ASAP. Don't let Ji Changshan SA rank talent fool you. That ability is so powerful that many say Furious-Eyed Buddha is a hidden S rank. Especially when it comes to tackling dungeons and secret realms, that ability is absolutely indispensable to the team. Just as Zhou was mulling these things over, Wei Duo couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing Zhou fall silent, she assumed he'd been caught bragging and felt a bit awkward. She immediately slapped him on the shoulder with a carefree grin. It's fine, we're buddies. No one is gonna laugh at you for a little bragging. As she spoke, she pulled a lollipop from her pocket and shoved it into Zhou's hand, just as one might pass a cigarette between close friends. Then she peeled one for herself and popped it into her mouth. With swaggering confidence, she commanded, "You'll be in charge of pulling aggro. Lure those pesky magic pythons away and set me up for a 1v1 with the bloodthirsty crocodile." I'm confident I can take it down in 10 rounds. Although Wei Duo was crouched in the grass, her slender waist was held straight and proud. But Joe simply shook his head. No. You'll be the one to lure the monsters. Draw all the magic pythons toward me. I'll take them all out with a single flying kick, and then the two of us will go in for the kill on the bloodthirsty crocodile. As long as you help me lure out its magic skills, I'm confident I can take it down in 5 rounds. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wei Duo turned around as if her brain had crashed, a question mark slowly appearing above her head. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Joe's words sounded like gibberish, leaving Wei Duo completely baffled. She really wanted Joe to tone down his tendency to brag. But before she could say a word, she heard a voice by her ear shout, "Charge, twin tails!" Then her tiny body was propelled out of the grass like a cannonball. She stood at the edge of the icy pond, completely bewildered, facing a line of magical pythons that were flicking their tongues and staring her down. Clearly, the pythons weren't exactly thrilled to see this uninvited guest barge in. Zoe! Fuck you! Wei Duo, having finally snapped out of it, felt her hair stand on end. Her danger sense went into overdrive, and without a moment's hesitation, she turned and ran. As soon as she moved, a dozen or so pythons in the cold pool as thick as water barrels seemed to receive a signal. They all twisted their bodies and began crawling rapidly toward her. And so, a bizarre scene unfolded. A petite young girl, lollipop in mouth, her jet-black twin ponytails fluttering in the air, sprinted in circles around the icy pond. Behind her, a horde of terrifying serpent monsters, resembling prehistoric giant pythons, gave chase with frenzied intensity. As she ran, the girl cursed, and dark shadows began to emerge from her body, stretching out long in her wake. Clearly, in her sheer panic, she had inadvertently activated her awakening ability. Go for it, twin tails! Joe was still crouched in the grass, cheering her on with great enthusiasm. By now, Wei Duo had completed her second lap around the icy pond, successfully luring all the demonic serpents behind her. Joe, if you don't step in now, you'll be holding my funeral service. Breathless, Wei Duo's pace had gradually slowed, her face flushed. Behind her, the fastest pursuing magic python was already closing in, its fangs nearly biting the hem of her clothes. Fortunately, the grassy thicket where they were hiding was getting closer and closer. Joe hesitated no longer and darted forward in a single bound. With his left arm, he swept Wei Duo, who was running toward him, around his waist and flung her behind him for protection, while his right leg lashed out with a fierce side kick. A colossal force, as heavy and mighty as a mountain, erupted in an instant. Bone Crusher. Chapter 14, Perfect Coordination. Crack! The skull of the first demon python to collide with Joe's sidekick shattered instantly. The immense force of his 700 strength erupted within the monster's body. Combined with the golden tear skill, the demon python's health bar visibly vanished. But it wasn't over yet. As a golden tear skill, Bone Crusher possessed multi-stage bursts. The moment the attack struck the first demon python, wave after wave of powerful shockwaves violently radiated out in all directions. They completely engulfed the dozen or so demon pythons gathered together. The next instant. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the forest as the demon pythons were reduced to blood mist under the overwhelming assault. Only a handful managed to survive, but they were left with barely a shred of flesh remaining. Just then, a dark figure suddenly darted out from behind Joe. She resembled an assassin from the underworld, or perhaps the Grim Reaper walking among the living. In the blink of an eye, she swept past the few surviving magic pythons. Shadows swirled, and black mist filled the air. The demon serpents, struck by an unknown force, let out piercing screams before crashing heavily to the ground, their lives extinguished. Witnessing this, Joe's expression hardened. With his keen eyesight, he had just caught a glimpse of how Wei Duo had attacked. A dagger. She held a dagger as black as ink in her hand. It looked quite extraordinary, as if it were a piece of equipment with a formidable history. And with every swing of the dagger, the shadowy figures swirling around her would launch an attack in unison. Those are Shadow Ghosts, a passive ability of the Shadow skill set. They execute a slash in sync with each of their Master S attacks. Its power is roughly 130% of the damage ideal. As if sensing Joe's confusion, Wei Duoer flicked the strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead and spoke with a smug air. Then, she suddenly lowered her face, glaring at him menacingly against the backdrop of the dark shadow. From now on, you're not allowed to throw me around like a bowling pin anymore. Got it. I'll make sure of it next time. Joe nodded half-heartedly, but his sharp eyes suddenly swept past the piles of python corpses and landed on the icy pond. There, a colossal crocodile of staggering proportions appeared at some unknown moment, was silently closing in on the two of them. It was none other than the level 8 boss-class monster, the bloodthirsty mad crocodile. Without Joe needing to warn her, Wei Duoer, with her danger sense, had already detected its presence. The dark aura around her grew denser, and she gripped her dagger tightly. Both were level 4 awakened, even though they had just slain over a dozen magic pythons in one go. But after splitting the massive amount of experience points between them, they were still just a hair's breadth short of reaching level 5. Joe was the most disappointed. Although, according to their agreement, he was entitled to the lioness share of the monster-killing experience points. In the end, they still fell just short. Otherwise, a level 5 Joe would have made short work of this bloodthirsty crocodile. Now, Bone Crusher was on cooldown. He could only rely on Wei Duoer to buy him some time. Wei Duo didn't waste any words. She crunched the lollipop in her mouth to pieces and swallowed it, tossed the stick aside, and her eyes instantly became razor-sharp. Shadows swirled around her like a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she was right in front of the bloodthirsty crocodile. Shadow Blast. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Duo unleashed the awakening skill of her shadow ability. In an instant, countless shadow clones appeared around her, all attacking the giant crocodile in unison. Swish, swish, swish. Blades flashed one after another, as if a god of slaughter had descended. Roar! The bloodthirsty crocodile roared to the heavens, its gaping maw snapping wildly, yet it couldn't even touch the hem of Wei Duoer's robe. At the same time, its densely packed health bar dropped by a full third. Joe watched from the sidelines, a hint of envy rising in his heart. This is what a high-tier combat talent looks like. Born purely for battle. Not a single skill is superfluous. With just 2 more casts of Shadow Blast, Wei Duoer could take down this giant crocodile single-handedly. Oh well, after grinding monsters for 2 lifetimes, it's about time I reap the rewards. Just as Joe was about to give up, Wei Duoer suddenly darted back, beads of sweat rolling down her pretty face, and the black mist surrounding her had faded considerably. I can't go on. You take over. Wei Duoer gasped for breath, crouching down to rest. Joe's mind was suddenly filled with question marks. She'd been so fierce just now he thought she was going to solo it. And now she's just giving up? As if sensing Joe's silent thoughts, Wei Duoer said irritably, that was my awakening skill, casting it once drains a lot of spirit. I've already whittled down a third of its health. You're so strong the rest should be a breeze, right? Joe glanced at his Bone Crusher, which was nearly off cooldown, and sighed. Just chipping away at its health 1 cut it. The key is to lure out its ultimate move. A boss-level monster is considered to have crossed the threshold into the realm of high-level monsters, possessing its own ultimate skill. And this bloodthirsty crocodile's ultimate is extremely ferocious and deals magical damage. Since Joe wasn't wearing any gear, his magic resistance was practically 0. Relying solely on the HP and resistances provided by Vitality wouldn't be enough to withstand the bloodthirsty crocodile's ultimate. It was difficult to dodge, as the bloodthirsty crocodile's ultimate was a lightning-fast laser breath fired from its mouth. Therefore, Joe needed someone to bait it. Once the ultimate was triggered, he could engage in close combat. Of course, asking Wei Duoer to do the baiting wasn't meant to be a suicide mission. Although he hadn't interacted much with Wei Duoer in his previous life, he had heard of the fame of the Shadow class. He knew that this talent included the ability to create a decoy that could feign death. That was why he made this suggestion. After hearing this, Wei Duoer gave a look that said, "This is such a hassle," and snapped her fingers. Black mist spread from her body, and a sliver of shadow split off, landing on Joe's shoulder. Go! When you face a fatal blow, my shadow clone will teleport you to my side and take the hit for you. Seeing this, Joe couldn't help but be surprised. The Shadow's fake death skill could actually be used by others. That was truly convenient. Without further hesitation, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, engaging in a fierce battle with the ferocious giant crocodile. The crocodile's attacks were nothing more than bites, but it was simply too massive to keep up with Joe's speed. Relying on his formidable strength and agility, every punch Joe landed carried earth-shaking force. In just 2 rounds, he had managed to reduce the bloodthirsty frenzy crocodile's health to a mere third. Roar! With a piercing, furious roar, the crocodile could no longer withstand the onslaught and entered a frenzied state. Simultaneously, it opened its jaws, unleashing a breath attack as powerful as a laser cannon. Joe felt a flash of light before his eyes before he could even react. He found himself beside Wei Duo. Above the icy pond, as the laser cannon's power dissipated, the shadow of the decoy Wei Duo had created for him was obliterated, and a striking damage number appeared. 2,700. Joe's heart sank. With his 700 vitality, according to the calculations provided by Federation scholars, his total health was only 1,400. Without resistance gear, there was absolutely no way he could withstand this blow. Sure enough, once a monster reaches the leader class, it undergoes a qualitative transformation. Though he mused on this, Joe's movements were anything but slow. He launched a flying kick directly at his target. Bone Crusher. With this gold tier skill activated, the bloodthirsty crocodile deprived of its ultimate ability was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter, letting out an agonized howl in an instant. Above its head, a shattered shield icon appeared. This was the special effect of Bone Crusher, Defense Break. The bloodthirsty crocodile, now in a defense break state, had its health bar wiped out by the scattering shockwaves before Joe even had to strike again. Wei Duo's beautiful eyes lit up from behind. This guy really has some skills. The damage from a single skill is actually as high as my awakening skill. Just as she was marveling at this, the rewards for defeating the boss-level monster arrived. A white light flashed over both of them in quick succession. Clearly, they had both leveled up to LV5. Chapter 15, Astonishing Loot. Defeated LV8 boss-level monster, Bloodthirsty Crocodile. Loot drops X2. Experience plus 219. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 5. A series of notifications appeared before them. Joe's body glowed with white light, and all his stats returned to their peak levels thanks to the level up. In an instant, he looked radiant as he gazed down at the monster's corpse. The dazzling orb of loot was truly eye-catching. Behind him, Wei Duo hummed a tune as she skipped over to join him. Although, after they teamed up, she could only receive a small portion of the experience points as agreed. She was equipped with the mythic rank gear gifted by the old principal, the Dragon's Roar Shining Belt. Its double experience gain property meant she hadn't fallen far behind Joe in terms of level. Combined with the fact that they had previously slain over a dozen demon pythons, the massive accumulation of experience points had actually allowed both of them to level up together. They both reached level 5. Twin Tails, how's your luck? Joe wasn't surprised by Wei Duo's level up. He stared at the glowing loot orb without turning his head as he asked. The girl tossed her jet black hair back, slowly popping a chocolate-flavored lollipop into her mouth. Her chubby little face was full of pride. It's fucking amazing, of course. Let me put it this way, I win 9 out of 10 times when I buy scratch-off tickets. Seriously? Joe was a bit skeptical, but he obediently stepped aside. He nodded toward the glowing orb of loot. You go ahead and feel it. If you don't pull out something good, I'll make fun of you for the rest of your life. Put. Wei Duo looked completely unimpressed as she walked straight up to the glowing orb. Fine, I'll do it. With that, she reached her small, fair hand into the glow. In an instant, the dazzling white light faded, revealing 2 pieces of equipment that radiated a cold, icy glow. Joe's eyes narrowed as she hurriedly looked over. Name boots of the Shadow Victor. Grade silver. Type leather armor footwear. Restriction LV5 LV20. Agility plus 32. Strength plus 27. Physical defense plus 329. Description: loot from defeating the bloodthirsty crocodile. This signifies that you have set foot in the core region of the Dark Forest. Equipping this item increases awakening skill damage by 1%. The first piece of loot is a leather armor item. In this world, all armor is divided into 3 types: heavy armor, leather armor, and light armor. The most obvious difference between these 3 types lies in their attribute distribution. For example, heavy armor provides the highest bonuses across all attributes, but its drawback is equally clear: it is extremely heavy. Wearing it creates a noticeable sense of weight, significantly impairing mobility. It is generally worn by burly characters with high vitality. Leather armor, on the other hand, has no impact on weight, but its defense is considerably lower than that of heavy armor. However, it provides substantial bonuses to agility and strength. It's suitable for awakened characters aiming for high burst damage. As for light armor, it falls somewhere in between, striking a delicate balance. It has no obvious drawbacks, nor does it offer any standout advantages. The moment Wei Duo saw the stats on these boots, she couldn't take her eyes off them. She was practically drooling. If we were to describe it in MMO terms, Wei Duo, with her shadow talent, does indeed resemble an assassin specializing in high burst damage. Zhou, on the other hand, had little interest in these boots. He maxed out every attribute at every level without hesitation, and his future path was clearly one of becoming a living legend through sheer physical prowess. If he had to choose an equipment category, it would undoubtedly be heavy armor. After all, when it comes to attribute bonuses alone, heavy armor is the best of the 3 armor types. As for the drawback of the weight penalty, it might be a major headache for ordinary players. But for Zhou, with all his stats maxed out, it's practically irrelevant. Collecting armor is still a distant concern for Zhou. His attention is currently drawn to the second piece of equipment. It's a pitch-black broadsword. Name: refined crocodile tooth broadsword. Grade silver. Type: blade weapon. Restriction LV5 LV20. Agility plus 31. Strength plus 47. Physical attack power plus 211. Description: a broadsword forged from the teeth of the bloodthirsty mad crocodile, a boss-level monster. It cuts through iron like mud. Each attack has a 5% chance to trigger a chain lightning effect, which can paralyze up to 3 targets and deal a certain amount of damage. Gazing at the seemingly unremarkable stat description, Zhou's eyes sparkled with unhidden excitement. This refined crocodile tooth broadsword was truly a gem. Back in his early days as a newbie in his previous life, he had heard people discuss this weapon more than once. It wasn't that the weapon dealt particularly high damage, but rather its unique trait, the paralyzing effect of chain lightning, which was incredibly powerful. It was a powerful crowd control tool. Once triggered, it could hardlock targets for at least 3 seconds. For newbies, who were severely lacking in both offensive and survival capabilities early on, this was practically a godsend. On the black market, its price had even skyrocketed to 300,000 Federation credits at one point. Even at that price, it was still a rare find. In his previous life, Zhou had lingered in the newbie phase for a long time and had desperately wanted to possess such a weapon. Unfortunately, this broadsword's drop rate is notoriously low. One powerful player had to grind through the cold pool 100 times just to barely get one. Zhou never even laid eyes on this broadsword once, even after he moved past the beginner stage. This became a source of regret for him for many years to come. Yet he never imagined that after his rebirth, on his very first run through Cold Pool, he would so easily obtain this weapon, the white moonlight of his rookie days. For a moment, he didn't know whether to marvel at the whims of fate or simply attribute it to Wei Duo's incredible luck. Ahem. Little gentleman, since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you pick first. Just as Zhou was staring intently at the pitch-black broadsword, Wei Duo's voice, feigning magnanimity, drifted into his ears. Zhou's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Clearly, he was utterly speechless at the young gentleman part of her remark. He glanced at Wei Duo, who barely reached his chest, her 2 ponytails bobbing up and down. He simply couldn't fathom how she dared to call herself sister. First of all, I've claimed this broadsword. Secondly, according to our team agreement, I'm supposed to pick the loot first. Joe spoke calmly, taking the opportunity to point out her clumsy attempt at flattery. Wei Duer, exposed on the spot, couldn't help but blush. With a huff of frustration rather than anger, she scooped up the gleaming short boots and found an open spot to examine them with delight. Seeing this, Joe also picked up the jet-black broadsword. A sharp gleam flashed in her eyes. Talent Infinite Ascendancy activated. In an instant, a familiar sense of emptiness washed over her entire body. But the pitch-black broadsword before him was also enveloped by a wondrous divine light, drastically altering its appearance. Apart from being entirely black, deep purple patterns now adorned the blade. It was as if a peerless master had embedded the thunder and lightning of the heavens within it. Congratulations! Your exquisite crocodile tooth broadsword has been perfectly upgraded to Ultimate Blade Thunder Calamity. Name Ultimate Blade Thunder Calamity. Rank Mythic Rank. Type Blade Weapon. Restriction LV5 LV20. Agility plus 69. Strength plus 101. Physical attack power plus 498. Description: a mythic rank item evolved from the refined crocodile tooth broadsword. It retains its lightning properties and now has a 30% chance on each attack to trigger a chain divine thunder, which can paralyze up to 8 targets and deal damage equal to the attack power of that strike. When the new stats appeared, Joe's eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. He clearly hadn't expected to trigger a perfect evolution once again. Chapter 16, The Fiercite Furo. By the Icy Pond. Joe stood ramrod straight atop a pile of monster corpses, holding the pitch-black broadsword wrapped in purple lightning horizontally before him. His eyes shone with intensity as he examined it closely. The ancient broadsword, after its perfect sublimation, looked vastly different from before. The streaks of purple lightning patterns were both domineering and extraordinary, each exuding the prestige befitting a mythic rank weapon. Not only had every attribute value been significantly enhanced, but the effects were now worlds apart from the original. Not only had the chance to trigger chain lightning increased to 30%, but the number of units it could paralyze had risen to a full 8. It could even trigger equal damage. If the original, refined crocodile tooth broadsword, was merely a plastic toy, then the upgraded, Ultimate Blade Thunderous Calamity, is nothing short of steel forged through 1,000 hammers. Anyone who saw it would have to admit it's a fine blade. Joe took a deep breath, his face beaming with delight. With a mere thought, he equipped it. Then, as usual, he maxed out all the attribute caps that had been raised by the upgrade. What surprised Joe was that once he reached level 5, his attribute caps increased by 500 accordingly. He seemed to have discovered a pattern regarding attribute caps at each level. Of course, this was just based on what he'd seen so far. Whether this would still hold true at levels 10 and 20 remained to be seen. A moment later, Joe's personal panel underwent another spectacular upgrade. Name Joe. Level LV5 10%. Strength 120047. Agility 1200 plus 97. Spirit 1200 plus 102. Vitality 1200. Skills Bone Crusher LV1. Equipment Starfall Pendant Epic Rank, Extreme Blade Thunder Calamity Mythic Rank. Talents SSS Rank Redistribution, SSS Rank Infinite Ascendancy Unique. Although he was only level 5, Joe's stats were unmatched even by a level 10 awakened. His 4 core stats are simply outstanding. He has undoubtedly surpassed every prodigy in history. No one at the same level can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. And his formidable strength stat means his attack power is exceptionally staggering. Even without mastering sword or blade skills, relying solely on brutal swings, he can still unleash unimaginable effects with the mythic rank thunderclap in his hand. At this moment, Joe finally felt truly confident about facing the final boss at the heart of the secret realm. Even if that boss had double all its stats, he wouldn't fear it in the slightest. It could be said that everything was ready. All that was left was to gather the team and launch the raid. Twin Tails. With that thought, Joe stowed the thunderclap in his backpack, turned, and called out to Wei Duoer, who was examining her new shoes. Interested in clearing the dungeon? His booming voice, brimming with indescribable confidence, reached the girl's ears. She paused for a moment, then lifted her round little head. Her expression betrayed a hint of surprise. "Little gentleman, are you really going all out? What's the matter? Is the mighty S-rank, Shadow, afraid to take on a mere newbie-tier secret realm boss?" Joe looked at her with feigned disdain. As it turned out, though his goading was clumsy, it worked. Wei Duoer's pretty face immediately flushed crimson. Clutching her waist, she retorted, "Who says I'm afraid? Let us be clear, I'm not scared. I just think it's a bit presumptuous for the two of us to take this on alone. As awakened ones, we should act with a bit more caution." Hearing Wei Duoer's affectedly mature tone, Joe couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry. I've also asked Yi Changshan to join us. He's an A-class talent, you should know that, right?" Yi Changshan. Wei Duoer paused slightly, and the image of that towering, iron-like man immediately flashed through her mind. Although she never had any interaction with Yi Changshan, he'd been right in front of her when they registered their talents, and as the only A-class awakened at number 5 high school, he'd naturally left a deep impression on her. Most importantly, Yi Changshan's talent, Furious Buddha, possessed exceptional damage resistance. In MMO terms, he was a top-tier tank with solid crowd control capabilities. With Yi Changshan on the team, they could indeed take on the final boss of the Dark Forest. With that in mind, Wei Duoer made up her mind. "Since you managed to get Yi Changshan to join the party, I'll tag along with you." She paused for a moment, then pulled a lollipop out of her pocket as if by magic. Tilting her head, she added, "But you'll have to wait a bit, I've got something to take care of first." "What's this business?" Joe asked instinctively. "You're asking me? That's kind of embarrassing, isn't it?" Wei Duoer suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, narrowing her eyes like a little fox deliberately stirring up trouble. Joe was immediately at a loss for words, then shook his head helplessly. "Whatever you're doing, I hope you hurry up. The dungeon closes in an hour and a half at most. You're really boring." Wei Duoer, who had expected to see some excitement, pursed her lips in disgust at Joe's lackluster reaction. She then crossed her arms and huffed. "Actually, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Besides leveling up, our main goal for coming into the secret realm this time is to get some potions that boost agility. And in the Dark Forest, those potions only have a chance of dropping when you defeat the level 6 monster, the 1,000-legged centipede. So I'm going to try my luck. But don't worry, in an hour at most, whether I get the potion or not, I'll come find you." Joe looked at Wei Duoer with a puzzled expression. He hadn't asked, yet she volunteered the answer herself. Human nature really is interesting. Joe nodded in understanding, saying nothing more. "It's rare for a secret realm to open, so if you're capable, you'd certainly do everything possible to maximize your combat power." Joe had maxed out all his stats and had no specific needs, so he was only focused on leveling up. But others were different. To lay a solid foundation during the beginner phase, they racked their brains and gave it their all for every single point of base attribute. And Wei Duoer's talent, Shadow, was perfectly suited to the agility attribute. So it was only natural that, once inside the secret realm, Wei Duoer would seek opportunities to boost her agility. Glancing down to estimate the time, Joe immediately made up his mind. "Alright, then we'll split up. I'll go find Yi Changshan, and you go hunt monsters. We'll meet in the center of the core area in an hour." "Okay." Wei Duoer gave a dashing thumbs up, and the next second, she seemed to melt into the shadows, vanishing in the blink of an eye. She really is a natural-born assassin. Joe muttered to himself, somewhat surprised by her stealth skills. Without further delay, he took a moment to orient himself before moving swiftly deeper into the dense forest. Compared to the outer perimeter, the area available for movement in the core zone was becoming increasingly limited. Logically, as long as Yi Changshan had also entered the core zone, the two should run into each other soon. However, the reality was that Joe had been moving forward for nearly half an hour and still hadn't sensed Yi Changshan's presence. What's going on? Joe frowned, a faint sense of unease creeping over him. Just as he was considering whether to return to the outer perimeter to investigate, a deafening roar suddenly rang in his ears. He followed the sound with his gaze and saw that about 200 or 300 meters away, accompanied by a series of thudding vibrations, towering trees were toppling one after another. It was as if some terrifying battle had erupted there. Could this be? Seeing this, Joe's expression shifted. He immediately realized what was happening and rushed toward the scene. A distance of 200 or 300 meters was nothing to Joe. He could cover it in the blink of an eye. Yet before he even arrived, a savage laugh reached his ears. Yi Changshan. Weren't you trying to kill me? How come you've been forced to transform now? But even if you've transformed, it's useless. I'll tell you straight, today, I'm not only going to kill you, but I'm going to kill your older brother too. The arrogant voice echoed through the forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. Joe's gaze pierced through the dense foliage to take in the scene before him. There, on a relatively open clearing, Peng Yu and Wang Tong stood defiantly, their faces etched with a look of deep amusement, their lips curled in scorn as they stared ahead. Standing opposite them, facing them head-on, was a giant of astonishing appearance. About 5 or 6 meters tall, with dark red skin, 6 arms sprouting from his back, eyes like copper bells, his chest covered in golden patterns, and a string of skull-shaped prayer beads hanging from his neck. He resembled an evil Buddha descended from the western heavens, or a malevolent monk released from the depths of hell. At first glance, it was terrifying. If not for the human-like intelligence in its gaze, surely no ordinary person would dare stand before it without trembling with fear. Zhou, however, was no stranger to this Buddha-like giant. In fact, he was quite close to it. For this was none other than his good brother, Yi Changshan. Chapter 17, Closing In. Furious Buddha Roar, and a ranked transformation talent. Upon activation, the user transforms into an ancient evil Buddha 3 times their original size. Simultaneously, they gain up to 60% damage reduction, resistance equal to twice their total stats, and an unmatched strength bonus. It is precisely because of these astonishing transformation traits that Furious Buddha Roar is known as the tankiest of tanks. It ranks among the top A-rank talents and, to a certain extent, can even rival S-rank abilities. After all, for awakened ones who frequently venture into dungeons, a tank with outstanding damage-absorbing capabilities is an extremely sought-after asset. The moment Yi Changshan awakened Furious Furo, it was destined that his life would never be ordinary. Even if he couldn't reach the very pinnacle, his life would still be far more comfortable than that of 99% of the people on Blue Star. Yet in his previous life, Yi Changshan had given up such a privileged existence. Driven by passion and loyalty, he remained by Zhou's side, never abandoning the brother he had come to regard as his own. Zhou's rise to level 54 was largely thanks to Yi Changshan. On countless occasions, had it not been for Yi Changshan's self-sacrificing protection within the dungeon, Zhou would have been reduced to nothing but bones long ago. In his previous life, Zhou had been unable to repay this debt of gratitude, nor did he possess the means to do so. But in this life, he would never allow Yi Changshan to suffer even the slightest injustice. Just as these memories swirled through Zhou's mind, the battle before him shifted once more. Tell me, where is Zhou? A deep blue flame the size of a basketball flared up in Peng Yu's hand. With a ruthless expression, he hurled it with all his might at Yi Changshan's massive form. The searing fireball streaked through the air and slammed heavily into the latter's colossal body. Sizzle! A sound like sizzling meat filled the air. After taking Peng Yu's fire attack head-on, Yi Changshan's chest visibly turned black and began to smoke. If you tell me, I'll put you out of your misery. If you don't, I'll shoot arrow after arrow into the crevices of your bones and let you die a painful death. His eyes flashing with a gleam of malice, Wang Tong holding a bronze-grade longbow drew the string taut, aimed at Yi Changshan, and laughed cruelly. The two were like hunters certain of victory, endlessly toying with their prey. At the same time, before them, Yi Changshan transformed into the ancient evil Buddha, glared with bloodshot eyes, seething with rage. You dare to dream of killing me? How presumptuous! If it weren't for your sneak attack, you'd have been corpses the moment you got close to me. Yi Changshan's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the dense forest. 10 minutes earlier, he had been locked in a fierce battle with a level 7 elite monster. But just as he was about to secure victory, he was ambushed by a hidden arrow fired by Wang Tong, leaving him unable to dodge the monster's dying counterattack and severely depleting his stamina. Meanwhile, Peng Yu and Wang Tong took turns attacking him in a relentless relay, steadily sapping Yi Changshan's stamina. That was how the current situation had come to be. Otherwise, with Yi Changshan's A-rank talent, even if his level was lower than Peng Yu and Wang Tong's, he would never have been forced into such a predicament. Humph. You're quite the smart aleck. The victor writes history. There are no what-ifs in this world. Tell me where Zhou is, and if I'm in a good mood, I might just spare your life. Peng Yu let out a heavy, cold snort, as if his patience had finally run out. He conjured a fiery serpent in his hand and advanced step by step toward Yi Changshan. Yet Yi Changshan merely threw his head back and laughed loudly, showing no fear. You think I'd betray my brother? You're not worthy. You think you can kill Brother Jun? You're even less worthy. Brother Jun is a peerless prodigy. He is destined to shake the world with his fame. How could he possibly fall at the hands of petty scoundrels like you? If you two have the guts, go ahead and attack. Let us see if I dare to kill one of you before I die. As Yi Changshan spoke, the 6 arms on his back slowly unfolded. Though his body was clearly gravely wounded, he still exuded an indescribable aura of blood and might, as if a god or demon were looking down upon the mortal world. You! Peng Yu and Wang Tong's expression shifted. They were momentarily so startled that they dared not advance. Seeing this, Yi Changshan let out an unhidden sneer from the corner of his mouth, his laughter growing louder and louder. Realizing they had been toyed with, the two men's faces instantly turned ashen. Damn it! I'll be Peng Yu if I don't kill you today. But Peng Yu's expression was icy cold. This time, he hurled the fire serpent in his hand without hesitation. It transformed into a streak of rainbow light mid-air and shot straight for Yi Changshan's heart. Come on, then! Yi Changshan roared, bracing himself for battle. Whoosh! However, just as the two were about to clash, the air suddenly exploded. An indescribable streak of light, though released later, arrived first, violently colliding with the eerie blue fire snake and obliterating it mid-air. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Immediately afterward, a voice laced with both anger and authority echoed out from the dense forest. Changshan, go rest. As long as I'm here, no one will lay a finger on you today. Hearing this familiar voice, the gravity on Yi Changshan's face instantly softened, replaced by a look of relief and joy. At the same moment, Peng Yu and Wang Tong's spirits stirred, and they fixed their gaze intently on the direction from which the voice had come. There, a figure not particularly imposing, yet radiating composure, was walking toward them step by step. With one hand in his pocket and the other gripping the hilt of a pitch-black long sword, his gaze deep and serene, he came to a stop before Yi Changshan. Brother Jun. Yi Changshan's defiant aura vanished instantly. He let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and his massive form vanished in an instant, reverting to human form. Then, with a dull thud, he sprawled out on the ground, a guileless smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he gazed up at the sky. He didn't have to worry about a thing anymore. Because his older brother had arrived. His older brother, the one with the SSS-ranked talent. Zhou! You finally decided to show your face. Peng Yu and Wang Tong exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of unhidden elation. I've never been hiding, so why talk about showing my face? Zhou's gaze was as cold as ice as he scrutinized the two of them. These two clowns had been provoking him in every way possible ever since he transferred to number 5 high school. Counting both his past and present lives, it had been 3 years. Now was the time to make them pay for their loose tongues. At this thought, Zhou's expression grew even colder. But Peng Yu and Wang Tong clearly hadn't noticed any of this. They were still insulting him as usual. You're just a D-ranked talent, what the hell are you trying to pull? I was actually going to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to slice you into pieces, one cut at a time, and feed you to the monsters. Peng Yu's eyes flashed with malice. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured another fiery serpent, ready to teach Zhou a lesson. Wang Tong, meanwhile, pulled out his phone, tapped the record button and began filming the scene with relish. This wasn't some twisted hobby of his, but rather a way to provide proof for Wang. Otherwise, without evidence, even though the two of them had followed Wang for years, he might very well deny everything. After all, 2 silver grade pieces of equipment as a reward was no small sum. With their own agendas in mind, the two were already fantasizing about how impressive they'd look when they received the promised gear from Wang after killing Zhou. Yet they'd completely forgotten who had just shattered that ferocious fire serpent with a single streak of light. Only Yi Changshan, lying on the ground, wore a smug smile at that moment. Chapter 18, Slaying You Like a Dog. Since you're so eager to see me dead, go ahead and try. Deep within the dense forest, Zhou stood calmly in the center of the clearing, his gaze lowered, completely ignoring Peng Yu and Wang Tong, the 2 B-ranked talent masters. Across from him, the fire serpent Peng Yu had conjured coiled and twisted around his wrist, its scorching heat causing ripples in the surrounding air. His gaze was icy as he fixed it firmly on Zhou. Kid, I really don't know where you get the nerve. If you were still the young master of the Zhou clan, I'd turn on my heel and leave. But now you're nothing more than the scion of a criminal, a stray dog without a home, and your talent is merely D rank. What gives you the right to challenge the two of us? The Peng family was a second-tier clan in Lingyuan City, and although Peng Yu was not a direct descendant of the main line, he had awakened a B-rank talent, Navy Blue Ghost Flame, ranking among the top of the younger generation in the clan. His status was already no less than that of the direct descendants. Furthermore, he had awakened his talent early and had already reached level 5 before entering the secret realm. And as they journeyed together, his and Wang Tong's coordination had been flawless, leading to victory after victory. He already smoothly advanced to level 7. So he simply couldn't fathom how Zhou, with only D-rank strength, dared to speak to him with such confidence, given his own level, which towered over every student in the entire 5th Academy, and his B-ranked talent Azure Ghost Flame, renowned for its ruthless ferocity. That kid must have been scared out of his wits by Brother Yu. He still thinks he is the young master of the Zhou clan? Too bad he has no idea just how terrifying Brother Yu really is. Wang Tong, watching the scene from behind, couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. Having hung out with Peng Yu, Wang Tong clearly understood him better than most. Many people assumed Peng Yu was just a spoiled school bully, but few knew that he was actually shrewd and ruthless. To ensure he could successfully complete the mission Wang had assigned him, he had specifically obtained a bottle of silver-grade potion before entering the secret realm. This potion was called Demon Summoning Incense, and its effects were not intended for humans, but for monsters. Simply by sprinkling the potion on the ground, it would provoke all demons within a 2-kilometer radius, sending them into a frenzied rage and triggering a beast horde. The original purpose of this potion was for high-tier awakens to lure monsters when venturing into dungeons. However, Peng Yu feared that Zhou, protected by the A-rank expert Yi Changshan, might cause complications in their operation, so he ruthlessly decided to use it as a contingency plan. He intended to use it to drive the monsters within the secret realm, thereby using them to kill his enemy. But Brother Yu was overthinking it. We didn't need the monster summoning incense to deal with that clumsy giant, Yi Changshan. Wang Tong cast a mocking glance at Yi Changshan, who lay paralyzed on the ground, and shook his head silently. And to think he and Peng Yu had spent half the day preparing for this, even going so far as to place the secret potion specifically in his archer's backpack. As it turned out, Yi Changshan was all show and no substance, making the operation proceed far more smoothly than they'd ever imagined. Now that the biggest obstacle, Yi Changshan, was severely injured and exhausted, killing Zhou, the D-rank talent waste, would be a piece of cake. Not to mention Peng Yu, the strongest fighter. Even he, Wang Tong, could kill him with a single arrow. Brother Yu, I've started. With that thought, Wang Tong found the whole thing tedious. He pressed the record button decisively, eager to wrap up this boring task as quickly as possible. As the phone began recording, Peng Yu's grin grew even more savage in the frame. He said no more, his gaze toward Zhou as cold as if he were looking at a corpse, as he unleashed the thick fire serpent in his hand. The ghostly blue fire, though only AB rank, was a rare nature-type combat talent. Talents of this category provide the highest damage bonuses. Even a single casual attack possessed immense destructive power. Although Pang Yu was only level 7, this fire serpent attack would be enough to instantly kill even a level 9 ordinary monster. In his eyes, Zhou was merely a D-rank talent. Even if he had managed to level up a few times by luck after entering the secret realm, how much combat power could he possibly have? Being hit by this attack meant certain death. It's over. Wang Tong curled his lip from behind, the boredom in his eyes growing more evident. Now he could only hope that after killing Zhou and Yi Changshan, he might find some valuable loot on their bodies. After all, Zhou was the former young master of the Zhou clan, as the saying goes, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse, he should have some treasures on him. Brother Jun. Seeing the fiery serpent writhing wildly, Yi Changshan, who was slumped on the ground behind them, couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Although he had great confidence in Zhou's strength, he had never actually seen him fight since his awakening. He didn't even know what Zhou's SSS rank talent was, so it was inevitable that he felt a bit of worry. All this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it happened extremely quickly. The moment these thoughts flashed through the minds of the three, the massive fire serpent had already closed to within half a meter of Zhou. Zhou, who had stood calmly with his hands behind his back, finally moved. He took a step forward as if no one were there, and at the same time, the pitch-black broadsword in his hand seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning in a dark, dense forest, slashing forward without hesitation. Whoosh! The ferocious blade light, enveloped in flashes of lightning, whipped up gusts of gale-force wind as it screamed through the air and descended. He intends to cut my fire with a blade? The moment Zhou made this move, this thought flashed through Peng Yu's mind. This utterly absurd notion. Cutting fire with a blade, how could that possibly be done? If the fire were truly to be extinguished, how immense would the strength and speed required be? Even in their youth, those level 500 god kings would struggle to execute an attack of this caliber, wouldn't they? And Zhou, a D-rank talent, a cast-off of the Zhou clan, what gave him the audacity to strike fire with a blade? Peng Yu was just about to speak, ready to mock Zhou's overconfidence. But in the next instant, the corners of his mouth could no longer curl upward. For he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw his invincible dark blue ghost fire after crossing paths with that unremarkable black broadsword vanish mid-air, the thick, serpentine flames extinguished as if someone had blown out a candle in a single breath. He had truly managed to cut through fire with his blade. This can't be. How can you be this strong? Peng Yu, finally coming to his senses, stumbled backward several steps, his face pale with utter horror. That strike, though still in the form of a fire serpent, had been his full power attack, his strongest move. After unleashing it, his spirit power was nearly depleted. Yet Zhou had casually cut it down as if strolling through a garden. His expression remained unchanged, not a flicker of emotion. It was as if that breathtaking strike had been nothing more than an ordinary swing of his blade. Nothing is impossible. Zhou, showing neither joy nor sorrow, walked toward him step by step. His physique wasn't particularly muscular, yet it sent Peng Yu stumbling backward repeatedly until he finally collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, far behind them, Wang Tong, who had previously found the whole thing boring, was now completely dumbfounded. He didn't even notice his phone, which had been recording, clatter to the ground. Was this really Zhou, the one who had only awakened a D-rank talent? Wang Tong couldn't believe it. But reality left him no choice but to accept it. If anyone dared tell him now that Zhou was a D-rank talent, he slapped them across the face. Something's wrong. It must be the divine communication pearl malfunctioning. Zhou is clearly an S-rank or higher talent. Wang Tong felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness wash over him, sending a chill through his entire body. What made him even more desperate was that just a few meters ahead of him, Zhou, the very person they had once treated as a joke, had already drawn his long sword and stood before Peng Yu. The blade's glow was cold and menacing. Peng Yu, however, had collapsed to the ground. With death approaching, he finally realized everything. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, roaring. You're clearly this strong, yet you've been biding your time all along. You're even more terrifying than Wang. You're gloating now, finally able to slay two powerful enemies who've been a thorn in your side for so long, but I'll tell you this, young Master Wang will avenge us. He was filled with resentment and humiliation. Yet, in the face of Peng Yu's hysteria, Zhou remained impassive. He merely shook his head slightly. "You're overthinking it. From start to finish, you and Wang Tong have been nothing but clowns in my eyes, serving only to add a bit of amusement to my otherwise mundane life. Powerful enemies? You're not even worthy of that title. If I truly wanted to kill you, it would be no different from slaying a stray dog on the street." Those calm words fell like a sharp sword, piercing through Peng Yu's self-righteous pride. He gave a bitter laugh, staring at the blade's glint as it drew ever closer, until the world spun and his consciousness plunged into utter darkness. Peng Yu, dead. Chapter 19, The Raging Beast Tide. Peng Yu is dead. In the gloomy, dense forest, Peng Yu's body was severed in two. His massive head rolled to Wang Tong's feet. His bloodshot eyes remained wide open even in death, staring straight ahead. Although everyone within the secret realm possessed immunity to death once, in the face of such a massive disparity in strength, even 10 such chances would be useless. For Zhou, it was nothing more than taking one extra swing of his blade. Seeing Peng Yu, whom he had once held in such high regard, die so suddenly, Wang Tong shuddered in terror, trembling like a leaf on the spot. Gone was even a trace of the arrogance he displayed when bullying others on campus. Especially when he saw the man before him wielding a blade like a demon god walking toward him, he completely broke down. "Zhou, brother Jun. I beg you, please forgive a small man's transgression and spare my life. I'll do whatever you say from now on. My family is rich, I can give you a lot of money. Look. I've got a bronze-grade bow and arrows right here. If you want them, I'll give them to you right now. I beg you, spare me. I don't want to die." Overcome by overwhelming fear, he fell to his knees and began begging for mercy. Dignity and pride, all of that was cast aside in that moment. "You want me to spare your life? Fine. First, bark like a dog for me." A playful smirk suddenly curled at the corner of Zhou's mouth. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong actually began to woof woof without a word. "Not bad. Too bad I don't like dogs." Zhou praised him with a smile, then changed the subject, swinging his broadsword at him with even greater speed. "Zhou, you forced my hand." Realizing he'd been toyed with, Wang Tong's face twisted into a hideous grimace. He let out a furious roar and scattered the secret potion he'd prepared long ago, the demon summoning incense, all over the ground. "Ha ha ha ha. If I die, none of you will live either." Acting as if he had gone mad, Wang Tong followed Peng Yu's fate. After doing all this, instantly killed by Zhou with 2 swings of his blade. At the same time, the scent of the demon summoning incense began to spread, wafting through the air in all directions. Zhou frowned. His extensive dungeon running experience from his previous life allowed him to immediately recognize the origin of this substance, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He clearly hadn't expected Peng Yu and Wang Tong to be so treacherous. Even with their obvious superiority in raw power, they had still reserved such underhanded tactics. Triggering a beast horde within a dungeon was extremely dangerous without prior preparation. An ordinary awakened squad simply wouldn't stand a chance. Wang Tong's move had indeed created no small amount of trouble for Zhou. After all, they were now deep within the central core of the dark forest. The monsters drawn here by the demon summoning incense were at least level 6 or 7 elites, and there were even some level 8 or 9 creatures among them. A beast horde composed of monsters of this caliber possessed a destructive force capable of leveling the earth. Very few beginners could withstand it alone. Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he had been an awakened in 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, he did not panic. Instead, he felt a strange sense of excitement, eager to prove himself. A monster tide, though a crisis, was also an opportunity. Within the secret realm, monsters were usually scattered. For top-tier powerhouses, the real challenge was often not hunting monsters, but finding them. A beast tide forces monsters within a certain radius to gather together, so from a certain perspective, isn't this a rare feast for leveling up? While others would do their best to avoid a beast tide, in Zhou's eyes, it was a walking experience pack. Boom! 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 Just as Zhou was eagerly awaiting the spectacle, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble, sending tiny pebbles flying into the air. In the dense jungle ahead, giant trees swayed violently, and countless birds took flight in panic. The scene resembled the harbingers of an apocalyptic disaster. Roar! Accompanying this terrifying spectacle, a series of frenzied beastly roars echoed from all directions. Immediately afterward, countless monsters of every kind appeared from all sides, charging toward Joe in unison. The scale was immense, the sight was terrifying. The scene of the beasts running amok would be enough to terrify an ordinary person into trembling uncontrollably, rendering them completely helpless. Yet Joe remained unflinching. He slowly raised his broadsword, thunderclap calamity, high above his head, his eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit. "Come on, then!" With a loud roar, he did not retreat but charged forward, running alone straight into the tide of beasts. At that very moment, Yi Changshan, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly sat up. A party invitation from Joe appeared before his eyes. "Brother Jun." Yi Changshan murmured hoarsely, instantly grasping Zhou's intent. His body was now severely wounded and his stamina exhausted. The only way to quickly recover was to level up. Zhou's party invitation at this moment clearly meant he intended to share some of his experience with him to help heal his injuries. At this thought, the towering man's eyes welled up with tears. Ahead, the two sides were already locked in battle. Kill! With a thunderous roar, Zhou's chi and blood surged through his body. His physique, boasting over 5,000 total attributes, moved like a meat grinder as he fought his way through the swarm of beasts. With a single kick, he unleashed the Bone Crusher skill, sending an LV8 demon horned rhinoceros before him reeling backward. The accompanying shockwave swept up a large group of surrounding monsters, draining more than half their health bars. Zhou, however, gave these low-health monsters no chance to go berserk. He immediately closed in, swinging his broadsword, and in an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Roar! The monsters' pitiful screams echoed through the gloomy sky. The mythic rank Thunder Tribulation was simply beyond their ability to withstand. Every strike was a devastating blow. Especially the Chain Divine Thunder effect, which triggered on average every 3 strikes, not only dealing immense damage but also causing stun. With as many as 8 units hit at once, even the surging, charging horde of beasts came to an eerie standstill. Killed LV5 Elite Monster, Shadow Serpent. Experience plus 58. Killed LV7 Horned Rhino. Experience plus 71. Killed LV8 Elite Monster, Venomous Hornet Beast. Experience plus 99. Loot dropped X1. Countless notification panels flashed before his eyes, completely flooding the screen. Yi Changshan sat in the back, staring at it all in utter disbelief. From his perspective, Zhou at that moment resembled a war god wielding the power of thunder, charging alone into the tide of beasts, invincible wherever he went. With every swing of his blade, a deep blue electric grid would form around him. Not a single monster could withstand it. Is this Brother Jun's true strength? Yi Changshan was utterly stunned, gaining a clear understanding for the first time of what it meant to be a prodigy. At this moment, Zhou was indeed outrageously powerful. As long as no boss-level monsters appeared, the rest, whether level 5 or level 10, were all one-hit kills in his eyes. In just a short while, a large pile of loot orbs had already gathered at his feet. However, Zhou had no interest in paying attention to any of this. His eyes were fixed solely on slaying monsters. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 6. Suddenly, a white glow appeared on his body. Zhou had leveled up. All traces of fatigue vanished, and his attribute point cap expanded once more. Without hesitation, he multitasked, continuing to slay monsters while mentally summoning his character panel to redistribute his points. Each of his 4 core attributes surged by another 600 points, reaching a staggering 1,800. His total attributes were now approaching 7,000. This made Zhou fight with increasing ferocity, rendering him utterly unstoppable amidst the beast horde. Behind him, not long after Zhou had leveled up, another white glow flared. Clearly, Yi Changshan had leveled up as well. He did a somersault, his massive frame slamming heavily onto the ground, his physical condition now fully restored to its peak. Notification: Yi Changshan has left the party. A notification popped up before Zhou's eyes. He glanced back in surprise, only to see the towering man flashing a guileless smile. "Brother June, you're taking down enemies too fast. I can't take advantage of your experience points and slow down your leveling speed. Besides, I've fully recovered now, and I'd rather grind monsters and level up on my own." Hearing this, Joe felt a slight warmth in his heart. Whether in his past life or this one, this man was always so simple-minded, treating others with naive sincerity. He nodded, saying nothing more, but his attacks grew even more ferocious. Every swing of his blade claimed the lives of several monsters. "Little Junzi, the monsters are rioting. We must hurry." Just as Joe was cutting a swath through the horde, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a ghostly black figure darting through the dense forest nearby, which eventually revealed itself to be Wei Duo. However, upon arriving at the scene and taking in the situation before her, she abruptly swallowed the rest of her sentence. "How did you get even stronger?" she gasped in disbelief. At that very moment, a rainbow-colored beam of light falling from the sky caught her attention. She instinctively looked up and saw a colossal Buddha, 5 or 6 meters tall, materialize out of thin air. With its 6 arms outstretched, it charged into the swarm of beasts. "Is that the wrathful Buddha Luo?" Wei Duo blinked, watching as Zhou and Yi Changshan not only didn't run from the beast horde but actively charged into it, their excitement growing by the second. For a moment, she felt a tingle of excitement in her own heart. Her whole face flushed red with excitement. With a tank clearing the way, what the hell do I have to fear? She curled the corners of her mouth upward, popped a chocolate lollipop into her mouth, flipped her palm to reveal a dagger, and in the next second, transformed into a shadowy figure as she charged into the beast horde. Chapter 20, Reaching Level 10. Before they knew it, 2.5 hours had passed since the secret realm opened. In the principal's office at number 5 high school. The elderly principal sat upright in his chair, smiling as he brewed tea, while a middle-aged man sat on the sofa below him. Before them stood a lovely young woman, her face filled with astonishment. "Principal, are you saying our class has produced an SSS-ranked talent?" The woman's tone was filled with astonishment. She seemed completely unprepared for such a prodigy to emerge from a small place like number 5 high school, let alone from her own class. The old principal smiled and, surprisingly, poured a cup of tea himself, handing it to the female teacher before him. "Miss Chu, to be precise, it's a dual talent holder. However, Joe's first talent isn't very strong, so it can be disregarded." The woman summoned to the principal's office was none other than Chu Xiuyan, the homeroom teacher of Senior 3 Class 8 Joe's teacher. She accepted the tea brewed personally by the old principal, her eyes still brimming with disbelief. "Zhou is the one who awakened an SSS-level talent?" Chu Xiuyan murmured, her astonishment growing. Zhou had transferred into her class during his sophomore year. In her memory, he was usually very quiet, like a silent type, and Yi Changshan was the only student in the entire class who was close to him. Academically, he was average. In short, he didn't impress teachers like a top student, nor was he memorable like the mischievous students in the back rows. It could be said that students like this were the easiest to overlook throughout their entire high school career. Teachers didn't remember them, and neither did their classmates. Therefore, Chu Xiuyan had never imagined that, in the end, he would turn out to be the student with the highest talent score in the entire class. "Congratulations, Teacher Chu. This year's Outstanding Teacher Award is yours for the taking." The old principal stroked his beard and laughed heartily, then dropped another bombshell, and this time, Chu Xiuyan was completely convinced. After all, normally speaking, even though Class 8 of Senior 3 was a top-tier class, the Outstanding Teacher Award wouldn't have gone to her. She was simply too young and lacked the necessary seniority. That said, Chu Xiuyan didn't place much importance on the so-called Outstanding Teacher selection anyway. She wasn't from Linyuan City. Taking this teaching position at number 5 high school was merely a cover. She actually had other, more pressing matters to attend to. But her astonishment at Zhou's awakening of an SSS-level talent was genuine. Vaguely, she sensed that with Zhou's arrival, the final days of this school year at number 5 high school were about to become exceptionally exciting. "I just wonder what type of SSS class talent young Zhou possesses. If it's combat-oriented, then the human race may well gain another supreme sovereign in the future. The old principal took a sip of tea and couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with envy. An SSS class talent with a unique attribute is never weak. Even if young Joe's ability isn't combat-oriented, he is bound to make a name for himself in the future. We should be able to get a sense of it once the secret realm opens. As the words fell, the three men in the room fell into deep thought. This dark forest secret realm marked Joe's debut. And just how powerful Joe's abilities truly were would become clear from the level he attained upon the secret realm's conclusion. After all, no matter how high one's talent, it ultimately depends on the possessor's courage, skill, and character. Throughout the Federation's 1,000-year history, there have been those who awakened to extremely high talent levels yet possessed an exceedingly weak character. The result was that their extraordinary talent went to waste. They failed to reach even level 100 and faded into obscurity among the masses. Generally speaking, for an SSS tier prodigy with both the right temperament and skills, raising their level by about 5 upon their first entry into a dungeon is considered a pass. After all, they were all high school seniors for first-time monster hunters. Achieving this level was truly quite impressive. Joe seems far more composed than his peers. I don't think it'll be hard for him to level up 5 times. Chu Xiaoyan sat elegantly on the other side of the sofa, her slender hand holding a cup of tea, as she offered her opinion. I agree with Teacher Chu. Aside from the final boss and that giant crocodile in the cold pool, the other monsters in the dark forest aren't particularly strong. As long as Brother Joe doesn't go looking for trouble, leveling up by 5 should be a breeze. The middle-aged man chimed in. However, upon hearing this, the old principal shook his head and stated with certainty, 3 levels. If Joe can level up by 3, that's a pass. At these words, everyone was taken aback. The middle-aged man frowned even more. Principal's son, aren't you underestimating Brother Joe a bit? I'm not underestimating him at all. On the contrary, I have very high expectations for him. The old principal chuckled, poured himself another cup of tea, and then explained, have you forgotten that other SSS-level geniuses make their debut in dungeons, but little Joe is heading into a secret realm this time? According to Blue Star's rules, when an SSS-level talent enters a secret realm, the attributes of monsters automatically double. Little Joe is indeed a genius, but for a genius facing monsters with doubled attributes on his very first battle to advance 3 levels under such circumstances is, in my view, the mark of a prodigy. Hearing the old principal's explanation, the people in the room finally understood. The middle-aged man no longer questioned it, while Chu Xiaoyan smiled. Then, as his homeroom teacher, I'll place even higher hopes on him. I'll bet he'll level up 4 times in a row. Don't rush, the secret realm ends in half an hour. Whether Joe levels up 3 or 4 times will become clear then. The old principal laughed heartily, folding his arms as he gazed out the window at the playground, where the secret realm's rift swirled ceaselessly, his face brimming with anticipation. At the same time, within the core area of the secret realm, a seething aura of killing intent soared skyward. 3 figures crisscrossed the battlefield, reaping the lives of monsters amidst an endless tide of beasts. Even when fighting to the point of exhaustion, they showed no fear. For with each level up, all fatigue and injuries would be completely healed, allowing them to return to battle. It was a cycle of fighting to sustain fighting, growing bolder with every battle. As a result, the forest was littered with the corpses of monsters, piled nearly as high as mountains. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 10. As a dazzling blade of light sliced across the sky, Joe, covered in blood, finally cleared the area of all monsters within a 100-meter radius. And his own level naturally rose to LV10. He casually thrust his sword into the ground before him and waved his hand through the air to open his personal interface. Allocate points. Max out all 4 attributes. As the thought flashed through his mind, the 4 attributes on his panel began to rise at a visible speed. His physical form in reality underwent a transformation as well. His height, already 1.8 meters, increased slightly, and his once slender frame grew even more muscular. His arms became more powerful, his abs sharply defined, and his muscle definition was a sight to behold. A moment later, he took a deep breath, and his body stopped transforming. A pair of piercing eyes fell upon the panel before him. Name Joe. Level LV 10-3%. Strength 5247. Agility 5200 plus 97. Spirit 5200 plus 102. Vitality 5200. Skills, Bone Crusher LV1. Equipment, Starfall Pendant Epic Rank, Extreme Blade Thunder Tribulation Mythic Rank. Talents, SSS Rank Redistribution, SSS Rank Infinite Ascendancy Unique. Staring at the panel before him, Joe felt his blood boil. Although he had long anticipated that the SSS rank redistribution would become increasingly formidable as the game progressed, seeing these stats before him now made it impossible to contain his excitement. A single attribute exceeding 5,000. The total sum of all attributes. What astonishing figures. Even in their youth, the God Kings were far inferior to him at the same level. Chapter 21, Finally Meeting the Lord. Boom! Just as Joe was carefully savoring his strength, which had surged to its absolute peak, a thunderous roar rang in his ears. Turning his head, he saw Yi Changshan's colossal form transformed into a giant Buddha striding heavily toward them, with not a single surviving monster left in his wake. Little gentleman, I've reached level 9. The void trembled, and Wei Duo's figure, which had been blending into the shadows, materialized before Zhou, her lovely face beaming with excitement. A terrifying beast tide that could have claimed many lives if mishandled had, in the hands of the three of them, turned into a feast of experience points. Not only had the three of them quelled the entire beast tide, but each of them had also reaped substantial rewards. Wei Duo was absolutely delighted. The rewards from this foray into the secret realm had far exceeded her initial expectations. She swung her jet-black twin ponytails, her haughty gaze landing on Zhou's face only to freeze slightly the next moment. You're level 10? An involuntary gasp escaped her lips, as if she had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. She bit her pink lips tightly, her gaze fixed on Zhou as though he were a monster. She had been able to reach level 9 because her inventory contained the Dragoness Roar Shining Belt, a reward from the old principle that doubled her experience points. But what about Zhou? He didn't possess any such treasure to accelerate his experience gain, yet his level far surpassed everyone else's. This could only mean one thing: during that recent slaughter, Zhou had slain more monsters than any of the three of them. You must be an SSS rank talent. Wei Duo declared with absolute certainty. Previously, there had been some doubt as to whether Zhou was an SSS rank talent. But now, Wei Duo could stake her life on it. This kid absolutely was. This god-defying combat power had long since surpassed the realm of ordinary geniuses. Classmate Wei, my older brother bears a blood feud. Please don't go spreading rumors about his talent once we're out of here. At that moment, Yi Changshan's deep, muffled voice rang out from above. Wei Duo glanced up at the fierce-looking ancient Buddha and snorted coldly, of course. I'm not the type to spread gossip. By the way, Changshan, how many levels have you leveled up? Zhou asked. Yi Changshan shook his massive head and grinned, baring his teeth. Brother Jun, I'm level 7 now. His transformed form was already ferocious enough when he smiled, his blue lips and fangs were fully exposed. Combined with the string of human head prayer beads around his neck, he looked like a malevolent monk straight out of the Avicii hell, sending shivers down Wei Duo's spine. Zhou, however, nodded in satisfaction. This trip into the secret realm had been quite fruitful for all three of them. They'd even taken the opportunity to eliminate Pingyu and Wang Tong, making it a near-perfect success. Now, only the Lord-class boss at the very center remained. Before the beast tide erupted, the three of them would have had to pull some strings to take on the final boss. But now the boss would be lucky not to run away the moment it saw them. Over the next few moments, the trio took a brief rest and divided up the loot scattered across the floor. Then they set off toward the center of the core. Along the way, they formed a party. If they hadn't, whoever landed the final blow would have claimed all the boss's experience points. With the party formed, they divided the loot according to their agreement. This time, Zhou didn't take any extra. The three split it evenly, each receiving 33.3% of the experience. Perhaps due to the beast tide, Joe and the others chatted and laughed all the way, encountering almost no monsters. With the path clear, they soon reached the Lord Boss's active zone. Located at the very center of the entire secret realm, the area was dark and silent, exuding an eerie atmosphere everywhere. Since this was Yi Changshan and Wei Duo's first time facing a dungeon lord, their expressions grew somber. Zhou, however, remained composed as he led the way. As they walked through the dense jungle to its end, the view suddenly opened up before them. A clearing as large as a soccer field appeared, the ground perfectly flat with not a single obstacle in sight. And in the center of the clearing stood an astonishing structure. It was a throne. Just like the dragon throne in the ancient Golden Hall, a jet-black jade chair stood high above, flanked by staircases on all sides, overlooking the surroundings. "Jun, why is there someone sitting on that chair?" Yi Changshan pointed at the throne and exclaimed in surprise. Wei Duo tapped him on the head and scoffed, "Stop making such a fuss. That's clearly a stone statue. What's wrong with your eyes?" "Huh?" Yi Changshan froze, then looked more closely. Sure enough, he realized that the figure seated on the lofty throne was not a living person, but an intricately carved stone statue. It was a man, as elegant as an ancient Western noble, sitting there calmly. In his left hand he held a simple, ancient-looking sword, while his right hand gripped a black chain. At the end of the chain was a creature resembling a Western dragon. The creature was very much alive and lay resting with its eyes closed at the statue's feet. Only when Zhou and his two companions approached within 50 meters of the throne did it shake itself and rise to its feet with an air of impatience. A pair of icy vertical pupils stared down at the trio below the steps, an utterly terrifying sight. "Is that a dragon?" Yi Changshan asked, stunned. "No." Zhou shook his head and slowly drew his pitch-black broadsword. "This is the Lord Class Boss, the multi-eyed lizard demon." In his previous life, Zhou had explored this dungeon with many awakened squads. He knew this final boss all too well. Perhaps because this dungeon had some peculiar backstory, every time he entered, he would see this multi-eyed demon lizard resting at the feet of the stone statue or perhaps guarding it. It would only awaken when challengers came within 50 meters of the stone statue. Hiss. As Zhou and his two companions drew closer, the many-eyed demon lizard reared up on its hind legs as if to warn them, exposing its belly covered in eyes. Those eyes were all vertical slits, densely packed, creating a deeply unsettling sight. Eek! Wei Duo's petite frame shuddered involuntarily, and she forced herself not to look into its eyes. Yi Changshan and Zhou, however, didn't seem bothered. If anything, they were eager to face it. "Big brother, let me take on this beast first." Yi Changshan stepped forward first, immediately activating his awakening ability. Amidst a burst of light, his entire body instantly grew to colossal proportions. The ancient evil Buddha materialized out of thin air, startling the multi-eyed demon lizard so much that it couldn't help but take a step back. As a Lord-class monster, the multi-eyed demon lizard was no small creature. It was about the size of an excavator. But compared to the furious-eyed Buddha, it looked like a toy in a child's hand. "Thousand prison Arhat Pom." Yi Changshan let out a long, piercing cry. The ancient evil Buddha's massive body roared as its 6 arms extended from its back, channeling terrifying power. In that instant, it transformed into a phantom and slammed into the multi-eyed demon lizard. This move was none other than Furo the fierce-eyed Buddha's awakening skill. Chapter 22, Sudden Turmoil. Just like Wei Duo's awakening skill, Shunying Wantian Sha. Although Furious-eyed Buddha is a top-tier tank class talent, its strength bonus is equally unmatched. Its awakening skill, Thousand Prison Arhat's Hand, takes the ancient giant Buddha's strength advantage to the extreme, and is renowned as a skill that breaks all defenses with sheer power. The moment it was unleashed, its might was staggering. The 6 arms left after images in the air, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, and rained down on the multi-eyed lizard like a storm. 722. 691. 778. Since the Thousand Prison Arhat hand deals sustained damage, a series of damage notifications appeared one after another above the multi-eyed demon lizard's head. After a few breaths, the onslaught subsided. Yi Changshan's chest heaved violently as he withdrew his hand and came to a halt. Before his massive form, the dust cleared to reveal the true form of the multi-eyed demon lizard, which was letting out agonized screams. Its total health had plummeted by a full quarter. Not bad for a big guy. Wei Duo's eyes lit up. She no longer feared the multicolored vertical pupils covering the multi-eyed demon lizard's body. Instead, her face lit up with excitement. She pulled a chocolate-flavored lollipop from her hoodie pocket and was about to pop it into her mouth. Joe looked at her curiously. "Why do you eat a different flavor of lollipop every time? Is there some meaning to it?" Wei Duo paused for a moment upon hearing this, then tilted her pretty head back and said smugly, "Of course there is." As if performing a magic trick, she pulled a string of differently colored lollipops from her pocket. Clasping her waist with one hand, she explained. "When I'm in a good mood, I eat strawberry. When I'm in a bad mood, I eat grape. When I'm bored, I eat lemon. As for chocolate flavor, that means I'm fired up and ready to go into battle mode." Watching Wei Duo's proud expression and the chocolate-flavored lollipop she was about to pop into her mouth, Joe was speechless. If there were levels to eating candy, Wei Duo would definitely be at the max level. And just as she had said, the moment the chocolate-flavored lollipop touched her lips, her eyes hardened with determination. Behind her, billowing black mist churned, with shadow spirits drifting within it. At that moment, Wei Duo resembled a ruthless Grim Reaper. She shed her playful demeanor, gripped her dagger tightly, and transformed into a blur as she charged toward the multi-eyed demon lizard. Shunning Wantian Sha. She launched her awakening skill without a moment's hesitation. A swarm of black shadows swirled around the multi-eyed demon lizard, each strike aimed directly at its weak points. 5,600. A striking red number appeared. The Shadow Talon truly lived up to its reputation as a combat-focused ability, dealing absurdly high burst damage in an instant. The multi-eyed demon lizard's health was immediately slashed to half. As a level 10 Lord-class monster, it had never been so thoroughly overwhelmed, losing over 10,000 HP in just 2 turns. At that moment, its pair of cold vertical pupils shifted. It had likely realized the astonishing combat prowess of the awakened squad before it. It immediately let out a howl to the heavens, entering a frenzied state, determined to make a last-ditch effort. The multi-eyed lizard stood on its hind legs, every eye on its abdomen glaring furiously at the three of them. The dense cluster of eyes was utterly unsettling. This boss is about to unleash its ultimate move. Joe, with his wealth of experience, instantly saw through the multi-eyed lizard's intent. He immediately drew the thunderbolt blade and, turning into a blur, slashed through the air. Although the three of them were high-level and exceptionally powerful, underestimating a Lord-class boss's frenzied ultimate move would come at a heavy cost. After all, even the bloodthirsty crocodile, a mere level 8 boss-class monster from Coldpool, could deal 2,400 damage with its ultimate move. How much more so for this multi-eyed lizard, which surpassed them in both level and species tier. Its ultimate move, Thousand-Eyed Demon Light, was notorious among novice-level monsters for being particularly difficult to deal with. Not only did it have a wide area of effect and high damage, but it also had a fast cast speed. If it were allowed to unleash it, everyone present would be in for a world of trouble. So the best strategy is to strike the moment you anticipated casting its ultimate. At that point, you either need to instantly kill it with high burst damage or interrupt the cast with strong crowd control. Although Joe has astonishing stats, his offensive capabilities remain weak. His only skill, Bone Crusher, is merely gold tier. It's fine for clearing minions, but it's not quite enough to take on a Lord-class boss. Thus, Joe had no choice but to rely on the second strategy, using strong crowd control to interrupt the multi-eyed lizard's spellcasting. The 30% paralysis chance of Thunderclap is no joke, and combined with the attack speed granted by Joe's 5,200 agility, it was enough to land 3 strikes in a split second. Clang! One strike landed on the multi-eyed lizard's abdomen, producing a dull thud, as if he de-struck heavy iron armor. But at the same time, bolts of lightning, carrying the awe-inspiring might of the heavens, surged from the blade. Clearly, he luckily triggered Chain Divine Lightning. The roaring multi-eyed demon lizard froze in its tracks, its entire body enveloped in endless flashes of lightning. The paralysis had taken effect. Joe's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he swung his blade for a second strike. Strike while the iron is hot. With this strike, bolstered by a strength attribute of 5,200, a massive gash appeared directly on the multi-eyed demon lizard's abdomen, and bright red blood gushed out like a fountain. 6,100. The terrifying damage figure appeared above the monster's head. Behind him, Wei Duo watched the scene and ground her teeth in frustration. The Shadow Talent's awakening skill, renowned for its high damage, was no match for even a casual normal attack from Zhou. Who would believe that? Is an SSS ranked talent really this overwhelmingly powerful? The stubborn Wei Duo refused to accept it, thinking to herself that one day she would catch up to Zhou. Seeing how ferocious Zhou was, Yi Changshan just kept grinning like an idiot, shrinking back down to human size from his giant Buddha form. The outcome was already decided. The multi-eyed demon lizard, immobilized and unable to unleash even its ultimate move, was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Unsurprisingly, Zhou disposed of it with ease. Defeated Lord Class Monster, Multi-Eyed Lizard. Experience plus 201. Loot dropped x2. The same notification appeared before all three of them. As a Lord Class boss, defeating the Multi-Eyed Lizard alone would have yielded over 600 experience points even split among the party, each member still received 201. It was undeniably a generous reward. Yi Changshan, who had been just a few experience points short of leveling up, was instantly boosted to level 8. Wei Duo remarked with a sigh, "I thought clearing this dungeon would be a bit of a hassle, but it turned out to be so easy." Zhou bent down to pick up the loot, but he knew full well that the reason it had been so simple was largely due to that wave of the beast tide. The experience gained from quelling a single beast tide was simply enormous. It had nearly wiped out every monster in the core area of the Dark Forest. For a powerhouse like Zhou, this was nothing short of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ha! Why haven't we exited yet? Just as the three were chatting while waiting for their rewards to be settled, Yi Changshan sensed something was amiss. Normally, in a secret realm or dungeon, reward settlement occurs immediately upon clearing the instance. But now, the entire Dark Forest was deathly quiet, with none of the usual post-clearance commotion. Zhou also furrowed his brow, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. His gaze shifted to the towering throne, and a sudden chill ran down his spine. For a split second, he felt the stone statue's eyes move. Little gentleman, something's wrong here. Even the usually carefree Wei Duo grew unusually serious. She, too, was staring intently at the stone statue and said, "I feel like that statue has come to life." Hearing this, Zhou's heart sank. He knew it hadn't been a figment of his imagination. Yi Changshan, who was usually slow to pick up on such things, hadn't noticed anything unusual, but upon hearing Wei Duo's words, he too felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but cross his arms and rub the goosebumps rising on his skin. "Guys, don't scare me like that. Isn't the boss of the Dark Forest dead?" In such an eerie situation, even the toughest man would feel fear. Neither Zhou nor Wei Duo replied. Their expressions were both incredibly somber. Suddenly, the two stepped forward in unison, assuming defensive stances. Just then, the stone statue that had been seated on the throne atop the high platform slowly lowered its head. Its ashen face seemed to come alive, its pupils rapidly filling with an eerie golden glow. The corners of its previously expressionless mouth twisted exaggeratedly to the sides, revealing a chilling grin. "The divine hand of heaven's punishment judges the sinful. If you wish to atone, you must complete the divine trial." The stone statue opened its mouth, emitting a twisted, shrill voice that was utterly eerie. Chapter 23, Make Your Choice. In the center of the secret realm. As the stone statue's words faded, the entire jungle was enveloped by a white mist that seemed to surge from nowhere. The mist spread rapidly, engulfing everything around them in the blink of an eye. Zhou and the other two felt a flash before their eyes. When they looked again, they found themselves in a vast, white expanse. Apart from the three of them and the stone statue before them, there was not a single plant or tree in this space. Even the sky had vanished, as if they had been torn from their original world. Thud. Yi Changshan took a panicked step backward. The sound of his foot striking the ground echoed far into the white void, with not even a whisper of an echo. What's going on here? Yi Changshan was dumbfounded. Joe remained silent, surveying their surroundings in silence. Meanwhile, the eerie stone statue ahead had regained its composure. The golden glow in its pupils faded rapidly, and the exaggerated curve of its lips vanished entirely. Only the ancient, massive sword in its hand was raised horizontally, pointing directly at the three of them from afar. Boom! 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 Just as Joe and the others were puzzled, the surrounding space began to rumble. Then, right in front of the three of them, 7 circular patterns appeared out of thin air on the ground. Each one was a different color and shape, looking like totems. Yi Changshan, somewhat confused, crouched down to examine the patterns and found that they were just the right size for a person to stand on. Wei Duo'er, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up. It seems we've triggered this secret realm's hidden mechanism. The stone statue just mentioned completing some trial. I suppose this is it. I just wonder what these patterns actually mean. In certain dungeons and secret realms, if an awakened team meets specific conditions, a hidden boss will indeed be summoned. However, the Dark Forest secret realm had been explored countless times over the millennia, yet there had never been any reports of a hidden boss. In other words, Joe and his team were likely the first on Blue Star to trigger the Dark Forest's hidden mechanism. This meant they had no walkthroughs to refer to and could only figure things out on their own. Joe was also observing the situation. The engravings within the patterns were exquisitely detailed, all depicting animals. There were bears, goats, pigs, foxes, lions, snakes, and a unicorn. The fact that these 7 animals appeared in sequence was highly peculiar, and a vague sense of familiarity began to rise within Joe. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd seen the symbolism behind these animals somewhere before. Just as Joe was racking his brain trying to figure out the hidden mechanism of the secret realm, an unexpected turn of events suddenly occurred on Yi Changshan's side. Above his head, a green beam of light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping him. Sinner, make your choice. The stone statue on the throne pointed its massive sword at Yi Changshan, and a cold voice rang out, echoing through the white, misty space. Choose? Choose what? Yi Changshan looked completely bewildered, scratching his head as he stared at the strange totems before him. Sinner, make your choice. From the stone statue, the cold voice rang out once more, its tone now tinged with severity, as if urging him on. Exasperated by the constant nagging, Yi Changshan's face darkened with irritation. He casually picked a goat totem and walked over. Choose, choose, choose. Is it not enough that your old man chooses? Wrong. Just as Yi Changshan stepped onto the totem, a sudden flash of insight struck Joe's mind. It seemed he realized something, and he hurriedly spoke up. But it was too late. Yi Changshan was already standing on the goat symbol. Thud. A dull thud echoed, and the green light above Yi Changshan's head suddenly turned red, enveloping him. Seeing that he hadn't been harmed, he stood there scratching his head, still a bit confused. Brother June, did you figure something out? Joe frowned and nodded gravely. If I'm not mistaken, these 7 symbols represent the 7 deadly sins. The so-called judgment is about us choosing our own sins. Wei Duo'er's gaze swept over the symbols, and a look of realization spread across her face. So that's it. The bear represents sloth, the pig represents gluttony, the fox represents greed, the lion represents pride, the snake represents envy, the unicorn represents wrath, and the goat represents lust. Big guy, you're standing on the goat symbol. You definitely picked the wrong one. The 7 deadly sins are well known, and as soon as Joe mentioned it, Wei Duo'er immediately caught on. The meanings represented by each animal were also easy to distinguish. Given Yi Changshan's hot-tempered nature, choosing the unicorn would have been the most appropriate, while the goat clearly had nothing to do with him. The green beam above his head turned red, indirectly confirming that Yi Changshan had indeed made the wrong choice, though it was still unclear what the punishment would be. Sinner, make your choice. Another cold, commanding voice rang out, and the colossal sword in the stone statue's hand slowly rotated, this time pointing at Wei Duo'er. At the same moment, a green beam of light descended from nowhere, enveloping Wei Duo'er. Is it my turn now? She blinked, scanning the 7 totems one by one, before finally walking over to the pig symbol with her hands clasped behind her back, looking reluctant. This represented gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins. Zhou and Yi Changshan both looked puzzled. After all, Wei Duo's petite frame really didn't seem to fit the image of gluttony. But the green light above her head truly showed no further changes after Wei Duo made her choice. Did Wei actually choose correctly? Yi Changshan's eyes widened. He looked at the red light above his own head, then at the green light surrounding Wei Duo, scratching his head so hard he was nearly balding. At the same time, he was intensely curious to know what the difference was between choosing correctly and choosing incorrectly. However, before he could figure anything out, a loud notification suddenly rang out in the white, empty space. Corrupted holds all attributes reduced by 1/7. As soon as this notification appeared, Yi Changshan was still dazed, but Zhou and Wei Duo both had a sudden epiphany. They immediately grasped what the so-called hidden mechanism of this secret realm was. By choosing a sin that aligns with your own desires, you can weaken the boss's power. So that's how it works. Wei Duo took a deep breath. She hadn't expected that this secret realm's hidden stage, which seemed so mysterious, was actually so simple. If a 7-person team were to take on the boss, they wouldn't even need to fight, they'd just have to give the correct answers when selecting sins. After 7 rounds, the boss's stats would be completely reset, allowing them to clear the stage unscathed and defeat the boss without a single drop of blood. Unfortunately, they had realized this rule far too late. After all, they were only a 3-person team. Even if they selected all 7 sins correctly, they could only reduce 3/7 of the boss's total stats. Not to mention that Yi Changshan had already made one mistake. Zhou sighed, knowing it would be his turn next. Sure enough, the next second, that green light fell upon him. Sinner, make your choice. The stone statue repeated the same words. Wei Duo and the slow on the take Yi Changshan both turned their gaze toward him, eager to see what he would choose. No one is perfect. Possessing one of the 7 deadly sins is inevitable. The only question was, which sin would Zhou be accused of? Chapter 24, The Terrifying Stone Statue. The Lion of Pride? The Fox of Greed? The Snake of Envy? Surrounded by the totems, Zhou pondered his own sin. Then he realized he seemed to have a touch of them all. Zhou had never considered himself a saint. On the contrary, he possessed every single one of humanity's vices. He was greedy, otherwise, he wouldn't have risked charging into the beast horde. He was arrogant beneath his seemingly ordinary exterior. He had never held any of his peers in high regard, looking down on everything and everyone, convinced of his own invincibility. He was jealous in his past life. He had resented the heavens more than once for not granting him a powerful talent. He was quick-tempered when he learned of the false charges against his parents. He longed to kill every single person who had slandered them. His sins were too many, far too many. So, when a person embodies all 7 deadly sins, how should one choose? Zhou stood with his hands clasped, his mind racing at the speed of light. Sinner, make your choice. The stone statue above spoke again in the same voice, its urgency unmistakable. Yet Zhou stood as if he hadn't heard a word, remaining calm and composed just outside the 7 ascending diagrams. Sinner, make your choice at once. This time, the statue grew even more impatient, even altering its wording. June, why aren't you choosing? Yi Changshan, standing nearby, was also frantic with anxiety. Wei Duo glanced at him and made a shushing gesture, signaling him to keep quiet. Time passed slowly. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. The statue's tone grew increasingly urgent and stern. Sinner, make your choice now. Sinner, make your choice now. Zhou paid no heed to any of this. After repeating its demands several times to no avail, the statue's voice suddenly fell silent, and the entire white space was plunged into an unprecedented stillness. Below the platform, the corners of Zhou's mouth turned up slightly. Because the green light enveloping him had not turned red. It seemed he had bet correctly. When all 7 sins have taken hold of a person, choosing nothing is the same as choosing everything. Halt the fallen, all attributes reduced by 2/7. As expected, a new notification appeared. Is it time to fight? Yi Changshan turned his head to look. Since their party consisted of only 3 people, even if they completed this hidden trial in its entirety, there would still be 5 empty slots on the surrounding totems. There was absolutely no way they could clear this stage with ease. The only question was how powerful this hidden boss would be. Upon hearing Yi Changshan's words, Zhou's heart stirred, and his gaze shifted to the throne atop the stone steps. Instantly, he saw that the towering stone statue seemed to come to life, its expression shifting once more. The golden pupils glowed like an activation signal, and as they grew brighter, the statue's mouth parted again, revealing a chilling, terrifying, and eerie smile. The divine walks the world, judging all beings. The fallen deserve death. You wicked ones, face the judgment of the holy sword. These words, brimming with a sense of justice, came from the statue's mouth. If one heard only the voice, one might truly mistake it for an angel descending to earth. Unfortunately, everyone present had sharp eyes. The statue's eerie grin, seeping with malevolence, looked nothing like that of a hero. As the words echoed, the figure slowly rose from its throne. A massive sword nearly 2 meters tall dragged along the ground as it advanced step by step toward the crowd. What a load of bullshit about hidden mechanics, it all boils down to a fight in the end. Seeing the stone statue move, Yi Changshan, bathed in red light, couldn't sit still for a moment longer. He curled his lip, grumbling as he activated his awakened ability. The next second, the ancient giant Buddha materialized out of thin air, glaring menacingly at the stone statue. "Hey! You fake god over there, aren't you supposed to judge the wicked? I am the greatest evil in this world. I'd love to see how you're going to judge me." Yi Changshan let out a long, piercing howl to the heavens. His vital energy surged skyward as he charged toward the stone statue with unstoppable might. Seeing Yi Changshan transform, Wei Duoer felt much more at ease. She stood to the side, eating a strawberry lollipop and watching the spectacle unfold. The hidden boss was certainly more powerful than the multi-eyed demon lizard, but not by much after all. This was only a level 10 secret realm. Therefore, Wei Duoer didn't take the stone statue's pretentious posturing seriously. With Yi Changshan's tankiness, even if he couldn't defeat it, he'd surely walk away unscathed. "Rebel, you shall not be forgiven." As the colossal Buddha charged toward it, the stone statue's eerie expression actually took on a hint of human-like excitement. Then, while continuing to recite its righteous lines, it raised the massive sword in its hand and brought it down with a fierce slash toward Yi Changshan's neck. "Something's wrong." Zhou's eyelid twitched. The moment the stone statue swung its sword, an indescribable sense of dread washed over her entire body. Wei Duoer reacted in the same way. Her previously carefree demeanor vanished instantly, every hair on her body stood on end, and her danger sense went into frenzied alarm. A single thought flashed through both their minds simultaneously. Yi Changshan is going down. And the instant that thought arose, an indescribable, overwhelming surge of sword energy swept over Yi Changshan's massive frame, and a striking number appeared above his head. In that split second, everything within the white space seemed to freeze. A white light surged from Yi Changshan's massive frame, triggering his death immunity for the first time. Before he could even react, his transformation automatically ended, and he collapsed weakly to his knees. Immunity to death could only block fatal damage, it could not eliminate negative effects. The stone statue's single strike had completely wiped out all of Yi Changshan's buffs. If Awaken had a health bar display, one would see that Yi Changshan's health was now down to just 1 point, barely clinging to life. "Damn it, what kind of crazy damage is this?" Yi Changshan gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of helplessness in the face of a lord boss. Even a bruiser can't withstand a single hit? Wei Duoer's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice dripping with astonishment. After all, this was the fierce-eyed Buddha, renowned throughout the world for his high tankiness. With a whopping 60% damage reduction and resistance equal to twice his total stats, that build was more than enough to dominate any dungeon. Yet, when facing this nameless stone statue, he was still being one-shot. That damage was truly despair-inducing. And the worst part was, this was after they completed 2 trials, reducing the enemy's total stats by 2/7. It's hard to imagine just how powerful this statue must be at full strength. "Little gentleman, looks like we're in trouble this time." Wei Duo let out a bitter laugh. The gap between them and the statue was simply too vast. This was far beyond what a novice awakened could handle. Zhou remained silent upon hearing this, but his heart was equally filled with a deep sense of resentment. Would he die here? But he had only just been reborn. His path as an invincible prodigy had barely begun. He hadn't yet returned to the Zhou clan to reclaim everything he lost with his own hands, nor had he uncovered the truth behind his parents' disappearance. He refused to accept this. He truly refused to accept this. As intense emotions surged through him, Zhou felt as though the shackles binding him were beginning to loosen. Chapter 25, Between Desperation and Hope. In a vast, white expanse, an atmosphere of despair hung over everyone. Just a moment ago, they had been carefree, not taking this stone statue seriously. But in the blink of an eye, it had demonstrated overwhelming power. This was far beyond the realm of novice-level monsters compared to the multi-eyed lizard. This stone statue was like heaven and earth. Brother Jun, looks like we're out of luck. Guess we'll have to try again in the next life. Yi Changshan gave a bitter laugh, his burly frame curled up on the ground, utterly weakened, his voice barely a whisper. Zhou frowned and snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. I'll get you all out of here. I promise." The youth's tone was unwavering. The thunder tribulation appeared in his hand, and his piercing gaze locked onto the golden pupils of the stone statue. Despite the vast disparity in their strength, despite the fact he might not even last a single move. But he had to try. Otherwise, he wouldn't accept it. He wouldn't rest in peace even in death. "Let me go first." Suddenly, a pair of jet-black pigtails appeared in his field of vision. It was Wei Duo stepping forward. "You moved the big guy to a safe spot. I still have one use left on my immunity to death. I should be able to hold them off for a while." Wei Duo turned and smiled at him, her pearly teeth and red lips framed by two dimples. Zhou had never realized this girl could smile so beautifully. He paused for a moment and said, "You don't have to risk your life for us." "Stop it." Wei Duo raised her hand and rolled her eyes. "Don't make it sound like if you all die, I'll somehow survive on my own." As she spoke, she pulled a chocolate lollipop from her pocket, her face clouding with uncontrollable sadness. "Sigh, this might be the last piece of candy I'll ever eat in my life. We have no choice but to take a gamble. That damn stone statue can only unleash an attack like that twice. Given that, as the strongest among us, you should still have a chance to take him down." As Wei Duo spoke, she carefully placed the lollipop in her mouth, then, putting aside her pointless melancholy, charged forward with reckless abandon. In the blink of an eye, dark shadows swirled, and black mist filled the sky. The twin-tailed girl in the black hoodie, at that moment, resembled a moth flying into the flame. The dagger in her hand slashed resolutely toward the stone statue. "Shunning Wantian Sha!" A crisp, spirited shout echoed through the white, desolate space. Wei Duo had already transformed into countless shadows, launching an assault from all sides of the stone statue. Seeing this, Zhou didn't hesitate. He moved forward, hoisted Yi Changshan onto his back, and leaped backward 3 times to escape the battlefield, retreating to a relatively safe rear position. Yi Changshan no longer possessed immunity to death. In his current state, even the slightest exposure to the battlefield's aftereffects could result in permanent death. Therefore, the immediate priority was to ensure his personal safety. As for the stone statue, he didn't believe a mere beginner-level secret realm could truly trap them all to their deaths. The more desperate the situation, the clearer Zhou's mind became, and he had already begun to form a vague plan. Bang! Up ahead, Wei Duo had already launched a fierce charge. Relying on the speed advantage granted by her shadow talent, she circled the stone statue, unleashing lightning-fast combos. Although the statue dealt staggering damage, it seemed that wielding a massive sword actually hindered its speed, leaving it constantly on the defensive. After several consecutive hits, strings of damage numbers popped up above its head, and its health bar and basic stats appeared before everyone's eyes. Name Fallen Holt. Health. Level. Class. The moment the stats panel appeared, Wei Duo and Zhou both's pupils contracted. A staggering 120,000 HP. An unmeasurable level and class. This was no longer a beginner-level monster even in a dungeon for level 20 or higher, it would be at least a Lord-class entity. But the problem was, the Dark Forest was merely a secret realm with a monster cap of level 10. Instantly, the atmosphere grew even more tense, filled with helplessness and despair. Especially when Wei Duo realized that each strike in her combo was only dealing a little over 1,000 damage, her heart sank to the bottom of her stomach. This stone statue's resistance was absurdly high. Apart from being a bit slow, it had almost no weaknesses. Phew. Does that mean the only way to beat it is to wear it down with speed? With a flash, Wei Duo reappeared in a relatively safe spot, the collar of her hoodie soaked with sweat. Clearly, unleashing awakening skills in rapid succession like she just had was no small burden for her. The glutton shall be consumed by fiery flames. The stone statue's emotionless voice rang out once more. It raised its massive sword high, and flames actually coalesced at the tip. The scorching heat caused ripples to form in the air, and an apocalyptic aura spread from it. It can use magic too? Wei Duo gasped in surprise. She had thought she could wear the boss down using her speed advantage, but it turned out he had more than one attack method. Damn it! Not far away, Zhou, upon seeing the enemy's flaming greatsword, disregarded Wei Duo's recent warning and charged forward like a whirlwind. With a flick of his mind, a sapphire blue slash shot out from the pendant around his neck. It was none other than the active skill of the Starfall pendant. Consumes 5% spirit. Releases a guaranteed hit slash with a 1% chance to permanently reduce the opponent's racial rank. Zhou had never once used the Starfall pendant's active skill since acquiring it. Mainly because there was no need, every opponent he faced had been easily defeated, so it wasn't worth wasting spirit on that 1% chance. But this time, the situation was clearly different. The stone statue was stronger than expected. At this critical moment, Zhou had no choice but to use every means at his disposal to fight back. 103. The blue slash struck the stone statue with precision. The damage wasn't high, but it successfully interrupted the opponent's spellcasting. Its golden eyes shifted to Zhou, a flicker of anger in its gaze. It seemed he hadn't expected the awakened squad before him to possess ranged attack capabilities. As for Zhou, he wasn't the least bit surprised that his first casting of Starfall Blade failed to reduce the opponent's rank. After all, with only a 1% chance, how incredibly lucky would one have to be for it to succeed on the first try? Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his spirit power once more, this time unleashing a barrage of Starfall Blades in rapid succession. Congratulations, Starfall Blade triggered successfully. Target, Fallen Holt's race class reduced by 1 level. Zhou was lucky he managed to trigger the effect just before his stamina was completely depleted. The statue's stats panel changed instantly. Name, Fallen Holt. HP. Level, 21. Class King. All the data was displayed. However, Zhou's heart skipped a beat once again. Even after being demoted by 1 level, the statue's racial class was still king? Didn't that mean that before the demotion, this statue was a supreme class monster? No wonder it was so overwhelmingly powerful. With no demon god class monsters in sight, a supreme class monster already stood at the pinnacle of the dungeon. Unrivaled within its tier, even an SS class human prodigy would be crushed into the ground. Wei Duo and Yi Changshan also felt a chill run down their spines after clearly seeing the statue's stats. The words king class left them utterly disheartened. This time, an even more despairing atmosphere spread through the air. Meanwhile, the stone statue before them, upon sensing that its rank had suddenly dropped by 1 tier, actually displayed an extremely human-like expression of rage. He who commits all 7 sins is unforgivable, his crime deserves execution. It raised its massive sword high, deep orange flames gathering upon it, then swung it down with a fierce, horizontal strike. This attack was both swift and precise, there was simply no time to interrupt it again. It had clearly entered a frenzied state. No! Zhou's face paled. This strike from the stone statue was undoubtedly of the supreme art level. How could one possibly block the ultimate technique of a king-class monster? As the stone statue swung its blade, a blaze of intense flame erupted from it, sweeping out with earth-shattering might and spreading rapidly in all directions. Zhou had no time to think. He darted forward and threw himself at Yi Changshan, attempting to block the strike with his own body. As long as it wasn't penetrating damage, he could protect Yi Changshan. Boom! In the next second, the blazing flame swept across the entire white expanse, passing just 1 meter above the ground. A white light flashed over Zhou and Wei Duo in succession, triggering their immunity to death. As for Yi Changshan, with Zhou standing in front of him, he wasn't injured by the sweeping blazing flame. Yet his rugged face was now streaked with tears. For though Zhou hadn't died, the damage from the blazing flame's attack was deeply etched into his back. His skin was charred black. Wei Duo was in the same state. Her hoodie was nearly destroyed, exposing her flat, smooth abdomen. She was propping herself up with a dagger, half kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. A king-tier secret art and one as high as level 21 at that. It was truly not something they, as novices, could withstand. If not for one remaining instance of immunity to death, they would have been doomed. What do we do? Wei Duo stared at the stone statue boss, now in a frenzied state, as it approached step by step, her face etched with despair. In this life or death crisis, her gaze suddenly and instinctively flickered toward Zhou, and a ridiculous sense of hope welled up within her. She hoped this man might still have some hidden trump card up his sleeve. Chapter 26, Zhou's Awakening Skill. SSSSHHH. The stone statue, dragging a massive sword with one hand, took heavy, deliberate steps toward Zhou. Triggered by the starfall blade effect, the stone statue's gaze radiated an unprecedented killing intent. Clearly, Zhou's actions had thoroughly enraged it. The fury of a level 21 king-class boss, only by facing it head-on could one truly grasp its overwhelming intensity. With every step the stone statue took, an indescribably terrifying aura swept out, almost solidifying into a tangible force that made Zhou's clothes flutter wildly and the strands of hair on his forehead fly about. But Zhou showed no fear. He tore off his already tattered school uniform, revealing a well-defined, muscular torso, and fixed his piercing gaze on the stone statue advancing toward him. His grip on the broad-bladed sword thunderclap grew tighter and tighter. Admittedly, an atmosphere of despair was spreading uncontrollably. But Zhou still refused to give up the fight. This was the dignity and backbone of a peerless prodigy. Even when facing a formidable foe, he would charge forward without hesitation. Besides, Zhou hadn't yet reached the end of his rope. The S-rank talent with the twin ponytails has the awakening skill Shani I Ranten Satsu. The A-rank talent, Old Yi, has the awakening skill Fury-eyed Furo. I've been wondering, what about my awakening skill? What exactly is the awakening skill of an SSS rank talent? Zhou murmured under his breath. Though his voice was soft, it rang out clearly in the vast, white void. Wei Duo and Yi Changshan both froze. Zhou's awakening skill? It seemed to be the first time they considered the question. Neither of them had realized it until now. An awakening skill is different from the skill books looted from monsters. It is an ability that emerges from the depths of one's soul upon awakening a talent, the ultimate trump card of every awakened. Awakening skills vary in strength, depending on the talent's rank. Furthermore, one does not master an awakening skill from the very beginning. Generally speaking, the stronger the talent, the harder it is to develop an awakening skill. This is especially true starting from SS rank talents. To awaken one's own awakening skill requires immense serendipity. It demands extremely high levels of personal insight, mindset, and circumstances. In the history of the Federation, there have been cases where individuals awakened powerful talents of SS rank or higher but failed to awaken their own awakening skills until their deaths. Zhou possesses 2 SSS rank talents. Among them, Redistribution, evolved from a D-rank talent and does not possess an awakening skill. However, Infinite Ascendancy is a talent that he genuinely awakened on his own, fully meeting the conditions for awakening an awakening skill. The problem is that SSS rank talent awakening skills are incredibly difficult to awaken. Moreover, since Infinite Ascendancy is a talent with a unique attribute, Zhou had no predecessors to draw inspiration from. No one knew what this talent's awakening skill was. He could only figure it out on his own. After entering the secret realm, as he grinded monsters and leveled up, Joe had not been without attempts to unlock his awakening skill. Unfortunately, he had found nothing. He had not the slightest clue. Until this very moment. Facing the stone statue's irresistible, absolute power and the unprecedented terror of life and death peril, Joe felt as if some shackles binding him were slowly loosening. And that mysterious sensation he felt every time he unleashed infinite ascendancy flowed through his body like a soaring dragon. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Joe realized. This was why he now dared to give it his all against the stone statue. The nature of infinite ascendancy is to sublimate all things. And its awakening ability, if I'm not mistaken, is actually a sublimation of myself. Joe closed his eyes. In that moment, his mind was as still as water, yet the power of sublimation within him surged ever more fiercely. Boom! 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 Finally, all the power of sublimation boiled like a sea, surging into every inch of Joe's flesh and blood. At that moment, his body seemed to transform into a furnace, with boundless vital energy swirling around him. A mysterious, bell-like chime emanated from within him, echoing throughout the entire white, misty world. A dazzling nine-colored divine light suddenly descended from the heavens, breaking through the barrier of the white world and landing upon his head, making Joe appear at that moment as if he were a celestial deity. Yi Changshan and Wei Duoer were both left speechless with astonishment. He has awakened his own awakening skill? An incredulous voice escaped Wei Duoer's lips, while Yi Changshan was rendered speechless. The scene before them was too astonishing, an SSS rank prodigy awakening his own awakening skill, a celestial phenomenon so immense that even the secret realm could not conceal it, as the nine-colored radiance blossomed across the heavens and earth, sweeping across the 8 corners of the world. Even the stone statue was so startled it dared not advance, staring at Joe with its golden, human-like eyes, its inner horror impossible to conceal. Ultimate evolution, is this my ability? Enveloped in boundless radiance, Joe understood everything the moment he awakened his awakening skill. Ultimate Evolution LV1, SSS rank awakening skill. During activation, all physical attributes and combat power are amplified tenfold. Lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 days. As the still description flashed through his mind, Joe clenched his fists tightly. It's too powerful. A tenfold increase in all physical attributes and combat power, how utterly unimaginable. There wasn't a single other ability in the entire Federation that granted such an outrageous boost to one's own stats. Although it only lasts 10 seconds, don't forget that Ultimate Evolution is only at level 1. And as his level rises in the future and his understanding of the awakening skill deepens, he believes this duration will only grow longer. So this is my true trump card, the very capital I need to turn the tide in desperate situations and ascend to the pinnacle. Joe took a deep breath, and all the oppressive pressure vanished in an instant. He glared fiercely at the stone statue, radiating an aura of invincibility that swept out, causing the king-class monster to stagger back half a step in that very moment. Ultimate Evolution, activate. Seeing this, Joe burst into laughter as boundless power surged from within him. In the blink of an eye, Joe's entire set of attributes experienced an explosive surge. Strength, agility, vitality, and spirit all skyrocketed from their original 5,202. His surging chi and blood roared like thunder, and his brute strength seemed capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks. Experiencing Ultimate Evolution for the first time, Joe could barely contain his excitement. The sensation of such a massive surge in combat power was simply exquisite. His gaze fell upon the stone statue, as if he were staring at a piece of prey. The latter, however, recoiled in terror once more. Ever since this white, mist-shrouded space had enveloped them all, the stone statue had acted as if it were a god, looking down from on high and toying with the 3 of them. It had even dealt 5-digit damage with a casual strike, driving everyone to the brink of despair. But at this very moment, the tables had turned. After activating Ultimate Evolution, Joe wasted no time, instantly blurring into a streak of light as he charged forward. Boom! He delivered a simple yet devastating kick, bone crusher. With agility and strength both at 50,000, the stone statue had no time to dodge, let alone block. A striking damage number appeared above its head. Joe raised an eyebrow slightly. True to its reputation as a supreme tier monster, even demoted to king tier, it remained incredibly tough and possessed absurdly high resistance. Otherwise, with Joe's enhanced stats, that kick would have dealt at least 100,000 damage to an ordinary monster. The Bone Crusher dealt a heavy blow to the stone statue, simultaneously triggering the skill effect defense break. The shattered shield icon appeared above its head. Seeing this, Joe didn't hesitate to follow up with a punch. Joe struck with all his might. Under the defense breach status, the stone statue clearly took even more damage. It could barely hold onto its greatsword and stumbled backward repeatedly. 2 attacks were enough to force its nearly 90,000 HP down to under 30,000. And at this moment, Joe had only 5 seconds left before the evolution effect ended. Chapter 27, Post-Battle Wrap-Up. The scene fell into complete silence. Joe, after his ultimate evolution, was truly a god descended from the heavens. Every strike carried an unstoppable force. With just a single punch and a single kick, he had reduced a king-class monster to a fraction of its health. Wei Duo and Yi Changshan were both speechless. They hadn't failed to anticipate that Joe's awakening skill would be powerful, but the scene before them far exceeded their expectations. Or rather, it was completely beyond their comprehension. He was only level 10, yet once his awakening skill activated, he could directly overpower a level 21 king-class boss. It was simply terrifying. Brother Jun, you truly possess the aura of invincibility. Yi Changshan swallowed hard. In his mind's eye, he could vaguely envision a grand era to come, one teeming with geniuses and heroes, with Joe standing at the pinnacle, looking down upon the masses. Wei Duo's thoughts weren't quite so far-reaching. She simply let out a sigh of relief, inwardly celebrating, "My girl is so badass, I've survived another day." Clang! At the center of the battlefield, Joe struck again, this time drawing his pitch-black broadsword. As a mythic rank weapon usable up to level 20, the Thunder Tribulation remained Joe's most powerful offensive tool. Especially now that he had undergone his ascension, his combat power had increased tenfold, making the Thunder Tribulation as might incomparable to what it had been before. It was clear to see that when the cold gleam of the Thunder Calamity flashed through the air, the stone statue's movements became completely frantic. It couldn't fathom how this human, who had seemed as insignificant as an ant just moments ago, had transformed into a being even it feared. It could only watch helplessly as the icy blade's glow grew larger and larger in its eyes, until it finally split it in two. Defeated level 21 Supreme Class Monster, Fallen Holt. Experience plus 1190. Loot drops x2. Congratulations! You have cleared the level 10 dungeon, Dark Forest, rating, SSS. Clear reward, 3 mythic rank equipment slots of your choice. Dungeon-wide announcement, Wei Duo, Yi Changshan, and Joe's squad have successfully cleared the dungeon with an SSS rating. The dungeon will automatically close in 5 minutes. Dungeon-wide announcement, Wei Duo, Yi Changshan, and Joe's squad have successfully cleared the dungeon with an SSS rating. The dungeon will automatically close in 5 minutes. A series of kill notifications flashed before his eyes. However, Joe no longer had the energy to look at them, for the 10-second ultimate evolution timer had already expired. He felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over him, leaving him unable to stand. The Thunder Tribulation in his hand clattered to the ground. Little gentleman. Just as his body was swaying and about to collapse, a pleasant scent suddenly filled the air around him. Joe felt his falling body being caught by a firm grip. Turning his head, he saw a pair of familiar ponytails bobbing back and forth right before his eyes. At that moment, Wei Duo, her face radiating a sense of chivalrous camaraderie, was casually hoisting Joe's thick left arm with her petite frame, bearing the brunt of his weight on her own body. Noticing Joe looking at her, she even raised an eyebrow in a smug gesture. But Joe was simply too exhausted to speak at that moment. He forced himself to stay upright and looked at the series of prompts before him. First and foremost, it was clear they had truly cleared the dungeon this time. The stone statue was indeed the final boss, and the kill rewards were incredibly generous, calculated based on their original supreme tier racial class. The levels lost due to the star-shattering blade were not factored in. As a result, even after splitting the loot 3 ways, the experience points totaled a whopping 1,190, nearly pushing Joe up to level 11. On top of that, it generously dropped 2 pieces of loot. Zhou turned his head and gave Wei Duo a meaningful look. She caught the hint and immediately reached out to pick up the two glowing loot orbs. As the light faded, two skill books appeared. Bro Jun, sis Duo. How come you two are hugging now? Just as they were about to examine the skill books, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. They saw Yi Changshan, having recovered from his rest, slinking over with a sly look on his face. He had been on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. But the massive amount of experience points from slaying the stone statue had instantly boosted Yi Changshan to level 9, healing all his injuries in an instant. That was how this current scene came to be. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhou blared at him, forcing out a sentence despite his throat being too sore to speak. Wei Duo's pretty face flushed red, then she coughed twice, trying to feign composure. We were people of the martial world, we don't sweat the small stuff. Now that you're all healed up, I'll give your big brother back to you. With that, Wei Duo moved like a nimble cat, slipping out of Zhou's arms in a flash, causing him to nearly stumble in his surprise. Fortunately, Yi Changshan acted quickly and caught him before he fell. You two really are trying to kill me, Zhou managed to squeeze out another sentence in his hoarse voice. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of helplessness regarding the side effects of ultimate evolution. He usually felt miserable enough when sublating items and equipment. But sublating himself this time amplified that misery tenfold. He felt utterly drained from the inside out, as if his kidneys had been squeezed dry for 10 days and 10 nights. It was simply unbearable for a human being. Zhou now envied Yi Changshan, who could simply consume enough experience to level up directly the moment his status refreshed. All discomfort vanished. And seeing Wei Duo's completely relaxed expression, he guessed she had just leveled up as well. Only Zhou's wounded world had been completed. With a quiet sigh, Zhou motioned to the two of them to come and inspect the loot together. First up were two skill books dropped by the hidden boss's statue. Name, Chapter of the Furious Sword. Rarity, Exquisite. Type, Sword and Blade Skill Book. Effect, when equipping a sword or blade weapon, you gain a 5% critical hit rate. Cooldown, none. The first skill book that caught their eye was actually a rare sword and blade type one, and it was even passive. Plus, the effect was decent, it granted a critical hit attribute. It's important to note that while humans have upgradable stats, they are, after all, real-life beings, so there is a significant difference from characters in online games. For example, their base stats are limited to just the 4 core attributes. To unlock the critical hit stat in the personal interface, one must equip relevant items, gear, or skills. Therefore, anything that grants critical hit is often extremely valuable. A sword-type skill, huh? Looks like little Junzi's going to get it. Wei Duo glanced at it and couldn't help but pout. Among the three of them, only Zhou used blade-type weapons, so it was obvious who would get it. Yi Changshan naturally had no objections, and the three turned their attention to the second skill book. Name, Blade of Atonement. Rank, Mythic Rank. Type, Sword and Blade Skill Book. Effect, channel your own sin, then strike forward with all your might, dealing 500% of your attack power as magical damage. Cooldown 1500s. Seeing that it was another sword and blade skill book, Yi Changshan immediately looked away. Wei Duo snorted derisively, popped a lemon-flavored lollipop into her mouth, and waved her little hand, saying, "You're getting off easy. All the hidden boss rewards are going to you, kid." Never mind, never mind. I'm a big-hearted girl, so I'll let you have it all." Generous? Upon hearing this, Zhou instinctively glanced at her flat chest, and a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. Wei Duo didn't notice this, otherwise, she would have certainly pulled out a dagger to teach Zhou a lesson in Sis Duo's code of the underworld. After a brief squabble, the three brought out the loot from defeating the first boss, the multi-eyed lizard. Once again, there were two glowing orbs, which Wei Duo proceeded to open. This time, no skill books appeared, instead, two exceptional great items dropped. After all, these were rewards for defeating a Lord-level boss, so the quality was quite impressive. However, since Zhou had already taken all the rewards from the stone statue, he handed them over to Yi Changshan and Wei Duo to divide. Then, they took stock of the loot that had accidentally dropped during the previous Beast Horde battle. There were a full 12 items, and each person took 4 according to their needs. The final highlight, however, was the clear reward for defeating the hidden boss: 3 mythic rank pieces of equipment, with the slots of their choice. Naturally, each person received 1 piece. Wei Duoer chose a very attractive leather chestplate, while Yi Changshan selected a pair of heavy armor leggings. As for Zhou, after a moment's thought, he chose a ring from the accessories. The gear S rank was fixed at mythic, but all other stats were random. Zhou glanced at it. The ring S stats weren't particularly strong, it was merely average. But that didn't matter. Once he recovered at home, he used the power of sublimation to boost it. Even the most ordinary ring would instantly become a rare treasure. Chapter 28, Leaving the Secret Realm. Just as Zhou and the others were tallying their loot, the outer perimeter of the secret realm was already in an uproar. All the high school seniors who had been grinding for levels stared wide-eyed, wondering if they had misheard. But the notification, which had looped 3 or 4 times, left no doubt that this was no hallucination. Thus, after a brief silence, a deafening chorus of murmurs echoed throughout the outer perimeter. My God, we're still grinding in the outer zones, but someone has already made it to the deepest core and cleared the dungeon? Wei Duo, or could it be that girl who just registered as an S-rank talent? It's her. I'm in the same class as her. I never would have guessed. While I'm still grinding monsters in the outer zones, she has already taken down the boss. They're a trio. I bet the other 2 aren't ordinary either. Of course not. Yi Changshan is the only A-rank talent in the entire school, the top-tier tank, Furious Gaze Floros. No wonder. Pairing an S-rank shadow, known for high damage, with an A-rank Furious Gaze Floros, that's definitely a setup capable of taking down the final boss. Ha! Who is this Zhou guy? If he is hanging out with those 2 geniuses, he must be a prodigy too, right? As the students all lamented the gap between themselves and these geniuses, someone who hadn't gone to check the talent registry at noon suddenly asked this question. It was because, no matter how much they chatted, the conversation always circled back to Wei Duo or in Yi Changshan. No one had mentioned Zhou at all. Upon hearing this, those in the know immediately snorted in derision. That Zhou is nothing but a measly D-rank talent. Why would he be worth our discussion? Exactly. In a boss battle of this caliber, do you really expect someone with D-rank strength to be of any use? He is just riding on his good relationship with Yi Changshan. He is just tagging along to farm some experience. Hearing these words, laced with both disdain and jealousy, the man finally understood why no one had been willing to mention Zhou earlier. As the realization dawned on him, he couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. He is clearly just a D rank, yet he has a brother who is an A rank talent. Now he has even tagged along to claim the clear rewards. If he is a bit more resourceful, he might even use this to latch onto Wei Duo, that S-rank prodigy. For countless low-tier talents, a situation like this is already a pretty decent opportunity. Sigh. Now that we've cleared this secret realm, we can't keep leveling up anymore. Too bad I'm just a little short of the experience needed for level 4. I wish this secret realm could stay open forever. What are you thinking? Even if Senior Wei and the others hadn't cleared it, this secret realm would only last another 10 or so minutes at most. I bet once we get out, the news that Senior Wei and Senior Yi cleared the secret realm will cause a sensation at school. Maybe even the old principal will step in personally to reward them. Well, they're geniuses, after all. Clearing the dungeon on their very first try, that kind of talent is a rare gem, even at first high. The senior students of 5th High chatted among themselves, their words brimming with admiration and envy for the 2 prodigies' extraordinary prowess. In their eyes, whether it was Yi Changshan or Wei Duo, from now on they would be figures to be looked up to beyond their own reach. That is why, even when addressing them, though they were classmates, they couldn't help but add the honorific senior and senior sister to show their respect. And being able to study alongside such geniuses for 3 years might just be the luckiest thing that ever happened to them. At the very least, years down the road, it would provide them with a new topic to brag about when chatting with friends over drinks. A few minutes later, with a deafening roar from within the secret realm, everyone's vision flickered, and the scene before them had transformed into the playground of number 5 high school. Where is Senior Wei? Once they came to their senses, many people's first instinct was to look for Wei Duo. Over there. Senior Yi is right beside her. Someone with sharp eyes pointed to a corner of the crowd and exclaimed. Word spread like wildfire, and soon every pair of eyes on the playground was fixed on that spot. 3 distinct figures could be seen chatting and laughing as they walked toward the school building. Is that Senior Yi, who awakened the wrathful Buddha? He is so muscular. My goodness. Senior Wei is way cuter than I imagined. I can't believe a girl like her is an S-rank shadow talent holder. The trio's presence immediately drew the attention of countless students from 5th high school. Suddenly, someone gasped in surprise and said, why isn't Senior Wei, who has the best talent, walking in the middle? And why isn't it Senior Yi either? It's just Joe, who has only D rank. The crowd froze for a moment, and when they realized it, they saw it was indeed true. That significant position in the middle was occupied by Zhou, while Wei Duo and Yi Changshan chatted and laughed beside him, seemingly unconcerned. This left everyone completely baffled. Why did it feel as if Zhou was the core of this team? Wasn't he just a slacker coasting along to gain experience? Just as everyone was pondering this, several figures suddenly emerged from the entrance of the school building. At the head was the old principal with a head full of white hair, followed by the middle-aged man from the Federation in charge of registration, and a group of teachers from number 5 high school. The principal has come out in person. It seems word has already spread that Senior Wei and the others cleared the secret realm. I never thought I'd see the old principal twice in one day. Senior Wei and Senior Yi really have a lot of clout. Ha ha. With the old principal out here, Joe still dares to walk right in the middle. He really doesn't know the first thing about social etiquette. Exactly. The principal is here to receive the geniuses. What business does a D rank like you have walking up front and butting in? Seeing the principal step forward, the students of 5th high school began to whisper among themselves. Some even voiced their displeasure at Joe's behavior. After all, a D-rank talent, whether at 5th high or across the entire federation, belongs at the very bottom of the hierarchy. This isn't to say we look down on lower tier talents, but surely you should have some self-awareness and know your place? Such reckless behavior is truly unwelcome. Many of them immediately let out a series of cold laughs, already preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. Although the old principal appeared affable, he was, after all, an 80th level powerhouse. For a mere D-rank talent to dare act so out of line in such a setting, he was bound to face some consequences. Under the gaze of countless schadenfreude-filled eyes, the old principal, hands clasped behind his back and striding with the confidence of a dragon or a tiger, finally reached the trio. However, what happened next left everyone wide-eyed and frozen in place. Contrary to all expectations, the old principal showed no sign of anger. Instead, he wore a warm smile and reached out his hand. And the person he shook hands with was none other than Zhou. He practically ignored Yi Changshan and Wei Duo standing beside him, his eyes fixed solely on Zhou. His expression was so full of concern, it was as if Zhou were the true genius. What's going on here? That deadweight Zhou, it's bad enough he dared to take the center spot in the team, but now even the principal is looking at him with newfound respect? Can someone tell me what the hell just happened? Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene before them, their minds in complete disarray. Even those who had intended to laugh at Zhou's expense were now stunned speechless, unable to utter a word. Chapter 29, The Old Principal's Shock. It wasn't until the old principal led Zhou's team off the field and into the school building that the onlookers finally snapped out of it. They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. But without exception, Zhou's image in their eyes had suddenly ceased to be so insignificant. Instead, a veil of mystery had been cast over him, making him someone not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, in the spacious principal's office. At that moment, there were only 4 people present: Zhou, the old principal, the middle-aged man, and homeroom teacher Chu Xiuyan. Yi Changshan and Wei Duo had merely received a few words of verbal praise from the old principal after entering the school building. They hadn't even made it inside the principal's office. In the presence of an SSS-level genius, even the most outstanding students were reduced to mere background figures. Seeing such a stark contrast in treatment, even someone as slow on the uptake as Joe finally caught on. It was crystal clear to him that the old principal must have already learned about his second talent. Therefore, upon entering the principal's office, Joe remained composed, accepting the tea personally brewed for him by the old principal with complete ease. Such composure truly befitting a prodigy and the young master of the Joe clan. Little did they know that Joe's casual demeanor appeared entirely different in the eyes of the old principal and the middle-aged man. What they saw was a young prodigy who remained unflappable and composed, exuding confidence no matter how prominent the figure he faced. That composure and presence far surpassed that of his peers. "Joe, I am aware of your second talent." The old principal smiled affably. Seeing Joe down the Biluacan tea he had brewed in one gulp, he immediately poured another cup, his ingratiating manner bearing not a trace of the dignity a principal should possess. Such is the privilege of a genius. In the presence of an SSS-level talent, even the head of a school must bow his head. It was a delay in the divine communication pearl's response, but number 5 high school will not allow any SSS-level prodigy to be overlooked. Su Yuan has already reported your situation to the Federation's High Command, the old principal said, choosing his words carefully. Su Yuan was the middle-aged man standing beside him. His face now betrayed a hint of shame as he bowed his head to Joe and said earnestly, "Brother Joe, the registration issue is entirely my fault." The Federation leadership learned of it and immediately offered compensation. "Furthermore, here is my personal business card and a small token of my appreciation. I still have some standing in Lingyuan City. If you don't mind, you can come to me if you encounter any difficulties. Please, by all means, do not refuse." As the middle-aged man spoke, he gave a flick of his wrist, producing a pile of valuable elixirs and a business card from his backpack. He then presented them to Joe with the utmost respect, his demeanor humble to the extreme. He was a completely different person from the cold, indifferent man who had handled Joe's registration at the gym earlier. Joe gave him a casual glance and ignored him. With him remaining silent, the others in the principal's office exchanged glances, unsure how to proceed. Several dozen seconds later, just as cold sweat began to bead on the middle-aged man's forehead, Joe finally picked up the items without so much as a glance and casually put them away. "This time, I'm doing it for the sake of the old principal." Joe's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a calm voice. The middle-aged man, however, was as if he'd been granted a pardon, offering thanks repeatedly. After all, if he were to truly incur the grudge of an SSS-ranked prodigy, he'd be too anxious to sleep soundly. Seeing this, the old principal smiled and stepped in to smooth things over. Old Sue, I told you long ago that Joe isn't the type to hold a grudge." As he spoke, he poured Joe another cup of tea. Then, with the same unhurried grace, he pulled an ancient-looking bronze key from his pocket. "Student Joe, your awakening of an SSS-ranked talent is a blessing for our Federation and a source of pride for 5th High. Naturally, our school cannot let a genius's heart grow cold. This level 20 secret realm key is a personal reward from this old man. I hope you, Joe, will stay true to your original aspirations, forge ahead with determination, and bring glory to the human race." As the old principal's words echoed, a look of surprise flashed across Joe's usually impassive face for the first time. He clearly hadn't expected that 5th High School's reward for him would be a secret realm key. Secret realms are hard to come by, and the higher the level, the harder they are to obtain. This level 20 secret realm was far superior to the dark forest they had just left. Most importantly, this secret realm belonged solely to him. All the resources within were his to claim. It must be said, the old principal had truly outdone himself. Joe now owed the old principal a favor. He discreetly tucked the secret realm key into his pocket, and for the first time, Joe's gaze turned toward the middle-aged man surnamed Sue. He knew the main event was yet to come. Sure enough, after both men had attended to their own interests, they finally got down to business. Su Yuan's expression grew serious as he pulled 3 cards from his inventory. They were silver, gold, and red in color, each exquisitely crafted and engraved with dragon motifs, along with the Federation's emblem, making them truly eye-catching. "Brother Joe, these are the Federation's rewards for SSS tier geniuses. They were airlifted here from the divine capital of Great Xia at top speed just as you were entering the secret realm. The middle-aged man surnamed Su wore a solemn expression as he was representing the Federation in commending Zhou. He conducted himself with great formality. After unfolding the 3 cards, he explained to Zhou, "These are all Federation Universal cards. As long as you're on Blue Star, you can use them in any city. The silver card is a cash card containing 50 million Federation credits, which you may allocate as you see fit. The gold card is a resource card. At any official trading post, you can use it to claim any exquisite grade or lower resources for free, whether equipment, items, or skill books. For items above exquisite grade, you'll receive a 30% discount. As for the final red card, it is a special reward from the Federation and also serves as compensation for the registration error." At this point, the middle-aged man surnamed Su paused for a moment before continuing with a touch of envy. "With this card, Brother Joe can exchange it at official institutions for a full set of mythic rank gear suitable for the beginner stage." Clearly, this was the real prize. After all, mythic rank gear has always been rare, and a full set is practically priceless. There aren't many of them in the entire Federation. To simply hand one over like this was nothing short of a generous gesture. Even though the old principal and the middle-aged man surnamed Su had been informed of this in advance, they were still deeply moved when they actually laid eyes on that incredibly precious red card. Meanwhile, Chu Xiuyan, who hadn't been briefed on the details beforehand, stared wide-eyed, her face filled with astonishment. She never would have imagined that Zhou's talent would attract such immense attention even among the Federation's high-ranking officials. "Just what kind of prodigy has emerged from my class?" At that moment, Chu Xiuyan's heart was filled with mixed emotions, and she couldn't help but marvel. Only Zhou himself remained composed even after hearing the purpose of the red card. His face showed no excessive excitement. Having weathered the ups and downs of life and witnessed the vicissitudes of the world in both his past and present lives, his state of mind was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Moreover, after awakening the infinite ascendancy talent, mythic rank equipment was no longer out of reach in his eyes. Casually tucking the 3 cards into his pocket, Zhou stood up and said with neither arrogance nor subservience, "Old principal, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave." "Well." Zhou's composure unshaken even as a mountain crumbled before him left the 3 present exchanging glances, each filled with deep admiration. If any other young man had been in his place, suddenly receiving such a generous reward, he would likely have jumped for joy long ago. But Zhou? Ever since entering the principal's office, he had remained calm and composed, as if nothing could possibly faze him. Seeing that Zhou was about to leave, the old principal paused thoughtfully before asking one final question. "Student Zhou, I hear you've cleared the secret realm? I wonder how many levels you've gained." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's eyes turned to him. They had been speculating earlier about how Zhou would perform on his first foray into the secret realm. After all, in this instance, all the monsters possessed double attributes. The old principal was certain that gaining 3 levels would be the absolute limit, while Chu Xiuyan had jokingly suggested 4. It wasn't until the secret realm shattered prematurely that they realized Zhou and his group had actually cleared it all the way through. Although they did it as a team, it was still a remarkable achievement. The only question was, how many levels had Zhou gained? The old principal speculated silently to himself. He felt that this time, 4 levels was a real possibility, or perhaps even 5. It wasn't that the old principal and the others were being overly conservative in their estimates. After all, from an ordinary person's perspective, clearing a secret realm meant heading straight to the core to take down the boss. The experience points gained from that would barely be enough to level up 4 or 5 times at most. However, they didn't know that, due to the beast tide, Zhou and his group had completely wiped out all the high-level monsters in the entire core area. So at that moment, faced with everyone's curiosity, Zhou said nothing but simply displayed his level panel. Name Zhou. Level LV 1098%. As the level bar appeared above his head, the principal's office fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 30, Let us meet at the summit. Zhou left the principal's office with a flourish. But the shock within the hearts of the 3 people inside the room remained unshaken. The old principal, usually so calculating, sat there, at times deep in thought, at times letting out long sighs. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette with trembling hands, his face filled with bewilderment. First time entering the secret realm, he went in at level 3 and came out at level 10. How on earth did he do that? What exactly happened inside the secret realm? No matter how much he racked his brain, he could never have imagined that Joe and his companions had actually quelled a beast tide, clearing out every single monster in the core area. Chu Xiuyan's pretty face was equally filled with astonishment. Her gaze followed the figure outside the principal's office as it gradually vanished at the end of the corridor, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity. Brother Jun. Back at the entrance to the academic building, Wei Duo and Yi Changshan were waiting for him. A large crowd of students had gathered around them, but they all stood at a distance, too afraid to approach. The moment they spotted Zhou's figure, the two rushed forward, and the onlookers scattered in a flurry. Yi Changshan felt a bit helpless about this. First, he had registered as an A-class talent today, and then he had made a name for himself in the dark forest. This had instantly turned him into a sensation on campus, drawing attention wherever he went. This feeling was quite uncomfortable for Yi Changshan. After all, throughout his 3 years of high school, his imposing build had always made him an outsider in the eyes of his classmates. Having grown accustomed to solitude, he had never imagined that one day he would become such a sought-after figure. He found it very unsettling. The constant feeling of being watched made him feel as if all his secrets had been laid bare, leaving him deeply uncomfortable. So when he saw Zhou, it was as if he found a lifeline, and he hurried over to greet her. Wei Duo, on the other hand, was much more composed. She still had that carefree look about her, her hands clasped behind her head, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, as she sauntered along behind him. Some of the bolder students around them started chanting Goddess Wei, but without exception, they all fell silent in frustration after being met with Wei Duo's cold, dead fish eyes. Bro Jun, is everything taken care of? Yi Changshan stepped forward to ask. The old principal, beaming with delight, ushered Zhou into his office. After a moment's thought, Yi Changshan realized it must be about the reward for Zhou's talent registration. It's all settled. Zhou nodded and said, Changshan, I don't plan on coming to school for the rest of the term. I'm going out into the wild to run dungeons and level up quickly to prepare for the college entrance exams. Hearing Zhou's words, Yi Changshan wasn't too surprised. With only half a month left until the college entrance exams, it was virtually impossible to make any further progress in the humanities in such a short time. Moreover, on Blue Star, humanities scores have always accounted for only a small portion of the overall college entrance exam results. What truly determines one's score is the martial arts assessment. Therefore, candidates at major universities across Blue Star, once they've awakened, can apply to their schools to stop attending classes and go directly to dungeons to level up, provided they're above level 5 and possess sufficient self-defense capabilities in the wild. Yi Changshan and Wei Duo had just been discussing this very matter, and upon hearing Zhou's words, the three of them were on the same page. After all, with their combined strength and levels, they could easily dominate ordinary beginner-level dungeons. Brother Jun, I don't plan on coming to school either. My dad's awakened squad is heading out tomorrow to explore a level 30 secret realm. He wants to take me along for some training. Maybe by the time the college entrance exams roll around, my level will have caught up to yours. Yi Changshan grinned broadly, speaking with full confidence. Upon hearing this, Zhou nodded at him with an expectant look and teased, well then, good luck. When that day actually comes, I'll call you brother. He. I wouldn't dare. Yi Changshan scratched his head and chuckled. In his eyes, Zhou was his big brother today, and would remain his big brother for life. Even if one day his strength fell short of Zhou's, he would still respect him. Zhou smiled at this. After the two brothers chatted for a while longer, Yi Changshan was the first to leave school, heading home to prepare for tomorrow's dungeon run. By now, the sun had set, and the freshmen and sophomores had all been dismissed. The hallways and playground were bustling with people. Only Zhou and Wei Duo remained of the trio. They exchanged a glance, then, with unspoken understanding, strolled leisurely toward the school gate. As they passed the track on the playground, Wei Duo crunched the lollipop in her mouth and turned her sparkling eyes toward Zhou. Little gentleman, after the college entrance exams, would you like to go to the same university as me? She puckered her lips, extending a sincere and passionate invitation to the boy standing before her, a boy she'd known for a long time but had only truly come to understand today. I already have a university in mind. Joe stopped in his tracks, momentarily mesmerized by her sparkling gaze, but after a brief pause, he shook his head. Wei Duor's beautiful eyebrows immediately furrowed. You haven't even asked which university I'm going to yet. What if we want to go to the same one? That's impossible. Why is it impossible? You want to go to Yaoqi University, but my goal has always been Kunming University. Joe flashed a bright smile and said cheerfully. This time, it was Wei Duo who was taken aback. She blinked her beautiful big eyes again, full of curiosity. Little gentleman, how did you know I wanted to apply to Yaoqi University? Joe chuckled softly but said nothing. Of course, he had heard about it in his previous life. On the day the results were announced at number 5 high school, everyone around was discussing where Wei Duo or the school's top genius would be heading. So it had left a deep impression on Joe. After all, Yaoqi University was no ordinary place. On the vast blue star, there were countless universities, but only 4 institutions dared to call themselves top tier. Coincidentally, all 4 of these institutions were located in the Great Xia Kingdom. They were Kunlun University, Yaoqi University, Nanshanmen Academy, and Taichu Academy. These 4 institutions tower over Blue Star, having nurtured countless outstanding talents for the human race. Among them, Kunlun University reigns unquestionably as number 1, while the remaining 3 are neck and neck. As for Zhou, he was determined to attend Kunlun University in this lifetime. This was not only because of Kunlun University's unparalleled prestige, but also due to a more subtle reason. He had once heard the elders of the Zhou clan say that his father, Xianrong, had also been a student at Kunlun University in his day. Xianrong's disappearance back then was shrouded in mystery. Zhou wanted to retrace his father's steps and seek the truth along the path his father had left behind. Therefore, Zhou was determined to attend Kunlun University no matter what. Seeing that Zhou remained silent, and observing his expression, Wei Duo already had her answer. She, too, fell silent. The afterglow of the setting sun cast long shadows behind the young couple. As they strolled slowly along the green lawn, they reached the school gate. Wei Duo popped a strawberry-flavored lollipop into her mouth, tilted her head back, and said, "Young gentleman, since you have your own goals, strive to achieve them. The future is long. People like us are destined to set foot on the battlefields of the stars, so..." At this point, Wei Duo raised a finger toward the sky and smiled brightly. Let us meet at the summit. Chapter 31, The First Immortal Rank Skill. Evening. The air was slightly cool. Upon returning home, Joe whipped up a simple stir-fry in the kitchen. Living alone all these years had honed his culinary skills. He usually cooked whatever he felt like eating himself. Take today's garlic-flavored magic crab legs, for instance. Not only were they delicious, but they were also packed with nutrients. They could largely satisfy a novice awakened's nutritional needs. After devouring 2 large crab legs, Joe immediately felt his stamina, which had been depleted from using his awakening skill, recover significantly. He no longer felt so weak. After stretching his body slightly, he sat cross-legged on the sofa and took out the 2 skill books dropped by the hidden boss. These 2 sword-based skill books were both of very high rank. Especially the mythic rank Blade of Atonement. If he used ability Transcendence on it, reaching epic rank was a sure thing. Even the legendary Immortal Rank skill book wasn't out of the question. Whether I can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle depends on this gamble. Joe took a deep breath. After weighing the 2 skill books repeatedly, he decided to save the suspense for later. He would first ascend the exceptional quality skill book. Name, Chapter of the Wrathful Sword. Rank, Exceptional. Type, Sword and Blade skill book. Effect, when equipping a sword or blade weapon, gains 5% critical hit chance. Cooldown, none. As a passive skill that boosts critical hit chance, Joe quite liked it. He was eager to see what it would look like after sublimation. At that moment, as he issued the mental command, a familiar, mystical energy surged from within him and coalesced upon the chapter of the Furious Sword. In the next instant, the already pristine book took on an even more magnificent and noble appearance. And upon opening it, the ordinary paper had, in that very moment, transformed into soft parchment. Congratulations! Chapter of the Wrathful Sword has been advanced to Lucid Blade. Name, Lucid Blade. Rank, Epic Rank. Type, Sword and Blade Skill Book. Effect, when equipping a sword or blade weapon, gains 30% critical hit rate and 10% critical damage. Cooldown, none. Joe held this luxurious parchment book in his hands. After reading it, his face was overcome with intense joy, and he even ignored the waves of weakness washing over him. He never expected his luck to be so good. On his very first Transcendence attempt tonight, he had directly obtained an epic rank skill book. Lucid Blade. Just like his previous skill, Chapter of the Wrathful Sword, this was a passive skill. But the effects were worlds apart. Chapter of the Wrathful Sword only provided a 5% critical hit rate, while Lucid Blade not only offered a 30% critical hit rate but also a 10% critical damage bonus. These two attributes were rare to begin with, and the bonuses were exceptionally high. It's no exaggeration to say that if this skill book were put on the black market, even level 100 powerhouses would be scrambling to get their hands on it. Just imagine how valuable it is. Joe could barely contain the smile spreading across his face. He had just refined a single exquisite rank skill book, and the rewards were already so substantial. This made him extremely eager to refine the mythic rank Atonement Blade next. Just as he was about to continue the sublimation, a sudden, intense wave of weakness washed over him. Even his spirit wavered for a moment, and Joe realized his body was starting to give out. Ugh, these damn side effects. Joe sighed. He deperformed too many sublimations today, completely draining his energy reserves. Wait, I think I still have some potions on me. Just as Joe was worrying, it suddenly occurred to him. With a flick of his wrist, a pile of bottles and jars appeared before him. These were the elixirs the middle-aged man surnamed Sue had given him as an apology. Joe wanted to see if any of them were restorative. After all, elixirs were much like health potions in online games. Most could restore one's condition, while only a few possessed special effects. After searching through them, Joe indeed found several bottles of health potions. They were called Blood Purifying Elixir, a silver quality potion that restored 20% of one's health upon consumption. Without a moment's hesitation, Joe downed 5 bottles in a row. Instantly, he felt refreshed and energetic, and all his fatigue vanished without a trace. Excellent stuff. Looks like I'll need to keep some restorative potions on hand from now on. Joe's face lit up with delight. He felt he had found a way to counter the side effects of infinite ascendancy. Then, feeling reassured, he took out the Atonement Blade and began the ascension process. Boom! The mysterious ascension energy within him boiled, and Joe's newly restored mind went dark once more. But he paid it little mind, quickly popping another bottle of Blood Purifying Elixir into his mouth, which instantly neutralized the discomfort. At the same time, the skill book in his hand underwent a dramatic transformation. Its exterior was no longer lavish and ostentatious, and the pages were no longer made of parchment. Instead, it had become a thin golden page. Though thin, the golden page exuded an ancient, weighty aura, as if it contained the records of all things in the world, capable of easily overwhelming heaven and earth. Joe's eyes burned with intensity. He had never seen such a peculiar skill book. As his thoughts surged, the information on the ancient golden page unfolded before his eyes. Name Condemnation Rhapsody. Rank Immortal Rank. Type, Sword and Blade Skill Book. Effect 1 evolved from a mythic rank skill. It takes the form of the Sword of Righteousness to sever all evil in the world. Upon activation, it triggers a multi-hit attack consisting of 7 sword techniques: Lust's Puncture, Gluttony's Thrust, Greed's Thrust, Sloth's Slash, Wrath's Collapse, Envy's Lash, and Pride's Lash. Effect 2: the 7 sword techniques can be used individually or in combination. While active, damage is increased by 200% and damage taken is reduced by 50%. Cooldown 1200s. When the contents of the golden page were revealed, Joe's breath caught in his throat. Immortal Rank. It was actually an immortal rank skill. Although Joe had been prepared for this, he still couldn't suppress the excitement surging through him when he actually witnessed it. Immortal rank that represents the pinnacle of quality in this world. Any immortal rank entity is a rare find, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is especially true for immortal rank skills. After all, skills play a major role in determining the strength of an awakened. Take Joe, for example. When he had no skills in the secret realm, killing high-level monsters was an arduous task. But simply by acquiring the gold rank Bone Crusher, things became much easier for him. From this, one can imagine just how much his combat power would increase if he were to master this immortal rank skill. Condemnation Rhapsody. After calming down, Joe studied the skill description carefully. Moments later, he gasped, deeply impressed by its mechanics. This Condemnation Rhapsody consists of 7 forms. Perhaps because its original form, Atonement Blade, was forged from a stone statue, all 7 forms incorporate the characteristics of the 7 deadly sins and are named after them. Poke, thrust, parry, sweep, smash, lash, and slash all are traditional sword techniques. When combined, they form unique sub-skills. These sub-skills serve various purposes in swordplay, offering both offense and defense. Moreover, it is clear that these sub-skills require no cooldown and can be executed solely through physical strength. When combined, they become a true immortal rank skill, unleashing unimaginable power. Setting aside the 200% damage boost for now, just that 50% damage immunity if used at the right moment, it could save my life in a critical situation. Joe muttered under his breath clearly. What truly captivated him was the section mentioning damage immunity. After all, 50% damage immunity is simply too game-breaking. This could prove remarkably effective in many high-difficulty dungeons, even playing a decisive role in turning the tide of battle. Plenty of small skills, powerful major skills, capable of both offense and defense, and decent damage. It truly lives up to the reputation of an immortal rank sword technique. Joe marveled. The value of this golden page was truly immeasurable. Without hesitation, he selected both skill books in his hand to learn. One was an epic rank passive, the other an immortal rank active. Learning them one after another caused Joe's head to ache momentarily. Boundless sword art essence flooded his body. Though it had only been a mere dozen minutes, it felt as though he had spent a lifetime immersed in the realm of swordsmanship. When Joe opened his eyes again, a sword-esque glow had condensed within his pupils, and his entire aura had risen to its peak. He was like a divine sword piercing the heavens. Chapter 32, The True Essence of the Sword. Skill Condemnation Rhapsody LV1 acquired. You have grasped the true essence of swords and blades. Your proficiency with swords and blades has reached LV1. 2 notifications appeared before his eyes. Joe paused for a moment, then a look of delight spread across his face once more. In this world, when the cultivation of any weapon reaches a certain height, one gains insight into the power of spiritual realms, thereby unlocking the proficiency system. Do not underestimate this proficiency. It accounts for a significant portion of a human warrior's overall strength. Simply put, the higher the proficiency level, the greater the combat power one can unleash. Between 2 awakened of the same level, disregarding their own awakened talents, a high weapon proficiency against a low one amounts to a one-sided victory. To grasp the true essence of a weapon and unlock its proficiency, one relies first on opportunity and second on accumulating skill books. The former is rare and unpredictable. The latter requires substantial financial resources. After all, without sufficient funds, one cannot acquire enough skill books. Among these, high-quality skill books offer the greatest assistance. In short, the weapon proficiency system is not something ordinary people can even dream of. An ordinary person might spend a lifetime and still fail to unlock proficiency in a single weapon. Joe was no exception. In his previous life, he reached level 54 and learned a whole basketful of skills, big and small, yet he never managed to unlock proficiency in a single weapon. Now, having been reborn, on just his second day, he grasped the true essence of swords and blades, the most elusive of all. And he unlocked the proficiency for both swords and blades in one go. It must be said that immortal rank skills are truly formidable. Mastering a single skill book is equivalent to others mastering dozens. It seems that in this life, I am destined to walk the path of the swordsman, Joe mused. On Blue Star, due to the existence of skill books, martial arts styles are numerous. Swords, spears, and staffs all belong to schools with deep-rooted traditions and a long history. Many people choose a weapon they love as their path for future development. Right now, out in the starry sky, there is a god king with maxed out spear and staff proficiency who wields a black dragon spear, single-handedly guarding the Mars camp. Under his spear intent that splits the heavens, not a single dark creature has been able to breach the Mars defenses for years. This demonstrates the sheer terror of maxed out weapon proficiency. Joe had once pondered which weapon style to pursue in the future, but ultimately decided to leave it to fate. After all, he couldn't control what kind of skill books would drop from slain monsters. Gaining insight into the essence of swords and blades now isn't a bad thing either. While it's difficult to increase proficiency with swords and blades, once mastered, their power rivals that of spears and staffs, ranking among the top weapons in the game. A sword to ward off evil, a blade to slay the wicked, not a bad way to go. Joe tilted his head back and let his imagination run wild for a moment before pulling 5 pieces of equipment from his backpack. All 5 pieces of equipment were loot obtained from the secret realm. 4 of them were rewards split evenly after subduing the beast tide, and 1 was a mythic rank ring he'd chosen for himself upon clearing the dungeon. Joe's gaze swept over each piece of equipment, finally settling on the ring. The gear dropped by those ordinary monsters earlier was, at best, silver quality. Even after being transcended, they would be no better than gold or exquisite quality at best. With the Federation rewarded mythic rank universal set, Joe had no interest in these items. He considered it a waste of his energy to even transcend them. So now, only the mythic rank ring could pique Joe's interest slightly. The ring's base stats were mediocre, and Joe had no idea what it would look like after transcendence. With a let's give it a try mindset, he downed a restorative potion and activated his talent ability. Whoosh! A surging wave of sublimation energy erupted, and the simple ring burst into brilliant light. A few breaths later, everything settled, and a jet-black crystal ring appeared in Joe's hand. Congratulations! Sea Demon Ring has been advanced to Ring of Endless Vitality. Name, Ring of Endless Vitality. Rank, Epic Rank. Type, Accessory. Restriction, LV10 LV25. Vitality, plus 236. Agility, plus 161. Description: an epic rank item evolved from the Sea Demon Ring, possessing the Endless Vitality trait. The wearer regains 1% of all stats per minute. This effect increases to 3% when in combat. After reading the item description, Joe's eyes lit up. The stats on this item were surprisingly good. It was an extremely rare piece of equipment capable of restoring the wearer's own stats. His base 4 core stats were already high, so even with a 3% recovery rate in combat, the actual benefit was substantial. As expected, there are no weak epic rank items. Even a low-tier epic rank item usable only up to level 20-something. Without hesitation, he slipped the ring onto his finger. Joe's current arsenal was quite impressive. With weapons and accessories, everything is top-notch except for the mythic rank set from the Federation rewards, which he hasn't claimed yet. With a thought, a brand new character panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Joe. Level LV10 98%. Strength 5200 plus 47. Agility 5200 plus 258. Spirit 5200 plus 102. Vitality 5200 plus 236. Skills: Bone Crusher LV1, Lucid Blade LV1, Condemnation Rhapsody LV1. Equipment: Falling Star Pendant Epic Rank, Extreme Blade Thunder Calamity Mythic Rank, Ring of Endless Life Epic Rank. Talent: SSS Rank Redistribution, SSS Rank Infinite Ascendancy Unique. Awakening Skill Ultimate Evolution LV1. Weapon Proficiency: Swords LV1. Looking at his stats, which already exuded the aura of a prodigy, Joe nodded in satisfaction. Just yesterday, he was still a nameless nobody who had just reincarnated and awakened his powers. But today, his name was already being whispered among the Federation's high-ranking officials, and he was just one step away from reaching level 11. All of this left Joe deeply moved. Tomorrow, I'll set a record for the highest level 10 stats in the Federation, claim the rewards from the red card, and then head out to the dungeons outside the city to hunt monsters. That night, before going to sleep, Joe closed his eyes to map out his plans for the next day, then drifted into a deep slumber. The next day. Even though he didn't have to go to school, Joe still woke up very early. As was his habit, he went downstairs for a few laps of jogging and grabbed breakfast at a diner. Afterward, he set off for the main street of Lingyuan City. This was because the Flying Dragon Tower, the highest-ranked institution in the Federation's registry, was built there. Flying Dragon Towers were established in every city, serving as institutions dedicated to handling the political affairs of the awakened. Their importance was self-evident. Rumor had it that every head of a Flying Dragon Tower was a level 100 powerhouse, capable of walking on air, tearing through the void with their bare hands, and possessing the strength to defend an entire city. The Dragon Tower Master stationed in Lingyuan City, however, was a solitary and enigmatic figure ordinary people could never catch a glimpse of him. Even the heads of the city's prominent clans and the most powerful nobles had to make an appointment to see him. But these matters had little to do with Joe. He had come solely to register his level 10 attribute, the highest of its kind, and claim his reward. Chapter 33, A Chance Encounter with an Old Acquaintance. Lingyuan City isn't considered a megacity on Blue Star, but it still boasts a population of 70 million permanent residents. With such a staggering population, one can only imagine how many people have awakened as awakened. Yet, despite this, there is only one Flying Dragon Tower in Lingyuan City, the sole institution handling all affairs related to the awakened. Consequently, the building is almost always bustling even at this early hour. The first floor lobby is teeming with people. Every counter was packed with people. Sometimes, to get something done, one had to line up a day in advance. At times like this, those who had waited in line would always cast envious glances toward the farthest corner of the first floor. There was a row of empty counters there, yet very few people were conducting business at them. That's because it's the VIP area, accessible only to the scions of wealthy families who have made outstanding contributions to Lingyuan City. In other words, it's a dedicated passage for the powerful and influential. And right now, under the envious gazes of many, two young people were sitting casually and chatting in the spacious VIP area. One was a man and the other a woman. Setting the man aside for the moment, the woman was particularly striking. She wore a white dress, her figure as slender as a modeless, and her features were exceptionally beautiful. Yet her expression radiated an aloofness that kept others at a distance, along with the haughty air characteristic of a noble young lady. Her gaze toward anyone carried a hint of disdain. Only when her gaze swept over her companion, a man of equally refined bearing, did she lower her eyes to meet his. "Miss Morone, I've known Manager Shao here for a long time. Rest assured, today's matter will certainly be taken care of." At that moment, the man of refined bearing spoke with a smile, his tone gentle and tinged with flattery. "Then thank you, young Master Zhou." The cool-eyed woman smiled faintly and nodded at the young man. Upon hearing this, however, the young man shook his head and smiled. "Miss Morone, please don't flatter me. I, Zhou Tong, am merely a minor figure in the Zhou clan. The only one in the Zhou clan truly worthy of the title young Master Zhou is Brother Wang." The young man Zhou Tong spoke these words, yet his expression betrayed not a hint of humility. For his status was that of a direct descendant of the Zhou clan. Though he wasn't as prestigious as Wang, the young master, compared to the countless other privileged offspring in the city, he was still a leading figure. In the circles of the city's second generation, he was a force to be reckoned with. Today, he had been invited to step forward and resolve a long-standing matter for the second young lady of the Morong family at the Flying Dragon Pavilion. "How has Wang been lately?" Upon hearing Wang's name, the cool-eyed girl's eyes brightened slightly as she asked with some interest. Seeing this, Zhou Tong felt a strange pang of sadness in his otherwise eager heart, but he ultimately answered truthfully, "Brother Wang has already reached level 18. He went to Tianxiang City with the clan chief today and probably won't be back until after the college entrance exams." The aloof girl gave a soft "oh" and fell silent. Seeing her distracted demeanor, Zhou Tong changed the subject. "But last night, Brother Wang told me something quite interesting. I'm sure you'd find it intriguing too." At this, the aloof girl arched her beautiful eyebrows, gesturing for him to continue. Zhou Tong gave a sly chuckle. You know what? That runaway scion of the Zhou clan, the eldest young master, registered his awakening information at number 5 high school yesterday. And guess what? He has only a D rank. Isn't that ridiculous? It seems the young master was right to expel him from the Zhou clan back then. Keeping such a good-for-nothing in the Zhou clan would only bring shame upon us in Lingyuan City. By the end of his speech, Zhou Tong's face was etched with scorn, and he let out a series of cold, mocking laughs. Across from him, the aloof young woman who had heard these words froze in place. Then, her delicate features took on an extremely complex expression. June. No, Zhou. He has ultimately become a failure. It seems my decision to leave him back then was the right one. Shui clutched the hem of her robe as long-forgotten memories surfaced in her mind. In the early years, the Zhou clan and the Morong family were very close. The younger generations of both families often played together. Zhou was precocious, and with the aura of his father Xianrong, a peerless genius, shrouding him, he had already become the leader among the children of both families at a young age. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Even Wang was merely his sidekick, obeying his cousin's every command. And, unsurprisingly, Zhou's youthful charisma attracted a large following of children from both families who admired and looked up to him. Shui was one of them. At the time, she thought Zhou was the most dazzling person in the world back then. She dreamed of growing up so she could marry brother Zhou. It wasn't until the Xianrong incident occurred and Zhou found himself unable to move freely within the Zhou clan that these children realized, once stripped of his many halos, the dazzling Zhou was just an ordinary person. When Shui learned that Zhou had been expelled from the Zhou clan, she didn't know how to face him and chose to avoid him altogether. Years have passed in the blink of an eye. The next time she heard news of Zhou, it was the scandal that he had only awakened a D-rank talent. In a world where one's talent determines their future, a D-rank talent offers absolutely no prospects. This also meant Zhou had completely lost any chance of returning to the Zhou clan. Yet, for some reason, Shui felt a sense of relief. It was a sigh of immense relief, as if all the guilt she carried for deliberately keeping her distance from Zhou over the years had finally dissipated. Because she and Zhou were now, without a doubt, from two completely different worlds. With that thought, Shui's expression returned to its usual cool detachment. Ha! That person looks like Zhou. Speak of the devil. Just as Shui felt a sense of release, Zhou Tong suddenly pointed toward the entrance of the Filong pavilion and cried out in surprise. This immediately caught Shui's attention, and she instinctively looked up. Sure enough, there at the entrance of the Filong pavilion, a familiar young man was striding into the hall. Shui stared blankly, a flash of disappointment crossing her eyes. For the Zhou before her appeared taciturn, clad only in an ordinary white tracksuit, his eyes devoid of even a trace of the arrogance and sharpness one would expect from the scion of a powerful family, so unremarkable that he seemed as though he might vanish into the crowd on the street and never be found again. Where was even a shred of the swagger he once possessed as the young master of the Zhou clan? Perhaps it was seeing Zhou's down and out state with her own eyes that caused Shui's expression to gradually return to its usual composure, as she let go of her expectations entirely. The cold detachment returned to her eyes. However, Zhou's next move caught her attention once again. She watched as he walked straight toward the VIP section. What was he doing? Didn't he know the VIP section didn't admit commoners? This kid really doesn't know his place. He dares to barge into the VIP section, still thinking he is the Zhou clan's young master? Zhou Tong let out an unhidden cold laugh, his face clearly enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, Zhou had already reached the VIP section. Compared to the crowded main hall, the VIP section was quite spacious, with very few people present. So as soon as he approached, Zhou noticed Zhou Tong and Shui. His gaze lingered briefly on Shui. Then he turned away coldly. As for Shui, Zhou, still a teenager in his previous life, had once harbored feelings for her. After all, she was beautiful, with an ethereal aura. Even within the elite circles of Lingyuan City, she was renowned as a beauty, and she was willing to be his devoted little fan. How many young men wouldn't develop secret feelings under such circumstances? At the time, he had foolishly believed that one day in the future, the two of them would naturally end up together. But it wasn't until years later, as his influence waned and Xue deliberately distanced herself, that Joe finally came to his senses. It turned out that this girl, who had been sweet and docile only in his presence, had never actually liked him as a person. She had only ever been attracted to his status as the young master of the Zhou clan. Otherwise, rumors of her eloping with Wang Wunti have surfaced so soon after the college entrance exams. At the time, Zhou had been deeply heartbroken for a long while. Now, having been reborn and returned, when he saw Xue again, Zhou felt nothing but indifference toward the past, as if it were but a fleeting cloud. In this life, his sole goal was to grow stronger and stronger, step by step, until he became the supreme ruler of the human race. Everything else was mere illusion. Never mind Xue, even the Zhou clan, and indeed the entire city of Linyuan, were of no consequence in his eyes. The starry heavens above were his true destination. So when he encountered Xue and Zhou Tong again, Zhou remained as still as a deep well. He didn't even wish to engage with them, focusing solely on getting his own affairs in order. In fact, he had entered the VIP area merely to expedite his business. True, Zhou was no longer a noble scion. But let us not forget, he still possessed a red card, a federal reward that could be exchanged for mythic rank equipment. The value of that red card far surpassed the prestige of any city's aristocratic status. Sir, please stop. This is a VIP-only area. Please present your identification. Just as Zhou stepped into the VIP area, a staff member stepped forward to block his path. Watching this scene from a short distance away, Zhou Tong's expression grew increasingly mocking. He had once been one of Zhou's lackeys, but now he was Wang's most ardent supporter. He knew all too well just how much animosity Wang harbored toward Zhou, so seeing Zhou humiliated at this moment was naturally a source of great delight. He even felt that a couple of cold laughs weren't enough, so he stood up and walked over. Seeing this, Xue sighed inwardly and followed suit. What is going on? As soon as Zhou Tong approached, he adopted the air of a young master and asked a question he already knew the answer to. The staff member, upon seeing Zhou Tong, immediately bowed his head and replied humbly, "Young Master Tong. This man is trying to enter the VIP area, and I'm checking his credentials." "Ha, well then, you'd better check him thoroughly. This man's name is Zhou. He used to be a member of the Zhou clan, but now he is just a cast-off who has been expelled from the family. He has long since lost his noble status. Now that he is showing up here, I can't help but suspect he is trying to impersonate a noble disciple to swindle people." Zhou Tong delivered the prepared speech with a look of amusement on his face, his lips curling in derision as he glared at Zhou. Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression immediately turned serious, and his gaze toward Zhou grew colder and more wary. "Sir, please present your noble identification. Otherwise, I will have to call security." The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room froze. Even from the other side of the hall, quite a few people were glancing over here with curiosity. Zhou, who had been about to pull out his red card, couldn't help but frown at the sight. His cold gaze fixed on Zhou Tong, the instigator of this situation. Clearly, he hadn't expected that while he ignored Zhou Tong would dare to come looking for trouble. If his memory served him correctly, in his previous life, Zhou Tong had only awakened an A-rank talent. And because of his playful nature, he hadn't even reached level 10 by the time the college entrance exams were over. In other words, with Zhou's current strength, crushing Zhou Tong would be as easy as flipping his hand. If it weren't for the ban on physical combat within Lingyuan City, Zhou Tong would likely be lying on the ground speaking to him right now. With that thought, Zhou showed him absolutely no mercy, snapping coldly, "Zhou Tong. Even Wang would have to bow his head when speaking to me here. Where do you get the nerve? Have you forgotten how I used to beat you up when we were kids?" Zhou wasn't exaggerating. He used to be the ringleader of the kids, no matter whose privileged offspring it was in Linyuan City. If he didn't like them, he'd just beat them up. Not to mention Zhou Tong, even Wang had taken his fair share of slaps from Zhou. Hearing these words now, memories of the past surged uncontrollably to the surface, filling Zhou Tong with a mix of anger and humiliation. He roared. "How dare you! Zhou, do you still think of yourself as the young master of the Zhou clan? To put it nicely, you're a cast-off. To put it bluntly, you're nothing but a loser. And you dare to slander us, the children of the elite, right here? As soon as these words were spoken, even the onlookers nearby let out a chorus of gasps. The staff member's face darkened as well, and he spoke again. Sir, please stop causing trouble. The Phylong Pavilion is no place for you to run amok. His tone carried a distinct air of menace. Yet it was clearly Zhou Tong who had started the altercation. But the staff member turned a blind eye to Zhou Tong's behavior. Evidently, the two were cut from the same cloth. Realizing this, Zhou's gaze turned utterly cold. He knew that further words would be futile, so he cut straight to the point. Whether I have the right to stand here will become crystal clear once you bring your manager over. After all, the staff member before him was merely a minor figure. No matter how much he argued, a single word from the person in charge would carry more weight. Our manager? The staff member froze upon hearing this. Seeing Zhou's confident demeanor, he hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Could he have misjudged the situation? Did this man actually have a higher status than he appeared? Otherwise, how dare he demand that the manager of Phylong Tower come out? Zhou, you're getting more and more delusional as you get older. Don't you know your own place? How dare you demand that manager Shao of Phylong Tower come out? Someone of his stature, so high and mighty, would never even recognize a worthless D-rank talent like you. But before he could sort out his thoughts, Zhou Tong beside him burst out laughing first, his words dripping with sarcasm. Even Shui, who had been standing by watching, now had a look of deep disappointment flash across her face. In her eyes, Zhou was no different from those scoundrels who, despite having clearly failed, still stubbornly refused to accept reality. The moonlight of her past, the Zhou she had once admired, had ultimately perished in her memories. The man standing before her now was nothing more than a shameless braggart. With this thought, Shui's gaze of disappointment inevitably grew tinged with contempt. The way she looked at Zhou was no different from the way she looked at any other ordinary person. Yet, under the gaze of so many different eyes, Zhou remained unfazed. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression haughty, and spoke as if stating a fact. Why should I even know that manager Shao? Once he comes out to meet me, he will naturally be respectful in my presence and treat me as an honored guest. Chapter 34, Zhou's Confidence. Zhou's voice was as calm as water, yet it stirred waves in the hearts of all who heard it. Who exactly is this young man? How dare he speak such arrogant words? The Flying Dragon Tower has 33 floors, with a manager on each floor. As far as I recall, Manager Shao, who oversees the first floor, is a level 47 powerhouse. He is a haughty man who has never given us commoners the time of day. That's right. Manager Shao usually only associates with noble offspring. Has this young man gone mad, daring to offend him like this? Perhaps he has another identity, backed by some powerful figure? In the hall, many people were peering around and whispering among themselves, their gazes toward Zhou filled with astonishment. At that moment, though Zhou was dressed in cheap athletic wear, his demeanor was as sharp as a drawn sword. He exuded a confidence that radiated from within, shaking people to their core and making them wonder if this young man truly had the trump card to challenge a manager of the Flying Dragon Tower. His display had completely intimidated the staff member, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Even Shui, who had been utterly disappointed in Zhou, seemed momentarily dazed. She felt as though she were seeing the spirited young master of the Zhou clan from years past once again. Could it be that Zhou hadn't been exaggerating on purpose? But actually had something to rely on? Shui's eyes flickered. She suddenly found herself amused that at this very moment, she had actually developed a hint of expectation toward Zhou. Among everyone present, only Zhou Tong remained sullen, his face set in a cold sneer. As Wang's confidant, he was privy to many hidden secrets. He had even been involved in the incident years ago when a star suppressor was secretly planted in Zhou's residence. Therefore, he was certain that Zhou's talent was only grade D. In the eyes of the upper echelons, such a talent was no different from an ant on the street. There was absolutely no way he could ever gain the favor of any influential figure. So he was convinced from the bottom of his heart that Zhou was merely bluffing at this moment. Just wait until Manager Shao steps and let us see how you'll get out of this. Zhou Tong took in the onlookers' whispers about the situation, his inner scorn growing as he stood with his hands in his pockets, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, cold sweat was pouring down the staff member's forehead. Unlike Zhou Tong, he didn't have access to detailed intelligence, so he couldn't confirm whether the youth before him truly had something to back him up after all. The fearless confidence radiating from him was simply too overwhelming. For a moment, he found himself in a bind, unsure how to resolve the situation. Humph. I'll see who dares to look down on me, Xiao Xingyan. Just as the tension in the air reached its peak, a cold voice echoed from afar. The crowd turned to look in the direction of the voice, and in the next instant, they parted like a tide. At the far end of the crowd, a portly middle-aged man was walking toward them step by step. He was in his early 40s. Though his figure had lost its former shape, his expression was fierce and menacing, his eyes sharp and predatory. As he scanned the room, everyone immediately lowered their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. The man was none other than the manager Xiao Jiutong had mentioned. With the sound of his leather shoes tapping the floor, Xiao Xingyan strode leisurely toward the VIP section. Manager. Before he had even come to a stop, the staff member from earlier came running up to greet him, his expression filled with utter terror. Smack! Yet, in response to his subordinate-esque greeting, Xiao Xingyan didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned and slapped him across the face. You blind fool! Who do you think you're trying to intimidate? Does this mean from now on, whenever some Tom, Dick, or Harry shows up, my Phylong Tower has to open the VIP passage? He spoke with a drawn-out, mocking tone, striking with such force that the staff member's right cheek swelled up immediately. Yet the staff member dared not utter a word, merely bowing and scraping as he stood meekly behind Xiao Xingyan. After doing all this, Xiao Xingyan turned his gaze back to Zhou Tong. His usually defiant expression finally softened, revealing a hint of kindness as he smiled at him. Young Master Tong, it's been a while. Rest assured, Manager Xiao. I will definitely handle Miss Moromia's matter for you today. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong clasped his hands behind his back and smiled, exuding the air of a young master from a distinguished family. He replied, Then thank you very much, Manager Xiao. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and only then did Xiao Xingyan finally turn his gaze toward Zhou. His expression returned to that haughty demeanor, tinged with deep contempt. His voice was icy as he spoke, So it's you. You were the one spouting such nonsense just now, claiming that this steward would have to treat you with the utmost respect upon seeing you? Now that I'm standing right here, I'm quite curious, what possible qualifications does a lowly commoner like you have to make me, Xiao Xingyan, treat you as an honored guest? Xiao Xingyan's gaze was fierce, and an overwhelming aura of dominance suddenly pressed down upon Zhou, eager to see the look of panic and fear on his face once his lie was exposed. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. For the young man before him remained calm and composed from start to finish, his hands clasped behind his back, showing not a trace of alarm even as he saw Xiao Xingyan step forward personally. Are you the steward here? If you don't give Zhou an explanation for today's events, you won't be able to keep your position as manager. Even under the gaze of the crowd, right in front of Manager Xiao, Zhou's words were still startling. As soon as he spoke, the scene fell into a heavy silence. The smile on Xiao Xingyan's lips vanished completely, his face darkening with gloom. At a time like this, you still dare to speak so recklessly? You really can't wait to die. Zhou Tong sneered, looking at Zhou as if he were a laughingstock. Shui, who had originally held some hope for Zhou's performance, also shook his head in disappointment at that moment. Since he'd already been reduced to a loser, wouldn't it be better to just keep his head down and play along? Did he really naively think that spouting a few empty boasts here could change anything? Shui sighed, having given up all hope. She turned her head away from Zhou, for Xiao Xingyan was now teetering on the brink of rage, and a clash with a predictable outcome was about to erupt. The onlookers around them all shook their heads. Who among the regulars at the Flying Dragon Pavilion didn't know Manager Xiao's temper? Offend him, and don't expect any good to come of it. Only Zhou, after calmly glancing at the other man, remained unconcerned. For in his hand, a red card had quietly appeared. Brother Zhou, what are you doing here? Just as Zhou was about to make his move, a surprised voice suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd turned to look in unison. At the entrance to the Flying Dragon Pavilion, a middle-aged man was striding toward them with a look of delight on his face. To their astonishment, it was none other than the middle-aged man surnamed Su who had registered talents at number 5 high school yesterday. In fact, as a talent registrar capable of reporting directly to the Federation's high-ranking officials, the middle-aged man surnamed Su already held a high status in Linyuan City. Within the Flying Dragon Tower, he even held the position of steward. It must be noted that the Flying Dragon Tower has a total of 33 floors, each with its own supervisor. But as for stewards, there are only 3 in the entire Flying Dragon Tower. They wielded immense power within the Flying Dragon Tower, serving as the ultimate superiors to the managers on each floor. Each possessed deep connections in Linyuan City and routinely engaged in direct discussions with the heads of major clans and university presidents. Yet now, as the middle-aged man surnamed Su hurried over, a series of eager greetings poured from his mouth. "Brother Zhou, you're here at the Flying Dragon Tower on business. Why didn't you give me a heads up beforehand? No matter what the matter is, just give the word, and I'll do my utmost to handle it for you." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his tone so enthusiastic it bordered on flattery. This left everyone looking utterly astonished. As for Xiao Xingyan, his expression changed drastically the moment the middle-aged man surnamed Su appeared. "Su Yuan, Steward Su. Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be inspecting every high school for 3 days?" he asked, his mind in a panic. His anxious demeanor bore no resemblance to the haughty air he displayed moments earlier. For, with his keen mind, he had already noticed the middle-aged man surnamed Su's attitude toward Zhou. How utterly subservient it was. A dignified steward of the Flying Dragon Tower, yet at this moment, he was acting like a sycophant, rushing to greet him. Just who was this young man? No wonder he had the audacity to say he would treat him with the utmost respect. Xiao Xingyan felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had a nagging feeling that today's events were about to take a serious turn. The crowd around them was also buzzing with whispers at that moment. They were just common folk who didn't recognize a big shot like the middle-aged man surnamed Su. Yet even they could see just how terrified Xiao, the steward who usually strutted about with such arrogance, had become after the man surnamed Su made his entrance. Moreover, the middle-aged man surnamed Su's attitude was quite intriguing. Such a prominent figure had entered the Flying Pavilion yet paid no attention to Xiao Xingyan, the manager. Instead, the first person he greeted was the young man named Zhou. How strikingly similar was this situation to when Xiao Xingyan had first made his entrance. The only difference was that one was treated with the utmost respect, while the other was treated with utter contempt. It was only upon hearing Xiao Xingyan's words that Su Yuan finally grasped the situation, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. "Xiao Xingyan, apologize." The middle-aged man surnamed Su, a seasoned veteran of the world, had merely glanced at the scene and had already pieced together the events of the moment with near-perfect accuracy. He didn't even bother to ask for an explanation. He simply issued his order. "Steward Su, it was me just now." Xiao Xingyan's expression changed, and he tried to struggle and defend himself. But Su Yuan shot him a cold glare and said furiously, "You blind fool! Do you think Brother Zhou is someone you can insult so lightly? I'm telling you plainly today, if you refuse to accept this and apologize, then the position of manager on the first floor can be filled by someone else." Su Yuan's voice was icy. He was truly furious. After all, no one understood better than he did just how exalted Zhou's status was. He was, after all, a rare SSS rank talent. Moreover, he was a prodigy who had managed to rise to level 10 in one go on his very first entry into the secret realm. On top of that, he had caught the attention of the Federation's high command and made it onto the reserve list for the quasi-sequence. Such a peerless prodigy had an excellent chance of becoming a level 100 powerhouse or even a level 500 god king in the future. Su Yuan hadn't even had time to cultivate a relationship with him, yet this lowly manager before him dared to speak disrespectfully and bully him with his authority. How could Su Yuan not be furious? As he spoke, his level 60 status even flashed prominently above his head. It was clear he was determined to settle the score for today's incident once and for all. At that moment, the entire situation left Xiao Xingyan completely dumbfounded. He clearly hadn't expected Su Yuan to go to such lengths for an insignificant figure like Zhou. He didn't understand it. His heart was filled with resentment, yet he dared not show even a hint of it. He could only grit his teeth, lower his head, and bow respectfully to Zhou. "Zhou, young Master Zhou, I judged you by your appearance. I deserve to die." His voice trembled slightly. At this moment, Xiao Xingyan was utterly humbled. It was a stark contrast to the arrogant, domineering figure he had been just moments ago. Meanwhile, Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, watching it all unfold. He truly hadn't expected to run into an acquaintance at the Flying Dragon Pavilion. He certainly hadn't expected that this middle-aged man named Su Yuan, who hadn't been exaggerating in the principal's office yesterday, actually held some influence in Lingyuan City and was willing to stand up for him. Though he knew full well that the other party's intervention wasn't out of any sense of justice, but simply because he valued his talent. Of course, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, in the world of the awakened, geniuses should enjoy privileges. "Brother Zhou, what do you think of this outcome?" Su Yuan turned to look at him and asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou merely gave a faint nod of thanks, his gaze never lingering on Manager Xiao, who was bowing before him. In his eyes, whether it was Zhou Tong or this suddenly appearing Manager Xiao, they were both insignificant. He was still focused solely on doing his own work, rushing to finish the tasks at hand so he could go level up outside the city. Seeming to notice Zhou's reaction, Su Yuan took the hint and immediately said, "Brother Zhou, if you don't mind, I'll personally handle your business today. I guarantee this kind of situation won't happen again." "Then I'll leave it to you." Zhou nodded indifferently, and the two of them immediately left the scene of the commotion, heading deeper into the VIP area. Once the two had walked far enough away, an uncontrollable roar erupted from the crowd. My goodness, someone actually managed to make Manager Xiao bow his head. That big shot who showed up later only needed a few words to make Manager Xiao grovel and apologize, yet when facing that young man, even he became the one trying to curry favor. Doesn't that mean the young man's status is far above theirs? This is astonishing. He clearly looks just like us, wearing cheap street stall clothes, yet who would thought he'd be so capable? Just who is that young man? It was totally worth coming today. I actually got to see Manager Xiao get humiliated. The crowd stirred, and every gaze fixed on Zhou's calm, departing figure was filled with awe. Only Zhou Tong's face was as dark as storm clouds. Zhou, how could he possibly know an executive from the Flying Dragon Pavilion? He gritted his teeth. Not having witnessed Zhou's humiliation left him deeply frustrated, yet he was also profoundly shocked. After all, the Flying Dragon Pavilion's stewards held high rank and great authority. Even with his status as a direct descendant of the Zhou clan, it was unthinkable that a steward would go so far as to reveal his own rank just to stand up for him. Zhou was nothing more than a discarded pawn. What on earth gave him the right? His fists clenched tightly, Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with jealousy. At the same time, Xue, who had been watching the entire farce from start to finish, also bit her red lips tightly, a bitter taste spreading through her heart. Time and again, she had believed Zhou to be nothing more than a braggart who spouted empty boasts, yet reality had just slapped her hard in the face. The young man's confident words from that moment still echoed in her ears. At this thought, Xue couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Yes, knowing an executive of the Flying Dragon Pavilion, you certainly have that kind of confidence. She looked up, her gaze dazed. Chapter 35, The Son of Heaven. Xue would never know that Zhou's true confidence had never stemmed from so-called connections. Rather, it came from his unwavering resolve, his extraordinary talent, and his belief that he was invincible. Since his rebirth, everything he had done was for the sake of becoming stronger. His visit to the Flying Dragon Tower to register the record for the highest level 10 attributes was solely for the reward for first place. The Federation had not disclosed the exact nature of this reward, but rumors had been circulating online for some time. Some claimed it was an epic rank item, while others said it was a massive haul of high-grade resources. Regardless of which it was, this so-called reward was enough to make anyone's eyes burn with envy. Over the centuries, countless prodigies and heroes had charged toward the pinnacle of attribute records, yet only a handful had ever reached the summit. Over time, the record for the Federation's highest attributes has become an obsession in the hearts of countless prodigies. Eventually, it evolved into a unique ranking system, with countless geniuses taking pride in making it onto this list. The lavish reward that initially drew so many has, ironically, become merely a bonus. The list chronicling all these honors came to be known as the Divine List. It signified that anyone who made it onto this list was destined to become a human god king in the future. The emergence of the Divine List spurred the flourishing of the human martial arts. To encourage people to challenge the Divine List, the Federation went so far as to establish dedicated display areas for the list in every Flying Dragon Tower across the globe, welcoming prodigies from any city worldwide to take on the challenge. The Flying Dragon Tower in Linyuan City, naturally, also housed this list, located on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Zhou and Su Yuan had already arrived here. The 3rd floor was not as crowded as the first, as this level was specifically designated for testing one's attribute values, and few people visited it on ordinary days. When Zhou stepped onto the 3rd floor, he took in the vast space at a glance. It was so empty that he could see everything at a single glance. Apart from a few scattered passers-by, there was only a high-tech floating screen in the center, displaying row after row of text. Brother Zhou, that's the divine rankings. As if sensing Zhou's gaze, Su Yuan smiled faintly and led him over. Upon approaching, they realized the floating screen was enormous, 4 or 5 meters tall, with calligraphy that danced like dragons and phoenixes, shimmering with a golden glow that felt almost overwhelming. Zhou looked up and saw a list of names that were as famous as thunder. Federation Level 10 Attribute Records Divine Rankings. Number 1, Yan Lai Total Attribute Points. Number 2, Fist of the Little Monster Total Attribute Points. Number 3, Hao Tian Total Attribute Points. Number 4, Black Dragon Spear Total Attribute Points. Number 5, Dominator of the World Total Attribute Points, 99.99. Number 6, Zhao Yaoxian Total Attribute Points, 99.23. Number 7. The list only displayed the top 10 names and did not continue beyond that. Furthermore, few of those on the list used their real names, most used aliases, much like nicknames in a game. As a result, at a glance, the names were a motley assortment. Su Yuan seemed to have noticed this as well. He couldn't help but sigh with a wry smile and explain to Zhou, although it looks a bit strange, this is a necessary measure the Federation has taken to protect the geniuses of our human race. After all, the situation on Blue Star is unstable, and dark creatures lurk in the starry skies. Before our human geniuses have fully matured, this is the only way they can make it onto the divine rankings. Of course, once one becomes powerful enough, if they dislike their alias, they can apply to the Federation to have their name on the list changed back to their real name. Take, for example, the Fierce Flame God King you see now. He actually used an alias until he reached level 500. It wasn't until his strength was sufficient and he was completely unafraid of any schemes or plots that he changed his name back to his real one. Hearing Su Yuan's explanation, Zhou nodded. The Federation's divine rankings were renowned, even once referred to as the predetermined list of future divine kings of the human race. Such high-profile status naturally attracted the attention of various factions with ulterior motives. Therefore, choosing to use an alias to protect oneself when entering the rankings at a low level was entirely understandable. After all, it didn't affect receiving rewards. Brother Zhou, since you intend to challenge the divine rankings, you'd better come up with a codename too. Su Yuan advised at that moment. Regardless of whether Zhou's overall stats were sufficient to make the list, he had to pay his respects. After all, he was, without a doubt, an SSS tier genius. A codename? Upon hearing this, Zhou didn't refuse. Having been reborn, he naturally understood when to be high profile and when to keep a low profile. This record of the highest rank in the Federation is updated globally in real time. Once he made the list, he would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention immediately. Even the dark creatures in the starry sky might take notice of him. Zhou wasn't about to gamble with his life, so after a moment's thought, he made his decision. Son of Heaven. That was the codename he had in mind. Because his name contained the character June Lord. In ancient times, June symbolized an emperor and could also be referred to as the Son of Heaven. The two concepts fit together perfectly. Son of Heaven, is it? Upon seeing the codename Joe had settled on, Suyuan couldn't help but pause, utterly astonished. He had clearly sensed the profound significance behind Joe's chosen title. Did he really believe that in the future, he would rule the world just like the supreme human sovereigns of ancient times who once commanded the realm? Suyuan dared not contemplate the answer to that question, but there was no doubt that, from this moment on, Joe carried even greater weight in his mind. A few minutes later, having filled out all the necessary information, Joe appeared in a sealed training chamber. Challenging the Federation's attribute records was not as simple as just displaying one's stats panel. The data on a character panel could be temporarily altered using certain special items, creating the possibility of fraud. Therefore, the Federation employed the most primitive method of registration, the combat verification system. Inside the training chamber, a special golem summoned by a mythic rank item would appear. By engaging it in combat, the registrant's entire set of attributes would be automatically recorded with values precise enough to match their character panel exactly. It was truly remarkable. This measure effectively prevents any possibility of cheating. Of course, since the system is verifying one's inherent attributes, any attribute bonuses from equipment are strictly prohibited. By the time Joe entered the training room, he had already removed all his gear. "Brother Joe, if you're ready, I'll begin." Suyuan's voice came over the intercom from the training room ceiling. As a staff member of the Flying Dragon Tower, he was not permitted to enter the training room. His role was to activate the golem from outside. "Let us begin." Joe took a deep breath, pushing his physical condition to its peak, then gave a ready gesture toward the overhead camera. Chapter 36, Fist Shakes the Flying Dragon Tower. Inside the silent training chamber. In the center of the smooth floor, Joe assumed a fighting stance, regulating his breathing rhythm. A surging tide of strength filled every fiber of his being with each inhale and exhale, ready to unleash at any moment. Before him, the activated trial golem slowly came to life. The golem had no face. Its entire body was forged from refined steel, covered in intricate array patterns. If one looked closely at its crown, one could see its grade information. Name: General Attribute Detection Golem. Level LV10. Grade: Mythic Rank. Type: Summoning Item. Description: lacks sufficient offensive power to harm others, but possesses extremely high durability in multiple attack modes, allowing it to effectively detect an enemy's comprehensive attribute values. A rather unremarkable description, with nothing particularly noteworthy. At that moment, as if sensing Joe's presence, the trial golem raised both arms. With a series of clicks, two thick-caliber gun barrels suddenly materialized out of thin air on its arms. Joe raised an eyebrow at the sight, watching the scene with considerable amusement. Under his gaze, a green sphere was about to be fired from the massive muzzle. Bang! Finally, with a crisp crack, the green sphere flew out of the barrel, heading straight for Joe's vital points. Once it was no longer obscured by the barrel, the green sphere revealed its full form in mid-air. It was actually a solid rubber ball resembling a baseball. Such a rubber ball might sting a bit if it hit someone, but it certainly wouldn't cause any serious harm. Is this a test of my agility? Joe dodged it effortlessly with a quick sidestep, already having a rough idea of the trial golem's intentions. Sure enough, after that strike, the golem seemed to be fully activated, beginning to fire rubber balls at Joe's vital points from all directions. The speed increased steadily, as did the frequency, until they formed a nearly impenetrable web of attacks. Bang! 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 The sound of the gun muzzle firing echoed continuously through the silent training room. Joe was now fully in the zone as his figure darted and weaved. He perfectly demonstrated what it meant to master the art of positioning. After all, with all his attribute points maxed out, he boasted a whopping 5,200 in agility. The L10 trial golem before him wouldn't even be able to touch a single hair on Joe's head, even if it blew its barrel to smithereens. Hurry up! Faster! Joe apparently still wasn't satisfied. He even found a moment to shout at the golem while dodging. This brazen display completely enraged the trial golem. Its gemstone pupils shifted slightly, and the steel plate on its chest unfolded, revealing two more pitch-black barrels extending from within. That made a total of 4 muzzles. The number of rubber balls being fired doubled instantly. At the same time, the rate of fire increased, with wave after wave of rubber bullets sweeping toward Joe. The space for him to maneuver was shrinking by the second now. The slightest lapse in concentration could mean getting hit. Joe's expression turned unusually focused as he mustered unprecedented energy. His body seemed to transform into a soaring dragon in that moment, darting and weaving at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, in the observation room, separated from the training chamber by just a single wall, Su Yuan was staring at the monitor in utter disbelief, his mouth agape, his face a picture of incredulity. 4 guns. All fired at full speed, and not a single hit. How is that even possible? It seems even Yan Lai's performance during his test back then wasn't this impressive, was it? Just how high is Joe's agility stat? The scenes unfolding before him on the monitor left Su Yuan completely dumbfounded. Yan Lai, the current holder of the Federation's highest level 10 stats, had burst onto the scene 50 years ago. As a veteran of the Flying Dragon Tower, Su Yuan had once had the privilege of reviewing the records from Yan Lai's test back then. And yet, Joe's performance at this moment bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Yan Lai. Just how extraordinary was Yan Lai? It would be no exaggeration to call him one of the Federation's greatest geniuses of the past century. At level 10, his total attributes were staggering. His agility alone reached 3,000. This was simply beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Consider this: an ordinary person who never trains, without any special opportunities to aid them, relying solely on the attribute points granted upon leveling up, would have an average of no more than 200 across all 4 stats by level 10. Yet Yan Lai was a peerless genius from a prominent family. Not only had he consumed every available potion that boosted attribute points before reaching level 10, but he had also trained rigorously from a young age, battling ferocious beasts daily in the depths of the mountains. He even dared to hunt monsters alone before he had even awakened his powers. It was through ceaseless, day and night training that he earned the opportunity to reach the pinnacle at level 10 and stand above the world. But what about Joe? He is just a high school student who goes to school like any other, yet his agility stats are on par with Yan Lai's. How utterly baffling is that? Something's wrong. His performance has already surpassed Yan Lai's. Just as Su Yuan was pondering this, it was as if he suddenly remembered something, and his pupils dilated sharply. Back then, during Yan Lai's test, although he had forced the trial golem to unleash 4 full-speed attacks from its gun barrels, he hadn't managed to dodge them all. Instead, during the 5-minute test, he was hit a total of 7 times. But what about Joe right before his eyes? For minutes had already passed since the agility test began, yet his expression remained utterly composed. Not a single rubber ball had even grazed the hem of his shirt. No matter how devious the attacks from the trial golem were, Joe was able to dodge them all with his agility-enhanced footwork. Su Yuan was utterly astonished and stunned by this discovery. Could it be that he intends to pass the agility test without a scratch? The thought suddenly popped into Su Yuan's mind, and from there, it spiraled out of control. To be honest, when he learned that Joe had come to the Flying Dragon Tower today to challenge the divine rankings, Su Yuan hadn't given it a second thought. Although Joe possessed an SSS tier talent, that was no match for the divine rankings. After all, the divine rankings had been established 500 years ago and covered the entire globe. Over the course of 500 years, Blue Star had produced countless prodigies of extraordinary talent. They vied for a spot on the list, and though separated by the vast expanse of time, they still fought fiercely against one another, ultimately shaping the current landscape. It could be said that, in the face of this list, an SSS tier talent was the least impressive thing one could boast about because everyone possessed one. And so, when Su Yuan learned that Joe intended to challenge the divine rankings, he paid lip service to the idea but didn't take it seriously in his heart. He simply dismissed it as the arrogance of youth, someone who had no real understanding of the divine ranking's true worth, acting on a mere whim. In his eyes, Joe was far from reaching the summit. Even making it into the top 1,000 of the divine rankings would be outstanding enough to be called a once-in-a-generation prodigy. But who could have imagined that, with the tests barely underway, Joe had already demonstrated abilities far surpassing those of ordinary people. His performance and agility even outshone Yan Lai's from back in the day. This is terrifying. His agility is definitely over 4,000. The attribute points from this single stat alone would be enough to rank him in the top 500 of the divine rankings. It's laughable that I thought he wouldn't even make it into the top 1,000. Su Yuan shook his head in a daze. In that moment, he finally realized just what a terrifying prodigy he had befriended. Old Su, who's in the training room? Just as Su Yuan was intently staring at the surveillance feed, the door behind him suddenly swung open. A woman in a fiery red gown hurried in, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Steward Chen. Su Yuan froze upon seeing the woman in the red gown. For the woman before him, like himself, was a steward of the Flying Dragon Tower, wielding immense power. Her eyes were filled with urgency as she said, "I was just passing by the training chamber when I sensed the trial golem inside unleashing its full-speed 4-shot attack." It's been so many years. How long has it been since anyone in Lingyuan City triggered such a test condition? Just who is this genius? The youngest son of the Wang family, the eldest son of the Morong family, or the new young master of the Zhou clan? As the saying goes, martial arts can reach the level of the divine, and this holds true in this world as well. When one's cultivation reaches a certain height, their 5 senses are greatly enhanced. Even from a great distance, they can vaguely perceive certain scenes. It is said that the top-tier powerhouses in the starry skies possess extraordinary senses, capable of piercing through an entire star domain with a single thought to understand what is happening on the other side. Steward Chen's cultivation level was a notch higher than Su Yuan, as he had already faintly awakened a sliver of this ability. Thus, merely passing by the training chamber, he sensed the movements of the trial dummies within. That was how the current scene came to be. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan gave a wry smile and stepped aside to reveal the monitor screen behind him. It's a young member of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan? Wang? Qin Zhishir paused, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. There were only a handful of young prodigies in Lingyuan City, and she had heard of them all. She had even met Wang a few times, though she had only sensed that he seemed somewhat insincere. She hadn't realized he possessed such extraordinary 4-dimensional attributes. However, in response to this inquiry, Su Yuan shook his head. No, he is a young member who has already been expelled from the Zhou clan. His name is Zhou. His father is Xianrong. His matter-of-fact words rang out like a thunderclap in the night sky. Chen, the steward, widened his eyes in shock and rushed to the monitor to take a closer look. When he saw clearly that the figure on the screen was indeed not Wang, he was utterly astonished. This is Xianrong's son? His agility attribute must be over 4,000. That's an understatement. Su Yuan sighed at that moment and said, he hasn't even taken a single hit so far. Furthermore, he possesses a rare dual talent, with his second talent reaching SSS rank. I registered it myself. What? At those words, Steward Chen was shaken once more. Even her graceful figure swayed, and she could barely stand. In all her years, she had never seen such a terrifying prodigy. Could he truly be a teenage god king? Oh, right. He has also been recognized by the Federation as a candidate for the quasi-sequence. After a pause, Su Yuan dropped another bombshell. The Steward Chen's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Her head spun, and she was completely speechless. It felt as though she stepped out for a stroll, only to hear the sound of basketballs bouncing from the gym next door, and upon entering, discovered a top-tier NBA player. Absurd and surreal. Thud. Just as the two in the monitoring room were reeling from the shock, the sound of the last rubber ball hitting the ground came through their headsets. Zhou had already completed the test. Under 4 full-speed attacks, not a single ball hit him. And his agility test results appeared in real time on the monitoring room's data feed. Citizen name, Zhou. Agility value, 5,200. When that dazzling string of numbers appeared before their eyes, neither Su Yuan nor Steward Chen could utter a word. It's terrifying. It's mind-boggling. Although they had anticipated it, they never imagined it would be this high. A single attribute exceeding 5,000. What does that even mean? It was simply unheard of and unseen. Even the legendary Yen Lai and Hao Tian of years past couldn't hold a candle to this. Steward Su, continue. The young man's confident voice boomed from the speakers, snapping the two men out of their daze and back to reality. Once Su Yuan regained his composure, he wasted no time, immediately taking control of the trial golem to begin the next test. Over the next 10 or so minutes, Su Yuan and Elder Chen witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Whether it was the vitality test or the spirit test, Zhou showed no weaknesses whatsoever. Just like in the agility test, he immediately forced the trial golem to activate its highest difficulty setting. His results for each attribute were uniformly staggering, leaving onlookers speechless at a single glance. Both spirit and vitality, just like agility before, had reached a staggering 5,200 points. The combined total of these three attributes alone far surpassed that of Yen Lai, who currently held the top spot on the divine rankings. But don't forget, Zhou still has his strength attribute left to test. If it also reaches 5,200 points, it will completely shatter every record in the history of the Federation and send shockwaves across Blue Star. Old Su, does he know he is a candidate for the pre-sequence? In the silence, Steward Chen asked this question. Su Yuan paused, then shook his head. I haven't told him. You know how brutal the sequence competition is. Besides, before becoming a true sequence, even the status of a provisional sequence offers no tangible benefits, it only invites the envy of countless others. I feared that telling him too soon would unsettle him. When the time is right, he will find out naturally. The Federation's sequence contests are the most brutal battlegrounds, known as the genius meat grinder. Even before becoming a true sequence, a provisional sequence faces the danger of perishing. What is even more terrifying is that this competition begins quietly even during the scramble for provisional sequence spots. Some, arrogant in their youth, believe they possess extraordinary abilities the moment the Federation grants them the status of a prospective sequence candidate. They become smug and conceited, unwittingly undermining their own resolve to strive for excellence. This leads to their utter defeat when they later compete against others for the sequence position. Therefore, after Zhou was added to the list of candidates for the quasi-sequence, Su Yuan consulted with the old principal and decided not to inform him of this as a form of protection for the prodigy. It must be said that although Su Yuan is a bit opportunistic, he has a good heart, is willing to admit his mistakes, and knows how to read the situation. Upon hearing this, Steward Chen let out a sigh with a peculiar expression. Given that kid's abilities, I'd be grateful if he didn't go hunting others once the sequence competition begins. Anyone who provokes him is simply courting death. Your protection is pointless, you might as well just tell him outright. Sigh. I never expected him to be this formidable. He has only tested 3 attributes so far, and he has already broken the divine rankings record. Now I finally understand why he was able to jump straight to level 10 on his very first entry into the secret realm yesterday. Su Yuan said with a bitter expression, recalling Zhou's unwavering composure in the principal's office yesterday. He finally understood where that confidence came from. Meanwhile, on the surveillance screen, Zhou had begun the final strength test. Compared to the other 3 tests, the strength assessment was relatively simple. He only needed to unleash his strongest strike against the training dummy. The system would automatically calculate the strength attribute based on the force it absorbed. Zhou took his stance without haste or delay, squatting in a horse stance with his back straight, his right hand clenched into a fist as he gathered power in his abdomen. When his entire body's strength was channeled to its peak, he suddenly unleashed a straight punch. The force tore through the air, accompanied by a howling wind. This single punch shook the heavens and the earth. Chapter 37, The Floor Master Appears. Just as Zhou was testing his attribute values. On the 33rd floor of the Flying Dragon Tower. In an elegantly decorated tea room. A man of about 27 or 28, yet with a head full of white hair, sat cross-legged in meditation. On the tea table before him, a bowl of freshly brewed green tea was gently steaming. If anyone with discerning taste were present, they would surely be stunned by this sight. For the tea the man had brewed was no ordinary tea, but sacred tea of mythic rank quality, a rare treasure that could only be obtained from level 100 hard dungeons. A single tael of this sacred tea was worth 1,000,000 Federation credits. Regular consumption could enhance all physical attributes and gradually increase experience points. Yet at this very moment, the white-haired youth before them was sipping it with utter nonchalance. In fact, after taking a single sip, he found the taste unsatisfying and promptly poured the remaining half-bowl directly onto the tea table. Such extravagant wastefulness would likely be called reckless squandering by anyone who witnessed it. Yet, when it came to this white-haired young man, it seemed strangely fitting. For his name was Chu Tiange. He was the master of the Flying Dragon Pavilion, a figure who truly stood at the pinnacle of power in Lingyuan City. And Chu Tiange himself was a legend in his own right. At just 28 years old, he had already reached level 194 in his cultivation. He was subsequently dispatched by the Federation to Lingyuan City to serve as the head of the Flying Dragon Tower, wielding power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even the heads of prominent clans and the elders of wealthy families had to treat him with the utmost respect, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. After all, anyone who could ascend to the position of master of the Flying Dragon Tower at such a young age was bound to have an exceptionally bright future ahead. In fact, rumors had long circulated within the city that Chu Tiange's current post was merely a temporary assignment for training. Within a few years, he would be promoted to the upper echelons of the Federation, or even its inner circle. It was precisely for this reason that many did not want to miss the opportunity to befriend Chu Tiange, and every day, countless powerful figures sought to pay him a visit. However, in the face of all this, Chu Tiange refused them all without exception. Over time, rumors began to circulate about the mysterious and aloof head of the Flying Dragon Tower. And at this very moment, this Master Chu of the Flying Dragon Tower, whose legend was so highly exaggerated by others, was just about to pour out the remaining tea dregs when he suddenly froze. His ears twitched imperceptibly, and a soft escaped his lips. Such light and agile footwork to remain unscathed even under the full-speed barrage of 4 spears from the trial golem. Whose prodigy is this? As the astonished remark echoed, Chu Tiange was seen with his head bowed, his eyes fixed on the tea table with keen interest. Yet there was clearly nothing on the table. Nevertheless, he continued to stare intently, as if his gaze could pierce through solid objects, transcending all barriers to witness the events unfolding on the 3rd floor. Of course, Chu Tiange didn't possess X-ray vision. It was the formidable 5 senses he possessed as a level 100 powerhouse, granting him absolute perception within a certain range. For instance, right now, with just a slight twitch of his ears, his hearing had been greatly enhanced. Though he was seated on the 33rd floor, he could clearly hear everything happening on the 3rd floor. The voices of Su Yuan and Steward Chen, the sound of Zhou's body cutting through the air as he moved, the whistling of the rubber balls fired by the trial golem, the trajectory of every sound was transmitted clearly into Chu Tiange's ears at that moment. This allowed him to sketch a vivid picture in his mind. This was the terrifying power of a 100-rank powerhouse. Though not quite a deity, it was not far off. Xianrong's son, is he? After observing for a moment, Chu Tiange fell deep in thought. Clearly, through the conversation between Su Yuan and the other, he had already deduced Zhou's identity. By the abyss dwells a dragon, whose name is Zhou. This was the world's praise for Xianrong. The name was so famous it even resonated throughout the starry heavens, and Chu Tiange had naturally heard of it. He thought to himself that if this were Xianrong's son, such a display would come as no surprise. After a momentary, absent-minded smile, Chu Tiange intended to withdraw his perception and continue brewing tea. But just then, Su Yuan remarked that Zhou's second talent was SSS rank and had been included on the Federation's provisional sequence candidate list. Caught his ear once more. This caused his tea brewing motion to pause slightly, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face once again. SSS rank? And a candidate for the quasi-sequence? Chu Tiange was astonished. He stopped brewing tea and focused his senses. A pair of eyes seemed to pierce through layer upon layer of barriers, settling on Zhou. An incredibly formidable talent, coupled with an extremely high agility attribute in every respect, he was of the highest caliber. Chu Tiange began to consider whether he should step forward to make his acquaintance. After all, the status of a pre-sequence candidate was simply too noteworthy to ignore. Although the battle for the sequence was exceptionally brutal, with countless prodigies falling along the way in every cycle, whenever someone fell, someone else was bound to rise. If he could back the right horse early on and forge a deep friendship with a powerful pre-sequence candidate, that bond would become priceless once they ascended to the realm of God King Supreme. So Chu Tiange began to scheme. At that moment, he wavered, torn by indecision. Although Zhou possessed an SSS tier talent, Chu Tiange was no slouch himself. He came from a distinguished background, had already reached the 100th level powerhouse tier before the age of 30, and held a position of great power and influence, ruling over a region. With such life achievements, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a prodigy. Such prodigies have their own pride. How could they easily lower themselves to submit to another? So even after learning of Zhou's talent and his exceptionally high agility attribute, he remained merely observant and hesitant. It wasn't until later, when Chu Tiange sensed Zhou testing his spirit and vitality attributes, that his expression finally shifted completely. Especially when Zhou proceeded to test his strength, unleashing that incredibly dazzling punch, Chu Tiange leapt to his feet. He could no longer maintain his composure and couldn't sit still for a moment. With a bare-handed tear at the void before him, he actually ripped open a spatial passageway out of thin air. Then, the figure clad in snow-white robes stepped into it and vanished. Third floor. In the training room. Accompanied by a earth-shaking tremor, Zhou withdrew his fist and stood tall. Before him, a distinct fist mark was imprinted on the steel chest of the trial golem. At the same time, a LCD screen suspended above displayed Zhou's complete four-dimensional attribute test results. Every single stat read 5,200, exactly matching Zhou's personal stats panel. This left Zhou thoroughly astonished. Just as he was quietly wondering how the trial golem operated and why the test results were so precise, the void beside him suddenly trembled, and in the next instant, it tore open, revealing a figure with snow-white hair stepping out of thin air. This scene startled Zhou so much that his eyelids twitched violently, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. And who else could this suddenly appearing white-haired man be but Chu Tiange? At that moment, Chu Tiange was quietly sizing up Zhou. His face, framed by white hair falling to his shoulders, appeared as calm as still water, but in reality, a storm was already raging within his heart. Being present at the scene, he could feel Zhou's formidable physique with its maxed-out attributes even more acutely. Moreover, he had seen the test results displayed on the ceiling of the training chamber. All 4 attributes were 5,200. Total attributes. Even though he had anticipated this, the shock he felt upon actually seeing the result was still overwhelming. After all, even Yan Lai, who had dominated the top spot on the divine rankings for 50 years, had a total attribute score of only. Zhou's score was nearly double that. This was no longer a human. Even the young offspring of a legendary ancient beast wouldn't be much different. Senior, who are you? Zhou had regained his composure by now. He looked at the white-haired man before him with some confusion and, after a moment's hesitation, bowed his hands in inquiry. The white-haired man's gaze was incredibly complex, shifting through a multitude of emotions: shock, awe, side with emotion, and admiration. After a long moment, he gathered his composure and said with a light chuckle, "My name is Chu Tiange. I am the master of the Flying Dragon Pavilion. If you don't mind, younger brother, from this moment on, I will oversee all your affairs at the Flying Dragon Pavilion. How does that sound?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou froze. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room next door, 2 stewards who had been secretly watching the scene suddenly dropped to the floor with a thud. Chapter 38, Reaching the Top of the Divine Rankings. When he saw Chu Tiange appear in the cultivation room, Su Yuan, watching from behind the monitor, nearly popped his eyes out of his head. Little Zhou actually managed to alarm the Tower Master? This. Su Yuan stammered, as if the scene before him were something utterly incomprehensible. Chen, the steward, likewise stood frozen in place, her red lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her graceful figure as if struck by lightning. It wasn't that they were overreacting, it was simply that the scene before them was too mind-boggling. After all, as stewards of the Flying Dragon Tower, they knew their Tower Master's personality all too well. He was a ruthless figure who didn't give a second thought to the heads of the great clans of Linyuan City. His temperament was as arrogant as the heavens themselves. On ordinary days, he simply presided over the 33rd floor, sipping tea and practicing calligraphy. Even if powerful nobles carrying gifts lined up outside his door seeking an audience, he wouldn't so much as glance at them. Even they, the stewards, could count on one hand the number of times they'd seen Chu Tiange's face in a year. Yet, this peerless prodigy, so arrogant in his own genius, had now made a personal appearance all because of a high school senior. He had even gone so far as to offer to serve him personally. How could this not be shocking? It was only at that moment that Su Yuan and the others realized that in the presence of an absolute genius, even a figure as elusive as Chu Tiange would willingly set aside his pride. Zhou, perhaps he really can stand out in the sequence battle. Su Yuan sighed deeply. He gazed at the two figures on the surveillance screen, each displaying their own unique charisma, then looked at those indescribable, heaven-defying four-dimensional attributes, his heart filled with 1,000 emotions. He knew that from this day forward, the top spot on the divine rankings would change hands. Yen Lai had dominated the rankings for 50 years, but in the end, he would have to step down and make way for a worthy successor. In a daze, Su Yuan felt as though he were witnessing the rise and fall of an era, and had become a participant in this event destined to go down in history. Inside the cultivation chamber, two figures, both radiating heroic vigor, stood facing each other, sizing one another up. To be honest, Zhou was somewhat surprised by Chu Tiange's appearance, but not overly so. After all, his four-dimensional attributes were simply too staggering, far surpassing everyone on the divine rankings. Therefore, during the assessment, he had known full well that it would cause a sensation afterward. He just hadn't expected it would actually draw out the mysterious master of the Flying Dragon Tower. Seeing Zhou regain his composure so quickly, Chu Tiange couldn't help but be impressed by his unflappable demeanor, and his admiration for him grew once more. He smiled faintly and said, "My younger brother is truly a prodigy. To possess such profound four-dimensional attributes at level 10 has truly opened my eyes. If you don't mind, may I be the one to perform the historic task of registering your attribute data into the Federation AI? It would be an honor to share in your glory." Chu Tiange spoke in a gentle tone, adopting a very humble demeanor. He did not act as if he were entitled to anything simply because Zhou was young and of a lower level. He had even completely suppressed all traces of arrogance, revealing not a single hint of it. If the elders of the great clans in Linyuan City were to witness this scene, their eyes would likely pop out of their sockets in shock. When did the esteemed master of the Flying Dragon Tower become so accommodating? And toward a high school senior, no less? It was simply unbelievable. At that moment, upon hearing this, Zhou also waved his hand modestly. "I'm not worthy of such praise. It is this junior's honor to have earned the master's recognition. If someone shows me an inch of respect, I'll return a foot." That was Zhou's guiding principle. Regardless of the Flying Dragon Tower master's true intentions, he had at least handled the matter with great tact, ensuring Zhou felt no discomfort. Naturally, Zhou felt compelled to reciprocate the courtesy. In his response, he deliberately downplayed his own status. But upon hearing this, Chu Tiange waved his hands repeatedly and laughed. "Younger brother, there is no need for that. I'm only 10 years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother. Since Big Brother insists, I'll take the liberty of doing so." Zhou was quick to catch on and agreed immediately. The two then laughed heartily, marking the beginning of their friendship. After a lively chat, Zhou followed Chu Tiange out of the training room and approached a smart terminal. Chu Tiange raised his palm to unlock access, then, with a serious expression, personally entered the data Zhou had just recorded. At the same time, the massive light screen in the center of the third floor began to change. A brand new name, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens, suddenly appeared at the top of the rankings. This change was like a pebble dropped into a lake. The ripples spread rapidly, spreading across the entire Federation in the blink of an eye. The divine rankings of the Flying Dragon Tower in every city across Blue Star were simultaneously updated with the changes. Although the divine rankings weren't constantly monitored, global changes were always noticed immediately by someone. A city in the Great Xia. The Flying Dragon Tower's Level 10 Attribute Records Office. An awakened who happened to be passing by cast a casual glance at the divine rankings list, just as he always did, and was about to walk away. But suddenly, as if realizing something belatedly, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt mid-stride. The next second, he spun around in shock, staring wide-eyed at the once familiar list, his mouth hanging open. What's going on? Why has the list changed? Why isn't Yen Lai number 1 anymore? He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he must be seeing things. But no matter how many times he looked back at the divine rankings, the contents were undeniably different from before. My God, the divine rankings have changed hands. This is going to shake things up. He let out a startled cry and quickly pulled out his phone to capture the scene. At the same time, his strange behavior finally drew the attention of more passers-by. They gathered around out of curiosity, gazing at the divine rankings, and soon couldn't tear their eyes away. What followed was an endless chorus of gasps. Yen Lai, who had dominated the top spot for 50 years, had been dethroned. Countless people, unable to believe their eyes, rushed about spreading the news. Similar scenes were unfolding simultaneously in countless cities across Blue Star. The internet exploded with excitement almost instantly, with countless media outlets scrambling to report the story. Breaking news! The top spot on the divine rankings has changed hands. Breaking! Just moments ago, a mysterious genius has surged to the top of the divine rankings. Yen Lai's record has been broken. Who is this new king of the divine rankings? After dominating the top spot for 50 years, he has finally been surpassed by a newcomer. Level 10 4-dimensional attributes. Is this even possible for a human? Article after article flew across the internet, spreading throughout the entire web in the blink of an eye. Countless Federation citizens learned of the change at the top of the divine rankings. Some were skeptical at first, even suspecting it was a marketing stunt or the media deliberately seeking attention. It wasn't until they realized everyone around them was discussing the matter that they finally believed it. The divine rankings had truly changed hands. A mysterious genius had shattered Yen Lai's record with an overwhelming advantage. Yen Lai had dominated the top spot for 50 years with his 4-dimensional total attributes. But the new king possessed even higher total attributes. How many years would he reign over the divine rankings? The very thought left countless people in awe. Many hundred-level powerhouses were secretly watching this unfold. They knew that a peerless prodigy had emerged today. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, this prodigy would ascend to the starry heavens with overwhelming might, becoming the new God King. And the name by which he would rule the world was the Son of Heaven. Chapter 39, the name of the Son of Heaven echoes across the globe. A silver vase shatters, water gushing forth, ironclad cavalry charges forth, swords and spears clanging. The news that the Son of Heaven had ascended to the top of the divine rankings exploded like a bomb, reverberating throughout the entire Federation in an instant. On this day, countless people who heard the news were utterly astonished and deeply shaken. The mysterious Son of Heaven instantly became the hottest topic of discussion. To take Son of Heaven as his title and ascend by trampling on the fiery flames, this man truly has immense courage. A total of 20,000 attribute points. How can anyone who comes after him possibly surpass that? In the realm of the 10th tier of the divine rankings, he is likely to reign supreme for all eternity. In recent years, geniuses have been emerging constantly throughout the Federation. Could this truly be a sign that a great era has arrived, heralding the rise of our human race? And more than that, if the Son of Heaven can maintain this momentum and take first place in the next few divine rankings, the starry sky might soon have another invincible sovereign. That is impossible. How many throughout history have ever maintained such dominance? Even Yen Lai only managed to take first place in the level 10 divine rankings. Countless people engaged in heated discussions, while others excitedly speculated whether the Emperor would continue to top the charts in the upcoming divine rankings. The Federation maintains a highest attributes ranking for every 10 levels up to level 100. There are 10 such lists in total, but not all of them attract significant attention. In truth, only 3 are truly worthy of being called the divine lists. These are the first 10 level tier, the 50th level, and the final 100th level. These 3 tiers represent 3 crucial stages before reaching the 100th level and carry immense weight. The records for the best attributes in these 3 stages have, throughout history, been the goals that countless prodigies have strived to achieve. Merely securing a spot on any one of them is enough to command the respect of the entire world. As for those who top all three, they are exceedingly rare. Even Yen Lai, for instance, dominated only the first tier. By the time he reached the 50th tier, his total attributes could only place him third. This illustrates just how difficult it is to claim first place on all three divine lists. Today, the Son of Heaven has made a name for himself across the land, crushing the competition to claim first place with his attributes. Yet few are willing to believe that he will still occupy the top spot at levels 50 and 100, just as he does today. Of course, this does not diminish the sensation his sudden emergence has caused throughout the Federation. The impression he leaves remains one of mystery and immense power. It is not just ordinary people, even many veteran powerhouses and transcendent factions are keeping a close watch. Great Xia, Mount Kunlun. Perched atop the towering, sprawling mountain range stood a sci-fi-esque steel city, defying all common sense by being built there. The city's interior was incredibly advanced, as dazzling as a sci-fi movie, yet not a single ordinary person could be seen anywhere. This was because it was the site of the Federation's premier institution of higher learning, Kunlun University. In other words, this entire steel city before them is the domain of Kunlun University. At this moment, inside the tallest office building on the Kunlun University campus, in the president's office, a figure stumbled in, his face pale with fear. Waving a tablet in his hand, he shouted, "President, it's a disaster. What sort of behavior is this, rushing in like a madman?" Before him, a gray-haired old man whose very presence commanded respect without a word rebuked him with displeasure. Clearly, this old man was the leader of Kunlun University, the Federation's renowned premier institution of higher learning. Though nearly a century old, he remained full of vitality. His ruddy complexion seemed to radiate more vigor than that of many young people. His shrewd, piercing eyes seemed capable of seeing right through a person's heart. They were utterly captivating, with a gleam of brilliance flashing in his gaze. He didn't look like a university president dedicated to teaching and nurturing students at all. He resembled a veteran general returning in triumph from the battlefield. After being reprimanded, the assistant before him immediately shrank his neck, forcing himself to calm down, before stepping up to the desk and speaking softly. "Principal, the record for the highest total attributes in the Federation's level 10 rankings has just been broken. A mysterious figure named Tianzi has surpassed Yen Lai with a total of points." "What?" Yet no sooner had the assistant's words fallen than the elderly principal, who had just scolded him for being flustered, jolted to his feet and snatched the tablet from his hands. The screen displayed a news report about the change in leadership on the divine rankings. "Principal, the assistant stared at the scene in disbelief, feeling as though the old principal's dignified persona had suddenly crumbled. After all, having served the old man for so many years, this was the first time he'd ever seen him lose his composure like this. Especially seeing the old man's inconsistent reactions, he almost laughed, but dared not, his face flushing bright red. After a long while, the old principal finally finished reading the entire news report and set the tablet down. He shot his assistant a somewhat exasperated glance, then stroked his graying beard with one hand and said, "This is a good thing. It is precisely because geniuses who constantly break records continue to emerge that our human race can maintain its enduring vitality and resist the dark creatures of the cosmos. It's just a pity that old Wu, that old rascal, ended up winning our bet after all." At this point, the old principal snorted in deep displeasure. Old Wu was the principal of Taichu Academy. 50 years ago, the two elders had made a wager based on Yen Lai's ranking on the list. The bet was on how long Yen Lai's record would stand before being broken. The old principal had bet it would take at least 50 years, while old Ghost Wu was certain it would be within 50 years. This year marked the 50th year. Clearly, old Ghost Wu was the winner, and the old principal had come within a hair's breadth of winning the wager. This was why his assistant had shouted, "We're in deep trouble," the moment he walked in. Just thinking about old Ghost Wu's smug old face and how he gloat right in front of him made the old principal's blood boil. After fuming in silence for a moment, he finally said, "Look up this Tianzi's personal information. If he is a college entrance exam candidate this year, have him choose our Kunming University." "What if he doesn't come?" the assistant asked, taken aback. The old president calmly took a sip of hot water from his thermos and declared with absolute certainty. He won tea refuse, because we are Kunlun University. His words exuded an overwhelming sense of confidence. This was the true confidence of the Federation's top university. At the same time, aside from Kunlun University, similar scenes were unfolding at the other three top-tier institutions. Yaoqi University, Taichu Academy, Nantianmen College. The leadership of these elite schools had all been informed of the change in the divine rankings. Among them, Taichu Academy, led by Old Ghost Wu, as mentioned by the Kunlun University president, had acted faster than the rest, securing detailed information on Zhou from the Federation's central hub ahead of the others. Upon confirming that he was indeed a high school senior, Old Ghost Wu immediately decided to grant Zhou a spot through early admission. The decisiveness of his decision left many senior officials on campus speechless. After all, the college entrance exams hadn't even begun yet, and the four prestigious universities of Blue Star were already rubbing their hands in anticipation, even preparing to compete for talent. This was unprecedented in the Federation's history, spanning hundreds, even thousands of years. Chapter 40: A dragon emerges from the Zhou clan. The Federation's four major universities were in an uproar over Zhou's ascent to the top, and other extraordinary factions were far from calm either. After all, achieving a total attribute score exceeding 20,000 at level 10 not only shattered the records of the divine rankings but also broke the records since humanity first possessed upgrade panels. The implications and repercussions were profound. Major factions were all springing into action at the first sign of this development. The head of a trillion-dollar conglomerate posted an announcement online, offering 10% of the company's shares as compensation if the emperor agreed to serve as their group's spokesperson. The news trended on social media, causing a sensation. Renowned experts and scholars from the Federation also addressed the entire internet, pleading on their knees for the emperor to reveal the maximum four-dimensional attribute values for each level, claiming this would be of immense significance to martial arts research, leaving onlookers speechless. Furthermore, assassins from the dark web have already received bounties issued by certain evil organizations and are scouring the globe in search of the emperor himself. In fact, this upheaval has even spread to the very heart of the Federation. In the divine capital of Great Xia, within the Council Tower, the symbol of the Federation's supreme authority in the Eastern Hemisphere, one influential figure after another was poring over the emperor's detailed dossier. From Zhou's birth, through his precocious childhood, the upheaval in his family during his youth, his performance during talent registration, and even his conversation with Chu Tiange just 10 minutes prior, every detail was laid bare before them. Dual talents, and the second one is the only SSS rank that's interesting. But we don't know exactly what his talent's abilities are. It must be related to increasing his own attribute points. Exactly. No matter how much humans train, it's impossible to have 20,000 total attribute points at level 10. Could it be a talent that follows the path of physical ascension? Setting his talent aside for now, this lad managed to reach level 10 on his first foray into the secret realm. He is quite skilled. He certainly has his merits, though there is a stain on his family background. His father is a traitor who betrayed the Federation. Around the circular conference table, one influential figure after another engaged in conversation. Yet whenever Xianrong's name was mentioned, they all fell silent in unison. After a long pause, voices finally broke the silence again. Regarding Xianrong and his wife's betrayal of the human race, wasn't the Federation's conviction a bit hasty? How is it hasty? The divine King Ji witnessed them slaughtering their own kind with his own eyes. The evidence is irrefutable. Was the divine King Ji the only eyewitness? Is that not enough? I don't think it is. The Zhou clan of Lingyuan City has always been utterly loyal to the Federation. We investigated Xianrong's past back then, and he didn't seem like the type to betray the human race. Humph. Even if there were some underhanded dealings involved, so what? As long as he actually raised his blade against his fellow humans, that is enough. But his son, Zhou, is currently ranked first on the divine list. True. Judging by Zhou's current performance, he excels in every aspect and can be considered among the top tier of the Federation's rising stars. We cannot allow a rift to form between such a prodigy and our Federation. I propose we first withdraw the warrant and reopen the investigation into the case of Xianrong and his wife. I agree. I agree as well. Around the round table, numerous influential figures voiced their opinions. In just a few brief exchanges, they had decided to reopen the investigation into the case of the Xianrong couple. Although some were dissatisfied, the majority voted in favor. Following the principle of the minority yielding to the majority, the matter was settled. Some astute observers sighed inwardly. For so many years, this case had gone unmentioned. And now, with Zhou's sharp talents on full display and his sudden rise to power, a capital offense of betraying the human race had actually gained a chance of being overturned. This was truly a case of a son bringing honor to his father. The Zhou clan was truly formidable. A true divine dragon had emerged from their ranks. Although this divine dragon was still in its juvenile stage, it already possessed the ability to stir up the winds of change across the land. At this moment, in Lingyuan City, Zhou was unaware of the various upheavals unfolding outside. After completing his registration, he followed Chu Tiange to the 33rd floor for tea. In the tranquil tea room, as he savored Chu Tiange's mythic rank tea priced at 1 million per tael, Zhou's expression turned astonished. For on his personal interface, lines of notifications were flashing continuously. Drank LV 100 mythic rank tea, plus 1 EXP. Drank LV 100 mythic rank tea, plus 1 EXP. Drank LV 100 mythic rank tea, plus 1 EXP. Although the increase was minimal, it was still countless times faster than the dry, monotonous practice of meditation and breathing exercises. In just a short while, it had nearly pushed him to level 11. Zhou couldn't help but marvel. Even the scraps that fell from the fingers of a 100-level powerhouse were more than enough to make their mouths water. With this thought, his determination to level up faster grew even stronger. If you like it, little brother, feel free to take the tea leaves later. Chu Tiange took in Zhou's expression and, after brewing a fresh pot of tea for the two of them, suggested with a smile. Thank you very much, brother. Zhou bowed his hands in a gesture of respect, accepting without hesitation, for he was truly coveting this tea at the moment. Perhaps to Chu Tiange, this tea, which granted a mere 1 point of experience, was of little consequence. But to Zhou, with his infinite ascendancy ability, its value was immeasurable. To be able to obtain some from Chu Tiange, a level 100 powerhouse, was an absolute windfall. After all, aside from level 100 powerhouses like Chu Tiange, it was extremely difficult for anyone else to come by this sacred tea. Ha ha. No need to be so polite, little brother. You shot straight to the top of the divine rankings. You've really opened my eyes. As the saying goes, a fine horse is a gift for a hero. I may not have a fine horse, but I do have some sacred tea. Chu Tiange laughed heartily, tossing the remaining 2 taels of unused tea leaves directly to Zhou with an air of utter nonchalance. Seeing this, Zhou was also swept up by that spirit of generosity, and the two soon fell into lively conversation. They discussed the past, present, and future, and evaluated the prodigies of the current era. Before they knew it, the entire pot of tea had been drained. Brother, I actually came to the Flying Dragon Pavilion this time to exchange for some equipment. Seeing that the time was right, Zhou finished his last sip of tea, pulled out the red card, and placed it on the table. At the same moment, a white light surged from his body. He had unknowingly leveled up to level 11. At first, Chu Tiange was startled by the glow of Zhou's level up, but his gaze was immediately drawn to the red card. Is that a Federation Supreme card? He gasped in surprise, losing his composure in Zhou's presence for the first time. He then shook his head with a wry smile and said, I thought your status as a provisional sequence candidate was impressive enough, but I clearly underestimated how highly the Federation leadership values you. They've even given you a Supreme card. Provisional sequence? Zhou froze, looking somewhat confused. Seeing this, Chu Tiange slapped his forehead. I almost forgot you didn't know about this. With that, he recounted the entire story of the sequence competition to Zhou. After listening, Zhou was clearly surprised, but he didn't say much. After all, his original goal had always been to become the supreme ruler of the human race and uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. This was inherently a path fraught with thorns, one that would require him to face off against countless prodigies he had long prepared himself to compete with the heroes of the world. So that so-called sequence status meant little to him at best, it was merely icing on the cake. Little brother, I actually have a set of mythic rank universal gear here at the Flying Dragon Tower that your red card can redeem. After finishing his explanation about the sequence, Chu Tiange steered the conversation back to the equipment rewards. With a flick of his wrist, no fewer than 5 pieces of gleaming golden equipment appeared before them. Take a look first. If you don't like them, I can request a different set from the Federation. No need. Whatever comes my way is fine. Zhou chuckled wryly upon hearing Chu Tiange's words. After all, regardless of the gear's attributes, he would have to refine it anyway, so whether he swapped it or not really made no difference. Still, a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes as he looked at the mythic rank set. Chapter 41, Summit Rewards and the Mythic Rank Set. Name, Earth Serpent's Wrath Chestplate. Rank, Mythic Rank. Type, Heavy Armor Tops. Restriction, LV10 LV25. Vitality, plus 331. Strength, plus 423. Magic Defense, plus 562. Description, crafted from materials gathered from the Lord-class monster, the Frenzied Earth Serpent. Equipping grants 2% damage immunity, 2% damage boost, and 2% additional experience gain. Note, this is a set item. Collecting other pieces will unlock additional attributes. The first piece of equipment that caught his eye was a chestplate. Zhou casually scanned the stats and description, then paused briefly on the category. The heavy armor category actually aligned well with Zhou's initial plan. He possessed a formidable physique and abundant vitality. Both his vitality and strength far exceeded those of ordinary people. Therefore, heavy armor was the most suitable gear for him, allowing him to directly benefit from the highest percentage of attribute bonuses. As for the so-called weight, Zhou's physique was so robust that he could barely feel it. He shifted his gaze away from the chestplate and examined the attributes of the other pieces of equipment one by one. They were the Earth Serpent's Wrath Shoulder Guards, Earth Serpent's Wrath Leggings, Earth Serpent's Wrath Belt, and Earth Serpent's Wrath Boots. A total of 5 pieces, forming a complete set. Each piece offered similar attribute bonuses, and the set effects were identical. In other words, equipping all 5 pieces would grant exactly 10% damage immunity, 10% damage increase, and 10% additional experience gain. Additionally, there was an extra set effect. Earth Serpent's Wrath Set Description: the wearer gains the power of the Earth Serpent, having a 5% chance to summon the Earth Serpent's power for a synchronized attack when attacking. You're quite lucky, young man. This Earth Serpent set is renowned among new players. Its attribute bonuses are outstanding, and the heavy armor stats are a perfect match for your physique. Perhaps noticing Zhou's satisfied expression, Chu Tiange smiled and paid him a compliment before handing the Earth Serpent's Wrath set to him. Holding the heavy gear in his hands, Zhou felt a rare sense of joy welling up inside. With the insight gained from years of hard-fought experience in his previous life, he could naturally tell that Chu Tiange's assessment of this gear was by no means an exaggeration. Whether it was the stats of each individual piece or the combined set effect, it was exceptionally powerful, living up to its reputation as a mythic rank item. Even without using Transcendence power to upgrade its tier, it was more than enough to allow him to dominate any beginner-level dungeon. And once transcended, the combat power it provided would only grow stronger. By then, he would likely be able to completely overwhelm enemies even when tackling dungeons beyond his level. Zhou quietly stowed it in his inventory and turned his gaze back to Chu Tiange. He was mulling over how to broach the subject with this newly adopted big brother and ask for the reward for topping the divine rankings. After all, his reason for breaking the divine rankings record wasn't to gain fame and glory, but rather to secure that legendary, lavish reward from the very beginning. In this regard, Zhou was far more pragmatic than the other prodigies. Chu Tiange, with his keen senses, immediately sensed the meaning behind Zhou's meaningful gaze and understood his intent. He gave a sheepish smile and said, "Don't worry, little brother. The reward for topping the divine rankings is a matter of great importance. It's not something my Flying Dragon Tower, with only city-level authority, can decide. That reward will be determined by the Federation headquarters and airlifted here from the Divine Capital via express delivery, a journey of over 100,000 li. As he spoke, he silently calculated the time on his fingers and added, if they moved quickly, it should be arriving any moment now. After hearing this, Joe didn't question it, he simply nodded lightly. Although this world is dominated by the awakened, its technological prowess is no less impressive. Especially after Blue Star's surface area expanded 1,000-fold, human scholars have focused their primary research efforts on transportation. There have been massive breakthroughs in both land and air travel. Even ordinary passenger jets could reach supersonic speeds, and for the transport of such critical supplies, high-tech fighter jets were invariably used. Their speed was incredibly fast, even circling the globe wouldn't take long. Brother Chu, I wonder what the Federation's reward will be for topping the divine rankings? Joe blinked, asking with a touch of curiosity. Well. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianga's usually confident face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. After all, the top spot on the divine rankings hasn't changed hands in 50 years. Perhaps only the divine King Yan Lai knows exactly what the reward entails. Yan Lai's 50-year reign at the top of the divine rankings meant the Federation hadn't distributed the first-place reward for a full 50 years. That span of time was simply too long. Not only Chu Tianga, a mere head of a local flying dragon pavilion, but even many of the Federation's high-ranking officials in the divine capital likely had no idea. Likely, only those veterans with over 50 years of service would have even heard of it. Seeing that even Chu Tianga was unaware, Joe's curiosity immediately reached its peak. What exactly was this legendary reward from the divine rankings that so many people were so eager to obtain? Equipment? Secret potions? Skill manuals? Other than that, there probably wasn't much else they could offer, was there? Just as Joe was pondering this, Chu Tianga's ears twitched, and his eyes flashed with intensity. Here it comes. He reached out with both hands, tearing a gap in the void, then turned to Joe and said, "Little brother, wait here for a moment." The next second, he stepped through the opening and vanished. Just then, the roar of fighter jets began to echo above the flying dragon tower. Joe stared at the scene in astonishment, then shook his head with a smile and leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. The Federation's procedures for transferring valuable items were quite cumbersome, and Joe had no idea how long he'd have to wait for Chu Tianga. He decided to simply sip his tea while taking out the earth serpent set he'd just acquired and began refining each piece one by one. Thanks to the effects of his epic rank equipment, the Ring of Endless Vitality, his recovery of all attributes had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to use the power of refinement multiple times in a row. After a series of operations, all the equipment in his hands had completely transformed. He casually picked up the chest plate he had examined first now, neither its appearance nor its stats bore even the slightest resemblance to its original form. Name: Raging Dragon Soaring to the Skies chest plate. Rank: Epic rank. Type: Heavy Armor Tops. Restriction: LV10 LV30. Vitality plus 531. Strength plus 427. Magic Defense plus 890. Description: a powerful epic rank piece of armor forged by the power of transcendence. Upon equipping, grants 5% damage immunity, 5% damage increase, and 5% additional experience gain. As expected, Joe triggered Advanced Transcendence, directly upgrading it to an epic rank piece of equipment. Level cap increased. Stat bonuses enhanced. Equipment effects have been comprehensively upgraded. The power of epic rank and mythic rank are on completely different levels. What's most terrifying is that the other four pieces also triggered advanced sublimation. In other words, Joe now effectively possesses a complete set of epic rank armor. A look of joy spread across his face as he checked the set effect he cared about most. Frenzied Dragon Soaring to the Skies set description: the wearer is enveloped by the power of the Frenzied Dragon. With each attack, there is a 30% chance to trigger Dragon's Breath, dealing burning damage that lasts for 5 seconds. While the burning effect is active, the target's healing effects are halved. Upon seeing the set effect, Joe's eyes lit up. This Raging Dragon Soaring to the Skies set truly lived up to its epic rank quality. The set effect was worlds apart from the previous, Wrath of the Earth Serpent set. Not only had the chance to trigger the special attack increased significantly, but it also came with a burning effect. Having reached level 54 in his previous life, Joe knew all too well just how terrifying burning damage could be. Its greatest advantage wasn't just the sustained damage, but the fact that it negated healing effects. It could be said that any skill or piece of equipment with the burning effect could fetch astronomical prices on the market. At the same time, having a party member with burning capabilities was one of the essential requirements for tackling top-tier dungeons. Chapter 42, Dragon Egg. This time, I've really hit the jackpot. A smile played on Joe's lips. He was in high spirits. With a mere thought, he equipped the gleaming epic rank armor set. At this point, he was finally well stocked in terms of gear. Apart from accessories like earrings and bracelets, he was essentially fully equipped. Moreover, aside from his weapon, Thunder Tribulation, which was mythic rank, everything else was epic rank. This resulted in Joe's overall stats being exceptionally impressive. He summoned his character panel, scanned it from top to bottom, and felt increasingly satisfied. Suddenly, he noticed that the plus signs behind his 4 core stats were all glowing. Only then did he remember that he had just leveled up, increasing the caps on his core stats. He smiled slightly and, taking advantage of Chu Tianga's absence, immediately maxed out all 4 core stats. Moments later, overwhelming strength surged through his body. Joe's personal panel updated once more. Name Joe. Level LV 111%. Strength 6300 plus 1392. Agility 6300 plus 958. Spirit 6300 plus 502. Vitality 6300 plus 1136. Skills Bone Crusher LV1, Lucid Blade LV1, Condemnation Rhapsody LV1. Equipment Starfall Pendant Epic Rank, Extreme Blade Thunder Calamity Mythic Rank, Ring of Endless Life Epic Rank, Soaring Mad Dragon Set Epic Rank. Talent SSS Rank Redistribution, SSS Rank Infinite Ascendancy Unique. Awakening Skill Ultimate Evolution LV1. Weapon Proficiency Swords LV1. As an epic rank heavy armor set, the Soaring Frenzied Dragon set provides significant boosts to all 3 primary stats: strength, vitality, and agility except for spirit. Combined with Joe's 6,300 base stats after reaching LV11, his combined strength, vitality, and agility total exceeds 7,000 points. What does this mean? It means that against monsters of the same level, a single casual strike from Joe can deal 5-digit damage. And if he activates his awakening skill and uses a spell, dealing 200,000 or 300,000 damage with a single slash is entirely possible. Now, when facing a boss of the stone statue's caliber, Joe can easily insta-kill it. His heart pounding, Joe suddenly downed a bowl of holy tea, suppressing his urge to storm into the dungeon and slaughter monsters. Because his senses told him that Chu Tianga had returned. Sure enough, in the very next second, outside the window on the 33rd floor, Chu Tianga in a rare move did not tear through the void but instead flew incautiously from the balcony. He did this because he was holding a giant egg in his arms. Little brother. As soon as Chu Tianga entered the room, he hurried toward Joe, his face still etched with deep shock and disbelief. Didn't you want to know the reward for ranking first on the divine list? This is it. His voice trembling slightly, he placed the massive egg in front of Joe, his expression a complex mix of emotions he couldn't quite contain. This scene left Joe completely speechless. As his gaze fell upon the massive white egg adorned with blue patterns, he too shuddered the next second. A message appeared on the surface of the egg. Name Sky Roaring Dragon Egg. Rank, Epic Rank. Type, Magic Pet. Growth Path, Dragon. Description: an egg of a supreme tier monster, exclusively dropped in the Sky Roaring Dragon's level 300 dungeon with a 1% drop rate. Successful incubation yields a Sky Roaring Dragon hatchling. The description was extremely brief, yet it left everyone who saw it unable to look away. It's actually an extremely rare monster egg. And it belongs to a dragon-type monster, the most prized bloodline of all. Its racial rank is even supreme. This is simply insane. No wonder even Chu Tiange couldn't calm down for a long time. Zhou's heart was also in turmoil. He had imagined many possibilities for the reward the Federation would grant for topping the divine rankings. Skill books, equipment, elixirs, and so on, but he never expected it to be a magical pet. These so-called magical pets are a unique byproduct of the dungeon-esque creation. Only by defeating a king class or higher dungeon lord in a high-level dungeon is there a slim chance of obtaining one. Once successfully hatched, a magical pet becomes soul-bound to its master and will never betray them. A fully grown magical pet possesses strength rivaling that of a dungeon lord boss. And because magical pets only appear in high-level dungeons, every single one has the potential to reach level 100. This means that once you possess a magical pet, it's as if you've gained a level 100 ally out of thin air. It is clear, then, just how immense the benefit of possessing a magical pet is. Unfortunately, obtaining a magical pet is incredibly difficult. For 99% of the Federation's population, so-called magical pets exist only in legend. Only the absolute elite have the qualifications to even hope for a magical pet. But that is merely a qualification. Because even with the strength to take on a king-tier boss, there is no guarantee that a magical pet egg will drop. Take this sky-roaring dragon egg, for example. The drop rate is a mere 1%. Unless you're incredibly lucky, achieving the best possible outcome would require clearing the sky-roaring dragon dungeon 100 times. Is that even possible? The Sky Screaming Dragon dungeon is a level 300 challenge, and its boss, the Sky Screaming Dragon, isn't merely a king-class monster, it's a rare supreme-class beast, just one step away from the highest-tier demon god. A monster of this caliber can easily overpower even an SS-class human genius of the same level. To defeat it, you'd need at least a 3-person SS-class team. But even then, clearing it once is considered a stroke of luck. Who would risk their life to clear it 100 times just to farm a single dragon egg? It was precisely because of all these reasons that Chu Tiange, the master of the Flying Dragon Tower who was about to reach level 200, was so flustered and utterly stunned. Heaven only knows how the Federation managed to obtain this dragon egg. At that moment, Chu Tiange truly envied Zhou. Once the Sky Screaming Dragon hatches, it means Zhou will gain an ally capable of reaching at least level 300. That's terrifying. After all, Zhou himself is already a prodigy of the highest order. With his SSS tier talent paired with the Sky Screaming Dragon, he might very well sweep aside all his peers in the future. And right now, Zhou stared at the dragon egg before him, his heart equally filled with immense awe and indescribable joy. The reason for his emotions wasn't just that the Federation was willing to gift him the sky-roaring dragon. The bigger factor was that he possessed the power of ascension. That was the true source of his excitement. Although the sky-roaring dragon was powerful, it could only grow to level 300. Yet Zhou was destined to surpass that level in the future. A level 500 God King, or even a level 1000 Supreme, that was his true goal. Therefore, while the sky-roaring dragon might be of immense help to Zhou in the early stages, it would inevitably become increasingly ineffective later on, until it was practically useless. But if he were to sublimate this unhatched sky-roaring dragon egg right now, everything would be different. A dragon egg of epic rank quality will inevitably become immortal rank after sublimation. This could very well result in the hatching of a demon god tier pet. Demon god tier, the pinnacle of all monsters. Even the god kings above the starry skies dare not underestimate them. After all, on Blue Star, there are still many level 500 demon god tier lord dungeons that have yet to be conquered. So, if one truly possessed a god-tier pet, the benefits would be unimaginable. This was the real reason Zhou was so excited. Chapter 43, The World Tree and Core Skills. I, Chu Tiange, consider myself a prodigy among men, a leader of the younger generation, but compared to this young brother Zhou before me, I realize there are always those more talented than oneself. Perhaps he truly will stand out in the sequence war, and one day even reach the starry skies, going down in history. Chu Tiange gazed at the youth stroking the giant egg before him, thinking to himself. He had a vague premonition that stepping out of line today to befriend Zhou might be the wisest decision he ever made. Though this might seem inconceivable to outsiders, after all, he himself had once been a child prodigy and now held the position of city tower master, a man of great power and influence, so it should be others who were courting him. The truth was known only to Chu Tiange himself. The path to leveling up was like rowing against the current. The higher one climbed, the harder it became. Especially at his level, the amount of experience required for each level up was astronomical. Meanwhile, the strength of the monsters within the dungeon increases exponentially, and the gap that equipment and items can bridge grows ever smaller. Often, when raiding a dungeon, let alone leveling up, simply walking out alive is a blessing in itself. Chu Tiange now deeply understands that relying solely on external aids like equipment and potions won't get him very far in high-level dungeons. To continue forging ahead, he could rely only on his own peerless talent and powerful skills. Therefore, in the presence of a true prodigy, the gap in levels between them was by no means an obstacle to forming a relationship. On the contrary, it was an opportunity. This is also why, as Chu Tiange gradually came to understand Zhou's character, his attitude toward him became much more amiable than before. As his thoughts turned to this, a sudden realization struck Chu Tiange. He looked at Zhou, who had just put away the giant egg, pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. "Little brother, you know that everyone unlocks a core skill slot after reaching level 18, right?" Hearing Chu Tiange's question, Zhou looked up in surprise, a touch of confusion on his face, but he still nodded in response. Of course, that's standard knowledge for the college entrance exam. In this world, although humans possess level-up panels that allow them to defy the heavens and become gods, there has never been any concept of class changes from the very beginning. Perhaps this is because Blue Star is the real world, and after leveling up, humans actually become physically stronger. It wasn't merely a string of virtual data like in video games. However, even though they couldn't change classes, there were other paths to take that were similar to class changes. That was the core skill slot that appeared on everyone's panel when they reached level 18. This core skill was similar to the life-bound cultivation technique found in fantasy novels, offering extraordinary assistance on the path to future advancement. A powerful core skill can even allow one to defy fate and rewrite their destiny. Even a D-rank useless talent might carve out a path to survival. Zhou's ability to reach level 54 in his previous life was due not only to Yi Changshan's support but also to his lucky acquisition of a gold-rank core skill book. Otherwise, relying solely on others' strength, how could he have truly established himself in this world? Therefore, for an awakened, the ability to master a powerful core skill is of the utmost importance. It can even shape one's entire life. Unfortunately, obtaining a high-tier core skill book is incredibly difficult. For ordinary people, in particular, it is nothing short of a pipe dream. The reason for this is not that the drop rate for core skill books is low, rather, they simply do not appear as loot in dungeons. According to ancient lore, there exists on Blue Star an world tree that has stood since time immemorial. This tree is immense, its branches and leaves blocking out the sky, growing at the edge of the world. And the core skill books are the very products of the world tree. It is said that within the leaves of the world tree lies a hidden world, and these core skill books are concealed within it. Undoubtedly, ever since humans first walked the Blue Star, the world tree has remained in the hands of the most powerful. Dynasties rose and fell, nations vied for supremacy. Whose fist was strongest, that one held it. By modern times, after the world united to form the Federation's Grand Army, the world tree naturally fell into the Federation's possession. Nowadays, the Federation regularly prunes a portion of the world tree's leaves each year, distributing them to the Dragon Towers in various cities. The Dragon Tower then distributes them to the local awakened. Moreover, these leaves, which contain core skill books, vary greatly in quality. It is said that the higher up on the world tree a leaf is harvested, the higher the grade of the core skill book it contains. However, the world tree does not produce many such leaves each year, making them a scarce commodity across the entire Blue Star. Many smaller cities with weaker resources are simply ineligible to receive any. Linyuan City, where Zhou resides, ranks among the top tier of Blue Star's cities and is thus able to apply for one such high-grade leaf each year. However, even if they receive it, it has little to do with ordinary people. After all, the energy contained within a single high-grade leaf is limited. Only the city's wealthy aristocratic families and the prodigies of great clans were qualified to enter the high-grade leaves to search for core skill books. In his previous life, Zhou naturally had no access to high-grade leaves. He was just like the millions of ordinary people in Linyuan City. He had to apply first, then wait in line. It took him over half a month to finally manage to find a single gold-grade core skill book from the ordinary leaves. Thinking back on it now, it was rather heartbreaking. At this moment, upon hearing Chu Tiange suddenly mention core skills, he was momentarily at a loss as to what Chu Tiange intended to do. Chu Tiange paused for a moment before saying, "Little brother, in 3 days, that is, on the 1st of next month, Linyuan City's annual allocation of high-grade leaves will arrive. A ceremony to distribute the core skill books will be held at the Flying Dragon Tower. I'd like to invite you, in my capacity as the master of the Flying Dragon Tower, to attend this ceremony." As Chu Tiange's words fell, Zhou couldn't help but tremble slightly. His face betrayed his surprise. He hadn't expected this year's supply of high-grade leaves to arrive so quickly. He'd been worrying about where he'd find an opportunity to study the high-grade leaves once he reached level 18. He never imagined that his newly adopted older brother would bring up the matter on his own. It was truly a godsend. Zhou knew he was about to owe Chu Tiange a huge favor, but there was no way to avoid it. After all, choosing a core skill was a matter of great importance. If he were to gain insight from an ordinary leaf, at best he would receive a gold-tier skill book, just like in his previous life. But with an advanced leaf, the minimum guarantee was an exceptional grade skill. Plus, with the god-tier skill Infinite Ascendancy in his possession, once he secured the chance to meditate on an advanced leaf, he wasn't worried about failing to obtain a top-tier core skill. Little brother, the only difficulty here is that the ceremony is scheduled far too soon. If you want to participate, you must reach level 18 within 3 days. Chu Tiange suddenly changed the subject, adding 2 more sentences with a hint of concern in his voice. The core skill book claim ceremony on the 1st of next month was a long-established regulation. Even as the head of the Flying Dragon Tower, he couldn't arbitrarily change it. And according to Federation regulations, one must reach level 18 to claim a core skill book. Early claims are not permitted. Therefore, if Zhou wanted to make it to this ceremony, he had to reach level 18 within 3 days, otherwise, he would have to wait until next year. This condition was extremely difficult. The further one progressed in leveling up, the more experience points were required. Leveling up from level 11 to level 18 was far more difficult than going from level 3 to level 10. This was a colossal challenge for anyone. So for a moment, Chu Tiange felt a bit worried. Upon hearing this, however, Zhou shrugged it off, smiling faintly. "Brother Chu, if it's just about reaching level 18, I'm confident I can do it." His tone was light, and his vibrant face radiated an indescribably strong conviction. Seeing this, Chu Tiange's expression momentarily grew distant. He was all too familiar with the aura Zhou exuded, that invincible presence unique to prodigious youths, one he had witnessed in many before. With a soft sigh, Chu Tiange snapped back to reality, clasped his fists toward Zhou, and said, "Then I'll wish you smooth sailing and success in all your endeavors in advance, little brother. In 3 days, I'll be waiting for you at the Flying Dragon Tower." Chapter 44, Valley of the Gale, the Dungeon, and the New Dragon Egg. 10 minutes later. Zhou walked out of the Flying Dragon Tower. As he passed the first floor, he didn't see Zhou Tong, Shui, or the others anymore. They must have finished their business and left long ago. Zhou didn't dwell on such trivial matters. He was hurrying toward the nearest subway station. Time was running short if he wanted to attend the core skill book distribution ceremony in 3 days. This had nothing to do with his own strength. The problem was that the experience points monsters provided were simply too limited. Zhou could only try to kill as many as possible within the allotted time. Therefore, he dared not waste a single second. He walked briskly all the way to the subway station nearest the Flying Dragon Tower, bought a ticket, and headed for the north gate of Linyuan City. Traffic inside the city was heavy, and traveling by subway was much faster. He chose the north gate because the surrounding area was home to a range of rolling mountains, dotted with various beginner-level dungeons of all sizes. It was the ideal place for new players below level 20 to grind. In his previous life, Zhou had spent a considerable amount of time in this area, so he was quite familiar with it. "I'll wait until I'm inside the dungeon to sublimate the sky-screaming dragon egg," Zhou thought to himself as he sat on the subway. That dragon egg was incredibly precious. He needed to find a secluded, deserted spot to bring it out for sublimation. If he were to casually pull it out in the middle of the city, it would be nothing short of suicide. After all, this was a treasure that even a level 100 God King would covet. As he pondered this, time flew by. Half an hour later, Joe's figure finally appeared in the mountain range north of Lingyuan City. Though he was in the mountains, it wasn't as quiet as he'd imagined. On the contrary, as far as the eye could see, people were scattered across the slopes, making the scene quite lively. Level 5 Dungeon 1 spot open. Led by a pro. Hurry up. Anyone looking to team up for a level 10 dungeon? I may be ranked combat talent. Level 6 newbie here, support talent. Pretty face and sweet voice looking for a big brother to lead me. I lead a professional awakened squad and am currently recruiting experts level 15 and above. Interested parties, come quickly. Walking along the mountain path, Joe's gaze swept over these people shouting their hearts out, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. There was a time when he, with only a D-ranked talent, was one of them standing desolately at the dungeon entrance with Yi Changshan, full of hope that someone would agree to group with them. But now, reborn and with combat power reaching the heavens, he naturally no longer needed to endure such hardship. Grouping shares experience points. Not to mention that Joe currently had a quest to reach level 18 within 3 days. Even without it, he had originally planned to solo this dungeon anyway. His footsteps never faltered as he walked deeper into the mountains. A few minutes later, he appeared before a constantly spinning teleportation gate. Dungeon name, Valley of the Gale. Recommended level, LV 15 LV 20. The dungeon before him was the one with the highest monster levels in the entire Northgate Mountains region, and it was widely regarded as the most difficult dungeon. Based on Joe's experience from his previous life, to successfully clear this dungeon, one would need at least a 10-person team of the same level, with each member possessing a B-ranked talent, to stand a chance. The level of danger involved is self-evident. It is precisely for this reason that the Valley of the Gale has become the least popular dungeon in the Northgate Mountains. After all, the barrier to entry is simply too high. Most new players struggle to clear even ordinary low-level dungeons without a party, let alone have the capability to even attempt such a challenge. Of course, the difficulty of Storm Valley is only relative to others in Joe's eyes. It's nothing. With 2 SSS rank talents, a full set of epic rank gear, and immortal rank skills, if he couldn't clear it solo, he might as well go find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. As he stood before the dungeon entrance, about to enter, he suddenly noticed someone crouching nearby. The man was chain-smoking, but his eyes lit up the moment he saw Joe. He flicked his cigarette butt to the ground and stomped it out, then rubbed his hands together as he addressed Joe. Bro, I'm from First High. I've awakened an A-rank talent, and I'm currently level 17. Judging by your look, you're probably here to farm Storm Valley too. Why don't we team up? The man looked desperate. Although he didn't know Joe's level or talent, he sensed intuitively that anyone daring to hang around the entrance to Windstorm Valley must have some skill. So he extended the invitation to team up. Upon hearing this, Joe didn't hesitate for even a second. He simply shook his head and said, I'm only level 11. I probably won't be much help to you. Before the man from number 1 high school could recover from his shock, Joe had already stepped into the swirling portal. Warning! Your current level is significantly below the recommended dungeon level. This may increase the risk of death. Proceed anyway? Enter. With a single thought, Joe vanished. The other person was left standing there, wide-eyed and completely dumbfounded. Where did this god-tier player come from? 1 second he was saying he was only level 11, and the next he was charging into Storm Valley all by himself? Without even a moment's hesitation? Even if he were rushing to reincarnate, he wouldn't be this desperate. The student from First High was baffled, unsure what Joe was up to. A moment later, he shook his head and sighed regretfully. I thought I'd finally found a skilled player to team up with, but it turns out he's just a crazy guy here to kill himself. Yes, in his eyes, Joe's actions were no different from suicide. This was the Valley of the Whirlwind, after all. Never mind a level 11 player, even among level 20s, few would dare claim they could clear it alone. After all, in the treacherous environment of a dungeon, solo play and group play are two completely different concepts. Having given up all hope that Joe would make it out alive, he crouched back down on the ground and continued waiting for a suitable partner. Meanwhile, in a canyon filled with swirling yellow sand, Joe's figure materialized out of thin air. The moment he touched down, he materialized the raging dragon soaring to the skies set he was equipped with, and his tracksuit was instantly replaced by a set of stylish golden battle armor. His body sank slightly, his feet sinking a few inches into the ground, a clear sign of the heavy armor's weight. But Joe didn't mind. He casually stretched his limbs, quickly adjusted to the new gear, and then fixed his gaze ahead. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, over 20 ferocious-looking demon wolves were closing in on him, forming a surrounding formation. The Wolf King leading the pack exuded an aura of bloodlust and brutality. Name: Desert Blood Demon Wolf. HP. Level LV-19. Class: Boss Class. Skills: Frenzied Wolf Bite, Blood Sky Transformation, Wolf King Laser Cannon. Glancing at the enemy's stats, Joe couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter a boss-level monster so soon after entering the dungeon. After all, this was just the outer region. No wonder everyone says that Valley of the Whirlwind is the toughest beginner-esque dungeon in the Northgate area. It truly lives up to its reputation. However, facing all this, there was not a trace of fear in Joe's eyes. On the contrary, he was brimming with excitement. "Show me what you've got, little darling." A satisfied smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His right hand reached into thin air, and a pitch-black broadsword slowly materialized, accompanied by leaping arcs of lightning. The next moment, before the pack of wolves could even attack, Joe had already transformed into a blur, charging headfirst into their midst. Whoosh! The blade flashed, and wolf blood spattered everywhere. With over 7,000 strength, Joe was like a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. Every swing was powerful and heavy, and every time he struck, a demon wolf fell into a pool of blood. Experience plus 207. Plus 198 EXP. Plus 211 EXP. One notification after another flashed across his screen. Because Joe was fighting monsters several levels above his own, combined with the 25% bonus EXP provided by the Mad Dragon set, the EXP gained from killing each ordinary demon wolf was equivalent to that of a Lord-level boss in the Dark Forest. It was incredibly satisfying. Before he had even finished off the first wave of wolves, Joe had already reached level 12. At that moment, the leader-class Wolf King was utterly terrified. It stared at the human before it with fear in its eyes. Its usually cruel and merciless wolfish gaze now betrayed a desperate desire to flee. But Joe wasn't about to give it a chance. He lunged forward, twisting the thunderclap blade in his hand into a beautiful flourish as it swept upward across the Wolf King's body. Greed's Thrust. This strike was none other than one of the 7 techniques from the immortal rank skill, Condemnation Rhapsody. A striking damage notification flashed across the screen, and the Desert Blood Demon Wolf's health bar was instantly wiped clean. A mighty boss-level monster had failed to withstand even a single blow, let alone have the chance to unleash its ultimate ability. It simply collapsed into the yellow sand. Defeated the boss-level monster Desert Blood Demon Wolf. Experience plus 531. Obtained loot X1. 3 more notifications popped up in quick succession, but Joe didn't even glance at them. Instead, he charged back into the pack of wolves until he had slaughtered every last one. Moments later, he stood alone atop a field of wolf corpses, his blood-stained long sword in hand. Facing the howling gale, he calmly examined the loot that had just dropped. It was a gold-grade potion that granted immunity to all crowd control effects for a limited time upon consumption. Not bad, Joe thought, casually tossing it into his backpack. He then found a relatively clean patch of ground and took out the sky-howling dragon egg. Transcendence. Without a moment's hesitation, he downed the recovery potion while channeling the power of transcendence. Boom! An unprecedented wave of weakness washed over him. This was likely the first time the side effects had been so pronounced since Joe had awakened his second talent. His complexion was somewhat pale, but his gaze was filled with hope. For he could sense that the results of this transcendence were exceptionally good. Congratulations! Your sky-screaming dragon egg has been perfectly transcended into a frost-feathered dragon egg. Name: frost-feathered dragon egg. Rank: immortal rank. Type: magic pet. Growth path: dragon. Hatching requirements: 3 drops of blood essence from a demon god tier monster. Description: the egg of the frost-feathered dragon, a demon god tier monster and the ruler of the skies. When fully grown, it can reach level 600, possessing the fastest speed in the world and formidable aerial combat skills. Its combat power doubles when in icy terrain. Staring at the attributes of the brand new dragon egg before him, Joe was completely stunned. Chapter 45: Not a single monster will escape today. Inside the Valley of the Gale dungeon, Joe ran his hand over the massive dragon egg before him, examining it from every angle. The entire egg stood over a meter tall, oval in shape, with a pristine white shell covered in strange ice crystals, a truly beautiful sight. Frost-feathered dragon, Joe whispered, his mind racing with memories from both lifetimes, until his thoughts finally settled on the image of a snow-white, otherworldly dragon soaring through the sky. It was a news report about the frost-feathered dragon that he had happened to see on television in his previous life. He recalled that it had happened in the vast, frozen mountains stretching for thousands of miles in the northern borderlands of Great Xia. The entrance to the dungeon where the frost-feathered dragon resided had shattered, triggering a tragic invasion of monsters into the real world and causing widespread panic in the northern borderlands. To quell this monster uprising, the Federation dispatched over 100 experts above level 400, hundreds of thousands of modern troops, and a full-scale assault with various high-tech weapons. The entire battle lasted nearly a month. The Federation suffered heavy casualties. Fewer than 1 in 10 of the elite warriors survived, yet the frost-feathered dragon continued to rage across the northern frontier, its might shaking the heavens. In the end, it was only when the heavenly god king, who presided over the starry skies, intervened that this demon god-level boss was finally subdued. This event caused a massive sensation on Blue Star at the time. For many, it was their first glimpse of the power of a demon god-level monster. Among them was Sho. I never imagined that the frost-feathered dragon, which struck fear into the hearts of countless people in my previous life, would become my pet in this one. Joe pulled his thoughts back from the flood of memories, a faint smile involuntarily curving his lips as he felt deeply satisfied with the outcome of this ascension. Once the frost-feathered dragon successfully hatched, it would surely accompany him for a very long time, perhaps one day even joining him in his conquest of the starry skies. But the incubation requirement for this immortal ranked dragon egg is actually 3 drops of blood essence from a demon god tier monster? After his initial elation, Joe studied the egg's description carefully and couldn't help but furrow his brow. This incubation requirement was truly a bit excessive. After all, the frost-feathered dragon was merely a demon god tier monster, yet hatching it required 3 drops of blood essence from a monster of the same tier. In terms of strength, Joe did not fear the so-called demon god tier. Although the strongest monster he had defeated so far was merely a stone statue and one that had been slashed by the star-shattering blade, no less. Yet he remained confident that even if he encountered a monster far superior to that stone statue, he would still possess the power to slay it. After all, while the frost-feathered dragon was the apex predator among monsters, his dual SSS rank talents also made him a standout among the human race. In this regard, the two were on the same level. Beyond that, Joe could continuously boost his combat power through skills and equipment. This was something monsters lacked. The greatest difference between humans and beasts is that humans use tools, a fact that has never changed since ancient times. Therefore, Joe never worried about his own strength. What truly troubled him was where to find a demon god-level boss. Generally speaking, monsters of higher racial tiers are born in high-level dungeons. For example, the frost-feathered dragon only exists in a level 600 ultra-hard dungeon. In dungeons below level 100, it is normally impossible for monsters of the sovereign tier or higher to appear. Unless it's in a specific designated dungeon where certain hidden conditions have been triggered. Just like what happened last time in the Dark Forest. It was just an ordinary beginner-level secret realm, yet by some twist of fate, they summoned a supreme-tier stone statue. Even now, Joe still doesn't know exactly how they managed to trigger the hidden boss. He can only speculate that it might have something to do with them wiping out every monster in the core area of the Dark Forest, or perhaps because there was an SSS tier talent user in their party. In any case, triggering hidden stages in dungeons or secret realms is extremely difficult. Most of the time, it comes down to sheer luck. That's why Zhou was so worried. He possessed the dragon slaying technique, yet there were no dragons to slay. I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Maybe I can find the blood essence of a high-level monster on the trading market. If that doesn't work, I can always buy some and refine it myself. Zhou sighed. Demon god tier monsters are rare and hard to come by, but if he could get the blood essence of a supreme tier monster, it would be close enough for him after all. He could still refine it. The plans for hatching the frost-feathered dragon would have to be put on hold for now. The most important task at hand was once again leveling up. Zhou's face had paled considerably after using the power of sublimation, but there was not a trace of worry in his eyes. His current combat power was so far beyond the norm that even if he could only unleash half of it, he would still be invincible within this dungeon. Moreover, with the Ring of Endless Vitality, his condition was recovering with every passing second. This weakness would soon fade. Pulling the broadsword from the wolf's corpse, Zhou took long strides, walking deep into the dungeon against the howling gale. As he walked, he allocated his attribute points. Having just leveled up, his attribute caps had expanded once more. As Zhou transformed into a ruthless attribute allocation machine and maxed them out with frenzied precision, his 4 core attributes all surged to a staggering 7,500 points. The surging strength coursed through his body, significantly alleviating the sense of weakness. Zhou's eyes first crinkled in a smile, but when he clearly saw the level bar, he couldn't help but purse his lips. Name Zhou. Level LV 12 3%. The amount of experience required to level up has increased again. He had just slain that demon wolf, which granted a decent amount of experience, yet it only raised his total experience bar by 3%. Although Zhou had experienced this in his previous life and was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but sigh when he actually saw it. The path to extraordinary strength for the awakened was truly arduous. The further he progressed, the more experience points he needed. If Zhou hadn't been killing monsters several levels above his own, he wouldn't have been able to level up from 11 to 12 so quickly just now. And this shortcut was clearly not sustainable. Because as his level rose rapidly, the gap between him and the monsters in this dungeon would grow increasingly narrow. The experience gained from hunting monsters would decrease accordingly. There was no solution to this. The only thing he could do was kill as many as possible until the blood ran like a river. Zhou even decided he wouldn't return to town until he reached level 18. He would stay right here in the wilderness, camped out near the dungeon, killing monsters. After all, with 7,500 spirit points, he had more stamina than he could ever use. He could go days and nights without sleep and still be fine. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as he was making his plans, a black rodent-like monster suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. Zhou didn't slow his pace as he passed by. He casually slashed through the air with his blade, instantly killing it. Killed monster, level 17 yellow sand demon rat. Experience plus 135. The level up notification flashed before his eyes, but the experience gain was pitifully small. At this rate, I'll barely be able to level up once more after clearing the dungeon. Should I head back to town and get some demon summoning incense first? Zhou frowned at the mere 100-odd points of experience, his mind already calculating. He recalled the scene from the secret realm where Wang Tong had unleashed a wave of beasts. For a top-tier powerhouse like him, this kind of potion that attracts monsters was practically a walking experience bank. It could save a massive amount of time spent hunting for monsters. The only problem was that while potions like the demon summoning incense weren't expensive, they were classified as banned substances in the Federation and were very hard to come by. Only the black market occasionally had them for sale. Zhou did have connections to the black market, but he wasn't sure he could find this potion there today. Plus, the time it would take to make a round trip would seriously disrupt his leveling schedule. This left Zhou in a dilemma. I'll just have to take it one step at a time. I'll clear this dungeon first and see what happens. Maybe I'll get a bottle of demon summoning incense as loot from a monster? With a slight sigh, Zhou stopped dwelling on it and pressed on at a brisk pace. The outer region of the Valley of the Whirlwind wasn't very large. The pack of wolves he'd encountered upon teleporting in was likely the largest group of monsters in the outer area. As a result, the monsters he encountered along the way grew increasingly scarce. An hour later, with his physical condition fully restored to peak form, Joe finally entered the core area. It was a canyon surrounded by towering cliffs, devoid of any vegetation or branching paths, with only a single straight, rocky path filled with howling wind and sand. Joe paused, then his eyes widened. He finally understood why the Valley of the Whirlwind was known as the most difficult dungeon in the Northern Gate Mountains. The terrain of this core area was utterly inescapable. Spanning tens of thousands of meters from start to finish, this single path was the only navigable route. This meant that every monster within the core area would inevitably clash with any awakened who dared to enter. Neither side had any means of retreat. For an ordinary awakened, such a situation was undeniably as dangerous as it gets. But for someone like Joe, it was a rare paradise. Looks like I don't need to bother with the monster luring incense, damn it. The heavens have already gathered the monsters for me. Joe's grin stretched from ear to ear, his eyes flashing with excited murderous intent. Clutching his broadsword, he stood directly in the way of the canyon's only entrance and exit. Today, not a single monster will escape. Chapter 46, Flesh and Blood Ascend to Divinity, Anubis. Amid the biting gale, that grim figure, broadsword in hand, stood proudly at the entrance to the canyon. He exuded an aura of a lone warrior holding the pass, against whom 10,000 could not prevail. As if sensing the presence of a living being, the monsters within the canyon began to stir restlessly. A vulture circling closest to Joe, hovering above his head, rolled its cold, bloodthirsty eyes, testing him relentlessly. It sensed the powerful life force radiating from Joe and knew this human was not to be trifled with. Yet its bloodthirsty instincts made it impossible to suppress the urge to dive down. After a brief hesitation, its animal instincts ultimately overpowered its reason. The circling vulture, its body crackling with lightning, plummeted straight from the sky, launching its attack on Joe. Crackle! Before the attack even reached him, a deluge of lightning struck first, as if the thunder god himself had grown furious, the spectacle immense. 11. A modest damage number appeared on Joe's screen. Though the monstrous assault looked intimidating, it barely made a dent against Joe's epic rank gear. Joe felt only a slight tingling sensation, not painful, but actually somewhat pleasant. Plus 259. A faint green light flashed across his body as the healing effect of the Ring of Endless Vitality activated, instantly restoring Joe's health to full. The vulture monster's ferocious attack not only failed to deal any damage but actually left Joe 248 health points in the black. This left Joe, who had been preparing for a fierce battle, somewhat dumbfounded and momentarily speechless. At the same time, a piercing, long cry echoed through the canyon. The vulture seemed to have finally realized just how terrifying the human before it was, and in an instant, it turned to flee. But Joe wasn't about to give it a chance. With a cold laugh, lightning arcs flashed from the broadsword in his hand. He planted his feet and, propelled by his terrifying strength, leaped over 10 meters into the air, delivering a direct downward slash that knocked the vulture from the sky. Rage collapse. The sword technique representing rage from the Seven Sins sect descended from the heavens, carrying earth-shattering power that instantly wiped out the vulture's health bar. Killed level 20 boss class monster, Rotten Wind Eagle. Experience plus 316. Unexpectedly, this was a level 20 boss class monster, granting over 300 experience points outright. Joe couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. True to its reputation as the core zone, the value of monsters here was far beyond anything found in the outer regions. Now that he had tasted success, his motivation soared. Lifting his gaze to the wind and sand canyon stretching before him, every monster along the path seemed to transform into a walking experience pack in his eyes. Boundless killing intent blossomed from his body. Joe took a deep breath, and in the next second, leaving after images on the ground, he sprinted forward at breakneck speed. Whoosh! A single slash came down. A massive yellow python before him fell dead on the spot. Another 200 plus experience points added to his tally. Joe didn't even glance at the python's corpse. Instead, with a lightning-fast counterkick, he sent a rhino-like monster that had tried to ambush him flying dozens of meters, its massive body slamming into a wall. Bone Crusher. Although Joe had already mastered immortal rank sword and blade skills, Bone Crusher's armor-piercing effect remained highly effective. Coupled with his total stats exceeding 30,000, this kick was incredibly powerful and forceful. Even though Bone Crusher was only gold tier, it still delivered an unparalleled impact. The rhino monster's body remained embedded in the stone wall after a final, desperate struggle. It breathed its last. Now, as Joe had just instantly killed two ferocious monsters in succession, the other monsters surrounding him were filled with terror. Yet they did not retreat. Instead, driven by the sight of blood, the savagery within them was amplified to the extreme, making them even more ferocious as they charged toward Joe in wave after wave. If anyone were looking down from above, they would be astonished to see countless monsters racing toward Joe from the depths of this narrow canyon. The sheer scale of the onslaught was no less than that of a full-blown beast tide. The view from the rear was particularly horrifying. Endless yellow sand swirled in the air, with countless shadows of monsters flickering in and out of view. A cacophony of beastly roars echoed through the canyon, and the pebbles on the ground trembled ceaselessly under the stampede of the beasts. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Faced with this scene, any novice awakened would likely tremble uncontrollably, completely losing the will to fight and thinking only of escape. Yet, in the face of this terrifying spectacle, Joe's towering figure remained utterly still. He stood firm with his blade drawn, his eyes burning with nothing but a thirst for battle and excitement. To his eyes, the endless horde of monsters seemed no thicker than a sheet of paper. Kill! With a fierce shout, Joe charged forward, unleashing the 7 sword techniques of the 7 deadly sins: lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride, one after another. Wherever the blade passed, flesh and blood flew. Moreover, the illusory form of a golden dragon circled behind him, occasionally opening its mouth to spew terrifying dragon-esque breath, as blazing flames consumed everything in sight. At this moment, Joe was truly a god of slaughter, advancing step by step against the surging tide of beasts. Wherever he passed, all sound ceased. Not a single demon could withstand a single stroke of his blade. I possess peerless strength. I can slay every demon in the world. Joe had gone completely berserk. Wherever he passed, the air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with demon corpses. Joe single-handedly plowed through the canyon, which stretched for tens of meters. He seemed to know no fatigue, his blade striking out and retracting ceaselessly. He had no idea how much time had passed. He only knew that the sky had grown dark. When he looked up, his vision was completely obscured by yellow sand. He could no longer tell the time or distinguish day from night. By now, Joe had reached the very depths of the canyon's passage. He looked back. Along the long, rocky path behind him, not a single living creature remained, nor was there a single beast's roar to be heard. Only the corpses of demons lay scattered across the canyon floor. Joe had completely razed the core area of the Valley of the Whirlwind. With the exception of the final boss, every single monster had fallen by his blade. His ferocity was far beyond that of a so-called beginner-level awakened. Even veterans in their 20s or 30s would tremble in fear at the sight. Defeated LV-19 Elite Monster, Desert Raging Rhinoceros. Experience plus 189. Defeated LV-20 Boss Class Monster, Four-Horned Wind Bull. Experience plus 334. Defeated LV-18 Boss Class Monster, Blazing Fanged Hound. Plus 241 EXP. Loot X1. In the corner of his vision, a dense stream of kill notifications kept flashing. Joe couldn't be bothered to look at them, so he simply chose to mute them, then summoned his character panel and glanced at the level bar. Level LV 137%. He leveled up again. The terrain advantages of Storm Valley had worked heavily in Joe's favor. The experience gained far exceeded his expectations, causing him to level up once more. It was a pleasant surprise. Now, with the boss battle imminent, Joe didn't hesitate. He immediately maxed out his newly expanded attribute caps. Each of his 4 core attributes had smoothly reached 8,800 points. It's terrifying. At only level 13, he already possessed attribute values that others would have to train hard to achieve by levels 30 or 40. His vitality was exceptionally abundant, a rarity in this world, and his formidable strength surged wildly within him. Sure enough, the SSS tier redistribution became more and more game-breaking as the game progressed. After all, for others, no matter how rigorously they train their bodies every day, they will eventually hit a limit, encountering various bottlenecks that prevent any further progress. But Joe could effortlessly max out his attribute caps at every level. If this continued, it would lead to a day when he would completely surpass every human who had ever lived, shattering the Milky Way with the power of his flesh and blood, and achieving divine status through his physical form. This was the path of invincibility. A path of invincibility that belongs solely to Joe. He took a deep breath, suppressing the strength that had just surged within him, and fixed his sharp gaze on the circular crater before him. There, amid swirling, dim yellow sand, the silhouette of a humanoid creature slowly emerged. It was tall and slender, clad in ancient Egyptian-style metal armor, with the head of a jackal atop its body. Its eyes flickered with a distinctly human-like quality. Announcement: Challenger Joe has reached the abyss of the canyon within 3 hours, fulfilling the conditions to trigger the hidden stage. The original final boss has been replaced by the King-class Anubis. Warning: Anubis is significantly higher in level than the dungeon challenger. Proceed with extreme caution. As that imposing figure emerged from the yellow sand, 2 resounding announcements echoed throughout the entire valley. Chapter 47, I have a blade that can slay gods. Yellow sand swirled, and the wind filled the valley. Joe's armor was stained with the blood of monsters. Standing tall with a sword in one hand, he resembled a peerless god of slaughter. Not far before him, amidst the howling gales, that humanoid monster stared back at him impassively. Anubis. The legendary ancient Egyptian deity, possessing immense divine power, known as the god of the dead and lord of the underworld. Joe never expected that, through a series of twists of fate, he would once again, by sheer coincidence, summon a hidden boss. Moreover, perhaps because the Valley of the Gale was a relatively common dungeon with rules different from those of Secret Realms, the system actually issued a notification when the hidden stage was triggered, even thoughtfully warning him that there was a significant level disparity between them. This piqued Joe's curiosity, and he glanced at the target's head. Name: Anubis, fallen from grace. HP: Level 27. Class King. Description: the legendary lord of the underworld. For reasons unknown, he lost his divine status and ended up in the Valley of the Whirlwind. Even so, his power should not be underestimated. When he saw the specific stats, Joe's eyes widened in astonishment. This so-called hidden boss, Anubis, was not only nearing level 30, but his HP was a staggering 210,000. And this was merely the basic information. As a sovereign-class monster, its resistances, skills, and 4 core attributes remained unknown. However, with the lesson from the stone statue fresh in his mind, Joe would not underestimate humanoid monsters in the slightest. Taking on a level 27 sovereign-class boss at level 13, this was bound to be a grueling battle. He gripped his longsword tightly, regulated his breathing, and tensed every muscle in his body, pushing his combat power to its peak. Human, you have summoned my true form. Your skills are indeed impressive. I'll give you a chance. Take your own life, and I'll send your soul back to the underworld. At that moment, Anubis, emerging from the yellow sands, surveyed Joe and to his surprise spoke in human language with uncanny clarity. Joe showed no surprise at this, for many high-level monsters possessed remarkable intelligence, even the ability to converse with humans. Upon hearing Anubis's words, he merely raised an eyebrow, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth. You're nothing but a little dog, yet you dare to speak so brazenly. The moment these words left his lips, one could clearly see Anubis's previously calm and haughty expression instantly turn hideous. As a deity with the body of a man and the head of a jackal, what he detested most in life was being called a dog. This was undoubtedly a grave insult. Human! You have touched my sore spot. Prepare to face the wrath of the god of the underworld. Anubis roared furiously, and a dark brown scepter suddenly appeared in his hand. He swung it violently amidst the swirling sandstorm. In the next instant, arms wrapped in white bandages began to surge up from the sand-covered ground. Within a few breaths, as if zombies buried deep underground had risen, dozens of humanoid monsters, their bodies completely wrapped in white bandages, crawled out of the ground. Their limbs moved with extreme awkwardness, their bodies were entirely bound in bandages, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes that stared intently at Joe. Name: Mummy of Death. HP. Level 2-4. Description: loyal soldiers summoned by Anubis, the god of the underworld. Though the mummies appeared clumsy, they moved with astonishing speed, snarling as they lunged toward Joe. The scene was utterly eerie, and the putrid stench of decay, carried by the howling wind, filled the valley, adding to the terrorous sight no ordinary person could bear. But Joe had fought his way through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. His body was already saturated with the intense blood energy of the monster's remains. His mind was as steady as a mountain. He charged head-on, swinging his long sword at the army of mummies before him. Joe's fighting style was always aggressive. He disliked being on the defensive and refused to engage in probing attacks. From the very first move, he aimed to seize the initiative, striking with full force to completely overwhelm his opponents with sheer momentum. This was the confidence of a peerless prodigy, his own path to invincibility. Now, the blade glinted, and a murderous aura surged. Stab of gluttony. Thrust of greed. Lash of envy. Slash of arrogance. Wave after wave of immortal rank sword techniques were executed with fluid precision. In their wake, not a single mummy could withstand the onslaught. Severed limbs flew in all directions. And with Joe's extraordinary agility, he moved like a phantom through the army of mummies. Not a single attack could land on him. As he darted and weaved, he had already carved a bloody path through the ranks. Human! How dare you treat me with such contempt? Behind him, Anubis, who had previously stood impassively amidst the sandstorm, showed a distinct change in expression. Fury blazed in his eyes. As he swung his scepter, a tornado composed entirely of yellow sand materialized out of thin air behind him. It soared over 100 meters high, its overwhelming might engulfing the sky and earth. That terrifying tornado, carrying an aura of world-shattering destruction, swept rapidly toward Joe. In its wake, sand and rocks flew, and everything crumbled. Joe's expression shifted slightly. This was clearly a large-scale AoE magical damage skill. True to its reputation as a king-tier boss, its combat power and variety of skills were far beyond what ordinary monsters could match. But Joe remained undaunted. With nearly 10,000 points in vitality and an epic rank set protecting him, his own resistance was already formidable. He was no longer the novice who once needed Wei Duo or S help to lure out a bloodthirsty crocodile's ultimate move. With his combat power surging, he charged head-on, plunging into the tornado storm. He was actually taking the brunt of it with his bare body. This wasn't Joe being overconfident, rather, he knew full well that his SSS rank redistribution, his sole combat-oriented talent, had granted him an incredibly resilient physique, which was his greatest asset. He wasn't just a warrior with high attack and agility, he was also a tank with massive health and defense. 444. 421. Plus 258. The moment he entered the tornado storm, Joe's health began to drop visibly, yet he remained unfazed. His strikes were swift and precise, mowing down the last few mummies around him. He knew full well that such a large-scale AoE skill couldn't last long. With his vitality, combined with the healing effects of the Ring of Endless Life, he was fully capable of weathering this wave of damage. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, the world-shattering tornado storm dissipated into thin air. By then, Joe had completely broken through the layers of defenses, now standing just 10 meters away from Anubis. A look of shock finally appeared on the latter's haughty wolf-like face. It glared intently at Joe, brandishing its scepter and letting out a piercing wolf's howl. Human! I am Anubis, the god of the underworld. How dare you offend us gods? Kneel and atone for your sins. Anubis roared, and a crimson wave of light suddenly radiated outward from his feet, engulfing the entire valley. An endless aura of death swirled chaotically within it. This was Anubis's ultimate skill, the realm of death. It was an extremely rare spirit attack. An ordinary awakened would likely lose their mind and take their own life merely by standing within it. But Joe was different. With a staggering 8,800 points in spirit, Anubis's spirit attack had absolutely no effect on him. Little dog, you keep claiming to be the god of death. But do you know that I, of all people, hold the least respect for gods? Joe's expression remained impassive, his voice cold as he gripped his broadsword, speaking as he advanced. When he was just 5 meters away from Anubis, a blinding flash of lightning and a blade's afterimage suddenly exploded through the void, striking the opponent's terrified wolf-like face. I have a single stroke enough to bury a god. Chapter 48, Perfect Clear of Forbidden Zone 10? Condemnation Rhapsody. As the dazzling blade light flashed, the Seven Sins Sect's sword techniques were unleashed in their entirety at that very moment. Joe's figure split into 4, circling Anubis and attacking with the speed of a shooting star. His speed was blinding, his attacks overwhelming, each strike carrying unmatched force. And strangely enough, amidst the chaotic flurry of sword shadows, there was even a touch of the elegant grace of ancient European nobility. However, do not be deceived by these flashy sword techniques, for with every strike, terrifying damage erupted. Damn it! Anubis roared in fury, a piercing wolf's howl echoing through the air. Mysterious runic patterns suddenly lit up across his skin, briefly boosting his defense. But how could the power of an immortal rank skill be withstood by the mere abilities of a king-tier monster? Despite the gap of over 10 ranks between them, and despite Anubis's own considerable resistance, it was still not enough. Condemnation Rhapsody damage increased by 200% while active. This single trait alone was enough to overwhelm all of Anubis's defenses. Not to mention, during Joe's rapid-fire attacks in that brief moment, the special effects of the soaring Mad Dragon set kept triggering. Dragon's breath surged forth, each strike blazing with fierce flames. The powerful burning effect blocked all of Anubis's healing capabilities. This barrage of attacks completely overwhelmed Anubis, the legendary deity, leaving him utterly unable to retaliate. He threw back his wolf-like head and let out an angry roar, but it was to no avail. Amidst the swirling light and shadows, bolts of lightning crackled. As Joe completed his 7-strike sword technique, the 3 illusory clones vanished. At that moment, Anubis's health bar finally drained to 0 amidst his defiant roar. Defeated LV-27 King-class monster, Anubis, fallen from the altar. Experience plus 2,519. Loot X2. Congratulations! You have cleared LV-20 Dungeon, Valley of the Gale, rating, SSS. Clear reward, plus 2,225 extra experience. A series of notifications flashed before his eyes. Joe slammed the thunderclap mace into the ground and leaned on the hilt with one hand, panting heavily. His heaving chest clearly indicated that unleashing an immortal rank skill for the first time had taken a significant toll on his energy. After all, prior to this, he had fought nonstop for several hours and had even withstood one of Anubis's tornado storms. Of course, these were minor setbacks. His formidable vitality granted Joe unparalleled recovery speed, and he would soon be back in action. Compared to his own exhaustion, what surprised him even more was the power of Condemnation Rhapsody. As an immortal rank sword-based skill, Joe had expected it to be powerful in combat, but when he actually unleashed it, its extraordinary might still left him stunned. A level 27 sovereign-class monster, possessing impressive resistance and damage reduction, was instantly killed by him despite the monster being over 10 levels higher. If word of this got out, who would believe it? Even the god kings in the heavens, in their youth, likely couldn't have achieved this. After all, not just anyone who obtains an immortal rank skill can achieve such terrifying damage output. Joe's ability to instantly kill Anubis in a single strike was due not only to the overwhelming power of the immortal rank skill but also, to a large extent, to his own formidable 4-dimensional attributes. After all, in this world, the damage ceiling of every skill is determined by the awakened's own base 4-dimensional attributes. The higher the 4-dimensional attributes, the more powerful the skill's effects can be. It's like a wooden sword. If a 3-year-old child wields it, its power certainly can't be compared to that of an adult. The same applies to awakened beings. The 4 core stats form the foundation for casting any skill. Otherwise, why would those top-tier powerhouses go to such great lengths during their early stages to build a solid foundation and boost their stats? That's why the SSS tier redistribution is truly, incredibly powerful. Taking a long breath, Joe stopped dwelling on these thoughts and turned his attention to his level. Anubis truly lived up to his reputation as a king-tier boss. The experience reward was extremely generous, a full 2,519 points, which made Joe feel incredibly satisfied. The reward for clearing the hidden stage was slightly less impressive, but it still amounted to 2,225 points. Combined, these caused Joe's total experience to skyrocket, bringing him much closer to reaching level 14. A look of satisfaction flashed across his face as he turned his attention back to the glowing orb of loot. With Wei Duo, his little good luck charm, absent, he'd have to open the chest on his own. He placed his hand inside the orb and gave it a gentle touch. Immediately, a vial of potion and a skill book appeared in his hand. Joe looked at the former first. It was a superior grade potion that, upon consumption, would permanently increase his strength, spirit, and vitality by 500 points each. To be honest, the potion's effects were quite impressive, because on Blue Star, anything that could permanently boost attribute points was in extremely high demand. Unfortunately, while attribute points were incredibly valuable to others, Joe had more than he could ever use. The only use for this potion was to toss it into the trading market for some cash once he returned to town. Shaking his head, Joe casually tossed it into his inventory, then turned his attention to the skill book with eager anticipation. Name: Realm of the Underworld. Rank: Mythic rank. Type: Spell type skill book. Effect: creates a circle-shaped field centered on the caster and deals a powerful spirit attack. Additionally, while within the field, all attributes are increased by 10%. Cooldown: 1000s. The moment Joe read the skill book's description, his spirit surged. Finally, he'd gotten a good one. It was a mythic rank item and a rare spellbook, no less. After reading the skill description, Joe instinctively thought of the red aura Anubis had cast just before dying. Surely, this realm of the underworld must be that skill. To be honest, when Anubis activated this realm, it didn't inflict a single scratch on Joe, because his spirit power was so high that he simply immunized himself against the effect. But that doesn't change the fact that the realm of the underworld is a powerful skill. A wide area spell attack that also provides certain buffs no matter where it's used. It's something everyone would covet. Without a moment's hesitation, Joe proceeded to sublimate it on the spot. A familiar sense of weakness washed over him, though it wasn't as severe as when he had previously sublimated the dragon egg. Before him, an exquisitely crafted book bound in parchment hovered silently. Name: God Forbidden Domain. Rank: Epic rank. Type: Spell skill book. Effect: creates a circle of an absolute domain centered on the caster, unleashing 2 consecutive powerful spirit attacks. Additionally, while within the domain, all attributes are increased by 30%. Cooldown: 370s. The new effects unfolded before his eyes. Similar to the previous Realm of Darkness, all stats had seen a massive boost, and the cooldown had been reduced. Joe nodded in satisfaction and immediately chose to learn it. Soon, his personal interface displayed a brand new epic rank skill. Stretching lazily, a thoroughly satisfied Joe finally decided to leave the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, the sky had already grown dark. In front of the Valley of the Gale dungeon, a figure crouched on the ground, a slowly smoldering cigarette hanging from his lips, the ground littered with cigarette butts. Damn it! I've been waiting all day. Is no one really coming to run Storm Valley? The man exhaled a ring of smoke, cursing under his breath. After glancing once more at the full moon hanging high in the sky, he finally decided he'd wait no longer. But just as he resolved to leave, a series of energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from the dungeon entrance behind him. Drawn by the spectacle, he looked over in astonishment. Then he saw it, from within the dark, mysterious vortex, a blood-soaked figure emerged, reeking of blood, striding out like a demon god. You. The moment the man got a clear look at the figure, he froze in shock. He didn't even notice the cigarette falling from his mouth to the ground. His jaw dropped wide open, as if he were witnessing the most unforgettable sight of his life. Ha! You haven't left yet? Joe emerged from the dungeon and bumped right into the man who had earlier claimed to be a student from First High School, feeling quite surprised himself. What time is it anyway? Doesn't this guy go home for dinner? However, faced with Joe's casual inquiry delivered as if they were chatting about everyday matters, the first high student completely lost his composure. Bro. No, man. Legend. How the hell did you make it out alive? His eyes were wide as saucers, his lips trembling, and his speech slurred. I cleared it, so naturally I came out. Joe looked at him as if he were an idiot. The moment those words left his mouth, the first high student's brain completely froze. If he remembered correctly, hadn't this guy gone into the Valley of the Gale all by himself just a few hours ago? And now you're telling me you cleared it? You cleared the hardest dungeon in the Northgate Mountains all by yourself? Is this even human? The student from First High School could no longer keep his composure standing in the wind. He began to question the meaning of life. Meanwhile, Joe paid him no mind. Standing with his hands behind his back in front of the vortex, he waited silently for the dungeon's cooldown to end. Dungeons aren't something you can enter without limit. Generally speaking, a normal dungeon respawns 2 to 3 hours after being cleared. Valley of the Whirlwind is the dungeon in the Northern Gate Mountains that offers the most experience points. To level up, Joe planned to run Valley of the Whirlwind 2 more times tonight. In fact, barring any surprises, he intended to grind this dungeon relentlessly for the next 2 days as well. Meanwhile, the high school student, whose initial shock had finally subsided somewhat, seemed to guess Joe's intentions upon seeing his actions. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, you're not planning to clear Storm Valley one more time, are you? Is there a problem with that?" Joe asked, puzzled. The high school student froze for a moment upon hearing this, then replied with a wry smile. "Master, with your skill level, why bother competing with us for Storm Valley? It'd be so much better to just go straight to Forbidden Zone 10. Forbidden Zone 10? Joe blinked, and this time it was his turn to be taken aback. Chapter 49, The Forbidden Zone, Reunited with Shui. Forbidden Zone 10? What's that? Joe looked puzzled as he asked. No way, Master. Someone as powerful as you doesn't know about Forbidden Zone 10? The student from First High School seemed even more surprised than Joe. A moment later, however, he seemed to realize something and said regretfully, "Master, I thought someone as amazing as you must be from a prominent family because this Forbidden Zone is an exclusive hunting ground for noble geniuses. Ordinary people certainly wouldn't have heard of the Forbidden Zone." Joe furrowed his brow. From the high school student's words, it was clear that the so-called Forbidden Zone was, for ordinary people, a place they were strictly forbidden to know about. At least, Joe had never heard of it. Although the Zhou clan he came from was one of the top aristocratic families in Lingyuan City, he had never returned to that cold, distant family once since leaving it many years ago. Naturally, he had no way of knowing the secret information known only to the powerful and privileged. In his previous life, he had struggled his way up, reaching level 54, but relative to the vast federation, he was still at the bottom of the pyramid. So he truly knew nothing about this no hunting zone. Tell me more. Joe stood with his hands behind his back. Sensing that the student before him was quite talkative, he took the initiative to ask. Sure thing. The student from number 1 high school, true to form as a chatterbox, launched into a lively monologue. "Master, you have no idea this restricted hunting zone has some serious background. It's a plan proposed by the Federation's high-ranking officials last year, designed to accelerate the growth of young geniuses. Basically, they've cordoned off an area in the wilderness mountains of Blue Star to specifically breed all kinds of Lord-class bosses. These are meant for human geniuses to hunt, so they can level up quickly. Since this is such a mind-blowing idea and since most geniuses come from prominent clans, the information is kept extremely secret. Ordinary people have absolutely no access to it." Listening to the middle school student's animated description, Joe felt a tidal wave of emotion surge through him. Breeding Lord-class bosses, what an earth-shattering undertaking. After all, Lord-class bosses only spawn within dungeons. To bring them into the real world, one would either need special artifacts or wait for a dungeon entrance to shatter, causing the monsters inside to invade reality on their own. Whichever method one chose, both required a perfect alignment of timing, location, and circumstances. Unless, of course, the Federation had already mastered a method for mass-producing Lord-class bosses. No wonder I didn't see many of those privileged youths from Lingyuan City in the Northgate Mountains. Joe stroked his chin, having already formed a rough understanding of the no-hunting zone. But after giving it some thought, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, then this should be called a hunting zone, shouldn't it? Why is it called a no-hunting zone? Hearing this, the student from that school let out a wry smile. That's because the no hunting zone refers to us ordinary people. His face betrayed a mix of resentment and bitterness. All the monsters in the no hunting zone are Lord-level bosses extremely dangerous. The reason the Federation only opens it to the offspring of major clans is, first, because the number of bosses kept in the no hunting zone is limited. There aren't enough to support everyone leveling up. Secondly, the probability of a genius emerging from a major clan is simply higher. So there's no point in telling ordinary people about this. Even if someone accidentally discovered the existence of the no hunting zone, they'd be barred from entering. In fact, even some disciples from major clans who haven't awakened a good talent aren't eligible. Take me, for example. My family, the Lu clan, is considered a second-rate family, and my talent is only grade A. I have absolutely no chance of setting foot in the no hunting zone. The high school student unconsciously lit another cigarette, looking somewhat melancholy. Joe raised an eyebrow. Even a grade A talent isn't enough to enter the no hunting zone? He was somewhat surprised by the high threshold for the no hunting zone. After all, an A-rank talent was already considered exceptional. Many direct descendants of major clans were only S-rank. Upon hearing this, the high school student fell silent. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and revealed the truth. Actually, if you really push it, an A-rank talent can get in. And if you have a high-level skill, even a B-rank talent might stand a chance. It's just that the no hunting zone has a rule: you must enter in a group. This is to minimize casualties. After all, the Federation wants living geniuses, not dead bodies. And under this unwritten rule, a tacit understanding has emerged among the second-generation members of the major clans. Only those direct descendants who are close, of equal standing, and get along well will team up with one another. Although I'm a scion of the Lu family and possess an A-class talent, I'm not of the direct line. Even though the elders of the family hold me in high regard, the geniuses of the direct line treat me with extreme coldness. Perhaps they fear I might threaten their status. They've excluded me from their circle since I was a child. So even if I were to go to this restricted hunting zone, I'm afraid I'd only be able to stand outside and watch. As the student from number 1 high school spoke, uncontrollable anger began to show on his face, and he puffed on his cigarette one drag after another. Hearing this, Joe felt little stir within him. It was merely the scheming and intrigue common among prominent families. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had seen far too much of it. After a brief pause, Joe asked, "What is your name?" The high school student didn't seem to mind and answered frankly, "Master, my name is Lu Baho." Lu Baho? Joe was taken aback. What kind of ridiculous name was that? Just as he was about to ask, the talkative Lu Baho volunteered an explanation. "I'm a cautious person by nature. I like to keep a few backup plans for everything. My dad originally named me Lu Isho, but later realized that Isho 1 hand just wasn't good enough for me, so he changed it to Baho 8 hands. At this point, Lu Baho's face took on an inexplicable air of confidence, and he chuckled lightly. "Take this trip to the Valley of the Gale, for example. I've prepared at least 10 backup plans. Just in terms of potions and items, I've prepared 20 or 30 different kinds. Among them is a rare, forced dungeon exit token, which guarantees that even if I can't win or encounter unexpected danger in the dungeon, I'll still be able to escape unscathed. Otherwise, how could I dare to hang around here in front of the Valley of the Whirlwind?" Listening to Lu Baho's boastful words, Joe fell silent. This man before him called him a coward, and yet he dared to come to the Valley of the Whirlwind. Call him bold, and yet he prepared a whole arsenal of escape routes, completely lacking the unyielding spirit of other prodigies. In short, he was quite a contradiction. But there was no denying that this eccentric, talkative Lu Baho had indeed left a deep impression on Joe. He looked up at the sky and asked his final question. "Why Forbidden Zone 10? And where exactly is it?" Lu Baho flicked his cigarette butt to the ground and ground it out. It's divided by strength levels, and Forbidden Zone 10 is the best fit for us newbies. I've heard the monsters inside don't go higher than LV30. As for the location. At this point, Lu Baho paused slightly, as if recalling something. After a moment, he said, I think Zone 98 isn't far from here, it's over there. He pulled up an electronic map from his inventory and marked the location for Zhou. Forbidden Zone 10 doesn't mean there are only 10 such zones. It's simply a ranking based on the level of the zone's boss. On the contrary, since Forbidden Zone 10 is suitable for beginners, there are many of them on Blue Star. There were a total of 18 in the southern borderlands of Great Xia, and the one closest to Lingyuan City was number 98. According to the location provided by Lu Baho, number 98 was situated deep within the mountains between Lingyuan, Jinling, and Luoxue. The prodigies from these three nearby cities would all come here to train. Master, are you planning to go to Forbidden Zone 10? Seeing how detailed Zhou's questions were, Lu Baho had already figured out most of it. Zhou looked at the spot on the map not too far away and nodded without hesitation. He had indeed considered heading to Forbidden Zone 10. A hunting ground filled entirely with Lord-class bosses held an irresistible allure. Rather than painstakingly waiting for respawns in Gale Valley, he might as well head to Forbidden Zone 10 to see if he could get a piece of the action. As for those so-called party rules and whether a solo player would even be allowed in, he'd have to wait until he got there to find out. After all, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Besides, everything Lu Baho had been rambling on about was just hearsay. He himself had never actually been to the Forbidden Zone. All these factors combined were what finally convinced Zhou to take the plunge. Anyway, the Forbidden Zone wasn't too far from here. He had nothing to lose by giving it a try. After thanking Lu Baho, Zhou turned and headed toward the edge of the mountain range. Lu Baho stood there dumbfounded, watching that towering figure gradually fade into the distance. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, envy and awe, and after a long while, he too left the North Gate Mountains. Several hours later. The sky was just beginning to grow light. Zhou, who had been making his way through the mountains and forests, unexpectedly leveled up to level 14. This was because he had encountered several monsters in the 20-something range along the way. Yes, monsters aren't necessarily confined to dungeons. In fact, for various reasons, instances of ordinary monsters invading the real world are not uncommon on Blue Star. However, they usually hide deep within remote mountains and forests and never approach human settlements. Only those ultra-powerful boss-level monsters above level 100 would show a clear intent to attack human territories. After filling his attribute caps following the level up, every one of Zhou's stats had reached their maximum. His 4 primary stats had finally surpassed 10,000. His total attribute points now exceeded 40,000. At this moment, Zhou's aura had grown even more majestic and profound, even taking on a certain primal simplicity. No one would have guessed that beneath this seemingly ordinary exterior lay such terrifying strength. Exhaling a long, white stream of energy, Zhou halted in his tracks. For the mountain forest before him was unlike any other. Halfway up the slope, a high-voltage fence encircled the area. Looking along the fence, in a wide clearing, 2 fortresses bristling with high-tech weaponry stood, flanking a massive steel gate. Further ahead, rows of fully armed Federation soldiers were patrolling in shifts. Forbidden Zone 10. Zhou's eyes lit up. He knew he had found the right place. He immediately stepped forward toward the gate. As he drew closer, he was surprised to discover that, besides himself, there were several people who looked like students standing before the entrance to Forbidden Zone 10. They were all girls, dressed in what looked like expensive gear, their makeup exquisitely applied, exuding an air of sophistication. Even more surprising was that one of the girls was an old acquaintance of his. Mu Jia, Shui. Chapter 50, The World Misjudges Me. Zhou. Shui, standing in the crowd, also noticed the young man walking slowly up the slope. Her pretty face froze for a moment as she uttered the first words between them in all these years. The moment she spoke, she drew the attention of the other 2 girls beside her, who all turned their beautiful eyes toward Zhou. Oh? Where did this cute guy come from? And he actually knows our Shui? One of them, a tall woman with voluminous curls and a hint of allure in her eyes, asked with a smile. Joe might look ordinary, but that was only in terms of his clothes and appearance. His features were actually quite striking, with well-defined facial contours. As the tall woman teased him, Joe, who had already reached the entrance, let his gaze sweep over the three girls one by one. Besides Shui, he recognized the tall woman as well. In his previous life, due to a series of coincidences, the two had briefly teamed up in a dungeon. As a result, Joe had a general understanding of this woman. She was the only daughter of the Skyline Hotel in Lingyuan City, named Xiao. The Lung family, which controlled the Skyline Hotel, possessed assets worth billions and was a quintessential wealthy business dynasty. As an only child, Xiao had always been highly sought after and popular among the second-generation elite in Lingyuan City. Among these three girls, she was clearly the leader. Hearing Xiao's teasing remark, Shui's expression grew slightly awkward as she said, "Sister Xiao, this is Zhou from the Zhou clan." Zhou? Xiao paused, then looked at Zhou with a touch of surprise. So this was the boy Shui had once liked? As a friend in the same social circle as Shui, she naturally knew that her best friend had once had a secret crush on White Moonlight during her youth. He was Zhou, the once glorious young master of the Zhou clan. But later, she heard that a tragedy had struck the Zhou clan, causing Zhou to fall from grace and gradually fade from the public eye. She never expected to run into him here today. So you're the former young master of the Zhou clan? You don't look all that impressive. Just as Xiao was silently sizing Zhou up, the last girl in the trio spoke her mind without mincing words. She wasn't particularly tall, but her features were delicate. She wore no materialized armor or equipment, but instead a high-end, custom-made white dress. Her jewelry was all from world-renowned luxury brands. She was clearly the princess of a wealthy family. Moreover, judging by her spoiled and capricious tone of voice, it wasn't hard to guess that she was greatly pampered at home. The Zhou clan must really be on the decline. I've never had much use for that Wang guy, and you're even worse. She shook her head, her gaze toward Zhou brimming with undisguised contempt. She had assumed that someone Shui had once been so infatuated with must possess some extraordinary qualities. But upon seeing him today, she found Zhou dressed plainly, not to mention his outfit was nothing but cheap street stall goods, and he lacked the aura of a prodigy in his demeanor. He seemed like someone who wouldn't even make a ripple if thrown into a crowd. This was a far cry from any young genius she had ever seen or heard of growing up, and she couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed. Moreover, as the cherished daughter of the Wang family, a top-tier aristocratic clan and possessing an extremely rare SS-class talent herself, she had grown up surrounded by praise and adulation, developing an extremely arrogant personality. This made her look down on commoners like Zhou even more. Such an attitude, however, left Xiao, standing nearby, feeling somewhat awkward. As a child from a merchant family, Xiao had learned to read people's expressions from a young age. While he wasn't exactly a smooth operator, he at least knew how to handle small talk. He immediately tugged discreetly at the spoiled girl's sleeve and whispered, You just keep your mouth shut." Put. Manting pursed her lips, clearly unimpressed, but ultimately gave Xiao some face and stopped speaking. She turned her gaze elsewhere, ignoring the commotion around them. "Sorry about that." "Manting's just like that," Xiao said with an apologetic smile toward Zhou. "It's fine," Zhou replied casually. He didn't really mind. Having lived 3 lifetimes, his mindset was far from the restless impatience of a greenhorn. Not to mention Manting, even Xiao, with his affected maturity, was just a child in his eyes. And now, he finally turned his gaze toward Shui. "Long time no see." He gave a slight nod in greeting. Even seeing the young woman's lovely face again stirred no emotion within him. The past of his previous life was as fleeting as clouds. The fondness he felt in his youth had long since been worn away by the passage of time. In this life, he harbored grand ambitions and was destined to set his sights on the stars. By comparison, Shui seemed even more insignificant to him. However, while Zhou felt at ease, Shui did not share his sentiment. Facing someone she had once genuinely admired just a few years ago, speaking to him again now stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Unavoidably, her mind drifted back to the confident and powerful demeanor Zhou had displayed at the Flying Dragon Pavilion just 2 days prior. Although she had later realized that it was merely the external support provided by his connections, and had nothing to do with his own strength. But a tinge of pity still lingered in her heart. She clenched her teeth and, after a long silence, said, "You shouldn't be here. I don't know where you got the information about Forbidden Zone 10, but this place is far too dangerous. It's not somewhere a D-ranked talent like you should be venturing into. Your only support is nothing more than Steward Sue from the Flying Dragon Tower. But this is a restricted zone. How exactly is Steward Sue supposed to help you here?" Shue's gaze was intense as she looked at Joe and spoke with conviction. The restricted zones were a grand scheme established by the Federation to cultivate young talents. Each level of restricted zone allowed entry only to those of the corresponding rank. Relying on outside help from family elders was absolutely impossible. After all, leveling up is all about the process of training. The Federation seeks true geniuses who have emerged from trials of blood and fire. Not slackers who rely on others to carry them through the levels. So in Shue's eyes, Joe's appearance made no sense. It seemed more like a reckless fool coming here to meet his doom. D rank? With talent like that, you actually dare to come to Forbidden Zone 10? Oh. I get it, you're here to chase after Schwer, aren't you? Well, I'd advise you to save your breath. If you want to chase after Schwer, you'd better know your place. As for your Joe clan, only that worthless Wang has any chance. Although Manting had turned her gaze away, upon hearing these words, she couldn't help but interject. Her tone was dripping with contempt, as if she deeply despised Joe's actions. Clearly, she had misunderstood something. Upon hearing Manting's words, Shue paused in surprise, but ultimately said nothing. Xiao, meanwhile, stood by watching the spectacle. At that moment, after hearing all this, Joe finally spoke up. "I have no intention of chasing anyone. I'm here solely to level up." Level up? That's a nice way of putting it. How do you plan to level up as a D-rank talent? The place is full of Lord-class bosses. Which one do you think you can beat? Manting continued to sneer. Even Shue, upon hearing these words, furrowed her beautiful brows deeply. "Joe, can't you just save us some face? Stop spouting empty boasts. Just head down the mountain and leave. We'll pretend we never met today." Her cold, composed face tilted slightly upward, and her voice regained a touch of its former icy detachment, as if she deeply disliked those who spewed nothing but lies. But why would Joe care about her attitude? He suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Shue, you're far too full of yourself." In an instant, Joe transformed, radiating an aura far more imposing than when he had served as the young master of the Zhou clan. "The world misjudged me yesterday, misjudges me today, and may well misjudge me tomorrow. But so what? I am still me." His voice was not loud, yet it seemed deafening. A piercing aura unique to a peerless prodigy swept across the surroundings. Without so much as a glance at Shue, he turned and walked toward the gates of the restricted hunting zone. Chapter 51, Joe's Qualifications. As Joe's overwhelming aura erupted, the three girls present all froze in surprise. Shue's ears rang with Joe's words. She bit her lower lip tightly, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Was I just imagining things? She watched the youth's retreating figure. His bearing was exactly the same as the one she remembered from years past. This made her feelings even more complicated, and for a moment, she stood frozen in place. Forget it, Schwer. You can't reason with a damn fool. He doesn't know his own place, so why should we bother trying to talk sense into him? Manting clasped her hands on her hips and sneered. Although she'd been startled by the sudden aura Joe had displayed moments ago, once she regained her composure, her preconceived biases led her to believe he was merely putting on a show. Upon hearing this, Shue loosened her grip on the fist hidden in her sleeve slightly, her expression betraying her inner thoughts. After a moment, she sighed and eventually resumed her previous aloof demeanor. Manting turned her head to glance at Joe's figure approaching the gate, a hint of amusement suddenly curving her lips. "I recall that to gain entry to the restricted hunting zone, one must pass a talent assessment, correct? Joe is merely a D-ranked talent. She is acting so cocky now, but she just be turned away at the gate in a moment?" Amusement flickered in her eyes as she adopted a smug, spectator-esque stance. Upon hearing this, Shaw didn't exactly look pleased at his misfortune, but she did lift her beautiful eyes to watch Joe. She didn't believe in fools in this world. The aura Joe had just exuded was far from ordinary. But the more extraordinary he seemed, the more curious she became. What exactly was the source of Joe's confidence? Blinking her beautiful eyes, Shao stared intently at Joe's retreating figure. By then, Joe had already reached the iron gate. Manting, who was waiting to watch the show, could barely contain the smile spreading across her face. I just love watching this kind of drama, someone putting on a front only to be exposed. Her tone was utterly mocking, embodying the very attitude of a noblewoman taunting a commoner. Shui, on the other hand, remained silent, but her delicate face was etched with disappointment. Clearly, she, too, believed Joe was about to be turned away. But perhaps it was for the best. Forbidden Zone 10 was a place of extreme danger. Losing face now was certainly better than losing one's life inside. And just as the three women watched him with their differing gazes, Joe, walking with his hands behind his back toward the iron gate, was stopped by a non-commissioned officer in a captain's uniform, whose aura was imposing. Halt! This is a restricted military zone. The captain, in his early 40s with a lean, efficient build, showed no sign of looking down on Joe due to his attire or age. He simply stated the matter of factly. I wish to enter Forbidden Zone 10. What requirements must I meet? Joe asked, neither humble nor arrogant. He didn't beat around the bush, stating his purpose directly. Upon hearing this, the captain showed little surprise. He simply explained patiently, since you know of Forbidden Zone 10, you must be aware of the dangers within. If you wish to enter, you must first prove you have the capability. In short, they wanted to assess his talent. Understood, Joe nodded, his expression calm. True gold fears no fire. As long as there's a way in, it's fine. Seeing Joe so composed, the captain looked slightly surprised. After a moment, he pulled a tablet from his inventory. The process of proving his capabilities wasn't as complicated as Joe had imagined. It simply involved verifying the citizen's personal information. As long as all criteria were met, there would be no issue. As Joe pressed his thumb against the tablet to scan his fingerprint, his personal information page appeared before the captain's eyes. But to everyone's surprise, the captain's pupils contracted instantly at a single glance, his expression betraying unmistakable shock. For the personal information page clearly stated: Name Joe. Age unavailable. Place of origin unavailable. Talent unavailable. Background unavailable. Remarks insufficient access permissions. The citizen's data has been encrypted to Blue Dragon level. On that single page of personal information, everything except a single name was hidden from view. The striking note at the bottom sent a chill down the captain's spine. Blue Dragon level encryption. Who exactly was this young man standing before him? The captain scrutinized Joe from head to toe, his mind already churning with turmoil. At his rank, though still far from the Federation's upper echelons, he had begun to glimpse things beyond the understanding of ordinary people. And precisely because of this, he understood all too well the implications of Qinglong-level encryption. It was a protective measure the Federation implemented for certain special individuals. In other words, the seemingly ordinary youth before him was, in fact, a figure of great importance who had long been on the radar of the Federation's leadership. As for him, a mere captain, his clearance was light years away from what was required to access a Blue Dragon level file. With that thought, the captain's gaze toward Joe grew noticeably more respectful. He suddenly raised his hand in a salute and said, Mr. Zhou, my apologies. You are, of course, fully qualified to enter this hunting zone. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the area. Even the many girls nearby who had been watching the commotion could hear him clearly. Then, Manting, who had originally intended to watch the spectacle, turned pale. She stared at the scene in utter shock, her face alternating between green and white, seemingly unable to comprehend why Zhou was qualified to enter the restricted hunting zone, or why this captain was treating him with such courtesy. After all, when the three of them had just been verifying their qualifications, the captain had been nothing but cold and businesslike. Yet, of all people, Zhou, whom she had just dismissed as worthless, was receiving such honorable treatment. Didn't he that mean that she, the second young lady of the prestigious Wang family, was considered less than Zhou, a mere outcast, in the captain's eyes? Manting, who had been arrogant and conceited since childhood, could never accept this. She stood there, seething with rage. Meanwhile, Xiao, who had remained quiet the entire time, had a hint of fascination flickering in her alluring eyes. This guy, he really isn't an ordinary person. As the legitimate daughter of a merchant family, Xiao was clearly far more mature than Manting, having picked up the art of judging character from her father. She was increasingly convinced that Zhou was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. As for Shui, the third of the three women, she stood frozen in shock, her cold, haughty face filled with bewilderment. How could this be? She, too, was baffled and couldn't make sense of it. In her eyes, Zhou's only claim to authority was his position as a steward at the Flying Dragon Pavilion. But no matter how powerful the Flying Dragon Pavilion was, it had no jurisdiction over matters within the no-hunting zone. So on what grounds did that officer show Zhou such respect? Shui, is this kid really a D-rank talent? You didn't get the intel wrong, did you? Manting gritted her teeth as she asked Shui. While Shui found herself momentarily unsure after all, she had only heard it from Zhou Tong himself. But though Zhou Tong was a carefree sort, he had no reason to joke about something like this. Moreover, Shui had discreetly inquired afterward and confirmed that when Zhou registered at number 5 high school, he was indeed only a D-rank talent with thousands of pairs of eyes watching. There was no way it could be a lie. Perhaps he had some other stroke of luck and acquired an extraordinary skill? Just then, Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. The other two women were taken aback for a moment, then both felt there was some truth to it. While talent accounted for the largest portion of a person's strength, mastering an incredibly powerful skill could also add significant value. Especially during the early stages, when everyone was still developing and had limited offensive options, possessing a powerful skill would provide a much greater advantage. Humph. I thought it was some kind of amazing trump card. If he really earned his way into the no-hunting zone just by relying on a skill, that's no real achievement. As if trying to salvage her pride, Manting let out another cold laugh. As a noblewoman from a prominent family, she believed her own skills were at least on par with those of her peers. Upon hearing her best friend's words, Shui also furrowed her brow deeply. Is that so? She wasn't entirely sure if that was the case. But regardless, the Zhou standing before her had indeed passed the strength assessment. The only problem was, Zhou had come here alone. Who would be willing to team up with him? Passing the strength test merely granted eligibility for the forbidden hunting zone without a team. He still couldn't enter. And right now, Zhou was also struggling with this very problem. Are you saying that without a team, it's absolutely impossible to enter the no-hunting zone? Standing before the steel gates, Zhou was stopped as he requested entry into the no-hunting zone, and his brow furrowed deeply. Upon hearing this, the captain patiently explained, Mr. Zhou, that is indeed the Federation's regulation. The restricted hunting zone is extremely dangerous, and the casualty rate for solo travelers is extremely high. Although the zone was originally intended to serve as a training ground, there must still be limits. Moreover, those who make it to the restricted hunting zone are all prodigies. By forming teams with one another, they can not only hone their teamwork skills but also quickly bond through battle after battle, forging deep friendships. The captain explained the situation truthfully. There was nothing he could do. This was the order handed down from above, and military orders are absolute. He dared not disobey them. Furthermore, given Zhou's special status and his Qinglong level encryption, he was even more reluctant to let Zhou enter alone. After all, he had no idea just how capable this young man named Zhou actually was. If he were to send Zhou in alone and something were to go wrong, resulting in the death of a genius highly valued by the Federation's leadership within the no-hunting zone, the consequences would be far beyond what a single captain could bear. Upon hearing these explanations, Zhou couldn't help but shake his head. In certain respects, the Federation's leadership was simply too idealistic. How could they expect geniuses to gain experience without any casualties? For a genius to rise to greatness, they must personally face the sheer terror of life and death. Otherwise, true transformation is impossible. Relying solely on teamwork to hunt monsters places far too many limits on personal growth. Zhou, why don't you join our team? Just as Joe stood before the restricted hunting zone, feeling a bit torn, an unexpected voice rang out. He looked over in surprise to see Xiao winking at him. Manting, standing nearby, protested, "Sister Xiao, what are you doing? We have a date with Tai and the others." Shui also looked at Xiao in surprise, seemingly taken aback by her sudden invitation to Zhou. What's the big deal? Zhou is, after all, a member of the Zhou clan. We used to be part of the same circle, and he might actually be really talented. Xiao flashed a charming smile, which added a touch of wit to her usually cold and elegant face. Are you serious? Manting was genuinely taken aback. She eyed Xiao up and down before suddenly asking, "Sister Xiao, you aren't actually interested in this kid, are you?" At those words, both Xiao and Shui froze. Hey! Are you asking for a beating? Instantly, Xiao raised her little fist, looking furious. As for Shui, upon hearing Manting's words, she felt a sudden pang of unease for some reason. At the same time, not far away, Zhou remained silent, but his mind was racing. If Forbidden Zone 10 could only be entered by forming a party, then teaming up with Xiao was actually a pretty good choice. Besides, he wasn't worried about having his experience points split when killing monsters. On Blue Star, teaming up in reality was very different from doing so in a dungeon. In a dungeon, teaming up involved a concrete invitation sent through the system, completed in a contract-like manner. This ensured that experience points from hunting monsters were split evenly according to the distribution agreement made at the time of teaming up. But in reality, there was no such system option for teaming up. In other words, their so-called teaming up after entering the Forbidden Zone was merely a verbal agreement. As for experience distribution, it still follows the principle that whoever lands the killing blow gets the experience. So Joe wasn't the least bit worried that teaming up with them would affect his own leveling. Chapter 52, Tai's True Intentions. With that in mind, Joe made up his mind. In his view, teaming up with Shui and the others at this moment was more about complying with the Federation's rules. Once they were inside, he could easily find an opportunity to leave the group. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way, and that was exactly the case. With that in mind, Joe decided to accept Xiao's invitation. But just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from below the hillside. Sorry, I'm late. Everyone turned to look and saw a smartly dressed, handsome young man walking up the slope. He exuded an extraordinary presence, with a faint smile always playing at the corners of his mouth. His appearance gave off an easygoing vibe, but a closer look revealed a fleeting glimpse of cold, sharp intensity in the way he scanned his surroundings, making it clear he was far from as simple as he seemed. Tai. If you hadn't shown up, Sister Xiao would have been swept off her feet by someone else. Manting seemed quite familiar with the young man. As soon as he appeared, she stood to one side and spoke in a slightly sarcastic tone, as if making a complaint. Her gaze deliberately wandered over Zhou. It had a distinct air of shifting the blame onto him. Manting, you little brat, always spouting nonsense. Xiao glared at Wang Manting, his expression scolding. Hearing these words again, Shui pressed her lips together and lowered her head, lost in thought. The young man walking toward them, upon hearing Manting's words, naturally let his gaze fall upon Zhou. At first, he looked somewhat surprised, as if he hadn't expected to see a second man by the three women's side today. Then, his brows furrowed slightly in wariness. As the eldest son of the Zhao group, a renowned S-class genius, and the heir to a 10 billion yuan conglomerate, who in Lingyuan City's second-generation social circle didn't know he had been pursuing Xiao all along? Although Xiao had never responded to him, that didn't stop him from already regarding her as his exclusive possession in his heart. This time, he had entrusted his childhood friend Manting, who had gone to great lengths to finally secure the opportunity to team up with Xiao for the trip to the restricted hunting zone. He had planned to use this trip to truly show off his skills in the restricted hunting zone and win the beauty's heart. But he never expected that as soon as he arrived, he'd hear such news from Manting. Never mind whether Zhou and Xiao were actually involved, the mere presence of a second man here was enough to make him furious. Xiao, is this your friend? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind, but Tai's face betrayed nothing. He maintained his calm, affable demeanor and flashed what he hoped was a gentlemanly smile at Xiao. Whether she is or isn't, what is it to you? Xiao replied indifferently. It was clear from her tone that she wasn't particularly interested in Tai's advances. Hearing this, Tai clearly lost face, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his features. Let me explain. His name is Zhou. He used to be part of the Zhou clan. Seeing this, Manting hurriedly stepped in to save his childhood friend, first explaining Zhou's background and then mentioning how Xiao had just invited Zhou to join their party. Of course, his words were inevitably laced with a bit of personal bias. Upon hearing this, Tai's expression suddenly relaxed. When he looked at Zhou again, the wariness in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a hint of contempt. He had assumed that this kid who suddenly appeared someone Xiao had actively invited must be some big shot with impressive connections. But he never expected him to be nothing more than a cast-off, expelled from his own clan. And he only awakened a D-ranked talent. Someone like that wasn't even worthy of tying his shoes. So Tai immediately felt much more at ease. In his view, there was no way he could possibly be outdone by such a minor figure. If Zhou Clan's Wang were my romantic rival, I might feel some pressure, but you, Zhou, at best, you'd serve as a stepping stone for me. Tai thought to himself. When he looked at Zhou, his eyes were filled with nothing but deep contempt. Since ancient times, beauties have loved heroes. A D-ranked talent was nothing but a worthless trash. What was the big deal about teaming up with him? Once they entered the restricted hunting zone and saw those lord-level bosses, he probably wet his pants in fear. In contrast, Tai only needed to show off a little of his strength to stand out sharply against Zhou. By then, winning Xiao over would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? As Tai's eyes darted about, he already figured out his strategy. He immediately stepped forward and addressed Zhou. Brother, our meeting is fate. Since Xiao is willing to invite you, I'll respect her decision. But once we enter the restricted hunting zone, don't hold us back too much. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to look out for you. He spoke with an air of confidence, appearing to embody the grace of a scion from a distinguished family. But in reality, every word was laced with hidden barbs, designed to belittle Zhou and subtly elevate his own status. Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring Tai. From the moment Tai appeared and displayed his hostility toward Zhou, to the sudden relaxation and condescension he showed upon learning of Zhou's talent background, and now this veiled, barbed remark, Zhou saw it all clearly. Having lived 3 lifetimes, how could he not see through Tai's schemes? Trying to boost his standing with the girl by putting others down, what a pathetic tactic. Zhou couldn't be bothered to engage with any of this. He just wanted to get into the hunting zone and level up as soon as possible. Seeing that Zhou was completely ignoring him, a shadow of displeasure flickered across Tai's eyes. Fine. You're quite the actor. We'll see if you can keep up the act once you're in the restricted hunting zone and face those bosses. Tai thought this with displeasure, but on his face, he maintained a forced, refined smile. Since this brother isn't one for small talk, let us not waste words. I'll go handle the paperwork to get everyone into the no-hunting zone. He stepped forward and addressed the 3 women, already positioning himself as the team leader in his tone. After speaking, he walked toward the captain. Standing before the captain, he carried himself with effortless ease, fully embodying the grace and poise expected of a scion from a distinguished family. Unfortunately, aside from Manting, none of the 3 women behind him were paying him any attention. Xiao even quietly moved closer to Zhou and whispered, I'm sorry. I really wanted to help you get into the restricted hunting zone, but I didn't expect this to happen. As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue playfully, adding a touch of charm to her radiant face. Having accompanied her father to various business events since childhood, Tai's petty tricks were no match for her, which was why she had come over to apologize. It's fine. Zhou shook his head at the sight, clearly not taking Tai seriously at all. In his eyes, a spoiled rich kid who only knew how to eat, drink, play, and chase women was utterly unworthy of the title Celestial Pride. Even considering him an opponent was an insult to Zhou. And as for scum like that, how could Zhou possibly let a few words from the other side sway his emotions? Chapter 53, Who is the Real Clown? Before long, Tai returned, smugly holding the completed paperwork. Heh, that officer was quite interesting. He was cold toward me at first, but as soon as he heard the four of us were a team, his attitude immediately warmed up. I guess he must have discovered my identity while checking the documents. A smug smile spread across Ty's face as he spoke, his back straight as a rod, as if he were taking great pride in it. His gaze deliberately or perhaps unintentionally swept over Zhou, as if to display his authority. Humph. He is just a mere captain. Among all of us here, isn't there a single person whose family background could crush him? Upon hearing Ty's account, Manting also chuckled, fully embodying the arrogance of a scion from a prominent family. Shui said nothing, but judging by her expression, she seemed to agree, finding it perfectly natural. Among those present, only Xiao furrowed her brow. She looked at the eloquent Tai far from being impressed by the masculinity he was deliberately flaunting. She felt a growing sense of disgust. How presumptuous. A captain-level officer backed by the Federation barracks. His achievements today were carved out stroke by stroke on the battlefield. Moreover, being assigned to guard the no-hunting zone clearly indicates he possesses an impressive network of connections within the barracks. Why on earth would he fear a spoiled scion of a noble family like you? I suspect there is someone else who truly made him change his attitude. Xiao mused quietly to herself, her beautiful eyes secretly resting on Zhou. In her mind, the image of the captain saluting him during Zhou's qualification verification just moments ago involuntarily resurfaced. Clearly, the captain's sudden change in attitude was almost certainly due to Zhou's mysterious identity. This piqued Xiao's curiosity even further, now that she had seen through everything. What on earth had happened to that eldest young master, the one who'd been suppressed by Wang years ago, forced to leave the family, and left to fend for himself in the outside world? She assumed he was just an ordinary, down-on-his-luck playboy, but seeing him today, she discovered that every aspect of him exuded something extraordinary. Xiao pondered this, her interest in Zhou growing ever stronger. As for Zhou, he remained utterly unfazed from start to finish. No matter how many eyes were fixed upon him, it failed to stir the slightest flicker of emotion within him. Whether it was Xiao's curiosity or Ty's overt and covert attempts to undermine him, none of it mattered in his eyes. It was a gap in their mentalities. It was as if a colossal deep-sea beast had wandered into shallow waters. Why would it care what the fish and shrimp around it were thinking? People like Tai and Manting were simply too lowly. If true prodigies from his youth, the likes of Yen Lai or Hao Tian, were present, Zhou might have treated them with due respect. But Tai? He wasn't worthy. A spoiled rich kid who relied on nothing but petty tricks yet prided himself on them. Wasn't even worth Zhou's attention. Of course, Tai was completely unaware of all this. Seeing Zhou remain silent and unresponsive, he assumed he'd been intimidated by his own authority, and his sense of self-importance grew even stronger. With this kid serving as my stepping stone, highlighting just how different I am, one taking down shall be a piece of cake? Tai chuckled to himself, convinced of his own cleverness. Little did he know that Xiao's emotional and intellectual intelligence were several levels above his own. Her beautiful, cold eyes saw right through his clumsy attempts to belittle others, and she had already labeled him a failure in her mind. Rumble. Just as everyone's thoughts were scattered, the massive iron gate before them slowly swung open to the sides, finally revealing the entrance to Forbidden Zone 10. Ladies, once we're inside, you'd better stick close to me. A Lord-class boss is no joke. Tai stepped forward to take the lead, fully assuming the role of the squad's captain. He flashed what he thought was a gentlemanly smile as he addressed Xiao and the other girls. Then, his gaze shifted darkly toward Zhou, and he added, "Brother Zhou, my abilities are limited, so I'll have to protect the ladies first. Don't hold it against me." Though his words sounded noble and, at first glance, seemed perfectly reasonable, they were actually another round of backstabbing. Subtly, he had belittled Zhou to the point of worthlessness while elevating his own image, as if he were exceptionally powerful. Yet in the face of Ty's insincere words, Zhou didn't even glance at him. With one hand in his pocket, he walked toward the entrance of the no-hunting zone, completely absorbed in his own thoughts. This scene clearly made Ty's face lose all color once again, and the chill in his gaze toward Zhou deepened. Damn it! Ignoring me time and time again, what a worthless pawn like you got to be so cocky about? Just wait until we're inside the no hunting zone, I'll show you how I'll make you pay. He forced himself to suppress his anger, but once again managed to squeeze out a rather suave smile. Leading Manting and the other women, he caught up to Joe and they all stepped into the forbidden zone together. As the gates of the forbidden zone slowly closed, a mountainous region as dense as a primeval forest came into view. Forbidden Zone 10 was vast, and contrary to expectations, it wasn't immediately swarming with monsters. In fact, as far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single living creature in sight. Everyone was puzzled, including Xiao. At that moment, Tai stepped forward again and explained eloquently. While there are many Lord class bosses in this forbidden zone, their distribution isn't regular. Some areas have many, while others have few. And where we are now is just the outer edge, there are no monsters here. Upon hearing this, Manting immediately furrowed her brows. That's relying too much on luck, isn't it? The restricted hunting zone is so vast, what if we don't encounter a single boss all day? Wouldn't that mean we came here for nothing? The moment she spoke, Xiao, Shui, and even Zhou all felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. They had traveled thousands of miles to this place, all lured by the promise of the hunting reserve being teeming with Lord class bosses. Yet now, upon entering, they were told that the distribution of Lord class bosses was irregular? That how many they could hunt down depended entirely on luck. This news made even someone as level-headed as Zhou feel restless. Plans are no match for reality. Well, since we're already here, let us just try our luck. Zhou thought to himself, and began to make a move to break away from the group and hunt bosses on his own. But just then, Tai suddenly spoke up again. Ladies, don't worry. Since I know the monsters in this restricted hunting zone are scattered randomly, do you really think I'd come unprepared? Even though this restricted hunting zone project is a top-secret operation arranged by the Federation, the influence of the Zhao family is no small matter. Before I arrived, my father had already given me the coordinates where the high-tier lord bosses gather. His expression was one of arrogance, and he spoke with the utmost smugness, flaunting his exceptional status to the fullest in a bid to win the admiration and attention of the women. Upon hearing this, everyone was indeed taken by surprise. Manting even chimed in with a grin, "Not bad, Tai, you actually managed to get your hands on a map of the monster distribution in the no-hunting zone." Zhou, who had been about to leave, also let out a soft huh before stopping in his tracks. He hadn't expected Tai, that good-for-nothing playboy, to actually pull off something worthwhile. This map of monster distributions in the Forbidden Zone was truly an unexpected windfall. Chapter 54, Arriving at the Coordinates, the Young Family of Jinling. Forbidden Zone 10. Deep within a dense forest. Zhou and his party of 5 were walking along a narrow path. It had been an hour since they entered the Forbidden Zone. In that hour, they hadn't spotted a single boss, but they had come across 2 wild rabbits. Manting acted as if she were on a picnic. Upon seeing the rabbits, she got incredibly excited and instantly killed them with a low-level spell, claiming it was just practice. Her behavior was the spitting image of a rich young lady on a countryside outing, completely devoid of any sense of urgency or the need for training. This made Zhou shake his head silently. She was nothing more than a spoiled brat who didn't know her place, raised in a life of luxury and pampering, which had cultivated a spoiled and arrogant personality. She might seem like some great figure, but in reality, she was nothing but a pretentious, utterly useless waste of space. If she were left alone in this restricted hunting zone, she likely wouldn't survive even 3 days. With a mindset like that, even an SS-ranked talent would be a waste. Zhou thought coldly to himself. In his previous life, he had climbed to level 54 as if walking on thin ice. Though not a particularly high level, it had taught him a profound lesson. That is, when judging a true powerhouse, talent accounts for only half the equation. More importantly, it depends on one's personal skills, character, and courage. Without going too far back, one need only look at the past experiences of those god kings in the starry skies. Which one of them didn't fight their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Moreover, quite a few of these god kings weren't even SSS-ranked talents. Take the Shadow God King, for example. Her talent was the same as Wei Duo Os, only S rank. Yet today, she guards a sector of the starry expanse for the human race and is revered by countless humans. Few realize that during the era of her rise, there were indeed SSS-tier geniuses emerging among her peers. But when it came to character and resourcefulness, they ultimately fell short. In the end, the true victor who stepped into the starry expanse and reigned supreme over heaven and earth was her this S-tier talent whom no one had high hopes for. All these examples prove that while one's talent may not be exceptional, one's character must meet the standard. The Manting before him was a textbook counterexample. Her talent was even a notch better than Wei Duo's, yet their performances were as different as heaven and earth. Zhou was absolutely certain that after reaching the 100th level, the gap in their achievements would be as vast as the difference between the clouds and the mud. Unless a wise mentor stepped in to help Manting wake up and change her ways sooner, there would be a sliver of hope for her salvation. Of course, Zhou could never be that wise mentor. Not only were they complete strangers, but even if he were to kindly point out Manting's shortcomings, she wouldn't listen. She'd likely just respond with a barrage of scornful remarks. So it was just as well to respect her fate, letting her continue in her ignorant arrogance until she eventually fell behind everyone else. Zhou thought this to himself as he strolled leisurely behind them, like an invisible man, watching the group ahead frolic and play. Tai led the way at the front, chattering non-stop, offering a comment on everything they encountered. It seemed that only by doing so could he demonstrate his erudition and versatility. However, aside from Manting, who grinned and played along, and Shui, who occasionally glanced over to listen, Xiao paid him absolutely no mind, looking as if her mind were completely elsewhere. This struck Zhou as somewhat amusing. He felt like an observer watching a unique clown comedy. The group continued on like this for another half hour. Finally, they encountered their first monster, a level 15 Lord-class boss. The moment he saw the boss, Tai's face lit up with delight. "Everyone, it looks like we've left the outer zone. From now on, we'll be encountering more and more Lord-class bosses. And at the coordinates my father gave me, there's a massive number of high-level bosses lurking. The lowest are all level 25. We're not far from there now." With a smile on his face, he conjured a blue ice spike in his hand and hurled it at the Lord-class boss. With a thunderous crash, the monster's health dropped by a quarter in an instant, and its massive body was frozen solid, leaving it stiff and immobilized. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Tai's face lit up with a smug expression, and he said proudly, "Don't worry, ladies. This monster won't harm you in the slightest. I can take it down all by myself." As Tai spoke, he unleashed another barrage of attacks. It took him about half a minute to finally slay this level 15 boss. "Sister Xiao, did you see that? If you're looking for a boyfriend, go for someone like Tai. He just killed a level 15 boss on a whim, unlike certain people who only drag the team down and act like freeloaders." Manting crossed her arms, firmly backing up her childhood friend. Having grown up together in the same circle, she clearly supported Tai's pursuit of Xiao. Moreover, while acting as his wingman, she didn't forget to take a dig at Zhou. After all, there were only two guys in the party, and to highlight a strong player's uniqueness, you need the contrast of a weaker one. Upon hearing this, Xiao's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. She didn't like Manting's attempts to set her up with Tai, but objectively speaking, Tai's solo kill of that boss was indeed impressive, so she wasn't quite sure what to say. "Ha ha. I just got lucky. In terms of actual skill, Brother Zhou might be far superior to me." "Manting, you'd better not talk nonsense." Tai was quite pleased with Manting's timely support. Now, he shot a defiant glance at Zhou and said sarcastically, "Give me a break. He has just a D-rank talent. It's questionable whether a single skill of his could even break through a Lord-class boss's defenses." Manting also shot a glance at Zhou, a sneer playing on her lips. Zhou, who had witnessed the entire exchange, looked on with a cold gaze, his heart filled with contempt. Against monsters of this caliber, he could take them down one by one with a single/truly instant kills. Yet Tai had used a whole bunch of skills and taken half a minute to finish them off. He really didn't know where that confidence to show off came from. "Tai, are you done yet? I invited Zhou here. Are you unhappy with him, or with me? If you're unhappy with me, I can take Zhou and leave the party. We'll form our own team." Just as Zhou was about to speak up, Xiao beat into it. She was naturally the kind of cold, alluring, and seductive older sister type of beauty. Now that she was angry, her aura was so overwhelming that Manting didn't dare say a word. Tai was also taken aback for a moment, his face alternating between pale and red. It was unclear whether he was embarrassed or furious. After a few moments of fluctuation, he finally managed to force a smile and apologized. Xiao, don't be angry. I didn't mean it that way about Zhou. Let us keep going. Once we reach the coordinates my father gave us, I'm sure you'll level up several times over. That's right, Xiao. We're all friends here. You know Tai's personality better than anyone, don't you? Shui stepped in to smooth things over. At the same time, she felt a pang of unease. Although she agreed that Zhou, with only a D-rank talent, really couldn't compare to a prodigy like Tai. For some reason, when Xiao had exploded over this, she felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. After this brief interlude, the group resumed their journey in silence. Only Tai was no longer as talkative as before. His face, leading the way, was constantly clouded with gloom. Clearly, he was deeply bothered, even furious by Xiao's defense of Zhou. That bitch Xiao really has no sense of who's worth her salt. I've been pursuing you for so long, and you won't even give me the time of day, yet now you dare to stand up for some hick. Just wait until we reach the core area where the monsters gather. When we're all hunting those beasts together and that kid can't lift a finger to help, then you'll see just how useless he really is. Tai gritted his teeth, his mind seething with malice. His pace quickened involuntarily. He couldn't wait to see Zhou make a fool of himself. The group hurried on. Half an hour later, the trees around them gradually thinned out, and the path suddenly opened up. A vast, flat grassland appeared before them. As far as the eye could see, it was teeming with all manner of lord-class bosses. This caused everyone's eyes to light up with excitement. They had finally found the core area where the monsters gathered. Tai let out a sigh of relief, then flashed his charming smile once more. Xiao, look, the coordinates my dad gave me are exactly here. I didn't lie to you, did I? As if seeking praise, he displayed the authority of a young master from a prominent family for the first time in a long while. Xiao gave a light snort, but the chill on her face softened slightly. See, Xiao? Tai is definitely reliable. Ordinary people, even if they made it into the restricted hunting zone, who would have this kind of intel? Seeing that Xiao's anger seemed to have subsided, Manting perked up again. At that moment, Tai was also filled with joy and pride. He laughed heartily and led the group toward the grassland. However, before he had fully emerged from the woods, a small pebble suddenly flew through the air and struck him. Instantly, they saw a group of people appear on the other side of the path. They were also young men and women, clad in expensive gear, their faces brimming with defiance. The leader, in particular, was something else entirely. He was tall and burly, exuding a powerful aura, with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's and as fierce as a wolf's, clearly not someone to be trifled with. He merely glanced at Tai, then waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly, and shouted with extreme arrogance. The Yang family of Jinling City has set our sights on this place. You lot, get out of here, the farther, the better. Chapter 55, The Domineering Tiger. The Yang family of Jinling? Tai was taken aback. In the southern borderlands of Great Xia, there were over 1,000 cities, large and small, but most had been newly constructed after Blue Star's surface area expanded 1,000-fold. Jinling, however, was different. Even before the upheaval on Blue Star, it had been a long-established powerhouse in the Jiangnan region of Great Xia, boasting immense strength. Now, among the 1,000 cities of the southern border, it ranked at the very top, with a distinct air of leadership, a true super-metropolis. Compared to Linyuan City, its overall strength was more than just a few times greater. Therefore, when the leader of the group announced their name, Tai's heart skipped a beat. The Yang family? Could it be the Yang family that controls the Kunyu auction house? Xiao also furrowed his brow. The name of a Yang surnamed faction renowned in Jinling immediately came to mind. Her family had been in business for generations, with business networks spanning the 3 cities of Linyuan, Jinling, and Luoxue, so she was well acquainted with the various factions in Jinling. Upon hearing Xiao's conjecture, Tai's unease deepened. Clearly, he, too, had heard of the Jinling Yang family. It was a bona fide aristocratic clan with immense influence in Jinling centuries ago. Their holdings spanned diverse sectors including energy, jewelry, and construction. Later, with the advent of the Awakened era, they gradually shifted into the equipment trading business. The Kunyu auction house they founded not only dominated the market in Jinling but also wielded significant influence across half of the southern frontier. Tai's own Zhao family, though a prominent clan in Linyuan with a conglomerate worth 10 billion, paled in comparison to the Yang family. The Yang family's Kunyu auction house generated hundreds of billions in annual turnover, raking in hundreds of millions in pure profit from commissions alone. Its scale completely dwarfed that of the Zhao family. Not to mention that, in addition to their vast wealth, the Yang family is brimming with talent, boasting several hundred rank powerhouses among its ranks. Damn it! How could this be such a coincidence, running into the Yang family in the no-hunting zone of all places? Tai furrowed his brow, sensing that this was going to be a tricky situation. Judging by their arrogant and overbearing demeanor, they clearly weren't the kind of people who would be easy to deal with. And indeed, that was the case. The leader of the group before him was none other than a direct descendant of the Yang family, named Tiger, the third son of the household. Unlike the typical second-generation playboy who only knew how to eat, drink, and carouse, Tiger spent most of the year not in school but honing his skills in dungeons. His combat experience and courage far surpassed those of his peers. Furthermore, the S-rank talent he had awakened, Feast on Flesh and Blood, was a rare growth-type combat talent. By hunting monsters and devouring their flesh and blood, he could continuously strengthen both his strength and constitution attributes. It was precisely because of this that Tiger exuded an incredibly imposing aura. Standing among the crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens, every move he made radiating a sense of dominance. A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes as he shouted at Tai, "I told you to get lost. Can't you hear me?" His voice boomed, his tone as casual and contemptuous as if he were scolding a stray dog on the street, leaving Tai's face alternating between pale and red, a most unflattering sight. To be honest, if Tai had been here alone and encountered someone from the Yang family, he might indeed have backed down and slunk away. But now, with three stunningly beautiful girls behind him, not to mention Xiao, the woman he loved, if he were to let a single shout from Tiger scare him off, wouldn't that be an utter disgrace? His expression darkened as he paused to consider his words. "My friend, I am Tai of the Zhao Group in Linyuan City. We're both prominent clans operating in the southern frontier. There's no need to make things this tense, is there? This is a vast region with countless boss monsters. There's more than enough for both our groups to hunt together." As he spoke, Tai clasped his hands behind his back, trying his best to project an aura no less imposing than Tiger's. He even invoked the Zhao family behind him in his words, attempting to put pressure on his opponent. However, upon hearing this, Tiger merely sneered with disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. "The Zhao family of Linyuan City? A petty clique with assets barely reaching 10 billion, and you dare call yourselves a prominent clan? You really do know how to flatter yourselves. Let me tell you this, it doesn't matter if it's you, Tai, or even your own father. I won't grant you this favor today." Tiger's voice boomed like thunder, his words heavy with contempt, reducing Tai's family to nothing in his speech. He was so brazen that he even took a swipe at Tai's father. The young men and women from Jinling City who were with him burst into laughter upon hearing this, their eyes full of amusement as they looked at Tai. "Kid, didn't you hear what Brother Yang said? Get lost." One of them, a lanky man with a floral tattoo on his arm, wearing a plaid shirt, and carrying a massive sword slung over his shoulder, even poked his ear with his pinky finger to egg the crowd on. These scenes caused Tai's expression to shift between anger and frustration. He had thought that by bringing up the Zhao family, he could at least command some respect from them, but to his surprise, Tiger didn't even acknowledge it. Even one of his underlings showed not the slightest fear of the Zhao family. "Hey! Aren't you guys being a bit too bold?" A voice rang out over Tai's head. It was Manting, who stepped forward with a frown. As a noble daughter of the Wang family, she was usually surrounded by an entourage wherever she went, fawned over and given way by countless people. When had she ever endured such an insult? She immediately clasped her hands on her hips and declared haughtily, "The monsters within this restricted hunting zone are ownerless. On what grounds should we yield just because you say so? Who are you? Tiger looked at the girl with the delicate features before him with interest. My name is Manting, of the Lin Yuan Wang family. Manting tilted her chin upward and said with great arrogance. To be honest, the Wang family's influence was even slightly stronger than that of the Zhao family, to which Tai belonged. It was one of the most powerful aristocratic families in Lin Yuan City, second only to the Zhou clan. Therefore, her Wang family lineage had always been a source of pride for Manting. The Wang family? Upon hearing this, Tiger stroked his chin and asked, Is your brother Wang Chang? That's right. Manting crossed her arms, her face beaming with pride. The Wang family of Lin Yuan City. The current head of the family has 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son is over 30 and has already begun taking over family affairs, while the youngest son, Wang Chang, is just a sophomore in college. Possessing an SS rank talent, he is hailed as the Wang family's prodigy. He is currently studying at Nanshanmen Academy, and it is said he reached level 80 as early as last year. Without a doubt, having such a prodigious older brother had always been a source of pride for Manting and the reason Shidi always looked down on other young geniuses. This time, Shidi assumed that by invoking the Wang family's name and knowing Wang Chung, her opponent would surely back down and give the Wang family some face. But to her surprise, after receiving confirmation, that Tiger actually laughed up at the sky, a sneer on his face. Wang family girl, what are you so arrogant about? Don't you know that last month, at the South Heavenly Gate Academy Grand Tournament, my older brother Yang Tianlong beat Wang Cheng so badly he couldn't get out of bed? His voice boomed like thunder, startling everyone present. Manting's slender body shook violently, her face went rigid as she shouted in disbelief, What nonsense are you spouting? My second brother could never lose. In that moment, Manting no longer carried the haughty air of a noble daughter of the Wang family. She was completely thrown off balance. Though she shouted that she couldn't believe it, a sudden realization struck her. Wang Changhen sent a single message home in a month. Could it be that her second brother, whom she had always believed to be invincible, had truly lost to Yang Tianlong? At that thought, Manting felt utterly despondent, finding the whole situation absurd and unreal. But Tiger couldn't care less about Manting's reaction. His gaze swept over Tai and his group. He gave a cold smile. It really is true that enemies are bound to meet. You refused to leave when I told you to earlier, so now none of you are leaving. Today, I'm going to show everyone that just as my elder brother, Yang Tianlong, can cripple the prodigies of your Lin Yuan City, so can I, a tiger. Chapter 56, Are you talking to me? The atmosphere on the scene was tense and explosive. The conflict between the two groups had escalated completely after learning that Manting was from the Wang family. Tiger clearly had no intention of letting Tai and the others off so easily. He wanted to follow in the footsteps of his older brother, Yang Tianlong, and teach this bunch of second-generation Lin Yuan City elites a lesson they'd never forget. Brother Yang is awesome. Let these Lin Yuan City kids see what true prodigies look like and what kind of dignity the scions of great clans should possess. Hey, you Wang family girl over there, wanna spar with me? Let those Lin Yuan City folks come in standing and leave lying down. A group of geniuses from Jinling cheered wildly. They were all teenagers, 17 or 18 years old, from powerful and influential families, and possessed remarkable talent themselves. When gathered together, it was inevitable that their blood would boil. Amidst these relentless taunts, Tai's face turned extremely grim. Not only did the opposing side outnumber them, but the Yang family's Tiger was also renowned for his ferocity, a top-tier figure among Jinling's second-generation elite. He had already begun to lose his nerve, but with 3 girls behind him and Xiao watching, if he actually ran away now, he could forget about ever mixing in Lin Yuan City's circles again, and he'd never be able to hold his head high for the rest of his life. Tai, you've got to teach them a lesson for me. Having been constantly provoked by the rich kids of Jinling City, Manting, who had been pampered since childhood, was both furious and exasperated. Instinctively, she turned to Tai as her pillar of strength and cried out for help. Hearing this, Tai knew there was no way out today. He had no choice but to steel himself and step forward. Tiger is an S-rank talent, and so am I. On top of that, I've got a full set of exquisite great armor and a mythic rank skill. If we really go head to head, I might not lose to him. As Tai walked forward, he silently reassured himself. Humph, at least you've got some guts. Seeing that Tai had actually stepped forward, a rare hint of approval flashed across Tiger's cold, arrogant face. He then extended a finger and beckoned to him. I'll give you a chance. Use your strongest skill and let me see what the so-called genius of Lingyuan City is capable of. Tiger stood with his hands behind his back, his face brimming with arrogance, clearly not taking Tai seriously at all. This is an outrage. Seeing this, a surge of rage flared up inside Tai, his blood boiling. He fixed Tiger with a solemn gaze, took a deep breath, and suddenly condensed a ball of light radiating violent lightning in his hand. This was a mythic rank skill his father had gone to great lengths and spent a fortune to obtain through intermediaries. It was a spell-based skill capable of dealing immense single-target burst damage. As Tai unleashed it, the flashing lightning made it look quite extraordinary. Go! With a furious shout, the ball of lightning hurtled toward Tiger's face at breakneck speed, accompanied by surging bolts of lightning that created a terrifying spectacle. Way to go, Tai! Manting cheered. Shui was also somewhat moved. This was the true depth of a noble family's heritage, whether in terms of talent or cultivation resources, they were worlds apart from ordinary people. Even Xiao couldn't help but look at Tai with newfound respect. Although she disliked Tai intensely, she had to admit that this offensive strike was truly impressive, possessing a certain air of a prodigious might. Tai's confidence soared at that moment. So much for the Yang family of Jinling, they were nothing special after all. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already see himself displaying his might, defeating Tiger, and winning Xiao's heart. Unfortunately, reality did not go as he had hoped. Faced with this massive ball of lightning, the geniuses of Jinling remained calm, their expressions even tinged with amusement. Tiger, in particular, let out a series of cold laughs, his eyes brimming with disdain. Is that all? His tone was filled with utter disappointment. He casually grabbed the massive sword slung over the shoulder of the tattooed man beside him. Just as the ball of lightning flew close, he struck first despite acting second, bringing the heavy blade down with a mighty swing. Force-cutting thunder. The strike shook the heavens and earth. A torrent of sword energy surged forth, completely obliterating Tai's skill mid-air. You've truly disappointed me. Your spirit power is too weak to sustain the might of this mythic rank skill, and your timing is utterly abysmal. Is this the best the prodigies of Lingyuan City have to offer? As Tiger spoke, he transformed into a whirlwind, closing the distance between them at blinding speed. He then unleashed a punch that slammed heavily into Tai's stomach. Tai didn't even have time to react. His eyes rolled back instantly, and his body was sent flying 4 or 5 meters by the impact. He lay at Manting's feet like a dead dog, continuously vomiting bile and blood. Tai! Manting was horrified. She crouched down to help Tai up, only to see her childhood friend with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his hands trembling. He was completely incapacitated. Seeing this, she wasted no time. She quickly retrieved 2 recovery potions from her inventory and forced them down Tai's throat one after another. Only then did Tai regain consciousness. But his face was etched with terror, and he didn't dare so much as glance at Tiger standing before them. Useless. A weakling like you, and you think you're worthy of escorting third sister? Tiger shook his head, his gaze toward Tai dripping with scorn. Then, shifting his attention to Manting and the others, the interest in his eyes faded by more than half. He waved his hand impatiently and barked, I don't fight women. You lot, pick up this dead dog and get lost. And in the future, when you see any of us Jinling youths, make sure to take a detour. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd of Jinling prodigies behind him burst into laughter. Manting didn't dare say another word. She looked utterly dejected. Her second brother had never beaten a member of the Young family, and her childhood friend Tai had been knocked out with a single punch. Her years of pride were shattered in that moment. Although she herself possessed an SS-class talent, facing Tiger's intimidating aura, she couldn't muster even a shred of resolve to stand up and fight back. Shui's pretty face was equally pale. She felt a sense of humiliation but was powerless to do anything. Even Xiao bit her red lips tightly before finally letting out a sigh. Tiger, riding the momentum of his instant knockout of Tai, had intimidated the entire crowd. He was unstoppable. And she herself possessed only S-class talent roughly on par with Tai S level, so stepping in now would be pointless. It seemed today, they would just have to accept defeat. Manting, let us go. Shui patted Manting on the shoulder, ready to leave together. But just as she turned, she suddenly froze in her tracks. For at that very moment, within her line of sight, Zhou, who had been at the very back of the group, largely overlooked, was now walking step by step toward the front, hands in his pockets, pushing past the crowd. His stride was firm, his demeanor composed, as if everything that had just happened here had nothing to do with him. What are you doing? Shui furrowed her brows, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Manting and the pale-faced Tai also looked at Zhou in disbelief. Upon seeing this, Xiao's expression turned pensive, and a bold idea suddenly flashed through her mind. He wouldn't be planning to. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao's face was instantly filled with shock. By then, Zhou had already pushed past the crowd. Step by step, his slender figure drew closer and closer to the grassland teeming with lord bosses. Stop right there. The prodigies from Jinling City had also noticed Zhou's unusual behavior and were all looking on in puzzlement. Among them, the young man with the tattooed arms shouted out directly. Kid, didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? He rolled up his sleeves and barked the order with a menacing glare. At that moment, as if he'd just heard them, Zhou finally stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned his head, his gaze cold as ice. Are you talking to me? Chapter 57, One Kick to Cripple. Zhou stood coldly between the two groups, his hands in his pockets. At that moment, his aura was subdued, making him look ordinary, yet his expression was calm and composed, as steady as a mountain. His brow remained unruffled. He didn't lose his composure in the slightest despite the tattooed man's outburst. Seeing this, the tattooed man paused, his voice tinged with surprise. Kid, you're pretty cocky, aren't you? He took 2 steps forward, sizing Zhou up and down with a cocky smirk. It seemed he hadn't expected that, after being defeated in a single move in Tai City and even the Wang family's daughter backing down, someone would still dare to stand up and go against them, the Jinling elite. Wei Xiao, looks like you can't keep your mouth shut. That pretty boy from Linyuan City doesn't even have you in his sights. Seeing this, the crowd of Jinling youths began to jeer and cheer. One of the girls, her face elaborately made up, giggled and shouted, looking as if she couldn't get enough of the chaos. As for Wei Xiao, with his flower-tattooed arms, hearing his companion's taunts made him feel utterly humiliated. His expression darkened, and he glared at Zhou with a hint of savagery in his eyes. Kid. I don't care who you are. Get down on your knees right now and kowtow to me 3 times. Call me Lord Wei, and I'll let you off today. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out of here. The tattooed man slammed the massive sword he was carrying over his shoulder into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Above his head, his level 24 status lit up, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. As scions of prominent clans, their awakening typically occurred much earlier than that of ordinary students. Most had already reached level 3 by their sophomore or even freshman year of high school. Compared to their peers taking the college entrance exams, they had enjoyed a much longer period of development, resulting in a massive gap in levels. Furthermore, although Wei Xiao was merely Tiger's underling, his family ranked among the 2nd tier in Jinling. With substantial wealth, he had already equipped himself with a full set of excellent grade armor at such a young age. Combined with his own A-grade combat talent, these factors combined gave Wei Xiao a formidable presence, making him one of the top combatants among his peers. Now that he had made his move, the Jinling youths watching from the sidelines all adopted a smirking, spectator-esque attitude, already eager to witness what they saw as the genius of Linyuan kneeling and begging for mercy, a truly pitiful sight. As for Tiger, he merely shook his head with a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with contempt. Tai's crushing defeat had left him deeply disappointed in the so-called prodigies of Linyuan City. In his view, if even Tai, the leader of the group, could only flee in disarray, what kind of ability could this nameless nobody, who had been standing at the very back of the crowd all along, possibly possess? It wasn't even worth him stepping in personally. His subordinate, Wei Xiao, would be more than enough to teach this man a lesson. He has completely lost his mind. On the other side, Manting witnessed the scene, and a look of exasperation immediately flashed across her delicate face. The people of Jinling had clearly already let us go. Why did he have to go over there and show off? Doesn't he think he has made a fool of himself enough already? Gritting her teeth, she had always looked down on Zhou, and now she felt even more strongly that this outcast of the Zhou clan was not only utterly useless but also nothing but a hindrance. Shui clenched her fists just as tightly, unable to fathom why Zhou would choose this critical moment to step forward and provoke the enemy. Her large eyes, as clear as autumn water, were filled with nothing but confusion and disappointment. As for Tai, who could barely stand without Manting as support, a look of schadenfreude suddenly flashed across his face upon witnessing the scene. Having been ignored by Zhou time and again, he'd been seething for a while, but had been unable to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. But now, this guy was being so reckless, daring to act so cocky and arrogant in front of the terrifying young family of Jinling. He was practically asking for it. You couldn't even beat me. Where do you get the nerve to keep meddling with those monsters? Do you think you're the emperor or something? Tai's face was etched with scorn. That is just how people are after suffering a defeat themselves. They take even greater pleasure in seeing others meet the same fate. Among the crowd, only Xiao remained silent. Her beautiful eyes simply gazed quietly at Zhou, and deep down, for some inexplicable reason, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, under the gaze of many different pairs of eyes, Zhou remained expressionless, though the coldness in his eyes grew ever more intense. I'll give you a chance too. Mutilate your own hands and feet now, and I'll spare your life. Zhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his cold eyes showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. The way he looked at the tattooed man was as if he were gazing down at an ant on the side of the road. Fine. You've got some nerve. Wei Xiao, driven to fury, burst into a maniacal laugh as a burst of deep green light suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping him in an overwhelming green aura. Kid! I hope you're still as cocky when my greatsword slices through you, he sneered. This was the effect of Wei Xiao's awakened talent. When shrouded in the green light, his overall resistance and mobility were greatly enhanced, and he became immune to control effects. Holding that exceptional grade greatsword, he ran not only unaffected by the weight but actually grew faster and faster. As he swung it, the air seemed to tear apart, his presence overwhelming. Ha! Wei Xiao has devoured so many sword-based skill books, he has almost unlocked the proficiency system. What does this kid have to stop him? I bet that kid won last 3 seconds against Wei Xiao's greatsword. He'll be on his knees begging for mercy in no time. The so-called geniuses of Lingyuan City are a disgrace to watch. They're nowhere near our Jinling standard. Seeing this, the Jinling youths felt the outcome was already decided. Some sneered and placed bets, while others shook their heads in disbelief. It's over. Seeing that the tattooed man wasn't holding back at all, Shui's heart sank to the bottom of her stomach. It was as if she could already see Zhou's defeat in the next second. Xiao clenched her fists tightly as well, a look of tension appearing on her beautiful face. Clearly, her mind was far from calm. Although she was certain Zhou was no ordinary person, this was their first meeting, so she couldn't quite gauge his true combat prowess. And just as Xiao watched nervously, the imposing Wei Xiao had already charged right up to Zhou. He showed no mercy, swinging his massive sword with a howling wind as he activated an exceptional tier sword skill, determined to teach Zhou a lesson. Kid, get on your knees and call me master. With a thunderous roar, the massive sword came crashing down with overwhelming force, a blow that would leave an ordinary person dead or crippled. But Zhou merely glanced at it, his deep eyes showing not a flicker of emotion. Just as the sword was about to cleave his head, his right hand shot up, striking first despite moving later. Then, before the tattooed man's stunned eyes, that pale hand like an iron clamp moved faster than it seemed, seizing the blade with precision and steadiness. In that moment, the tattooed man felt as though his blade had struck solid steel. No matter how much strength he poured into it, he couldn't make an inch of progress. Yu's face was twisted with sheer terror, as if he had seen a ghost. After all, he had struck with all his might. It would not be an exaggeration to say the blow carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, yet his opponent had effortlessly parried it with a single hand. Just how high a strength attribute would that require? panic gripped him, and a sense of foreboding began to rise within him. Under his horrified gaze, that calm, indifferent face finally looked directly at him for the first time. "You're not good enough." A voice dripping with utter contempt rang out, accompanied by Joe's lightning-fast kick. He put a full 90% of his strength into that kick, fast and brutal. The tattooed man couldn't react in time. It felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding truck, his internal organs shattering. His entire body shot out like a meteor, flying 20 or 30 meters in the blink of an eye, smashing through countless trees along the way. Finally, he collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, his fate unknown. At that moment, the entire scene fell deathly silent. Chapter 58, Subduing Tiger. In the woods of the restricted hunting zone. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The expressions of mockery and derision on the faces of the Jinling youths all froze. As for Shua and Manting, they stood rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning, eyes wide with disbelief. Their cherry red lips remained parted for a long moment, yet not a single word could escape them. Tai, who had intended to gloat and watch the spectacle, was utterly dumbfounded, as if struck dumb. Eventually, he plopped down onto the ground. He trembled as he pointed at Joe for a long while, yet couldn't form a single coherent sentence, looking as forlorn as a clown. Xiao, on the other hand, had a gleam in her eyes. Her pretty face was full of excitement, like a gambler who'd just won a big bet, beaming with joy. To be honest, everything happened too fast. In their eyes, the tattooed man had barely made contact with Joe before he was sent flying like a cannonball. 20 or 30 meters away. Just how powerful was that kick? The figure was almost out of sight. It wasn't until quite a while later that one of the Jinling playboys finally snapped out of it, rushing frantically toward the tattooed man to check on him. The man was barely recognizable as human. His chest was caved in, and who knows how many ribs were broken. The exquisite grade chest plate that had been protecting his front had shattered on the spot, reduced to a worthless piece of junk. This made the playboy gasp in shock. A single kick had completely destroyed a piece of exquisite grade armor. Was this even possible for a human? He'd only heard of ferocious high-level bosses in dungeons capable of shattering armor of the same tier, but he'd never seen anyone in the real world achieve such a feat. And he saw it clearly, that kid from Lingyuan City was only level 14. But what about Wei Xiao? Not only was his own level as high as 24, but the exquisite grade chestplate he wore was also a level 20 piece of equipment. Shattering armor of a higher tier, and that while Wei Xiao had activated his talent, boosting his own resistance. How on earth did he do that? This is even more ferocious than a super boss in a dungeon. Even the young god king wouldn't be much different, would he? The spoiled rich kid swallowed hard, his eyes filled with sheer terror and awe. At that moment, he finally realized just what kind of being his group had provoked. Glancing down at Wei Xiao, the tattooed man with the flowery sleeves who was barely breathing and teetering on the brink of death, he didn't dare delay. He quickly hoisted the man onto his back and returned to Tiger's side. "Brother Yang." Drenched in cold sweat, he set the tattooed man down in the middle of the group. The young men of Jinling, seeing the man's pitiful state, all gasped in unison. With injuries like these, even if a secret elixir were used to save his life, he'd be bedridden for 10 days to half a month. Everyone stopped joking around. Their hearts were heavy, and a tinge of fear crept in. As for Tiger, his gaze was the most intense, his expression as dark as storm clouds. After pausing briefly on Wei Xiao, who lay there like a dead dog, the veins on his forehead began to throb uncontrollably. Clearly, for a man as proud as he, seeing his own subordinate reduced to such a pitiful state filled him with rage. "I never would have thought that Lingyuan City would harbor a true prodigy like you. I truly misjudged you." Finally, Tiger stretched his limbs and stepped forward slowly. His piercing gaze fixed intently on Zhou, his eyes burning with both fury and a fierce fighting spirit. Tiger was a true prodigy. Unlike ordinary playboys who sought only pleasure, he yearned to compete with prodigies from all corners to hone his skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so disappointed after defeating Tai with a single move. Now, seeing Zhou strike the immense strength unleashed by that kick, even someone as proud as he had to take notice. He felt he'd found an opponent worthy of giving his all. "What is your name?" He stood solemnly before Zhou, his blood boiling, and as he spoke, his talent power began to surge. Zhou. Across from him, Zhou stood with his hands in his pockets, a haughty look on his face, speaking in a calm tone. His attitude hadn't changed one bit, even though his opponent was now Tiger. But this scene only served to infuriate Tiger once more. He said coldly, "You're too arrogant. I admit you have some skill, but am I a tiger, not a peerless prodigy as well? My clan began training me in a military-style camp from the age of 10, day and night without rest. At 15, I first entered a dungeon and, without having awakened my powers, fought a level 3 magic tiger bare-handed. At 16, I was undefeated against all peers at Jinling 3rd High School. By 18, I'd reached level 30, grasped the essence of the fist, unlocked fist-style proficiency, and mastered 2 mythic rank skills and 1 epic rank skill. How dare you look down on me?" He spoke faster and faster, growing more confident with every word. With each sentence, he took a step forward, his aura rising with every stride. By the time his final words echoed through the forest, he was less than 3 meters from Zhou. A powerful, invincible aura surged from him, and his own condition had reached its peak. His tiger-like eyes blazed with fire as he glared sharply at Zhou, demanding an explanation. Yet, in the face of all this, Zhou remained unmoved, speaking indifferently, "Perhaps in your world, your achievements have reached the heavens, so you're full of yourself. But in my eyes, you aren't even worthy." His words were startling, dismissing Tiger as worthless, yet his calm tone made it clear to everyone that he wasn't intentionally belittling him, he was simply stating a fact. This guy is so arrogant he has reached the heavens. Who exactly is he, that even Brother Yang looks down on him like this? Over in Jinling City, many exchanged glances, their eyes filled with utter shock, mixed with the humiliation of being looked down upon. Tiger bore the brunt of it. Zhou's words startled him so much that even his invincible aura seemed to wane slightly. Then, gritting his teeth fiercely, a fierce fighting spirit surged back into his eyes. "No more talk. Let us fight." With a furious roar, his blood and chi surged once more throughout his body. Even more astonishingly, the hair on his skin began to grow rapidly in the blink of an eye. His hair was disheveled, making him look like a savage man reverting to his primal state. This was a trait produced by his awakened talent, eating raw meat and drinking blood. By devouring the flesh and blood of monsters, he continuously enhanced both his strength and constitution attributes, but it also transformed him into this wild appearance. However, Tiger clearly didn't care. As his hair grew, his fighting spirit grew even stronger. Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but shake his head. "You won't cry until you see the coffin. Go ahead and make your move." How strikingly similar was this casual attitude to the one Tiger had shown toward Tai earlier. That composure was something one only possessed when facing someone many times weaker than oneself. This only enraged Tiger further. The moment Zhou finished speaking, he took a step forward, twisted his bear-like waist, and channeled all the strength in his upper body into his right fist, unleashing a punch that shook the heavens and the earth. The intent behind this punch boiled like the sea, with the illusory form of a golden dragon coiling around his entire arm, its head positioned right at the tip of his massive fist. Dragon battles in the wild and epic rank melee skill. Unleashed at this moment, it was truly a breathtaking strike that shook the very ground. That punch from Brother Yang could definitely one-shot a level 30 Lord Boss, someone exclaimed. "Can that kid even block it?" others questioned. Curious gazes fixed intently on the unfolding battle. At that moment, Zhou's expression finally grew serious. But only slightly. Without moving a step, he neither dodged nor evaded, but swung a punch of his own. This punch had no name, no rank, and lacked both the intent of a fist and the shadow of a dragon. All it possessed was sheer, terrifying brute force. Chapter 59, One Man Against Jinling. Boom! The two fists collided with earth-shaking force. A layer of ferocious shockwaves radiated outward from the two men, causing the surrounding grass, trees, and leaves to rustle violently. Under the gaze of countless horrified onlookers, as the two figures separated the moment they touched, Zhou remained motionless, while Tiger was forced to stumble backward 3 steps. Whoa! In an instant, countless gasps of astonishment filled the air. Tiger, who had always been renowned for his dual strength and constitution attributes, had actually been forced back in a contest of raw power. How utterly inconceivable was that? Even Tiger himself wore an expression of bewilderment and disbelief, his mind churning with tumultuous waves. After all, his S-rank devour flesh and blood was a pure physical enhancement skill. By ceaselessly devouring the flesh and blood of monsters, it strengthened both his strength and vitality attributes, with the potential to one day achieve physical sanctity. In terms of development potential, the future achievements of this talent were truly immeasurable. Tiger was well aware of his own strengths and had always followed a close-quarters combat path. Through relentless effort, his strength attribute had already surpassed 6,000 points, while his vitality stood at over 4,000. To be honest, possessing such terrifying strength and vitality attributes at his age made him a truly unique figure, even in Jinling City, where geniuses were as common as rain. But today, Tiger had lost in the very domain he was most proud of, to this unknown nobody named Joe standing before him. This was utterly unacceptable to him, pushing him to the brink of self-doubt. After all, with that punch just now, Tiger hadn't held back at all. He'd not only given it his all but had even unleashed an epic rank skill. And that was precisely what Tiger found most unbearable. He'd seen it clearly. Faced with his earth-shattering blow, Joe had met it with nothing more than a routine jab, without using a single skill. Didn't that mean that even when he gave it his all, he still couldn't match the other guy's ordinary punch? Just how high was this guy's strength attribute? Tiger's expression was a mix of emotions. He was completely stunned by Joe. "You've got some skills, but it's not enough." Joe assessed his opponent's attack and offered a casual critique. To be honest, Tiger met the standards of a prodigy in every respect. Anyone would surely marvel at his skills. It was just a pity he'd run into Joe, a genius who followed the same physical cultivation path as him. The SSS rank redistribution was essentially an ultimate, enhanced version of the S-rank primitive strength. Both relied on amplifying their own attributes to achieve the goal of one force shattering all techniques. But how could eating raw meat and drinking blood possibly compare to the overwhelmingly powerful effect of redistribution? Among his peers, when it comes to physical prowess, Joe is simply unbeatable. Moreover, while Tiger's eating raw meat and drinking blood only boosts strength and constitution, Joe's ability increases all four attributes simultaneously, leaving him with no weaknesses whatsoever. With a total attribute count exceeding 40,000, every move he makes carries the force of 10,000 June, making him unstoppable. "I refuse to accept this. Let us go again." Hearing Joe's words, Tiger gritted his teeth and assumed his fighting stance once more. He possessed an invincible resolve and a path of his own to walk. He refused to be crushed by Joe. Thus, he chose to fight again. This time, Tiger was even more ferocious. He roared at the sky, his fur growing thicker and thicker, his human features gradually fading away, and his wild aura reaching its peak. Even more astonishing was that his ears had become long and slender, covered in fine hair, while all his nails grew rapidly, becoming incredibly sharp. A pair of snow-white fangs also extended eerily from his mouth. At a glance, he no longer resembled a human. He was a living, breathing humanoid beast. Brother Yang has unleashed his awakening skill. A young man from Jinling cried out in shock. At this moment, Tiger's blood energy surged sky high, his ferocity overwhelming. There was little reason left in his eyes, and he had been nearly consumed by his frenzied wildness. This was precisely the negative side effect of his talent, eating raw meat and drinking blood, once the awakening skill was activated. Although activating the awakening skill boosted his overall combat power, it caused him to lose his sanity. For this reason, Tiger rarely used it voluntarily, even when venturing into dungeons. This time, however, he had been driven to desperation. Not wanting his spiritual core to be damaged, he had just activated the awakening skill to face the battle head-on. Roar! A cry, neither human nor beast, echoed through the forest, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard it. A genius of level 30, possessing an S-rank talent, risking his life to fight such a scene was truly awe-inspiring. Even among the crowd, who were all elite members of the younger generation, few had ever witnessed anything like it. Tai, standing in the crowd, turned deathly pale. Only now did he realize just how vast the gap was between him and a true prodigy like Tiger. even though they were both S rank. When Tiger had instantly defeated him just now, he likely hadn't even used a fifth of his full strength. Yet this stark contrast left him in awe. Just how profound must Joe's strength be? To force Tiger to unleash his most hidden abilities with a single exchange. The very thought of it made Ty's face burn with humiliation. He had looked down on Joe in every possible way, suppressing him both openly and covertly. Now it seemed how utterly ridiculous he had been back then, nothing more than a clown. No wonder Joe hadn't even deigned to look at him once from start to finish. At this thought, Ty felt utterly dejected and lost. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, the battle between these two peerless prodigies had already erupted. Having activated his awakening skill and transformed into his wild form, Tiger was truly a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. With a single leap, he covered several meters, striking out at Joe with a palm strike midair, creating a series of whistling winds along the way. Yet Joe merely shifted his stance to the side and dodged it with ease. Seeing his strike miss, Tiger unleashed a flurry of punches, each one so ferocious it created sonic booms. But facing this dizzying barrage of fists, Joe stood as steady as a mountain, hands clasped behind his back, relying solely on his eyesight to evade the overwhelming onslaught. What? Not a single hit? Just how high is his agility stat? Is this really someone our own age? Watching Joe's superb footwork in the center of the arena, every onlooker was left speechless. Tiger grew increasingly furious as the fight went on. He was throwing every punch with all his might, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes. The frustration was unbearable. Is dodging all you can do? Do you dare face me head on? His hair and beard stood on end as he roared, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing this, Joe let out a soft sigh. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a gleaming, pitch-black long sword materialized out of thin air. Since you insist on fighting, I shall grant your wish. One strike. If you can survive a single blow from me, you win this battle. Joe held the blade in one hand and made this startling declaration. Everyone present was utterly astonished, especially the young nobles from Jinling, whose faces twisted with humiliation. This man is far too arrogant. Exactly. Brother Yang has even activated his awakening skill, and yet he claims he'll only need a single strike? That's downright insulting. Even if you're a peerless prodigy, you shouldn't make such bold claims. The Jinling disciples clenched their teeth, finding Joe's arrogance unbearable. Some shook their heads in disbelief, convinced that Joe's claim of winning with a single strike was utterly impossible. As the one directly involved, Tiger was furious to the extreme. Without a word, he swung his fist once more. A gust of wind surged, and his fist's power surged clearly. He had unleashed another secret technique from his arsenal. Seeing this, many of the Jinling disciples cheered inwardly, their eyes lighting up with hope. At the same moment, Joe swung his blade. He did not employ any flashy or elaborate sword techniques, he simply thrust forward with a straight stab. Though this thrust appeared ordinary, it actually caused ripples to form in the air, the void to tremble faintly, and a terrifying sword intent to coil around it. Stab of Gluttony. This move was none other than a sub-skill of the immortal rank sword in blade skill, Condemnation Rhapsody. At this moment, bolstered by the damage bonus from sword and blade proficiency level 1, it truly outshone the heavens and earth, utterly unstoppable. Chapter 60, All the talented youths in the hall bow their heads. Amidst the flash of blades and swords, the two figures crossed paths in the blink of an eye. Joe withdrew his broadsword, not even glancing at Tiger, and stowed it back into his inventory. Behind him, Tiger's tall, burly frame lay motionless. In the center of his chest, a gash about 3 inches wide was oozing blood. Joe had held back otherwise, the blade would have pierced not the side but his heart. Tiger's body was now rigid. Instead of looking down at his wound, he turned his head toward Joe. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to speak. With nothing more than a bitter laugh, his massive frame crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. One strike to defeat the heavenly tiger. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. The people of Jinling were struck dumb, staring blankly at the scene in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been angrily questioning Zhou, deeming him too arrogant. How could he possibly defeat Tiger, who had just activated his awakening skill, with a single strike? But now, with the facts staring them in the face, everyone fell silent, each looking as though they had lost a parent. Is there anyone left who dares to challenge me? Zhou's expression remained as still as well as his gaze swept across the crowd. Wherever his eyes fell, not a single person dared to meet his gaze. These young masters and noble ladies from Jinling's elite families all cowered in place like quails, too terrified to utter a sound. Even the formidable Wei Xiao had been crippled with a single kick, and the invincible Tiger had fallen to a single stroke from Zhou. How could they possibly dare to step forward now? They were simply grateful that Zhou wasn't coming after them. Get out of here! Seeing this, Zhou waved his hand dismissively, his expression as though he were shooing away a swarm of annoying flies. He certainly had no time to deal with these people. Even defeating Tiger hadn't been his intention. It was the other party who had sought the fight. Right now, he just wanted to head into that area teeming with monsters, slaughter everything in sight, and level up to his heart's content. As for those Jinling youths, seeing that Zhou wasn't holding a grudge against them, they all breathed a huge sigh of relief. A few of the spoiled young masters even came over to Zhou's feet, bowing and scraping. After carefully lifting the severely injured Tiger, they hurriedly slunk away. Not a single one looked back. Before long, they had vanished into the woods. With that, the Jinling youths had all retreated. One man against Jinling. What a truly peerless presence. Not far away, Xiao watched the scene unfold, her lovely face flushing crimson. The image of Zhou, with a mere flick of his wrist, commanding the situation and forcing all of Jinling's geniuses to bow their heads, it would likely be etched in her heart forever. No matter how many years passed, she would never forget it. At the same time, Shui's expression was the most complex of all. She bit her red lips tightly. Her innocent face betrayed confusion, doubt, shock, and a wry smile. Countless emotions tangled within her heart, ultimately coalescing into regret. She was wrong, utterly, completely wrong. All along, Shui had stubbornly believed that Zhou was a nobody, relying solely on external forces like Su, the steward of the Flying Dragon Pavilion, someone unworthy of serious consideration. Even just moments ago, she had thought Zhou was merely putting on a show, still deluding himself into believing he was the young master of the Zhou clan, and she had felt disappointed in him. But the result? Reality had just slapped her hard in the face. Zhou, whether he was part of the Zhou clan or not, had always been that dazzling young genius. All that talk about a D-rank talent, or that he was no match for Wang, it was all a lie. To defeat Tiger with a single strike, how could a D-rank talent possibly do that? Not even Wang could have managed it. Brother Jun. Boundless regret filled Shui's heart. As she gazed at the towering figure before her, it gradually merged with the image of that eternally confident and radiant youth from her memories. But though the person remained the same, their feelings had changed. From the moment Zhou was expelled from the Zhou clan and she chose to distance herself, their futures were destined never to intersect again. From then on, the mountains were just mountains, the rivers just rivers. Misty rain fell over Jinchang, and two walked beneath a single umbrella. A wry smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Shui clenched her fists, yet in the end, she still dared not step forward to speak a single word to Zhou, who was now brimming with confidence. Unlike Shui, Manting was also lost in her own complex, wordless thoughts. Her delicate, pretty face burned with heat as she stood frozen in place, her emotions in turmoil. The trip to the no-hunting zone, a mere half-day's encounter, had shattered all the pride she had built up over more than a decade. From Tiger's merciless crushing defeat to Zhou, whom she had always looked down upon, stepping in with calm composure, defeating Tiger in an even more devastating manner, and single-handedly forcing the Jinling group to bow their heads. It all happened too quickly, leaving her mind nearly frozen and making her feel like a complete joke. Now she stood there alone, silent, with not a trace of arrogance left in her eyes. As for Tai, he was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even dare to glance at Zhou's retreating figure, and any lingering feelings he had for Xiao had vanished entirely. He knew that from this moment on, he would never be able to catch Xiao's eye again. At this thought, Tai's heart was filled with bitterness. He felt that life's greatest irony could be nothing more than this. And at that moment, Zhou, standing proudly in the center, finally turned his head and shifted his gaze to the crowd. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Manting, her eyes red and fists clenched, speak up. "You don't need to say anything. I'm leaving right now." The pride she had nurtured for over a decade was gone, but Manting still had her dignity. She refused to rely on Joe's influence to level up on the grasslands, trailing behind someone she had once looked down upon like a beggar. That was something she could not accept. So Manting chose to leave of her own accord. Seeing this, Tai felt a pang of envy for the cluster of lord bosses not far away, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and followed in Manting's footsteps. At this point, only Xiao and Shui remained in the area. Shui dared not meet Joe's gaze. She kept her head down, hesitated for a long time, and finally sighed. Feeling too ashamed to stay, she chose to leave. Xiao, on the other hand, flashed Joe a coy smile and said, "I'll just level up over here on the very edge of the area. It won't bother you, right?" She pointed to the corner of the grassland, where there were some level 25 lord bosses, the absolute limit of what she could solo. Of course. Seeing this, Joe gave a slight nod. Strictly speaking, the coordinates for this monster-infested area had been provided by Tai. Even if he and Manting hadn't left, Joe wouldn't have objected. Besides, there were an overwhelming number of monsters here, and Joe had absolutely no interest in the level 25 bosses on the outskirts. His target was the level 30 boss deep within the grasslands. So, in terms of resources, there was more than enough to go around. Shaking his head inwardly, Joe hesitated no longer. He transformed into a whirlwind and swiftly charged deep into the grasslands. Chapter 61, Slaughter in the Forbidden Zone, Frenzied Leveling. Inside Forbidden Zone 10. Across the boundless grasslands, Lord-class monsters roamed aimlessly. Joe ignored the low-level monsters on the outskirts and headed straight for the depths of the grasslands. There, he found a vast number of level 30 Lord monsters, the highest level Forbidden Zone 10 could accommodate. Objectively speaking, monsters of this level far exceed the capabilities of a beginner stage awakened. Under the Federation's official guidelines, only the first 20 levels are considered the beginner stage. The reason is that after level 20, monster strength generally increases significantly. Some boss-level monsters even possess multiple minor skills, making them far more dangerous. Therefore, the period before level 20, when monsters are relatively weak and the environment is relatively safe for human novice awakened, is referred to as the novice phase. Casualty rates are lowest during the novice phase as long as one isn't too reckless. Leveling up is generally smooth sailing. However, once this novice phase is over, one must approach things with the utmost caution. The slightest misstep could lead to irreversible disaster. Generally, before reaching level 20, few players dare to challenge monsters whose strength exceeds that of the beginner phase. Only those prodigies with exceptional talent capable of defeating monsters several levels above their own use this as a means to hone their skills. Joe is one such individual. Silent as he is, he charges deep into the grasslands, a broadsword in hand. As the cream of the crop among prodigies, he can run rampant even against foes more than 10 levels his senior. Every monster along the way that dared to bare its fangs at him met its end with a single stroke of his blade. Defeated LV-27 Lord-class boss, Hex-Horned Rhinoceros. Experience plus 1765. Defeated LV-29 Lord-class boss, Dark Cat. Experience plus 1900. Defeated level 30 Lord-class boss, Void Vortex Bear. Experience plus 2313. Joe fought his way through, every strike drawing blood. With each swing of his blade, a corresponding kill notification would appear in the corner of his vision, all granting 4-digit experience bonuses. This sent a rush of adrenaline through Joe, filling him with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Slaying monsters more than a dozen levels above his own and reaping massive amounts of experience from Lord-class bosses, this restricted hunting zone was nothing short of paradise for him. Since his rebirth, he had never leveled up with such exhilaration as he did today. Especially as he ventured deeper into the core, monsters of other levels were almost nowhere to be seen nearby. It was almost entirely level 30 bosses. This meant a steady gain of over 2,000 experience points with every kill. Joe's level shot up like a rocket at that moment. He grew bolder with every kill, more reckless with every battle. So powerful. This is what a true prodigy looks like. At the edge of the monster cluster, Xiao had just finished single-handedly taking down a level 25 monster, gasping for breath. When she looked up, she saw Zhou in the distant depths of the core, slicing through level 30 lord bosses one by one. She was momentarily transfixed, her cold, beautiful face filled with awe, while her heart fluttered even more intensely. But immediately, she let out a bitter laugh. Because she knew that she and Zhou were from completely different worlds. Although she, too, possessed an S-rank talent and was a genius from a prominent family, she paled in comparison to a peerless prodigy like Zhou. In the future, the gap between them was destined to grow ever wider and more distant. This caused Xiao, who had always been proud, to unconsciously feel a sense of inferiority and loss. No! I don't want to just watch your back from afar. I'm going to follow in your footsteps. After all, there have been examples in the Federation's history of S-class talents becoming God Kings. I, Xiao, am no less capable than anyone else. But a few breaths later, Xiao seemed to have come to some realization. Her face lit up with renewed energy, and her eyes were filled with an unprecedented determination. She didn't possess Zhou's overwhelming power to penetrate deep into the heart of the monster horde. She could only hunt on the outskirts. But this did nothing to dampen her fighting spirit. Gritting her teeth, her tall, ethereal figure darted toward a level 25 monster in an instant, ready to engage in battle once more. Zhou had no idea what was going on in Xiao's mind. In his eyes, she was merely an ordinary friend. Far less important than the monsters he was hunting right now. At this moment, he moved with unstoppable confidence, having already fought his way deep into the heart of the monster horde. Looking around, he saw nothing but level 30 bosses, brimming with vitality, everywhere. Perhaps it was because Zhou's killing intent was too intense, or the scent of blood on him too strong. These lord bosses, who usually operated independently, had in a rare display formed a surrounding formation and launched an attack on Zhou. But how could Zhou possibly be afraid? He laughed up at the sky, spinning the broad sword in his hand now stained the color of blood-black ink, its sword intent piercing the heavens. A mere pack of beasts, so what if you join forces? His confident voice echoed far and wide. Zhou took a single step forward, unleashing over 10,000 points of strength. Combined with the sword techniques of the immortal rank skill 7 Deadly Sins, he left a trail of flying flesh and blood in his wake. Under the intense barrage, though the occasional monster skill or ultimate strike would land on Zhou. His equally formidable vitality, coupled with the resistance provided by his epic rank armor set, rendered these attacks nothing more than a tickle. Coupled with the restorative effects of the Ring of Endless Vitality, he grew stronger with every battle, fighting with the endurance of a perpetual motion machine. Defeated level 30 Lord class boss, Thunder Snow Ape. Experience plus 2210. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 15. Having slain another Lord class boss, a flash of light enveloped Zhou as he leveled up. His stats instantly reached their peak, and his attribute point cap expanded. Seeing this, Zhou wasted no time and maxed out all 4 attribute points. Within seconds, his stats had soared, further boosting his power. However, when he glanced at his experience bar, his excitement cooled slightly. The experience required to reach level 15 had doubled. If it weren't for the abundance of Lord-level bosses in this restricted hunting zone for him to slay, he had no idea how long it would take to reach level 18 relying solely on dungeons like Stormwind Valley. After all, in the Valley of the Gale, the experience gained from killing 10 monsters in the core area was equivalent to that of a single monster here. And that was only because he was low level and received bonus rewards for killing monsters above his level. Otherwise, once he reached level 15 or higher, the experience bonus for killing monsters above his level in a dungeon like the Valley of the Gale, which capped at level 20, would be pitifully small. But within this no hunting zone, he had absolutely no such concerns. These level 30 boss monsters, far beyond the beginner stage, were so much higher in level than him that even after he reached level 20, he would still be able to reap the experience bonus for defeating monsters of a higher level. Of course, the no hunting zone isn't without its drawbacks. After slaughtering so many monsters, Zhou has already noticed that it seems he can only gain experience points within the no hunting zone. No loot drops at all. Or rather, any monsters that exist in the real world don't drop loot. Loot appears to be a reward mechanism unique to killing monsters in dungeons. It seems I can't level up by constantly killing monsters above my level in the no hunting zone, because gear is only dropped in dungeons. Once I reach level 20 and need to replace my current gear, I'll still have to go into a dungeon. Plus, if I want to get the blood essence of demon lord level monsters, I'll only have a chance in dungeons. Joe mulled this over in his mind as he continued to slay monsters. The appearance of the no hunting zone certainly made leveling up more convenient, but he couldn't rely on this method indefinitely. After all, the only way to obtain more gear and better skills was by venturing into dungeons. Within dungeons lay infinite possibilities. That was where true opportunity lay. With a silent sigh, Joe plunged back into the swarm of Lord class bosses, resuming his quest to level up. Chapter 62: The sudden appearance of a level 40 dungeon, the Forgotten City. Time passed slowly as a crescent moon climbed into the sky. Joe had been fighting deep within this monster-infested area for an entire day. And his level had reached LV 17. Over the course of the day, he had slain countless Lord-class bosses. His clothes and armor were already soaked through with blood. The path he had traversed was littered with the corpses of monsters, a sight so horrifying it resembled a living hell. At that moment, Joe sat on the ground, slowly wiping the long sword in his hand with a piece of hide torn from some unknown monster. Under the moonlight, the blade of the thunderclap gleamed with a cold radiance, reflecting the resolute features of the young man's face. After a while, having rested briefly, Joe looked up and surveyed his surroundings. All around him, there were almost no living monsters left. Moreover, having ventured deeper and deeper without rest, Joe himself had no idea where exactly he was within the restricted hunting zone. He knew only that the open, grassland-like plain had long since vanished, and the surroundings had reverted to mountains, with a desolate atmosphere spreading all around. But Joe wasn't worried. The size of a restricted hunting zone was, after all, limited, and he estimated he would soon reach the exit on the other side. Too bad I haven't had my fill of killing yet. I'm still a bit short on experience to reach level 18. I'll spend the night looking for any monsters I might have missed. Joe shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. He had already wiped out all the level 30 boss monsters at the gathering spot he'd encountered earlier, and finding another such large cluster of monsters wouldn't be easy now. It was even uncertain whether there was a second monster gathering spot within this restricted hunting zone. He could only wander aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon some monsters by sheer luck. With that in mind, Joe stood up and, bathed in the moonlight, continued deeper into the mountains. In the blink of an eye, another 2 or 3 hours had passed. Having ventured deep into the mountain range, Joe furrowed his brow deeply. During this time, he had discovered a total of 2 level 26 monsters. Although they provided over 1,000 experience points each, they paled in comparison to the level 30 monsters he had hunted before. What was most frustrating was that if there had been more of them, he might have put up with it. But there were only 2. At this rate, even if he searched until dawn, he likely wouldn't reach level 18. This is a problem. With so few monsters around, Joe began to feel frustrated. He glanced up again at the pitch-black, silent mountain range that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance, and found himself weighing his options. Should he press on, or turn back? After all, this route seemed to be completely devoid of monsters. Forget it. I'll take a different route. After some thought, Joe decided to turn back. But just as he was about to turn and leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something in the darkness, and his entire body froze in place. For in his line of sight, not far away in the darkness, a peculiar glow was suddenly piercing through the trees. What is that? A thought struck him, and with a flash of movement, he dashed toward it. A few minutes later, Joe arrived near the source of the light, his face filled with astonishment. Before him, the void was fracturing, ripples spreading through the air, as a deep purple vortex portal slowly coalesced in midair. Could this be a randomly spawned wilderness dungeon? Joe stared at the scene before him, utterly astonished. He hadn't expected to find a brand new dungeon forming deep within the dense forests of this restricted hunting zone, even though he hadn't found any monsters. That's right, the number of dungeons isn't fixed. Aside from permanent dungeons like the Valley of the Gale, many others spawn sporadically across the wilderness. Experts have indicated that on the vast blue star, nearly 200 brand new dungeons form randomly every day. They might appear in remote forests, on uncharted snow-capped mountains, or even in the depths of the ocean. As a result, the number of undiscovered dungeons on Blue Star increases every day. Joe was clearly on a lucky streak, having stumbled upon a brand new dungeon in the process of forming. He didn't bother searching for monsters just yet. Instead, he sat cross-legged right where he was, eager to see what level this brand new dungeon would be. Time passed, and about an hour later, bathed in the shimmering moonlight, this deep purple swirling portal finally took its complete form. Dungeon name: City of Oblivion. Recommended level LV30 LV40. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Joe's heart skipped a beat. He jumped to his feet, his face glowing with intense joy. This was actually a high-level dungeon. With a maximum recommended level of LV40, that meant the monsters inside would cap out at that level. Level 40, the amount of experience each monster could provide was beyond imagination. As for strength, although Joe was only level 17 now, he wasn't afraid. Because he was the son of heaven. The number one on the Federation's divine rankings for hundreds of years. No matter how strong the monsters in this dungeon were, Joe believed he had what it took to fight them. So what if the final boss was a level 40? His total stats approach 60,000, he possesses immortal rank skills, and he has a game-breaking awakening skill that temporarily boosts his combat power tenfold. Once activated, his total stats skyrocket to a staggering 600,000. Even if it only lasts 10 seconds, it's more than enough to wipe out any powerful foe. Therefore, Joe hesitated almost not at all and immediately walked toward the swirling vortex. Warning! Your current level is far below the dungeon's recommended level. Risk of death is as high as 99%. Are you sure you want to force your way in? Yes. With a single thought, Joe's figure vanished into the vortex. As for the so-called warning and the 99% risk of death, he paid them no mind at all. These were merely prompts intended for ordinary level 17 awakened beings, but was he an ordinary person? Possessing absolute power and the conviction that nothing could stand against him, Joe feared nothing. At the same time, as he entered, a flash of light blurred his vision, and his figure appeared amidst a eerie ruin. It was a dilapidated ancient city. The air was thick with the stench of decay. As far as the eye could see, there were only crumbling walls and ruins. Even the occasional intact building was incredibly ancient. Stepping into a brand new dungeon for the first time, Joe's expression grew serious. He did not act rashly, but after a brief survey, he set a course and moved forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he moved, the ancient city, which had lain abandoned for who knows how many years, seemed to come to life. A sudden, eerie wind arose out of nowhere, causing the banners hanging outside the roadside taverns to flutter and flap. At the same time, all manner of strange sounds began to echo through the city. Faced with all this, Joe merely snorted coldly and continued walking forward, his expression unchanged. It wasn't until he turned a corner that his figure suddenly came to a halt. For before him, a skeletal monster clad in tattered rags, nothing but a bony frame, was slowly approaching him. Chapter 63, sweeping all before him, charging into the core zone. Name: Undead Commoner, devoured by wind and sand. HP: Level 3-5. Class Elite. Looking at the information for the skeletal monster before him, Joe whistled in amazement. Unlike the mindless, beast-like monsters he'd faced before. In dungeons around levels 30 to 40, he'd begun encountering humanoid monsters like undead, elves, and gnomes. However, this skeleton was merely the lowest-tier member of the undead race. With Joe's strength, he could easily crush it. With his high-strength attribute, combined with a simple sword technique from the 7 deadly sins, a single strike was enough to wipe out the enemy's health bar. So without any unnecessary chatter, Joe charged forward with his blade. Whoosh! A cold flash streaked through the air, and the flame of life in the skeleton monster's empty eye sockets was instantly extinguished. It had been killed in an instant. Killed a level 35 elite undead monster. Plus 1,882 EXP. Obtained loot X1. The 3 lines of text flashed before his eyes, but Joe wasn't entirely satisfied. Although this monster was a high level 35, its racial tier was quite low, so the experience gained from its defeat was actually less than that from a level 30 Lord Boss in the Forbidden Hunting Zone. However, the fact that his very first monster kill in the dungeon had dropped loot did come as a bit of a surprise to Joe. Without hesitation, he reached out and touched the glowing loot orb. Open loot, obtain special item Imperial City Pass X1. Name Imperial City Pass 100. Grade Silver. Description: a designated item in the Forgotten City dungeon. Drops upon defeating monsters. Collecting a certain number will trigger an unexpected effect. Gazing at the golden token before him, which looked as if it were cast from pure gold, Joe let out a gasp of surprise. It was actually a rare designated dungeon item that required collecting a certain number to take effect. It seems this Forgotten City is no ordinary place. Dungeons containing designated items like this are extremely rare. In all his years, both in his past life and this one, Joe had only heard of such things online. He had never seen one in real life. But does killing just one monster drop one of these? Does that mean I have to slay 100 of these undead to collect them all? Joe rubbed his chin, staring at the Imperial City Pass in his hand, and suddenly felt a twinge of dread. Killing 100 monsters wouldn't be difficult for him. The real challenge was whether this dungeon actually contained that many monsters for him to kill. In the Federation's 1,000-year history of exploration, it had been discovered that the vast majority of dungeons typically contained only around 50 or 60 monsters. That was why Joe had this concern. If killing one monster really dropped one Imperial City Pass, he might have to run this dungeon twice in a row. Wait, maybe each monster's loot can contain multiple Imperial City Passes, and I just had terrible luck getting only one earlier. Joe suddenly shook his head again. He had a gut feeling that this dungeon's mechanics couldn't be that complicated. Even if they were, there was no point in overthinking it now. The only way to find out was to test it out. He'd just have to charge in and see for himself. So Joe picked up the pace. Over the next hour, he swept through the outskirts of this abandoned ancient city. During this time, he killed a total of 23 elite-level monsters and 2 boss-level monsters. He obtained a total of 35 Imperial City Orders. Just as he had later surmised, the number of Imperial City Orders in the loot orb was not fixed generally. The higher the monster's rank, the more he received. And now, there wasn't a single living monster left in the outer areas of this dungeon. The remaining Imperial City tokens could only be obtained by entering the core area. Joe walked with his hands behind his back, and before long, he stepped into a district that was noticeably more spacious. The buildings here were towering and grand. Even though many had been weathered by time, their remaining outlines still revealed just how magnificent they once were. Roar! As Joe strolled through the ancient city's streets, a piercing screech echoed from the distance. Joe looked over and saw several undead monsters resembling wild dogs suddenly darting out from the collapsed houses lining the road. Though only skeletal frames remained, they were still baring their teeth. And above their heads, the level 38 level indicator stood out quite clearly. It seems I've indeed entered the core area. Looking at the monsters, whose level was clearly higher than those in the outer perimeter, Joe's heart leapt with joy, as if he could already see a massive amount of experience points beckoning to him. He immediately darted forward like a shooting star, delivering a bone crusher kick that sent the first undead dog he encountered flying to the ground. He then raised his hand, and a flash of lightning erupted from it, following up with the damage from Thunder Tribulation. Killed LV-38 boss class monster, Rotten Undead Hound. Experience plus 2,499. Obtained loot X1. The system notification flashed before his eyes, but Joe paid it no mind and continued his assault. Only after he had killed every single undead hound in the area did he take a moment to look at the spoils of this wave. In total, he had defeated 4 monsters, earning him roughly 10,000 experience points. From the loot orb, he retrieved 32 Imperial City tokens, a very substantial amount. This put his mind at ease. It seemed he wouldn't need to run the dungeon a second time. The tokens dropped from this single run should be enough to reach 100, and he might even have some left over. With that thought in mind, he strode forward with determination, continuing deeper into the dungeon. Along the way, there were plenty of monsters similar to this rotten undead hound, but none were a match for him. After slaying another level 39 monster, Joe finally leveled up. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 18. You have unlocked the core skill bar. As the two notifications sounded, Joe quickly checked his character panel. Sure enough, he found a brand new status bar on the panel, though it was still empty for now. Drawing on his experience from his previous life, Joe didn't give it much thought. Now that the core skill slot was unlocked, he could equip a core skill at any time it wouldn't affect his continued leveling. However, as he killed monsters time and again, Joe realized his weapon was starting to fall short of the current combat intensity. Although Extreme Blade Thunder Tribulation was of mythic rank quality, it was, after all, merely a drop from a level 7 boss class monster slain in the Dark Forest. Even after being transcended, its effects would only be effective up to level 20 at most. Now, however, the monsters Joe was facing were routinely level 30 or 40. The Thunderclap's power was clearly no longer sufficient. In fact, if it weren't for Joe's exceptionally high strength attribute, the attacks it dealt might not even be able to break through these monsters' defenses. Sigh, time to upgrade my gear again. Joe sighed, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. Because he currently possesses immortal rank sword-based skills, the weapons he uses are temporarily limited to swords and blades. If he wants to switch weapons, he can only choose options within that category. Chapter 64, 3 levels up in a row, Slaying the Lord. Since ancient times, scholars have been poor while warriors have been rich. The same holds true for Awakened. Because equipment has level restrictions, once one's own strength improves, one must begin the process of replacing gear. Generally speaking, a piece of equipment is only suitable for use within a 20-level range. In other words, for an Awakened to level up from 0 to 100, they will need at least 5 sets of equipment to transition through. However, equipment is hard to come by. Keep in mind that gear is only dropped in dungeons, and the drop rate isn't particularly high. After all, even if you're lucky enough to kill a monster and trigger a loot orb, there is no guarantee you'll actually get gear. What if it's an item, a potion, or a skill book instead? Furthermore, even if you do get gear, it might not be exactly what you want. There are significant differences between pieces of gear, different types, different qualities. Take Joe, for example. When it comes to accessories, he is flexible as long as they're roughly suitable, that is fine. But for armor, it absolutely has to be heavy armor. The same goes for weapons, they must be compatible with the skills he has mastered. Now that he has grasped the true essence of swords and wields immortal rank sword skills, he can only choose weapons of that type. Either I'll get lucky and loot a new sword directly from the dungeon, or I'll head back to town and buy one from a trading post. Anyway, I've got tens of millions in my account, I can just buy a mythic rank quality one and refine it myself. Rubbing his chin, Joe thought to himself. With a game-breaking talent like infinite ascendancy, he was destined to never lack top-tier resources for the rest of his life. Even if the dungeon didn't drop what he wanted, he could always buy it through the auction house. Shaking his head, he put the issue of equipment out of his mind. Adhering to his principle of going with the flow, Joe continued deeper into the dungeon. Although the Thunder Tribulation had lost much of its power, Joe was, after all, no ordinary person. With over 10,000 attribute points, he could deal impressive damage even if he were wielding nothing more than a shovel. Thus, he still hunted monsters with ease. Even boss-level monsters could be dispatched within 3 strikes. As for the monsters in the core area, compared to the outer regions, not only had their levels increased, but their numbers had also skyrocketed. This had Joe grinning from ear to ear. He was like a god of slaughter, letting loose completely, charging recklessly through the dungeon, more excited to see a monster than a beautiful woman. Slaughtering just one of them netted him at least 2,500 experience points. In all the years he lived, both in his past life and this one, Joe had never had it so good. What kind of meager, miserable life did I used to lead? Joe looked back on his past. Never mind, it's not worth dwelling on. He channeled all the pent-up frustration from his past life into the strength needed to hunt monsters, wielding his broadsword with fierce vigor as he plowed through the horde. By the afternoon, Joe had wiped out every last monster in the entire core area. Since this dungeon was filled with undead monsters, Joe wasn't covered in filthy blood like he had been before. He was now wearing clean clothes he'd changed into after entering the dungeon. Standing with his hands behind his back before the final boss's chamber, his handsome face radiated triumph. For right above his head, a level 20 level indicator shone brightly. That's right, after an afternoon of relentless combat, using all the monsters in the dungeon's core area as nourishment, Joe had finally climbed 2 more levels. Now, Joe had officially left the ranks of the beginners in terms of level. His attribute panel was looking increasingly impressive as well. Name Joe. Level LV2 01%. Strength, plus 1392. Agility, plus 958. Spirit, plus 502. Vitality, plus 1136. Skills, Bone Crusher LV2, Lucid Blade LV1, Condemnation Rhapsody LV1, God Forbidden Domain LV1. Equipment, Starfall Pendant Epic Rank, Extreme Blade Thunder Calamity Mythic Rank, Ring of Endless Life Epic Rank, Soaring Mad Dragon Set Epic Rank. Talent, SSS Rank Redistribution, SSS Rank Infinite Ascendancy Unique. Awakening Skill, Ultimate Evolution LV1. Core Skill, None. Weapon Proficiency Swords LV1. Joe, now at level 20, has updated his stats once again. The most noticeable change is the upgrade to the Bone Crusher skill. He has had this skill for quite some time now. Although it's only gold rank, it's highly effective, and its defense-breaking effect proves invaluable in actual combat. So when hunting monsters, Joe often habitually casts Bone Crusher first, waiting for the monster's defense to break before finishing it off with Thunder Strike. Over time, the level of his Bone Crusher has naturally increased. Now at LV2, the probability of triggering a defense break has risen significantly, and the subsequent shockwave effect has been markedly enhanced. Combined with the strength attribute he is currently investing in, it's truly a matter of touch and shatter, strike and kill. Even when facing opponents of Tiger's caliber, he can send them straight to the ICU with a single kick even if they're wearing a full set of epic rank armor. His sheer power can only be described as terrifying. Among his peers, he truly has no equal. After briefly composing himself and surveying the final stage before him, Joe hesitated no longer and strode confidently forward. It was an abandoned plaza, strewn with jagged rubble and exuding an air of desolation. Joe didn't even need to look for it, he spotted the boss immediately, simply because it was impossible to miss. It was a skeletal frame standing over 10 meters tall. It was impossible to tell what kind of creature it had been in life. One could only guess from its vague outline that it must have been some kind of ferocious magical beast. It lay prostrate on the ground, with intense flames dancing within its enormous eye sockets. Named the uselessly loyal spirit of the Qilin. HP. Level 40. Class Lord Class. Description: the divine beast of the Emperor of the Forgotten City, tasked with guarding the palace gates. After the palace's destruction, it remained foolishly stationed at its post until it died of old age. The creature's information appeared before his eyes. Joe's eyebrow shot up involuntarily. It was merely an ordinary Lord-class monster, but its level of 40 granted it a terrifying 560,000 HP, and its resistances were likely no slouch either. Without a doubt, this would be a grueling battle. Yet Joe showed no sign of fear. After all, compared to when he first entered the dungeon, his strength had more than doubled. His individual stats alone were impressive, and his total stats exceeded 80,000. With such power, Joe was certain he could not lose. Even if he were facing a boss 20 levels above him, even if he were taking on a Lord-class boss alone, he would still stand with his hands behind his back, looking down on it with disdain. Roar! A massive beastly roar echoed out. It was unclear how this skeleton, reduced to nothing but bones, could produce such a sound. After exchanging a distant glance, neither backed down a single step. Instead, their movements seemed almost synchronized as they both lunged ferociously toward each other. Chapter 65, Defeating a Level 40 Lord. A stunning slash. On the open square, 2 figures crossed paths. Before the colossal form of the Lord Boss, Joe appeared incredibly small. Yet his presence was utterly staggering. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and an unshakable conviction was gathering within him. With an agility stat of 20,000, he moved with unflappable composure, deftly dodging the enemy's attacks. As the pitch-black broadsword in his hand whirled, he unleashed 3 consecutive slashes upon the Lord Boss. 3 striking damage numbers appeared above the monster's head. Although this boss possessed formidable defense and resistance, Joe's strength attributes soaring at 20,000 points allowed his normal attacks to still deal substantial damage. The final strike even triggered a critical hit by sheer luck. If the weapon in my hand were a level 20 or higher divine artifact, those 3 strikes would have at least cut its health in half. Joe stared at the string of damage numbers but shook his head in dissatisfaction. In his view, with such terrifying brute strength, even if this boss monster possessed exceptional resistance, a normal attack shouldn't have dealt only a little over 30,000 damage. Ultimately, it was the weapon's level that was holding him back. The attributes of the Thunder Tribulation simply couldn't make an impact in a dungeon of this level. He sighed quietly to himself, but Joe wasn't overly discouraged. If the gear isn't up to par, make up for it with skills. He still possessed immortal rank sword skills that could provide a massive damage boost. Even if it took some effort, this Lord-class boss's fate today would still be death. And at that moment, the terrifying, hideous-looking Lord monster sensed the terrifying strength hidden within the seemingly frail human before it. Its undead eyes, adorned with ghostly flames, flickered with a human-like sense of apprehension. It took a few steps back, scrutinizing Joe intently, as if searching for his weaknesses. "Didn't your mom teach you that it's rude to stare at people?" Joe snorted coldly. As he spoke, a thunderous glow flashed from the broadsword in his hand. His entire body turned into a blur as he leaped 20 or 30 meters, bringing the blade down head-on against the massive skeletal frame. Rage collapse. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, and a visible shockwave radiated outward from the blade's tip, sweeping the surroundings and causing ripples to form in the air. Another striking number appeared. After using the Seven Sins Sect's sword technique, the damage was indeed significantly higher than a regular swing. If a critical hit was triggered, a single strike could easily exceed 100,000 damage. What was most terrifying was that Joe could unleash these simple sword techniques an infinite number of times. There was no cooldown. As long as his stamina didn't run out, he could cycle through all 7 sword forms without issue. And with Joe's successive strikes, he successfully reduced the health of the Lord Boss before him to 2/3. The boss was clearly momentarily dazed by the assault. But then came uncontrollable fury. As undead creatures, their greatest strengths lie in their lack of fatigue and fear. Thus, after a brief moment of surprise, it charged at Joe once more, without retreating a single step. Roar! With a deafening roar, a surge of energy imbued with the scent of death gathered in its mouth, forming a dazzling beam of light as sharp as a laser. As it charged forward, it fired the beam with pinpoint accuracy toward Joe. Starting to use skills? Joe raised an eyebrow at the sight, though his eyes remained largely unflinching. His figure flickered, and his agile footwork was once again on full display. He moved like a ghost, dodging every single one of the Lord Boss's attacks in the blink of an eye. His ability to execute such maneuvers stemmed not only from his high agility stat but also from his extensive combat experience. After all, Joe had fought his way through the no-hunting zone to get here. The no-hunting zone was filled with Lord-level bosses, each possessing unique skills. They certainly wouldn't stand there like lambs to the slaughter, allowing Joe to hunt them down. On the contrary, they were ferocious, unleashing a relentless barrage of skills against Joe. Amid such intense combat, his footwork had naturally developed at an astonishing rate, becoming increasingly refined. As for the undead Lord Boss he was facing now, although its level was high, its attack patterns seemed rather simple. Its skills weren't the kind of dazzling, hard-to-dodge area of effect spells, so Joe handled it with ease. Even when he was occasionally grazed by an attack, it was merely a glancing blow that posed no real threat to him. And so, the two engaged in a back-and-forth battle within this secret realm. A few minutes later, the Lord Boss's massive skeletal body was already covered in the gashes left by Joe's blade. Its health had finally been whittled down to a mere sliver. Damn intruder! At that very moment, it radiated a terrifying aura, speaking in human language in an eerie manner, while fierce undead flames raged across its entire body. Plus. As the undead flames burned, the Lord Boss's health began to regenerate at a visible rate. Within 30 to 40 seconds at most, it would be back at full strength. Has it entered a berserk state? Joe frowned. What sets Lord Bosses apart from ordinary monsters is their mastery of various powerful berserk abilities, which are forced to activate once certain conditions are met. For most bosses, the condition for entering a berserk state is when their health drops below a certain threshold. Take this undead skeleton beast before me, for instance. Its conditions for entering a frenzied state are exactly the same. What Joe hadn't expected, however, was that unlike other bosses whose damage increases when they go berserk, this one actually restores its own health. You're quite afraid of dying, aren't you? But to dare heal yourself right in front of me, do you think I'm just a decoration? Joe let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with a murderous edge. He glanced at the monster's steadily rising health bar, then held nothing back as he raised his long sword without mercy. In an instant, countless sword shadow clones materialized around him, all charging toward the beast in unison. A surging wave of energy erupted, and the intent of the blade pierced the heavens. Condemnation Rhapsody. Once again, Joe unleashed an immortal rank skill. Terrifying might swept through the area. Under the massive damage boost, the thunder tribulation struck anew, with endless bolts of lightning flashing. The paralyzing effect caused the opponent's massive body to stiffen. Simultaneously, as sword shadows danced wildly, the special effects of the soaring Mad Dragon set continuously triggered. Wave after wave of dragon breath erupted, and the terrifying burning effect halted the enemy's constant health regeneration. At that moment, the attacks from all the clones dissipated, and the immortal rank skill's effect ended. After executing one final horizontal slash, Joe leaped into the air and hurled the broadsword in his hand with all his might at the undead boss's skull. Crack! The long blade pierced straight through the center of the skull, sinking deep into it, with only the hilt remaining exposed. At the same moment, the health bar of this powerful undead monster was finally completely depleted. Its life flame extinguished, and its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. Joe landed gracefully, a gleam of confidence shining in his eyes. Defeating a level 40 Lord class boss success. Chapter 66, A Bountiful Harvest, and another immortal rank skill. Defeated the level 40 Lord class monster, the uselessly loyal spirit of the lion. Experience plus. Obtained loot x3. In the square, now reduced to ruins, Joe stood silently before the massive corpse. At his feet lay 3 glowing orbs of loot, emitting a soft radiance. He glanced at the system notification before him, then looked down at the dazzling loot, a look of delight finally spreading across his face. As expected of a level 40 Lord class boss, the rewards were truly generous. A whopping 50,000 plus EXP had been added to his account, nearly propelling him straight to level 21 in one go. And the loot was even better. Dropping 3 orbs at once was definitely a stroke of luck. Awesome! Now let us see what rewards I get. Joe's face lit up with joy. Smiling, he crouched down to open the mystery boxes. He extended his right hand and swiftly swiped it over the 3 orbs one by one. The next moment, the dazzling light faded, and 3 items appeared before his eyes. They were a piece of jewelry, a skill book, and a familiar Imperial City pass. The instant Joe saw the 3rd item, he couldn't help but curl his lip in disgust. Why does even the Lord Boss drop an Imperial City pass as a guaranteed drop? To be honest, he had already met the collection requirements for Imperial City tokens long ago during his quest. Right now, his inventory was stuffed with a whopping 107 of these things, more than he needed. With a look of distaste, he casually glanced at the newly dropped Imperial City token. Joe was about to toss it into his backpack when his expression suddenly froze. The description of this Imperial City pass was vastly different from the ones he'd collected before. Name: Imperial City Royal Pass. Rank: Mythic rank. Description: a relic of the Sovereign of the Forgotten City. While equipped, it deals true damage to all monsters within the Forgotten Palace. What is this? Staring at the completely unique description before him, Joe was stunned. This Imperial City pass was entirely different from the previous one. It resembled a special piece of equipment. He had a vague feeling that this item would soon prove to be of great use. After a moment's thought, Joe carefully put it away, then decided to examine the other two pieces of loot he had found first. His gaze fell on the first accessory. Name earrings crafted from the bones of a dead lion. Grade exquisite. Type accessory. Restriction LV35 LV50. Spirit plus 2367. Agility plus 2589. Description: a reward for hunting the foolishly loyal new undead. When equipped, it increases damage dealt to all undead creatures by 14%. This was just an ordinary exquisite quality item, and since the boss he had just defeated was so high level, the gear it dropped required a minimum level of 35 to equip. Joe couldn't wear it at all right now, he could only stare at it helplessly. This completely dashed his enthusiasm, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. He had thought he could finally upgrade his gear with one more decent piece to his name, but it turned out he didn't even have a chance to use it. As a result, Joe couldn't even be bothered to upgrade it since he couldn't equip it anyway. He'd just wait until he reached level 35. After a moment of mild disappointment, he shifted his gaze to the skill books. Unlike equipment, skill books have no level restrictions, so Joe was quite excited. Name: Undead Flame Palm. Rank: Mythic rank. Type: Melee skill book. Effect: a palm technique from the undead race. Upon casting, it channels the fury of death into the palm, unleashing a long-range fire shockwave that deals 150% of the caster's spirit attribute as damage. Additionally, it inflicts undead flames, causing an extra 5 seconds of burning damage. After reading the details, a look of obvious surprise spread across Joe's face. He hadn't expected to actually get a rare melee skill book this time. To be honest, this type of skill book was, to a certain extent, a perfect fit for Joe. Thanks to redistribution, his vitality was incredibly strong, and he was on the path of becoming a physical saint. Once he possessed a proper melee skill, Joe's god tier stats would finally have a chance to truly shine. His combat power would receive a massive boost. Unfortunately, this skill book before him, titled Undead Flame Palm, was clearly a bit underwhelming. Judging by its effect description, it seemed more like a ranged magical attack, which didn't quite match the image of a close-quarters fighting style where every punch lands with a satisfying thud. So there was nothing to regret. Joe immediately applied the power of sublimation to it. And at that moment, as the sublimation power activated, wave after wave of a familiar, overwhelming sense of weakness washed over his entire body. But rather than being alarmed, Joe was delighted. Because this feeling was all too familiar to him. It was the exhaustion one feels after triggering a perfect sublimation, the kind that comes after an item's quality has undergone a massive leap forward. It must have worked. Sure enough, as he looked on, the ornate skill book began to transform before his eyes. It eventually became a simple, golden page distinctive of an immortal rank skill book. Name: Abyss Fire Fist. Rank: Immortal rank. Type: Melee skill book. Effect 1: a powerful immortal rank combat technique refined from a mythic rank skill. When the user performs a fist or foot attack, they are enveloped in the flames of the underworld, increasing damage with every strike while inflicting the burning and defense break status effects on the enemy. Effect 2: upon active release, the user moves with lightning speed to pursue enemies within range, unleashing a storm of thunderous attacks. The final strike releases a sky-shattering fist intent, dealing a terrifying 200% of the user's total attributes as damage. Cooldown 1000s. The moment the skill book's description on the golden page caught his eye, Joe's breath caught in his throat. It's too powerful. He never would have imagined that, as a mythic rank skill book, its effects were so lackluster. Yet after sublimation, it had transformed into an unparalleled, extraordinary fist technique. This is a true melee skill. Just like Condemnation Rhapsody, it possesses two effects. The first effect requires no prerequisites or cooldown. The so-called Death's Netherfire is automatically applied with each of his attacks. It's essentially a powerful passive skill. As for the second effect, that's the description for the active release. This is what shocked Joe the most. Because it can actively pursue enemies within its range. This alone justifies its immortal rank designation and earns it the title of a god tier skill. Not to mention that on the final strike, it deals damage based on a percentage of his total stats. It's practically tailor-made for Joe. After all, his total stats are maxed out at every level. Clearly, as his level continues to rise, the damage of this skill will only grow stronger. It could be said that if this trait were applied to anyone else, the effect might not be that outstanding, but for Joe, it's a qualitative leap. This gave Joe a premonition. Though both are immortal rank skills, the boost to his combat power from Abyss Fire Fist is absolutely greater than that of Condemnation Rhapsody. Chapter 67, Comprehending the Essence of Fist, the Hidden Dungeon unlocks. Life is like that, you can never guess whether surprises or unexpected twists will come first. Before entering this dungeon, Joe never would have imagined he'd acquire yet another immortal rank skill. As expected, once you step into a dungeon, the possibilities are endless. Sighing inwardly, Joe clenched the thin golden page in his hand and chose to learn it. Instantly, the ancient golden page transformed into a dazzling burst of light, merging into Joe's mind. In the blink of an eye, various forms of fist techniques and combat arts poured into him. Even his every bone and muscle seemed to have been forged through 1,000 hammers and 100 fires. At that moment, every movement was imbued with a profound and majestic aura of martial arts. After a few breaths, Joe suddenly opened his eyes. 2 streams of energy shot forcefully from his mouth and nose, exploding in the air. He then seized the momentum to unleash a stunning sequence of punches, moving as swift as lightning right where he stood. Every shift of his body, every punch he unleashed, was steady and composed, as if he were a grand master who had dedicated his life to the martial arts. Skill Abyss Fire Fist LV1 acquired. You have grasped the true essence of fist and foot techniques. Melee proficiency has reached LV1. The 2 notifications appeared one after the other before his eyes. After a moment, Joe nodded slightly. He withdrew his fists and stood still, his martial intent once again drawn inward. Martial arts emphasize accumulating strength for a sudden burst. One gathers energy within, remaining still until the moment comes, then moving with the force of thunder. At this moment, Joe already possessed the bearing of a true martial arts master. Moreover, just as when he had mastered Condemnation Rhapsody, after consuming this immortal rank fist technique manual, his melee proficiency had also reached LV1. This meant his damage from punches and kicks would rise to a whole new level. Having taken stock of all his gains, Joe stepped forward to the monster S-corpse and pulled the broadsword he had thrown earlier from the center of its massive skull. Glancing at the blade, he noticed faint cracks spreading across the once shining edge and couldn't help but shake his head. After such a grueling battle, this thunderclap calamity was completely ruined. Even if he continued to use it, it would no longer be as effective as it once was. Fortunately, he had now mastered another immortal rank fist technique, further expanding his arsenal of attacks. Putting away the thunderclap calamity that had accompanied him for so long, Joe glanced at the unannounced completion prompt. After a moment's thought, he took out the Imperial City tokens he had collected earlier. These items were undoubtedly meant for use within the dungeon, and seeing no completion prompt, Joe had already figured out most of it in his mind. Sure enough, as the 107 Imperial City tokens appeared in the air, they were immediately drawn together by a mysterious force, coalescing mid-air into a single entity that gradually expanded until it transformed into a massive gateway. Collected 107 out of 100 Imperial City tokens. Unlocked the limited-time hidden dungeon Forgotten Imperial Palace. Dungeon name Forgotten Imperial Palace. Recommended level LV40 LV60. Dungeon description: an advanced dungeon of the Forgotten City, time limited and hidden, featuring multiple entry points. With a flicker of his thoughts, lines of information appeared before his eyes. Joe, having clearly witnessed this scene, rubbed his chin in astonishment. The function of these Imperial City tokens was, in fact, pretty much exactly as he had previously surmised. There was just one thing he hadn't anticipated, that this was actually a time-limited dungeon with multiple entry points. This suggests that the Imperial City Pass is not exclusive to the City of Oblivion. It's quite possible that it can also drop in other dungeons. Of course, these other dungeons do not include older dungeons that were generated previously. Rather, they refer to the batch of new dungeons generated today. If someone else was as lucky as he was, entering a newly generated dungeon and successfully collecting the Imperial City Pass, then there was a high probability they would meet in this hidden dungeon before them, known as the Forgotten Imperial Palace. Having made all these assessments, Joe turned his gaze back to the dungeon entrance. Unlike the deep purple dungeon entrances he had seen before, this hidden dungeon had a terrifying appearance, a constantly swirling, blood-red vortex. A faint aura of danger emanated from it. The level cap of 60 made it abundantly clear that this was no ordinary dungeon. Joe was currently only level 20. To challenge this dungeon would mean he'd need combat power equivalent to leaping over 40 levels. Such a mind-boggling feat had never occurred in the entire history of the Federation. Yet deep down, Joe felt he could shatter that record. After all, ordinary monsters at levels 30 or 40 no longer satisfied him. To become a peerless prodigy, the supreme being of the human race, one must constantly push one's limits, growing amidst blood and fire, life and death. Otherwise, how could one ever ascend to the stars and gaze down upon the ages? After merely a moment's hesitation, Joe resolutely stepped inside. Warning! Your current level is far below the dungeon's recommended level. Risk of death is 100%. Are you sure you want to force entry? 100%? Gazing at the pop-up prompt before him, a faint smile suddenly curved Joe's lips. Did even the system believe that no one in the world could challenge a dungeon 40 levels above their own? Then he would be the first in all of history to do just that. Without a moment's hesitation, Joe stepped right inside. Boom! A massive tremor echoed in his ears. Joe felt the world spinning before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he found himself standing on a vast, desolate plain. Before him lay a colossal imperial palace, sprawling across the landscape like a giant beast lying prostrate on the ground. The palace was somewhat dilapidated, with many areas in disrepair. The walls, originally a deep red, seemed stained with copious amounts of blood. Not only had the color turned blackish in some places, but a foul, blood-soaked stench also wafted from them. At a glance, it was spine-chilling. One could sense that this palace exuded an eerie atmosphere from every corner. Joe, having lived 3 lifetimes, possessed a strong mindset and felt no fear. Yet his expression betrayed extreme caution as he walked toward the massive palace gates. These 2 gateways, symbols of imperial authority, were equally dilapidated. The right gate, in particular, had a gaping hole 2 or 3 meters high in the center, through which howling cold winds constantly poured in. Seeing this, Joe took a decisive step forward and walked straight through the gap. The moment his feet crossed the threshold, a suffocating aura of resentment and decay, the kind unique to the depths of imperial palaces, swept over him like a tidal wave. In a moment of disorientation, it seemed as though he could see countless malevolent spirits lunging toward him to claim his life. Humph! Joe frowned at the sight, stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and immediately a soaring sword intent swept out from his body, completely dispelling that eerie, negative aura. I'll see just what kind of demons and monsters could be hiding in a mere, ancient palace that has been lost to history. With a cold snort, Joe took long strides, advancing deep into the palace. Chapter 68, Entering the Hidden Dungeon, the Lin Family Xiao. Within the silent, vast palace, Joe walked with his hands behind his back, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. This dungeon was vastly different from what he had imagined. It was not teeming with monsters, nor did it contain deadly traps. As for the setting, given that it was an imperial palace, it featured an extremely rare ancient Great Xia style, which made Joe's expression turn rather peculiar. If one ignored the eerie atmosphere, it felt almost like walking through a scenic spot. Before long, after wandering aimlessly, Joe arrived at a side hall, where a deep passageway lay before him. Through the dilapidated plaque hanging above, he could faintly make out the 3 characters, Chusho Palace. Although Joe wasn't very familiar with the layout of the Imperial Palace, thanks to the popularity of various palace intrigue dramas on Earth in his previous life, he knew that Chusho Palace was where the palace maids lived. Here, the palace maids would learn court etiquette and prepare to become members of the imperial household. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Joe took a step forward, ready to continue on his way. But just then, the hairs on his body stood on end, and he took a step back as quick as lightning. Immediately afterward, he saw that where he had just been standing, the air suddenly rippled, as if something sharp had just swept through the air. Had Joe not dodged that blow, he would likely have been cut open from belly to back. This scene caused his brows to furrow deeply. An invisible demon? His piercing eyes flashed with anger. Without giving the opponent a chance to strike again, he suddenly threw a punch. Raging death flames coiled around his arm. As the force of his punch erupted, the flames swept out in an instant, and the power of his strike surged skyward. Ah! A piercing scream rang out, and where the fiery fist struck, the air trembled as a disheveled figure clad in a palace-maid's attire emerged, looking utterly bedraggled. Her skin glowed a sickly green in the darkness. She had a pointed snout, sharp fangs, and a hideous, zombie-like face. Name: Cursed Palace Maid. HP. Level 4-5. Class Elite. The zombie palace maid roared, seemingly enraged, and hopped toward Joe. Joe, however, merely snorted coldly and unleashed another merciless punch. In an instant, a torrent of netherfire, accompanied by an overwhelmingly fierce fist intent, tore right through the zombie palace maid's chest. Killed LV-45 Elite Monster, Cursed Palace Maid. Experience plus 3,182. Having taken down a level 45 elite monster with just 2 punches, Joe's expression remained impassive. He merely furrowed his brow. The forgotten Imperial Palace truly lived up to its reputation as a hidden dungeon. Even a low-level minion possessed the ability to turn invisible. In any other dungeon, the mere ability to turn invisible would be enough to qualify this zombie palace maid as a boss-level monster. At this thought, Joe's vigilance sharpened further. Having pushed open the gates of Chusho Palace, he immediately heightened all his senses to the utmost. In that instant, Joe briefly touched upon a realm typically mastered only by the strongest. In his subtle, intangible perception, the palace grounds before him were no longer empty. Instead, they were teeming with invisible zombie palace maids. They were staring intently at him from every angle, biding their time. The moment he let his guard down, they would bare their fangs and launch a fatal strike. Quite interesting. But my life isn't that easy to take. Joe, who had seen through everything, sneered coldly, yet at that very moment, he closed his eyes. In that instant, his 5 senses were amplified to the extreme. With a slight twitch of his ears, he launched an attack relying solely on the sounds around him and the flow of the air. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Joe suddenly threw a punch. His overwhelming fist struck the air, sending a spray of red and white brain matter flying through the air. It turned out to be a zombie palace maid lurking there, her head blown apart by Joe's single punch. Experience plus 3,391. Another batch of experience points was added to his tally. A smile curved Joe's lips. He felt he had discovered a new method of cultivation. While honing his 5 senses, he could also gain experience points. And so, in the time that followed, an extremely eerie scene unfolded. Joe continuously threw punches in the deserted palace grounds, and with each burst of power, the silhouette of a monster would materialize in midair. After more than 10 minutes, Joe had wiped out every last one of the zombie palace maids, and his level had risen to LV-21. When he opened his eyes again, the Chusho Palace before him seemed a bit more serene. The atmosphere was no longer so eerie and terrifying. He had successfully cleared out a monster hotbed. Interesting, this hidden dungeon not only has powerful monsters, but it also seems to grant more experience points. Joe stroked his chin, feeling that coming here had indeed been the right decision. The 3-day deadline he agreed upon with Chu Tiange was fast approaching. He originally thought reaching level 20 was his limit, but now he felt he could push himself a bit further. With a thought, he filled his newly leveled up attribute points cap once more. Joe's average stats had now reached their maximum. His strength had grown even stronger. This tangible increase in combat power filled him with an immense sense of security. With his confidence now soaring, he stepped out of the Chusho Palace and continued onward, heading deeper into the Imperial Palace. At the same time, in a certain part of the Imperial Palace, 3 figures were moving slowly forward. They were an old man, a child, and a young man. The elderly man had snow-white hair and leaned on a cane. Though he appeared frail and aged, his eyes still exuded an aura of authority far beyond the ordinary. He was clearly a figure of great stature who had long held high office. Yet at this moment, he seemed to be suffering from some hidden injury, requiring the support of the young girl at his side just to walk. The young woman supporting him was equally striking. Standing at 5'10", she was radiant with youth, her jet black hair tied in a high ponytail, and she wore a pristine white training robe. Her eyes sparkled with liveliness whenever she looked around. She was undeniably a beauty. As for the young man bringing up the rear, he was far more ordinary in appearance, though his build was exceptionally sturdy. He stood silently by the old man's side, seemingly acting as a bodyguard or escort. "Grandpa, don't worry. I've gathered enough intelligence. This time, we'll definitely find the elixir of longevity in this hidden dungeon." The young woman, supporting the old man as he coughed intermittently, spoke with a touch of concern in her voice. Upon hearing this, the old man shook his head and smiled, looking at the girl with a face full of affection. "Yao, Grandpa has lived for over 100 years and has seen more than enough of the world's ups and downs. Entering this dungeon has already drained too much of the family's resources. Doing our best is enough." "Grandpa." Hearing the old man's kind words, the girl's eyes finally filled with tears, and her voice choked with emotion. The young guard who had been standing behind them, protecting the two, now wore a somber expression. The old man was no ordinary person. He was the current head of the Lin family of Jinling, a level 400 powerhouse who had once slain dark creatures in the starry skies, and who had spent his entire life fighting to protect the human race. Yet, in his old age, a latent ailment from his youthful battles had flared up. It must be noted that a level 400 powerhouse typically possesses a lifespan of nearly 200 years. Yet now, having just celebrated his 100th birthday, his life had already entered a countdown. For an elder who had devoted his entire life to the human race, how unjust was this? The Lin family refused to accept such an outcome. Over the past year, they had traveled far and wide, trying every possible means to prolong his life and cure his illness, but to no avail. Then, yesterday morning, the Lin family unexpectedly learned that within the newly formed hidden dungeon on Blue Star, the Forgotten Palace, there was a high probability of obtaining a secret elixir capable of truly curing the old man's hidden ailment. Although this elixir has an extremely short shelf life, it must be consumed immediately upon its appearance, or its potency will vanish. It still offered the Lin family a glimmer of hope. So, for the sake of this sliver of hope, the Lin family spared no expense, using a precious item that allowed them to enter the dungeon regardless of level restrictions, and sent the old man inside. And that is how the current scene came to be. "Grandpa, I will definitely cure you." Yao's tear-filled eyes were now brimming with unwavering determination. Chapter 69, Yao's competitive spirit. Somewhere within the Imperial Palace. After Zhou brutally struck down yet another monster blocking his path with a single punch, he looked ahead. This was a magnificently constructed courtyard. Though the walls and buildings had been eroded by time, one could still imagine the once lavish and bustling scene. Above the courtyard hung a sign bearing the three characters, Changshun Palace. This appeared to be yet another gathering place for monsters within the Imperial Palace dungeon. Zhou immediately strode inside. The entire palace grounds were quite spacious. At a glance, a sense of desolation and decay permeated the air, yet he detected no trace of demonic energy. However, Zhou did not let his guard down. He walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back until, upon reaching the depths of the courtyard, he suddenly looked up. Not far ahead, he saw a gnarled tree. Beneath its thick branches hung a human figure clad in an opulent phoenix-patterned robe, yet hanging by a white silk sash. Name: Ghost of the Princess Who Hanged Herself. HP. Level 57. Class Boss. Zhou's pupils contracted. This was actually a level 57 boss class monster. With nearly 400,000 HP, though not as formidable as the Lord class undead boss he had hunted earlier, it was still no pushover. After all, this monster's level was simply too high. Its defense and resistances were bound to be formidable. And at that moment, as Zhou drew closer step by step, the undead princess, who had remained motionless, suspended beneath the crooked tree, slowly awoke. With a green face and fangs like a zombie, she tore through the white silk binding her with a single swipe of her sharp nails. Die! 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 You all deserve to die. The undead princess let out a shrill, piercing scream, radiating a thick aura of resentment. Her blood-red eyes locked onto Zhou, and she lunged at him with all her might. A mere boss-level monster dares to run amok? Facing this scene, Joe shook his head without batting an eye. Though this monster-S rank was no small matter, it was not enough to trouble Joe. With a mere sideways dodge, he effortlessly evaded the attack. He then delivered a straight punch wrapped in netherfire to the creature's throat, sending it flying back 3 or 5 meters. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The netherfire was fierce, burning everything in its path. Merely a speck of it touched the zombie princess's neck, and white smoke began billowing from the wound, accompanied by sounds like sizzling meat. However, as a necromantic monster, it felt no pain and continued to lunge toward Joe. Its sharp claws slashed through the air, creating ripples and spreading a wisp of poisonous mist. An attack with poison? Joe furrowed his brow, and his agile body immediately retreated several steps in caution. He assessed the situation and realized the toxin's range was extensive, though the extent of the damage remained unclear. But Joe was in no mood to take risks. His divine sense swiftly scanned his inventory, and he eventually pulled out a bottle of gold-grade elixir. This was loot he had obtained after slaying a monster in the core area of the Valley of the Gale dungeon. Upon consumption, it granted immunity to all negative effects for 1 minute. Toxin damage, of course, fell within that immunity. After drinking it, Joe finally sprang into action. A surge of blood energy radiated from his body as he charged toward the undead princess. In an instant, abyssal flames surged skyward as he unleashed a barrage of punches. Although the undead princess possessed formidable resistance, the flames of the Abyss Fire Fist inherently possessed a defense-piercing effect. Consequently, every strike dealt terrifying damage. One spectacular damage number after another flashed above the monster's head. Joe grew more fierce with each blow, resembling a war god. Just then, outside Changchun Palace, the old man, the child, and the young man had also arrived. They heard the commotion and immediately saw what was happening inside the palace grounds. Ha! Other than us, there are actually other people in this hidden dungeon? Yao, the beautiful girl with a ponytail, exclaimed in utter surprise. Her gaze fell upon Joe from afar. Seeing the impressive damage he dealt with every punch and kick, and his remarkable combat prowess, she was deeply astonished. Even the old man, after clearly seeing Joe's strength, couldn't he help but stroke his beard in admiration. I never expected to encounter such a talented young man in this hidden dungeon. To dare to solo a level 57 boss monster single-handedly, both his courage and his strength are top-notch. If the younger generation were all as valiant as this young friend, what would the human race have to fear? Lin Changhua sighed softly, a look of admiration flickering in his seasoned eyes. The Lin family, a top-tier aristocratic clan that dominated Jinling, naturally placed great importance on cultivating the younger generation. Yet even in a metropolis like Jinling, the quality of the younger generation across the major clans varied greatly. There were far too many spoiled second-generation heirs, while prodigies who possessed both strength and character were exceedingly rare. The prowess Joe had displayed before him, even with Lin Changhui's season, I made it clear after just a brief observation that he was a truly rare prodigy. Yaoer, you pride yourself on your SSS rank talent. Haven't you always looked down on the young scions of Jinling's families? This young friend here is about your age, what do you think of him? Lin Changhua glanced at Yao, who was intently watching the match, and suddenly chuckled. Yao was taken aback at first, but a hint of defiance soon flashed across her lovely face as she retorted sharply, Grandfather, by comparing me to him, are you implying I'm not his equal? Born into a prominent Jinling family, possessing a world-rare SSS-level talent, and raised under Lin Changhui's tutelage from a young age, she held her own pride. Among the spoiled brats of her generation in Jinling, countless suitors had pursued her, yet not a single one had caught her eye. Not only in Jinling, but even across the entire southern frontier and the Great Xia Empire, she considered herself the equal of anyone. Over the years, the only person who had ever truly impressed her was the Son of Heaven, the one who had recently shaken the entire Federation and forcefully claimed the top spot on the divine rankings. A total attribute score of 10 points higher than hers, no matter how he achieved it, left her in awe. As for this mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared before her, though he seemed to possess formidable combat prowess, capable of soloing a level 57 boss monster, she refused to accept that he was far superior to her just because of that. After all, she could solo that princess undead just as easily. At this thought, Yao's competitive spirit was ignited. She knew full well that Lin Changhua was merely trying to give her a gentle nudge to remind her to stay humble, avoid complacency, and stay true to herself, but deep down, she still couldn't accept it. Just then, the situation in the courtyard had reached a fever pitch. The Princess Undead was entering a frenzied state, her combat power surging. Seeing this, her bright eyes flashed, and she suddenly stepped forward, her figure like a wisp of mist, joining the fray. "Classmate, I'm here to lend you a hand." Yao's crisp voice rang out, followed by a green spell that shot from her hand, striking the princess's wraith directly. Not only did it forcefully immobilize her, but a striking number also appeared above her head. A single attack, 100,000 damage. It instantly reduced the enraged princess's wraith's health to less than 3%. After doing all this, Yao stood in the center of the arena with a smug look on her face. She didn't rush to claim the experience from the Princess Undead. Instead, she turned to look at the old man, her lovely face beaming with a smile. Chapter 70, The Shock of the Lin Family. Boom! At the same time, Zhou threw another straight punch, sending the critically wounded Princess Undead flying through the air and exploding on impact. Killed the level 57 boss class Undead Princess who committed suicide by hanging. Experience plus 9,890. The two notifications flashed before his eyes one after another, and Zhou withdrew his fist, standing still. At the same time, his calm, unflinching gaze finally turned toward Lin Changhua and the others in the courtyard. In truth, he had sensed their presence the moment the three of them approached this palace garden. It was just that, at the height of his fierce battle with the monster, he couldn't spare a thought for anything else. Now, with the death of the princess's wraith, Zhou finally turned his attention to them. His gaze lingered a moment longer on the young girl who had just intervened to help him. A hint of surprise flashed deep within his eyes. For he recognized this girl. The Lin family Yao. In his previous life, Zhou had traveled to many places to level up, and naturally, he had also visited Jinling City, located in the southern frontier not far from Linyuan. The Lin family was considered one of Jinling City's top aristocratic clans. It would not be an exaggeration to call them the foremost family. As soon as Zhou arrived, he had heard of the Lin family's great reputation, and among them, Yao's name was the one he heard most often. Rumor had it that this young woman was born from the Lin family's accumulated fortune spanning 1,000 years. She possessed the SSS rank combat talent Elemental Walker, a rarity in the world, allowing her to effortlessly command the strength of various elements and fuse them together to unleash powerful attacks. In Jinling City, Yao was revered as a goddess, pursued by the scions of every major clan, yet not a single one could catch her eye. While Zhou was training in Jinling City, a major event occurred within the Lin family that left a deep impression on him. That was the passing of the Lin family's current patriarch, Lin Changhua, who had lived only a little over 100 years. It is said that a failed attempt to find medicine in a dungeon caused a latent ailment one he had sustained on the Starfield battlefields to flare up, ultimately leading to his death. Zhou recalls that on the very day Lin Changhua passed away, a heavy snowfall blanketed Jinling in white. The city's residents spontaneously mourned, and the city lord, representing the Federation, personally visited the Lin family to pay his respects. All of this was because, in Jinling, the Lin family was one of the few pragmatic clans dedicated to the welfare of the people. Many of the products from their companies genuinely served the common folk. As for Lin Changhua himself, he was a legendary hero who devoted his entire life to the human race. He fought valiantly against enemies on the Starfield battlefields, rendering outstanding service to the Federation. Zhou witnessed all of this in Jinling at the time, and it deeply moved him. He had always held great admiration for human martyrs like Lin Changhua who willingly sacrificed themselves. Without their fearless battles on the Starfield, Blue Star would not enjoy its current prosperity. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Zhou was merely one among the masses and could do little to assist the Lin family. Yet, he never imagined that in this new life, he would encounter a member of the Lin family by chance in this hidden dungeon. He turned his gaze to the youthful and lovely Yao, gave a slight nod, and offered his thanks. He could tell that the young girl before him harbored no ill will. Moreover, after her earlier intervention, she hadn't gone out of her way to finish off the monster with its health bar nearly depleted. Instead, she had genuinely helped him deal damage and apply crowd control. So regardless of whether Joe needed this help or not, it was only right and proper to say thank you. No need to thank me. We're all awakened. Meeting in this hidden dungeon is a stroke of fate. If I can help, I'll definitely do so. Yao smiled warmly, her demeanor exceptionally affable. She possessed the competitive spirit and pride befitting a prodigy, yet she was not arrogant and did not look down on others simply because of her superior talent. This set her apart significantly from many scions of prominent families. Seeing this, Zhou's favorable impression of the Lin family grew even stronger. Just then, Lin Changhua approached, supported by the young guard. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Young friend, whether it was your footwork while hunting the demon beast or the timing of your skill release just now, it left this old man in awe. He chuckled, not even glancing at his granddaughter, but instead lavishing praise on Zhou. Upon seeing this, Yao pouted in disappointment. Why does Grandpa only praise him and not me? Is this guy really that strong? She puffed out her rosy cheeks and fell deep in thought. Zhou's gaze swept over her, and he found it somewhat amusing. The renowned divine maiden of the Lin clan, famous throughout Jinling, could she really be jealous in private just because she didn't get her grandfather's praise? If her suitors found out, their jaws would probably drop in shock. Thinking this to himself, Zhou nevertheless bowed respectfully to Lin Changhua. You flatter me, elder. Facing this old man who had devoted his entire life to the battlefield and ultimately didn't even get a peaceful end, Zhou still held him in high regard. Lin Changhua laughed heartily and said, My young friend, there is no need for such formality. Meeting in a hidden dungeon is a kind of fate. Why don't we travel together? As for the experience points, you and my little granddaughter can split them evenly. Upon hearing this, both Yao and the young guard behind the old man Zhuang were taken aback. They hadn't expected Lin Changhua to actually invite someone to join their party. This was especially true for the young man, Zhuang. As Lin Changhua's personal bodyguard, he had seen countless young prodigies accompany their elders to pay their respects to old Master Lin over the years. Yet, very few of them had ever received such high praise, let alone been personally invited by the old master to join his party and venture into the dungeon together. This kid right here really has hit the jackpot. Zhou, too, looked a bit taken aback at that moment. His gaze lingered on the young man Zhuang and Lin Changhua for a moment, and he said, Old man, isn't this a bit inappropriate? In his view, there was nothing wrong with the four of them teaming up. After all, meeting in a hidden dungeon was a rare stroke of luck. Besides, if they didn't team up, the experience points from defeating the boss would be calculated based on who landed the final blow. That would be too undignified and could easily lead to friction and conflict. Moreover, Zhou had already reached level 21, far exceeding the level 18 goal he agreed upon with Chu Tiange. So he wasn't as desperate for experience points anymore. Even if the four of them teamed up and split the loot evenly, it wouldn't matter. That's why he was quite surprised by the old man's suggestion. But then he saw Lin Changhua shake his head and smile. It's fine. The world belongs to you young people. I'm just an old geezer. Why would I compete with you for experience points? In truth, there was one thing Lin Changhua didn't say. That was, as a level 400 powerhouse, the experience offered by a level 60 dungeon lord was practically a drop in the bucket to him. In fact, in principle, he shouldn't even be able to enter such a low-level dungeon. His presence here was entirely due to the use of a god-tier item. Upon hearing this, Zhou stopped making a fuss. He nodded and, at Yao's invitation, joined the party. As he joined the party, the level information that had been hidden above his head automatically appeared. When Yao, Lin Changhua, and the others saw it, they were all stunned and speechless. You're only level 21? Are you serious? Yao's rosy lips parted, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, her little head buzzing. After all, that monster they just faced was a whopping level 57. Didn't that mean the guy standing before her had killed a monster by leaping over a full 36 levels? Oh my god. Even if the young god king were here, he couldn't pull that off, could he? Yao was speechless with shock. As fellow prodigies, she had originally harbored some resentment toward Zhou, but now she couldn't muster even a shred of competitive spirit. Chapter 71, Dual Bosses, The Forgotten Emperor. Yao looked at Zhou as if she were staring at a ghost. She simply couldn't comprehend or believe how the person before her had managed to hunt monsters 36 levels below him. Don't be fooled by the fact that she just dealt over 100,000 damage with a single skill. She had a massive 35 level advantage. Combined with her own rare SSS tier talent, that's what made the miracle of dealing 10,000 plus damage against a higher level enemy possible. Consequently, Yao was utterly stunned. How could she possibly know that Zhou's power defied all conventional logic? With two SSS tier talents, the second of which possessed a unique attribute, his combat prowess, in every respect, utterly crushed that of a single, ordinary SSS tier talent. Given all these advantages, such a performance was hardly surprising. And at that moment, upon seeing Zhou's level, the Lin family patriarch was equally filled with awe. His eyes, which had seen countless people, were filled with astonishment. After scrutinizing Zhou repeatedly, he suddenly spoke, "Young friend, are you the Heavenly Son, ranked first on the divine list?" The moment those words left his mouth, it was as if a thunderclap had split the clear sky. Yao and the young guard, a Zhuang, both looked at Zhou with astonishment. Their gazes locked, and it felt as though time itself had frozen in that moment. Yao, in particular, was deeply shaken. As the divine maiden of the Lin family, there was almost no one among her peers whom she held in high regard except for the Son of Heaven, who occupied the top spot on the divine rankings. But now, the patriarch was saying that Zhou, standing right before them, was that very Son of Heaven known throughout the land? How could that be possible? Yao, unable to believe it, hurriedly looked at Zhou, eager to see how he would respond. As for Zhou, upon hearing Lin Changwei's words, his expression remained calm, though his gaze grew profound. He fixed his eyes on Lin Changwei, paused for a moment, and finally nodded with composure. "It is I." His voice was soft, yet it brimmed with the confidence and sharpness unique to a peerless prodigy. At the same time, upon receiving this affirmative answer, Yao and Zhuang were utterly stunned, seemingly unable to believe that this was real. The emperor who had sent shockwaves through the Federation and shattered the records of the divine rankings was actually standing right before them. "I knew it." At that moment, the old patriarch of the Lin family shook his head and smiled. After seeing Zhou's level clearly, he had initially been utterly stunned, yet he also felt deeply perplexed. As a veteran who had reached the 400th level, no one understood the difficulty of challenging monsters far beyond one's own level better than he did. Being able to kill monsters 10 levels above one's own was already considered the mark of a prodigy. As for someone like this, who had surpassed their own level by 36, it was simply unheard of. Even his granddaughter, Yao, who possessed an SSS rank talent, could not have achieved such a feat, a level 21 player defeating a level 57 boss monster. Yet Zhou, so young and yet capable of this, couldn't help but remind Lin Changwei of the mysterious Son of Heaven, who had recently burst onto the scene as the number one on the divine rankings. That was why he asked the question. Zhou admitted it quite frankly. In his view, there was nothing to hide. Using a codename on the divine rankings was to guard against petty people. But in real life, if anyone could guess his identity, then let them guess. After all, as a peerless prodigy, his brilliance was too obvious. Everything he accomplished far exceeded the capabilities of his peers, so there was no point in trying to hide it. Since the Son of Heaven is here in person, this team-up is actually a boon for my Lin family. At that moment, Lin Changwei chuckled, set down his cane, and bowed his hands to Zhou with great sincerity. "Grandfather! Old clan chief!" Seeing this, Yao and Zhuang were both startled, somewhat baffled as to why Lin Changwei, the venerable head of the Lin clan, would show such deference to Zhou. After all, even if the other party was the legendary Son of Heaven, he had not yet fully matured and was, after all, merely a junior. And who was Lin Changwei? He was the patriarch of the Lin clan, who looked down upon all the clans of Jinling, and the pillar of the southern border of Great Xia. His lifetime of military achievements was illustrious, and his fame resounded throughout the Federation. That such a peerless genius would show such respect to a greenhorn junior was inevitably baffling. But only Lin Changwei knew in his heart that his actions were not out of place. For the higher a powerhouse S rank, the more they understand the advantages possessed by peerless geniuses. Why does the divine rankings dare to call itself the roster of future god kings? precisely because it compiles the very top geniuses in the world. And the significance of being ranked first on the divine rankings goes without saying. This is a figure destined to become a god king in the future. As for so-called rank disparities and the need for growth, for a peerless genius like Joe, these are but fleeting matters. He can perpetually solo monsters of higher tiers, gaining far more experience points than others and securing a greater share of the resources dropped in the dungeon. As the gap widens, it won't take more than 2 or 3 years for him to leave his peers far behind and become a figure of the highest caliber, soaring into the starry skies. By then, what would this so-called level gap even matter? Moreover, aside from these reasons, Lin Changwei's deep respect for Zhou was also driven by personal motives. Having lived for over a century, he was nearing the end of his days. The latent ailments left in his body from the Starfield battlefields could flare up at any moment. Perhaps in a year, perhaps in 6 months, or perhaps in a week he might pass away. And while the Lin family had produced Yao, an SSS-tier super genius, in recent decades, the younger generation was in decline, lacking any true pillars of strength. Over the years, his campaigns across the cosmos and his resistance against the dark creatures had earned him too many enemies. Once he passes away, the Lin family will likely become a target for the wolves and tigers lurking in the shadows. The slightest misstep could spell their downfall. But if, at this critical moment, the family were to be looked after by the supreme prodigy ranked first on the divine list, the Lin family's situation would undoubtedly improve significantly. That is why Lin Changwa treated Zhou with such respect. Aside from honoring his status as a prodigy, he was also cultivating a bond of goodwill for the Lin family's future. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, once Zhou has matured, the goodwill shown today might save the Lin family from the brink of disaster. It must be said that Lin Changwa truly lived up to his role as the head of the family. His foresight and strategic thinking surpassed that of far too many others. Although Yao and Zhuan were unaware of Lin Changwei's intentions, witnessing this situation, they could only grow even more respectful toward Zhou. Senior, there is truly no need for this. Zhou reached out to steady Lin Changwa, his expression visibly moved. In truth, he could guess part of Lin Changwei's intentions. He could also see that Lin Changwa was now a shadow of his former self, so frail that he needed support just to walk, and likely unable to defeat even the most basic demon. A complex mix of emotions welled up within him. A once great hero had fallen so low that he now had to curry favor even with a junior like him. He sighed deeply, feeling all the more determined to lend a hand to the Lin family during this dungeon expedition. You once fought valiantly on the Starfield battlefield, protecting our human race from harm. Now, as a citizen of Great Xia, having grown up safely on Blue Star, how could I possibly let a hero fade into obscurity? Zhou said no more, but in his heart, he had made up his mind. He would obtain that secret elixir capable of curing Lin Changwei's chronic ailment. In the days that followed, Zhou and the Lin family members pressed onward, making their way deep into the imperial palace. Along the way, they also learned about the guard named Zhuang. Possessing an A-rank talent and exactly level 60, he was the Lin family's main force for this expedition to conquer the hidden dungeon. As for Yao, he had insisted on tagging along. The Lin family had originally been reluctant to let Yao, who was only level 35, take such a risk, but in the end, Lin Changwa gave special approval. He believed that what made a prodigy was precisely the ability to endure trials that ordinary people could not. This conviction had only grown stronger after meeting Zhou. After all, Yao was merely 25 levels behind compared to Zhou. What did that really amount to? Ah, it seems I should set higher standards for that girl, Mu Yao, Lin Changwa mused affectionately as he turned to look at Yao. Yao seemed to sense this. Her gaze flickered between her grandfather, Lin Changwa, and Zhou, then she wrinkled her high, delicate nose and stuck out her pink little tongue, a truly adorable sight. Zhou caught this scene out of the corner of his eye and was momentarily transfixed. Then he found it somewhat amusing. The very embodiment of the Lin family's divine maiden, usually aloof and proud. Perhaps those young men from Jinling who pursued her would never have imagined in their wildest dreams that such a delicate, adorable expression could ever appear on her face. Zhou was quite right. Yao only revealed such an expression naturally when she was by her grandfather's side. After Lin Changwei's passing, Yao seemed to have grown up overnight. Shouldering the burden of the Lin family alone, the charming, girlish charm she displayed now never graced her face again. It was forever replaced by a look of gravity and coldness. Gazing at the bright, adorable smile on the young girl's face, Zhou's spirit, which had been strained by 2 days and 2 nights of relentless slaughter, finally found some rare respite. Being of similar age, and with Lin Changhui's deliberate matchmaking, the two had traveled together in good spirits, gradually growing familiar with one another. Whenever they encountered monsters along the way, they would fight together, each displaying their own skills. And at such moments, Yao would always steal glances at Zhou, her competitive spirit surfacing unconsciously. Of course, in the end, Yao had to admit that this person before her who had climbed to the very top of the divine rankings was indeed far stronger than she was. This was the first time Yao had realized that even among SSS-ranked talents, there could still be such a vast disparity in ability. But Yao wasn't discouraged by this after all. She had long admired the emperor who had reached the pinnacle of the divine rankings, and any gap between them was exactly what she had expected. If anything, this encounter with Zhou, the emperor himself, only served to further fuel her drive to keep moving forward. Time passed slowly amidst the open and covert rivalries between these young men and women. Another 2 hours or so had gone by. They had explored every corner of the Imperial Palace dungeon, leaving only the magnificent Golden Throne Hall remaining. At that moment, the group of 4 stood before the Golden Throne Hall. "This is where the final boss is," Zhuang said solemnly. "Grandpa, I will definitely get that elixir." Yao, too, put aside her playful demeanor at that moment. Her expression was incredibly serious as she clenched her delicate fists. Lin Changhua, however, showed no particularly intense reaction. Having experienced life's ups and downs, he had envisioned the worst possible outcome countless times in his mind and was already prepared to face death with composure. Now, he would simply leave everything to fate. Seeing this, the others said no more and stepped into the Golden Hall one after another. As the doors of the Golden Hall swung open, a long-buried, musty stench suddenly hit them in the face, causing extreme discomfort. Yao frowned, her small, delicate hand instinctively fanning the air before her. Her gaze swept forward, and her pupils suddenly contracted as she was stunned by the scene before her. As far as the eye could see across the vast Golden Hall, civil and military officials were kneeling in dense rows on either side of the dragon pillars. They knelt respectfully in 2 rows, their heads pressed deeply against the ground, appearing as though they had been dead for a long time. A distinct stench of death emanated from their bodies, creating an extremely eerie atmosphere. Zhou scanned the crowd of officials until he reached the far end, but he did not see the dragon throne he had expected to find upon a high dais. For a massive figure blocked everyone's view. It was a peerless warrior, standing some 3 or 4 meters tall, with the broad shoulders and sturdy build of a bear. He gripped a Fong Tian halberd in his hand, his face a ghastly green, fangs bared, and his eyes filled with utter brutality glaring down at the crowd. Named the undead spirit of the divine general who protects the nation. HP. Level 60. Class Lord. A row of overwhelmingly intimidating information appeared before them. With a staggering 800,000 HP, there was no doubt about how formidable this Lord-class boss would be. Dare to disturb the Emperor's slumber, and your entire clan shall be exterminated. A strange, thunderous roar erupted from the Lord Boss's mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, its massive form swept through the air, its great halberd sweeping toward the group. "Miss! Protect the clan chief!" Seeing this, Zhuang roared in anger, stepping forward to stand directly in front of the group. At the same time, his hand flickered, and a shield glowing with a blue light appeared before him, completely blocking the heavy attack. Zhuang's talent is the A rank, Xuanwu Shield, which grants him extraordinary defense. This boss can't do a thing to us. Lin Changhua had already retreated to a safe distance. He cleared his throat and said. He had entered a level 60 dungeon yet dared to bring only a Zhuang, clearly placing immense trust in the latter's abilities. Though it was only an A-rank talent, the skills he mastered were exceptionally numerous, and each one was perfectly suited to his own talent. His overall combat power was not much inferior to that of an S-rank talent of the same level. Seeing this, Zhou couldn't help but nod in agreement. With a top-tier tank like a Zhu holding the line up front, this boss fight would be much simpler. Sure enough, before he could even make a move, Yao could no longer contain herself and displayed the prowess of an SSS tier prodigy. Suddenly, she found herself strangely suspended in midair, surrounded by swirling, multicolored elemental energy. In that moment, Yao seemed to have transformed into an elemental empress. Then, the various elements began to merge, coalescing above the girl's head into a spear radiating a rainbow-colored divine light, which she hurled toward the Lord Boss. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the elemental spear plunged from the sky, pinning the Lord Boss firmly to the ground. Then, the various elemental energies contained within the spear erupted with a thunderous blast. A terrifying damage figure appeared on the Lord Boss's body. Zhou's pupils contracted at the sight. True to its reputation as the SSS tier talent elemental walker, renowned for its high damage output, the power of this elemental spear was truly breathtaking, far surpassing that of her peers. No wonder Yao looked down on the scions of Jinling's Sidious great clans with such prowess of her own. It was indeed hard for any young prodigies in the world to catch her eye. Of course, Zhou did not feel pressured by this. After all, while Yao's attack dealt high damage, her own level wasn't exactly low either. Zhou was confident that once he reached level 35, a single punch from him would deal several times the damage of that elemental spear. By now, the outcome of the battle was already decided. With Zhuang holding it back, the boss couldn't break through the defensive line at all. Yao unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks, reducing its health to a critical level. The outcome was already decided. Yet Zhou's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Something's off. If this hidden dungeon boss is this easy to defeat, how did old Master Lin end up dying suddenly in my previous life? Did he not end up looting that vial of elixir? He muttered to himself, feeling that for some reason, the atmosphere within the palace was growing increasingly eerie. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he snapped his head up and looked toward the end of the Golden Hall, at the towering dragon throne. There, a figure who had appeared without warning sat quietly upon it. Clothed in a bloodstained imperial robe, the figure's eyes devoid of any emotional flicker stared coldly at the battlefield. Above his head, racial information indicating a supreme tier being was displayed openly before everyone. A supreme tier boss. At that moment, Zhou finally understood everything. This dungeon was, in fact, a rare dual boss mode. Chapter 72, The Suffocating Forgotten Emperor. Inside the vast golden throne hall. With Zhuang acting as the tank up front, Yao safely dealt damage from the rear, unleashing a barrage of spellcasting skills imbued with elemental power. Before long, the health bar of that general-like boss monster had been completely wiped out. This subordinate is incompetent. I have failed my emperor. He knelt on one knee, his Feng Tian halberd planted in the ground, letting out a defiant roar of resentment before his death. The sound rolled like thunder, echoing throughout the entire hall, causing the hairs on Zhuang and the others' bodies to stand on end involuntarily. Zhou's expression was the most grave. For he noticed that after the warrior-like boss had fallen, the man who had been sitting steadily on the dragon throne atop the high platform actually rose to his feet slowly. His movements were ghostly. In a single step, he appeared at the edge of the platform, the entire process silent and stealthy. His pupils were filled with blood, devoid of any emotional fluctuation characteristic of the living, and his entire body reeked of the stench of decay. At the same time, a layer of golden gas, visible to the naked eye, swirled constantly around his body. Through the haze, one could make out what appeared to be a golden dragon, constantly gliding through the air. It's actually a supreme tier boss. At that moment, everyone in the Grand Hall turned their gaze toward this emperor. A flash of sharpness flickered in old Master Lin's cloudy eyes, his voice trembling with surprise. Clearly, the scene before them was completely unexpected for the Lin family. This was hardly their fault after all. Supreme tier monsters rarely appeared in dungeons below level 100. Even king tier monsters were exceedingly rare. This is going to be a bit tricky. Zhuang immediately stepped forward to shield everyone behind him. His expression grew incredibly grave as he raised the great black tortoise shield high, watching the figure in the imperial robe on the high platform with vigilance. The power of a supreme tier monster was beyond question. Within the same tier, it could almost overpower a human SS tier talent. Among everyone present, only he, Zhuang, was a level 60 awakened, yet he was merely an A tier talent. Although Zhuang possessed many skills and war equipment of considerable value, these were far from enough to bridge the gap between himself and the supreme tier monster before him. So Zhuang was under immense pressure. Sweat had already begun to bead on his forehead. Old Master Lin, standing in the rear, saw the situation as clearly as day. He gazed at the monstrous creature on the high platform, its aura overwhelming, his lips trembling slightly before he finally let out a dejected sigh. Such is the will of heaven. Such is the will of heaven. Old Master Lin gave a bitter smile. As a 400th level powerhouse, even if he couldn't return to his peak condition, he could still wield half his former strength enough to annihilate this supreme tier monster in the blink of an eye. Yet the reality was the current Lin Changuo was terminally ill, now weaker than even an unawakened ordinary person. His injuries were extremely bizarre, inflicted by dark creatures on the Starfield battlefield, and ordinary healing elixirs had absolutely no effect. In fact, such scars were common among many who had fought on the Starfield battlefield, though their severity varied. Some were lucky enough to obtain elixirs from certain dungeons after returning to Blue Star that could effectively suppress their injuries, allowing them to eke out a few more years of life. Others, however, were gravely wounded. The ominous aura left within their bodies by those dark creatures teetered on the brink of eruption at any moment, like a ticking time bomb. Not only did it devour every last bit of the primordial essence within their formidable bodies, but it also drastically shortened their lifespans. Old Master Lin belonged to the latter category. He had reached the final stage of clinging to life, and the unexpected discovery that this hidden dungeon could yield a special potion had once been a ray of hope in his life. But now, with the appearance of this supreme tier boss before him, that ray of hope had been brutally extinguished. A supreme tier monster as high as level 60 Zhuang was simply no match for it. As for Yao, although he possessed an SSS tier talent, a rarity in the world, he was currently only level 35. The level gap between them was simply too vast. If they were on equal footing, there might still be a chance of success. Therefore, Old Master Lin had already given up hope for this hidden dungeon expedition. As for how to get out alive, that wasn't too difficult. As one of Jinling's top aristocratic families, the Lin clan wields immense influence. Before entering the dungeon, they had already prepared several precious items capable of forcing an exit. Of course, this was a last resort. Before entering the dungeon, no one in the Lin clan wanted to end up using such items. After all, once used, it would mean failing to clear the dungeon and losing the chance to obtain that precious healing elixir. Grandfather, I refuse to accept this. So what if it's a supreme demon beast? If it dares to stop me from saving grandfather, I'll slay even a demon god right before your eyes. Just as Lin Changuo was about to order a retreat, a voice filled with tears and bitter anger suddenly rang out from the air. Everyone turned to look and saw Yao, her eyes brimming with tears, her lovely face etched with resentment and refusal to accept defeat. Bathed in countless streams of elemental energy, she hovered in midair. In her hand, a massive longbow formed from condensed elements had materialized out of thin air. The bow looked incredibly heavy and dazzling, and it was truly massive, over 2 meters tall. Yao couldn't possibly draw it with one hand, so she was now standing on one foot, her other slender, beautiful leg raised high and stretched taut, her delicate, pale little foot pressing against the center of the bow. With both hands exerting force, she drew back a massive arrow of destruction composed entirely of high damage elements like fire, lightning, and light, locking onto the terrifying supreme class boss. Miss has actually activated her awakening skill. Zhuang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Zhou was equally captivated by the girl's one-legged bow drawing stance, staring at her in a daze. Is this what the awakening skills of other SSS tier prodigies look like? Unlike his ultimate evolution, which purely applied buffs, Yao's awakening skill was clearly, like Wei Duo's, a pure high-damage offensive ability. Gathering Shadow God Slaying Arrow, go! At that moment, as Yao let out a shrill cry, her hands, which had been drawing the bow while standing on one leg, suddenly released. The massive arrow, imbued with various elemental strengths, instantly turned into a blur, piercing through infinite space as it charged toward the supreme tier boss standing silently on the high platform. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow tearing through the air was deafening. But to everyone's astonishment, faced with this earth-shattering arrow, the supreme tier monster made no move to dodge or evade, remaining proudly rooted in place. Even on that face as cold as a corpse, the corners of its mouth actually curled upward in a faint, almost human smile, as if mocking Yao's overconfidence. And then, as the colossal arrow crashed toward it, the crowd watched in astonishment as the golden gas constantly swirling around the creature's composed form swelled to an indescribable extent, forming a thick barrier that enveloped its entire body. The next second, the elemental giant arrow struck the golden gas with precision and exploded. Yet everyone could see clearly that no matter how ferocious the elemental power unleashed by the arrow was at that moment, it failed to penetrate that layer of golden gas. 1235. A long time later, as the dust settled, an unbelievable damage number appeared on his body. Yao's SSS rank awakening skill had actually only dealt a little over 1,000 damage. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Why is this happening? Yao felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. Even her unshakable belief as a peerless prodigy wavered in that instant. The most powerful awakening skill she'd ever unleashed had only dealt 4-digit damage to her opponent. For a genius like her, this was simply unacceptable. "Miss, look." Just then, a Zhuang suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look and discovered that a brand new notification had just appeared above the head of this supreme tier boss. The moment they read the message clearly, everyone was overcome with despair. Notice, the supreme tier boss Forgotten Emperor is currently protected by Dragon Qi, increasing its overall resistance by 99%. Chapter 73, Your Majesty, I shall take your head. How is this possible? Why is there such a monstrously overpowered boss? The moment the notification appeared above the Forgotten Emperor's head, everyone was overcome with despair. A Zhuang couldn't help but stumble back several steps, his eyes filled with terror. A 99% increase in all resistances. Even if one were to comb through the entire history of the Federation, one would never find a second dungeon mechanic this insane. Who on earth could possibly take down a boss like this? No wonder Yao, an SSS tier prodigy, had only managed to deal 4-digit damage after unleashing his awakening skill. And at that moment, after taking a direct hit from the awakening skill, the Forgotten Emperor finally made his move. With a single stride, he stepped down from the high platform and stood not far from the crowd. His blue-black skin shimmered with an eerie glow, enveloped by golden dragon energy. A strange aura, a mixture of bloodlust and putrid stench, poured out from him in overwhelming waves. "You shall all perish here." He spoke for the first time, his tone so strange it made listeners feel extremely uneasy. At the same moment his voice echoed out, his bloodstained dragon robe fluttered without a breeze, and roaring souls of the dead flew out from his wide sleeves, sweeping toward the crowd. Demons from the sleeves. Countless spirits roared in the sky, one after another lunging to tear at the group, a scene both eerie and terrifying. Damn it! Is that magical damage? Seeing this, a Zhuang cursed furiously. The divine light of the black tortoise shield in his hand flared brightly as he held it up before him. But facing the attack of a powerful supreme tier boss, how long could he possibly hold out? Lin Changhua sighed deeply and shouted, "Kids, hold your ground. We're not fighting this dungeon anymore. We're not fighting it." He had accepted his fate. Although he was unwilling to die like this, he was even more unwilling to risk the lives of everyone else. Whether it was his own granddaughter, Yao, or the young friend Zhou he had just met, to him, they were all future pillars of the human race. He absolutely could not allow these promising young talents, who had not yet fully grown, to perish in this nameless dungeon just for the sake of an old man's life. If that happened, even in death, he would have no face to meet the human martyrs who had once fallen in battle across the starry skies. "Grandpa." Upon hearing the old man's almost pleading words, Yao bit her red lips tightly, her lovely face streaked with tears. She was unwilling to leave just yet, but having just unleashed her awakening skill, she had little spirit power left. To force another battle against this supreme tier monster would be like a moth flying into a flame. She had no chance of victory. Besides, this monster was simply beyond human capability to oppose. With a resistance rate as high as 99%, it left not a shred of hope for the awakened who dared to challenge it. Even her prized SSS rank awakening skill could only deal a little over 1,000 damage for anyone else. It would be a complete waste of effort. What a pity! If my Shadow Gathering Godslayer arrow dealt true damage, I wouldn't let you run rampant like this. Yao clenched her teeth, glaring at the Forgotten Emperor with bitter resentment and frustration. Miss, let us retreat. We'll find another way. A Zhuang activated a forced exit item, and a swirling portal began to form behind them. Though he was reluctant as well, he knew all too well that staying here any longer would be a suicide mission, so he spoke up to urge her. Must we flee in such disarray, like a pack of stray dogs? Yao's bangs whipped wildly in the fierce wind generated by the vortex portal as she thought to herself with profound sorrow. In the end, despite her reluctance and her anger, faced with the old man's almost pleading gaze and the inescapable cruelty of reality, the proud Yao had no choice but to yield. Wiping away her tears, she walked toward the summon portal behind her. However, just as she turned and took 2 steps forward, she froze in utter shock. For she saw a figure, not particularly tall, walking slowly toward her at that very moment. Don't worry. Perhaps we can defeat this demon after all? The young man's gentle voice reached her ears, like a ray of warm sunlight in winter, causing her heart to tremble violently. She stared blankly at Zhou, unable to utter a single coherent word. But in that moment, under her stunned gaze, Zhou brushed past her and continued walking alone toward the Forgotten Emperor. Young Master Zhou. A Zhuang, who was blocking the path ahead with his Xuanwu shield, also heard the exchange behind him. He turned to glance at Zhou, a sense of anxiety welling up inside him. He couldn't fathom why this emperor, renowned throughout the land, had chosen to charge headlong into danger at this very moment. After all, given the current situation, even the young god king himself would likely be unable to turn the tide. With a resistance rate as high as 99%, this was no longer something a normal awakened could contend with. Brother Zhuang, protect the old man and your young mistress. Leave what comes next to me. Zhou walked over to Zhuang, patted him on the shoulder, and then, under his stunned and astonished gaze, smiled lightly as he took step after step toward the demonic beast. All the wandering souls that flew toward him along the way were annihilated from a distance by the sharp intent of the sword emanating from his body before they could even get close. Step by step, he approached the Forgotten Emperor, standing face to face with this supreme tier boss, a formidable foe of level 60. His slender, frail frame seemed to grow infinitely majestic in that moment. Your Majesty, I do not wish to see our human forebears meet a lonely end, so today I shall take your head. Zhou said with a light chuckle, his hands tucked into his pockets. As a supreme tier monster, the Forgotten Emperor clearly possessed a certain level of intelligence, much like Anubis. He understood Zhou's words and was immediately overcome with rage. His hair and beard stood on end as a terrifying aura of the Dragon Dao Emperor surged uncontrollably, sweeping across all directions. How dare you? How dare a mere assassin insult me in such a manner? His furious roar revealed that he had been provoked by Zhou. Behind him, countless dragon-shaped phantoms shot up into the sky, lunging toward Zhou. Come on then. Seeing this, Zhou let out a loud laugh, then said nothing more. He pushed his combat power to the absolute limit and took a single step forward. At the same time, in his personal interface, within the accessory slot, a mythic rank Imperial City Pass was glowing brightly. Indeed, Zhou was no brute. Upon learning that his opponent possessed a resistance rate as high as 99%, he had already been contemplating a way to break the deadlock. It was clearly unreasonable for a Lord Boss to possess such resistance dungeons on Blue Star Wound T-spawn like this. But they had already explored every corner of the Forgotten Palace, and there were no special mechanisms left untriggered. So the solution must lie in the preceding dungeon. Zhou immediately recalled the special Imperial City Pass that had dropped when they defeated the final Lord in the Forgotten City. If he remembered correctly, the effect of this Imperial City token was to allow its wearer to deal true damage to monsters within the Forgotten Palace. Therefore, the solution became crystal clear. When all damage becomes true damage, forget 99%. Even if the Forgotten Emperor had 100% resistance, what could he do? Zhou wasn't the least bit afraid. And just then, as he stepped forward, his Purgatory Flame Fist struck out horizontally, completely obliterating the dragon shadow skill unleashed by the Forgotten Emperor. A terrifying white damage number appeared on the screen. Chapter 74, Ultimate Evolution Unleashed. What? True damage? Watching Joe's confident, powerful punch shatter the Forgotten Emperor's skill, and seeing the dazzling white damage numbers appear where the fist struck the protective dragon aura, everyone was startled, their expressions filled with shock. Grandpa! Did you see that? The Son of Heaven can actually deal true damage. Coming to her senses, Yao was the most excited. She supported the old man, tears of joy streaming down her pretty face. Facing a supreme tier boss with such absurdly high resistance, they had thought this expedition would end in failure. Yet Joe's string of white damage numbers turned the tide completely. After all, in the face of true damage, even the highest resistance is useless. At that moment, as Joe unleashed that overwhelmingly powerful punch, the Forgotten Emperor was momentarily stunned, his pupils contracting sharply. You actually possess my Imperial City decree. His green, fanged face spoke in human language. The gaze he cast upon Joe first held a flicker of surprise, but it quickly gave way to deep contempt. What a pity, what a pity. You are merely a measly level 21. Even with my token, what good will it do? The chasm between you and me is an insurmountable gulf. The Forgotten Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, a torrent of dragon energy surging from his body, speaking in a remarkably human tone. His level of intelligence had long since transcended that of ordinary demons. He had even developed a full range of emotions. Oh? You're quite confident, aren't you? Upon hearing the Forgotten Emperor's words, Joe raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He suddenly took a step forward, closing the distance to less than 10 meters between them. A surging, sky-piercing fist intent erupted from every pore of his body as he declared with overwhelming might. I shall slay you within 10 breaths. The moment his words fell, it was as if a thunderclap had split the night sky. Everyone from the Lin family behind him was stunned. Even old Master Lin, who had weathered countless storms, was taken aback by those words. Facing a supreme tier boss with a gap of nearly 40 levels, Joe actually dared to boast that he would slay him within 10 breaths. Even as the Son of Heaven, ranked first on the divine list, wasn't this claim simply too outrageous? Old Master Lin's expression wavered between shock and doubt. He had lived for over a century and possessed a keen eye for judging character. From their brief interaction today, he was convinced that Joe was not the type to make empty threats. So what, exactly, was the source of his confidence? Old Master Lin couldn't fathom it, and Yao was equally baffled. Her pretty face froze in surprise as she stared at Joe in disbelief. Deep down, she too felt that this was simply impossible. The Emperor is human, not a god. He has nothing more than an SSS tier talent like herself. Even she was powerless against that boss. Even if he could deal true damage now, how much stronger could he possibly be than her? Yao bit her red lips tightly. It wasn't that she looked down on Joe, she was simply worried for him. At the same time, upon hearing Joe's words, the Forgotten Emperor couldn't help but let a sneer curl at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with contempt as he looked at him. I thought he was some extraordinary figure, but it turns out he is just a brazen, boastful madman. A furious rebuke erupted from his mouth, followed immediately by surging dragon energy that shot skyward, poised to crush this presumptuous human youth before him. But just as the Forgotten Emperor's aura began to rise, a clearly more powerful presence suddenly erupted from across the way. Joe took a single step forward, and the earth seemed to tremble. An unparalleled strength struck out across the void, causing ripples to spread through the space where he stood. What a formidable physique! At that moment, everyone watching was utterly stunned. As for the Emperor of Oblivion, the sneer vanished from his face in an instant. His blood-red eyes grew incredibly grave as he abruptly retreated several steps, staring intently at Joe. For in his perception, this human who had just moments ago seemed as insignificant as an ant had, for reasons unknown, suddenly seen his combat power skyrocket, as if a primordial beast had awakened. This was, of course, because Joe had unleashed his awakening skill Ultimate Evolution. Facing a supreme tier boss whose level far surpassed his own, Joe would naturally hold nothing back and show no arrogance. His level was simply too low. Even a single casual attack from the Forgotten Emperor was beyond his current ability to withstand. There was absolutely no margin for error. Therefore, to challenge the Forgotten Emperor, Joe had no choice but to activate his awakening skill immediately, multiplying all his stats by 10. Only then did he stand a chance. The air rippled and the void trembled as his stats surged so suddenly that he could not yet control his own power. After all, Joe's current stats had each reached 100 points after Ultimate Evolution. They soared to. His total attributes soared to a staggering 900,000. What a terrifying display of power! Though it lasted only 10 seconds, during that time, Joe was unstoppable. He cast a glance at the Forgotten Emperor, holding nothing back, and in an instant, his entire body transformed into a streak of light as he lunged forward. After all, the duration of Ultimate Evolution was only 10 seconds, so the battle was extremely urgent. If he couldn't take down this supreme boss within those 10 seconds, given the side effects of Ultimate Evolution, he would surely be the one to die. So Joe unleashed the peak of his combat prowess with an agility of 220,000. He was incredibly fast, even without any agility skills. Then, clenching his iron fist tight and enveloped in surging, burning netherfire, he slammed it down hard onto the Forgotten Emperor. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The Forgotten Emperor couldn't dodge in time and took the full brunt of the blow. As an undead creature, the Forgotten Emperor felt no physical pain, but being struck by this infernal flame fist which dealt pure true damage still sent a chill down his spine. A white damage number of 430,000 appeared above his head. As a supreme tier boss, the Forgotten Emperor possessed an extremely thick health pool of a full 1.4 million. His health bar was densely packed, and coupled with his staggering 99% resistance, it would not be an exaggeration to call this dungeon's difficulty unbelievable. Normally, even with the Imperial City Decree, capable of dealing true damage, clearing this dungeon would require at least 3 level 60 SS talent awakened players to stand a chance. But Joe? Acting entirely on his own, he dealt a single punch that whittled away a full third of the boss's health bar. Such a display was nothing short of miraculous, leaving the Lin family members completely dumbfounded. Good heavens! What kind of awakening skill is this? It's boosted his combat power by such a massive margin. Young Master Joe is truly a god. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Zhuang, who was at the front and closest to the center of the battlefield, could even feel the scorching wind from the punch blowing past him, stinging his cheeks with excruciating pain. He was utterly stunned. What kind of talent is that? The Forgotten Emperor's heart and liver were shattering with fear. As a supreme tier boss, it had always exuded an air of mystery and eeriness. But now, all that aura of grandeur had been completely obliterated by Joe's single punch, dealing 500,000 true damage.